Hi all, this is a retelling of a very interesting manga. I'll say right away that I corrected all the mistakes, and now the pictures correspond to the voice acting. There are no errors, and you definitely haven't seen the sequel. Enjoy watching.
This story is about how Henry was transferred to another world. He was an ordinary man who had recently returned from the army. The guy was completely alone with a bunch of monsters and he was given the task to become stronger. But there was one problem. The system that was supposed to help Henry had a lot of shortcomings. In one of the battles, he had to defeat one monster to reach level 5. The creature was powerful enough and therefore he managed to attack the boy unexpectedly. Henry made a hole in the rock with his body. It seemed as if he had died. But in reality he was fine and decided to make fun of this monster with his gestures. The creature did not like this and pounced on Henry with its mouth open to avenge the disrespect. But the boy specifically angered the monster to get close and destroy it with his sword. There was no one in this world except him and the animal that constantly appeared before him. He needs the system to count the earned experience points and finally get to the next level. And then Henry finally saw that he had enough experience points to do so. But the system showed an error again and demoted him from the 4th level to the 1st. The boy was desperate. He had spent too much time in this world killing the same monster. He could move to another area only after reaching level 5. And again everything started from scratch. The same monsters that he had been killing for a year appeared. Henry changed and became stronger. He could not succeed for 3 years. He already fully knew all the weak points of each of the monsters. To entertain himself, Henry killed them in various ways. Once again he received a notification that the probability of his survival in this world is less than 5%. But that didn't stop him from destroying monsters every time until the system returned him to the start again. The boy spent 7 years in this place. He celebrated every day he lived and hoped for a miracle. After 10 years, he stopped calculating dates. Henry was completely isolated from the civilized world. The only thing he can do is keep destroying monsters to level up. But all this time he became stronger. Although Henry could not pass the 4th level, the years of training did not pass without a trace. And at one point he began to wonder what his power level actually was. Meanwhile, in another dimension of this world, a girl wanted to kill the man they robbed. She seemed crazy. This man called her a goddess and asked for forgiveness. Her supporter asked her to speed up. Because if local residents notice them, she will have serious problems. But the girl replied that it would not be difficult for her to cope with the local resident, even when they complete the task. They needed to find a person like them, who came to this dimension from Earth. They set fire to half the street to hide the traces of the crime and destroy the evidence. When Henry first entered this world, he was immediately attacked by a level 1 monster and knocked down. He was chosen as a suitable player. And his goal is to survive in this world and raise his level. He did not have time to assess the situation and to deny the reality that was happening to him at that moment. He had to somehow fend off the dog's attacks with improvised means. In his case, it was ordinary stones that were scattered throughout this dimension. But his blows only irritated and provoked the monster more. Henry started yelling at the dog and trying to talk to him like a human. At that moment, a system with instructions appeared in front of him. There it was described what kind of monster he was facing. It was a manapes, which has combat power equal to the power of an adult man without weapons. He could also gain experience in various battles with monsters and try to level up. He thought he was in virtual reality while the monster tried to bite his neck. In his past life, he woke up at 12 o'clock. His whole body was very sore. He came from the army 3 months ago. Because of this, he decided to allow himself a little relaxation and rest. In the army, he thought that when he returned, he would be able to do everything. But after 3 months at home, he realized that he did not like anything. He thought that after 2 years in the army, he would not change at all, but the reality was different. This was the real reality he faced. Every day was the same. But this time everything was different, because his body began to be absorbed by some inexplicable energy. It was as if some monster or spirit was incarnated in him. But in reality, everything will be much worse. As a result, he completely disappeared from his apartment. An empty chair and a switched-on computer remained in the room. Henry felt like a ghost and thought he had died. The boy kept hearing voices around him. One of them said that the candidate players had an income of more than 7 billion. The boy thought that he was hearing God. Then Henry just heard some strange sounds. The voices discussed that it is better to move the instructions. It will be useful for the motivation and adaptation of the players. As a result, they came to an agreement among themselves and started disembarking instructions. But in the process, an error occurred in the settings. But they allowed that several people could get a crash. One of them was Henry, and he, as player number 398, moved into the dimension. And he was chosen as a player. He killed the first monster with the help of a small stone. After that, he got 13 experience points, but he wasn't happy about it at all and he started throwing tantrums. He had only returned from the army 3 months ago and had not even had time to find a girlfriend. Henry felt that it was unfair and there were so many other candidates who avoided the army. He was notified that he had a 5% chance of surviving in this dimension with his abilities. This was the worst news at that moment. An ordinary person is kidnapped and ends up in another world. Then he is told to kill monsters and level up. He was constantly asked if he wanted to die. Henry said only if it would bring him home. But if it was possible to return to normal life after death, then this kidnapping would not make any sense. First of all, he needed to think how to survive and get out. The test of his fighting spirit and lust for life was successful. Thanks to this, his fighting skills were enhanced. The system offered him to choose one of the abilities for further survival. He understood that he would hardly be able to fight with his bare fists. But he had to choose among those offered. The first skill is close combat. Although it would be interesting enough in the game, it was not very suitable in a real situation. So he decided to choose the skills of a mage. But the system showed an error because his own skills were not enough for it. Henry tried to choose a few other abilities, but they also lacked his strength level. Then he needed to choose a weapon, and here he could not miss the opportunity. Henry pressed the spear. But as a result, the system gave him a long sword as the main weapon for confrontations with monsters. He tried to select the spear several more times, but after many attempts he was shown an error and the system disappeared altogether. He then remembered that when his body moved into this dimension, there was an error loading the instruction. He did not understand how he could be given such an instruction with a lot of shortcomings and mistakes. Although Henry did not plan to choose a sword, it was still better than a stone. All the more, he didn't want to die. That's how the endless hell with leveling up began. In order to defend himself, he needed to master the technique of a long sword. But it was very heavy and therefore the boy fell to the ground every time he tried to pick it up. Although he was a military man, he could not restrain himself in such a situation and wept. It had been 7 days since Henry entered this world. And during the battle with monsters, he asked many times how to go back. But the system never gave him an answer. And Henry had to compete in any case. Henry accumulated some skills and now the monsters sometimes even ran away from him, because they understood that they were weaker. His opponents were still hellhounds, but their level had risen to second. And now they waited and attacked in the interval between the blows of the sword. In this case, he got used to it, and it was not difficult to find a way to outwit and defeat them. But the problem was that Henry still hadn't learned how to use a long sword properly. The monsters expected the boy to miss, and after that they immediately attacked thanks to their agility. Nevertheless, he knew how to use the cutting ability perfectly, and used it successfully. Henry won, and when his level rose he gained a new skill. Even without a sword skill, it was very easy to use the cutting ability. This was one of the few values of the manual, if you used the built-in search engine. The boy was forced to eat the meat of a hell dog. It was tasty, but very tough. Also, upon closer inspection, it turned out that their teeth and claws could not inflict serious wounds as they were blunt. It is obvious that everything in this world was planned artificially with a certain goal. And if the goal was not life imprisonment, then there was no sense in kidnapping. The boy remembered the words of the voices during teleportation, and they were talking about other players. While Henry was eating, he received a notification that when he reached level 5, he would be able to leave this location and join a group with another player. It was difficult for him to understand. He was in the starting area, which was created for training and rapid leveling. The probability of death is low. And if you put everything together, then in this place you can quickly rise to level 5 and after that teleport to another region, join a group with other players and a new game will begin. The level of Hellhounds rose according to his level. This was of course very important information, but he wondered if he would be able to return home at all. To meet other people and get new information, he needs to reach level 5. From that moment, Henry began to enthusiastically search for new dogs and kill them. As their level rose in line with Henry, it was not difficult for him to destroy them. He would take breaks only to have a snack and then start fighting again. A level 3 Hellhound possessed combat skills that were comparable to those of a novice fighter. But Henry didn't care, he just continued to destroy them. Because he had a specific goal. The only thing he did was eat well. Rested at night, after long battles. And again he continued to fight. It was like a closed circle that would never end. His level increased very quickly and he discovered new skills for himself after victories. The monsters also got stronger, and it was even better because it got more interesting every time. Henry had to constantly invent new methods in order to outwit the enemy. And he was very good at it, and continued to gain experience to improve his level. And on the 27th day of his daily confrontation, he was able to reach level 5 and finally change his location. He also gained 3 new abilities: cutting, horizontal strike, and vertical strike. From the beginning, he had a hard time grasping the long sword, but now he moved with it easily. But not everything was so good. When loading the next level, the system showed an error. And his level was lowered from the 4th to the 1st. He lost the meaning of his existence for a second. But then he gathered himself and decided that it could be a graphical interface error. He was confident that he would go to the status window and everything would be fine there. But he went in and saw the first level there. His heart sank to his feet. He needed to calm down. At first, he began to look at things optimistically. That the monsters should also become level 1 and would be easy to kill. And Henry believed that it would not be difficult for him to pave this path again. The more he would gain more skills. But this was a false statement. Hellhounds became stronger regardless of level. Now any mistake can cost lives. Henry increased his level dozens of times, and the system repeatedly showed him an error and did not allow him to change the location. He continued to kill hellhounds and experience point checks became routine. He endlessly leveled up from level 1 to level 4. And in those 7 hell-like years, he realized one thing. That players don't age. In addition, thanks to the regeneration skill, light wounds heal in a day. And after rolling back to the first level, the experience points did not disappear anywhere. Nevertheless, because the level does not increase, it is not possible to get new abilities. In his arsenal, there was only a slash, a horizontal strike and a vertical strike. However, the Hellhounds were also getting stronger compared to Henry's experience points. They said this place was designed to help players level up faster, but to him it seems like it was designed to kill them faster. But he didn't care because he had already adapted to this lifestyle. Those who control these dimensions run simulations of parallel worlds for people like Henry. But in his case, the host simply forgot about his simulation, which additionally showed a system failure. and they decided to fix this situation and fix Henry's simulation. He had a dream that he wakes up in his bed at home, and there are no monsters around. But then he exploded and realized that it was just a dream and he is still in this dimension. He didn't understand where he was. It had been 10 years of crazy hellhound murders. And once again he survived. He fell off a cliff, but did not die. He was no longer surprised when he once again saw his level drop to the first. Although his mental state was in a very dangerous situation. He can go crazy very easily. Henry didn't know if he could live with this anymore. He had the option of asking the system to simply eliminate him. He thought many times that maybe if he died he would be able to return home. Even if he just died, it was a good enough decision. But he wasn't ready for that yet. And he decided to use his anger to destroy another monster. 10 years have passed since his appearance in this dimension. More precisely, after 10 years, he stopped counting. In between murders, he was even able to find a hobby for himself. At least some variety appeared. Despite the fact that survival in this place was an unusual thing. This cruel environment did not forgive laziness. But now this was his reality, and Henry had no other choice. The days were busy enough. He tried to do everything he could for this. Since there was no one in these mountains, he wanted to create his own country. Henry began to build his own house. Then the days became even brighter. Monsters of giant size had already appeared in front of him. But it was all the more interesting. Another attack, and this time the creature decided to destroy his house. Henry cut off his hand, but the house was already destroyed and beyond repair anyway. The monster looked at the boy, then he told him that he had been building this house for 3 years. With his bare hands, without tools. Although he was small. He got the idea this time to build a whole palace, and used the bones of the monster for this. Recently, monsters smaller than this one have not appeared. But their meat has no taste at all and they were very loud. During the entire time of hunting, the boy learned all their tricks. At the beginning, he will try to attack him in close combat. But this time something strange happened. The monster did not get close to Henry. He immediately used fire breath. This attack was capable of affecting a large area and was impossible to dodge. However, if you focus on defense, it can be sustained. Henry was very angry because he burned the ends of his hair. The problem was that there was no barber shop nearby. When the monster was in despair, he began to use various magic, lightning, fire, light. Such magic is fast and painful enough. So Henry found a way out, and used the ground to defend himself from the attacks. After that, the boy rushed at the enemy to finish him off. But he still lacked sword skills. Henry was not confused and started kicking the monster's jaw. His teeth just flew out in different directions. Although the boy's level did not increase and new abilities did not appear, but if you repeat the same blows hundreds of times, then you can perfectly hone their technique and do not need to have any additional abilities to win. Against this monster, the boy used all 3 blows and was able to destroy it. Thanks to this rule, he was able to survive in this horrible place filled with monsters. The owners found Henry's card again, and they immediately recognized him. He was the guy who kept making mistakes. He was surprised how this person was able to survive for so long. The host was working on the 4th and 5th simulation. It was 22 years ago. The master was shocked. No one can survive that long at the first level. It was a huge problem. You couldn't kill him either. The skills were as standard as possible, because he didn't get new ones. But the master had a way to deal with this situation. On another day, Henry reached level 4, but he didn't even check his system anymore. He wondered how much stronger he was actually able to get, but it didn't make sense because his level was at most 4. Henry really wanted to eat something delicious and meet some of the people. He did not understand how long he would have to live like this. But he decided to think positively, and think that he will be able to get out of this place soon. During this monologue, he saw that something was happening from above and the same voices that he heard at the beginning appeared. They needed to fix their situation somehow and decided to send him to the next location on the continent. They just needed to eliminate him, so they threw him into a much more difficult dimension. The movement of the player began to take place. Henry did not have time to realize what was happening to him. A powerful lightning struck in the middle of the forest. This lightning was also noticed by some unknown monster hiding in the rock. And next to him lay a pile of knightly armor and weapons. This is probably all that remained of them. The boy jumped over the trees in joy. Henry didn't understand why he suddenly moved to another dimension. The surroundings were so beautiful. He no longer believed that he would be able to get out of the place full of endless stone cliffs. Henry jumped into the water to feel it on his body at all, after so many years. Of course, he got used to the rocks, but they could not become for him a real home to which he wants to return. Henry unexpectedly got level 5 and additional skills. But he remembered that access to this particular dimension was open only after level 20. Therefore, it is not clear why he teleported here. Also, a new tab appeared in his system, the last mission. He needed to destroy one of the 6 Wrath goddesses. One of the rewards would be to return to Earth. Henry did not have time to fully read all the conditions of the task because he saw a winged monster that climbed out of the rock. He began to look closely at him, because he had not met such before in the previous territory. The creature asked Henry how he dared enter her forest without permission. He wanted to draw his sword to defend himself. When he tried to find it behind his back, he realized it was gone. Therefore, you need to quickly find and grab a long sword. It was far enough from the boy. The dragon wasn't going to wait for him to draw his sword and began attacking him with his blue fire. Henry was not embarrassed by the lack of a weapon, so he headed towards the head of this monster to kill him. He did not expect such dexterity and strength from an ordinary person. Moreover, he did not even have a weapon. But that didn't stop him from sending the dragon into space and buying time to find his weapon. Henry didn't even expect himself to be able to attack so well without a long sword in melee. A real natural dragon lived in the knightly order of the kingdom of Xred. His name was Ether, and he was the pride of all the knights. However, he also received trials in life. The stupid king constantly demanded to be given a ride on a dragon. But flying is no joke. And the stupid king just fell from the dragon and died instantly. The knight who took care of the dragon was executed. However, before that he helped the Ether escape from the kingdom. Ether hid in the forest and began to live there, but he had no time to be sad. Because aliens from another world constantly appeared in this forest. They could not become worthy opponents of a natural dragon, but neither could they kill them all. Good soul, Ether could not. The aliens themselves were only thinking about how to kill him. Then Ether thought that it was impossible to leave them alive. He lay in front of Henry and shed his tears. And he said that he was forced to do it. The boy wanted to know how he guessed that he was from another world. But he replied that he didn't really know about it. It's just that when the foreigners die, their bodies dissolve. Besides, the locals don't go to this forest very often. To Henry, it looked like some kind of performance. Although he was convincing enough and did not appear to have any evil intentions. The boy asked if he had such good intentions, why did he attack him? The dragon replied that people like him are considered evil demons from another world. But Henry did not like this nickname. The monster got scared and began to apologize. Then he added that it was not he who invented it, but the goddess. The dragon didn't want to tell the details, because his face hurt a lot. He wanted to go home and anoint with something. But Henry was already losing patience and demanded details. Aliens first appeared in their world 40 years ago, but for some time they lived normally with them. But this did not last long. For the sake of promotion, the aliens began to kill local residents. And at some point, the strongest aliens gathered a whole group. And they created the Great Earth Organization. the purpose of which was to kill the goddesses. They were strong enough. They could kill enemies with the power of a dragon, since with each kill they increased their level. No amount of magic could stop their group under the command of a level 100 leader. Until then, the world-famous fighters did not come. The first is the master of the sword, Beathol. The second fighter is the archmage Genobia. The third is the assassin Karhan, a melee fighter. And the last one is the Lord of Life and Death Halion. 4 heroes of the continent were killed in a short period of time, one after the other. After their death, responsibility for the entire continent fell on the shoulders of 6 goddesses. Therefore, Earthlings are considered accomplices of demons from another world. Now all aliens must be sentenced to death. Henry said that he was kidnapped and spent several dozen years among the rocky cliffs. And he didn't do it so that the whole continent would consider him their enemy. The boy did not yet know whether the goddesses were really so afraid of aliens. If he was planning to try to negotiate, or just live peacefully. He will still have the mark of a demon on him, and will be beaten to death. But he was going to survive and return home, and in such a case it is impossible for anyone to know who he really is. Therefore, he needs the dragon not to tell anyone about it. But it will be very difficult to trust him. If you leave the forest, you can see that high walls are visible above the horizon. It was a city located in the northern part of the kingdom of Exrad. It was known for its large size and large population. There were many dungeons and monsters in the nearby forest. Many hunters risked their lives for the sake of quick enrichment. The one who crossed its threshold was either a hunter, or someone who wants to become one, or an alien from another world. This time a guy with a pumped-up body entered the building. Everyone was pointing fingers at him and discussing. The waitress greeted him and said she hadn't seen him here before. Then she asked how she could help him. Henry replied that he wanted to become a hunter. But those present did not really like this idea and immediately reached for their weapons. The boy came to the cave to the dragon and asked for help. She said that he did not look like an alien, but even without that there is a lot of danger in the world. The guy said that she was also wanted and had killed a lot of people. But the problem was that he hadn't talked to anyone about ordinary everyday topics for a very long time. The dragon remembered her childhood and she was in the same situation. Therefore, she promised to help, but asked not to worry her about every little thing. The dragon said that he needed clothes first. And when she returned, she saw a naked Henry. She was embarrassed by the fact that he was naked. But the boy replied that she was naked all the time. The dragon decided to tell the boy a little about the everyday life of this world. The most important thing is that you can't undress wherever you want. But Henry was interested in how you can meet the goddesses. In order to meet them, it was necessary to first receive a blessing, like the 4 great heroes who stopped the disaster. While the demon Amplas is still strong, the only way to get the blessing is to become a hunter and kill all the monsters created by the demons. Henry replied that his instructions also said that one must first become a hunter. But then he realized that only he could see this instruction. Then he explained to the dragon that he had a system that only aliens could see. Only in his case there were constant lags. But the dragon did not know what this meant. Indeed, compared to other jobs, the hunter was more free to move, and besides, if he will be a hunter, then this can be argued for his great strength. But you have to be very careful, because many aliens also thought like that, but they were caught. Therefore, he should not behave like a foreigner under any circumstances. The dragon decided to improve his hairstyle. To become a hunter, you must first fill out a form with your personal information. He needed to confirm his place of birth, but Henry began to stutter and looked very suspicious. But he still managed to survive it, and the girl welcomed him to the Guild of Hunters of Onpros. Now everyone who wants to become a hunter is asked about how they got into the kingdom. Therefore, Henry had to say that he is from a local village in the north. Still, no one knows about him. The girl said that they would send a request to his previous guild and she would independently transfer data on his pedigree, and also his birth certificate. but the boy replied that he had not given the documents to them. It was at this moment that the hunters sensed something suspicious and prepared their weapons. The girl could not believe that he had never been in any guild. Everyone began to discuss among themselves that he is not a hunter, and therefore he may be an alien. But so far no one has dared to voice it. Henry began to suspect that a fight might begin. However, he was not going to attack first, otherwise it would be very suspicious. The girl said that according to the guild standards they should test his skills. And for this, it was enough to simply touch the verification stone. He understood that if he was discovered, he could not even hope to meet the goddess. He needed to run before it was too late. But that would automatically mean a confession. Henry could easily destroy all these hunters. But he still decided to take the risk and put his hand against the wall. And the wall showed that he was a level 5 fighter. Everyone in that room started laughing loudly at Henry. Because they thought he was a foreigner, but he was actually such a weakling. The guy did not understand what was happening, and at some point he even felt uncomfortable. The girl said that it's just that newcomers always name abandoned villages as their place of birth. And if his level turned out to be higher, then they would not avoid a misunderstanding. The hunters said that these scum were usually level 20. So they cut off anyone who tried to join the guild with level 20. The girl said he had to pay an entry fee of X300. The dragon gave him this money and said that she had been collecting it all her life. Henry promised her to return it. The hunters laughed at the boy for giving away his last money. They were sure that he was not a foreigner, because they had a lot of money. He was given a token, and the girl said that if he loses it, he will have to pay ADX. And as his level increases, this amount will also increase. Now he needs to become famous as a hunter in order to reach the goddess. Then Henry decided to immediately ask if they had any tasks in the dungeons. A certain hunter approached the counter. He asked to give up his wish, because in his case with level 5 he can only feed monsters. The girl asked the boy if they were going to go to the forest with the group. He replied that recently the number of monsters in the dungeon had increased. They had already started to disturb the locals. That's why they couldn't give such a task to a novice. And they needed someone with the same level as Luda. And his level was 27. The girl wanted to ask to take Henry with her because they had a free seat. Because with level 5, it will be difficult for a guy to cope even with individual tasks. Therefore, it would be good if Laud took him into his group and gained experience there. He began to dodge the question, but Henry did not want to go to the group with this tall hunter at all. Laud then said that they had no vacancies because they already had a new team member. It was Atis, a level 25 sorcerer. But her character window was level 37. Maybe she had some reason to hide her level. Henry was happy that they didn't have any seats left, and they wouldn't have to work together. But he began the show and said that the Onpros Guild is proud of its hunters, and if this is a request from her, then he has no right to refuse. Even if this guy has the level of an insect. Laud began to cling to him and ask how he was carrying such a heavy sword. The boy advised him not to be his opponent, because he would die the worst death. Laud tried to pull out that sword, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Henry seized his sword and raised it above his head with Laud, who was unable to dislodge it. One of the attendants looked at this situation and realized that he had finally found the one he needed. Laud was hanging on the sword and was shocked by the strength of this guy. Before that, he considered him an absolute weakling of level 5. Other people looked at Henry in a completely different way after that. Everything turned from mockery to fear. A man who admired him came up and said that the boy is in very good shape. He is at least level 10. Laud said Bjork should not cling to the rookie as he trains and learns. Bjork said that of course they could fight in the building. But in that case, thanks to his great sword, the boy will destroy everything. And then he will have to fight them all. The boy was scared because he didn't even have the thought of fighting them, although he could wipe them all to dust. Laud started yelling that Henry is level 5. and he won't be able to progress if Loud doesn't help him. The guy realized that he was right. Moreover, he also paid the entrance fee, and with the current level he is not capable of anything. Bjork hit Henry in the chest in a friendly way and said that with this form, he would easily raise the level. Then he added that he had been looking for such a mountain of muscles for a long time and offered him to join their group. Bjork understood that he did not get such a form in one day, but judging by the level, he lacks experience. This man also had a high level. But since Henry is a foreigner, his pumping speed was higher than that of the locals. Therefore, it is unlikely that he will be able to stay in this group for a long time. Their entire team was earnestly asking to join them. The city developed thanks to dungeons and monsters. And most of the jobs are related to hunting monsters or the materials that can be obtained from them. On its outskirts there were two famous places for hunting. These are the dungeons in the valley and the forest of Sath. There are several small villages near the forest, but the monsters do not harm them very much and rarely attack the inhabitants. But recently, a large number of monsters began to be noticed in the vicinity of one of the villages. Many hunters from all over the country came here to find out the reason and to hunt. One of the monsters in the limb was Dvok, a monster of lower rank. He is slow, but his muscle mass is capable of breaking stone. Bjork liked to hunt them. Since he was level 25, it was very easy for him to do it. While he was dealing with one monster, the other decided to seize the moment and attack from behind. But it was a bad idea because Bjork saw him and struck faster. While he dealt with that monster, his partner confronted another. This girl was level 21 and her main weapon is a spear. Embo noticed that Bjork was already repelling Dvok, so she advised him to retire. But then she saw a wound on his body and said that the bleeding must be stopped urgently. Bjork asked her not to worry. Embo replied that she had no reason to worry and immediately blushed. Their healer quickly ran over and treated his wound. It was Bjork's younger sister Yvonne. She was level 16 and was their healer. She noted that her brother couldn't do anything without her. And at that moment, a monster attacked her from behind. But at the last moment, another member of their team was able to use the hammer of fire and prevent the monster from realizing his plan. The girl was momentarily blinded by such a flash. It was Hugo, who was responsible for the rear guard. He was a sorcerer. Bjork's group was a well-balanced team. Everyone knew their place. They were the first in the number of successful tasks. They are also considered the most reliable group in the city. Therefore, better conditions for a novice hunter cannot be found. To make steady progress, Henry joined their squad. But he was responsible for the muscles, that is, he was the carrier of their team. Although he could not directly participate in the battle due to his low level, there must be very weak monsters for him to train. While the boy was hiding, a group of monsters and their leader approached him. He was walking towards Henry and smiling. His level was 25. But at one point, something powerful pierced his body. Only a high-ranking hunter could do this. It turned out that it was Henry who simply took a small pebble and threw it at this monster. He had the highest level among the rest. But the boy received a notification that the level of this monster was very low. And he needed to find a stronger one to gain experience points. Yvonne called Henry and said that there were no more monsters and he could go out and collect the remaining loot. Yvonne dismembered the monsters and found a big heart. You could get about 15x for this. They were sure that they would be able to sell it at a high price on the market. Before, Henry could be sickened by such a sight, but after the rocky cliffs, he was not afraid of anything. Therefore, he very quickly went through all the entrals and distributed them to the departments. The guy said that he had been doing this for about 20 years. They asked how old he was. He answered that he was 24. And commented that he simply had a difficult childhood. The boy said that he was kidnapped 20 years ago. He did not even remember the faces of his parents. They began to cry and said that he would not have to suffer anymore because they would be his family, and everything would be fine. The guy thanked them for helping him despite his low level. Bjork said that the level doesn't matter because everyone starts somewhere. The guy added that he was also level 25 5 years ago. Henry was surprised by this, because Bjork still had level 25. Yvonne said that there are no strong monsters in the neighborhood. And to raise the level, you have to go to the dungeon. Embo added that unless the strongest leader in the forest was the Dvalki. But they had no need to hunt stronger monsters. That's why they never went to the dungeon. The boy got up and said he wanted to go practice with his sword. As he walked, they asked him not to overexert himself and not to go far because it could be dangerous. Hugo said that he would go with him, because he can't let him alone into the depths of the forest. Bjork supported his idea because they didn't know how many monsters were left in the area. Hugo came out to ask how Henry's training was going, but he was nowhere near their temporary camp. And the boy was running in search of monsters that can give him at least some experience. But all searches were in vain. There was no one with a high enough level to get an experience point. Then he remembered that Ether had said that there was no monster in the forest stronger than her. Now Henry saw this for himself, and lost all hopes of leveling up. Even if you find someone of the same level as Ether, you still can't get anything from him. He needed to get back before it got dark. But then the boy heard a strange sound. It was not characteristic of a hellhound. It was definitely something else. So he had to go down and check who was there. Henry jumped down from the tree and started to take out his long sword. But a surprise awaited him at the bottom. It was a naked guy. He was surprised and ashamed at the same time. The boy began to apologize to him. But he didn't care that he was naked, and Henry just decided to quickly run further in search of the sound he heard. Henry apologized again, and said that he was just lost in this forest. The naked guy asked him to wait because he looked very strange. This guy said that this is no place for a level 5. Henry did not understand why he continued to stand naked. This place was not like a bathhouse. Henry said he was walking and heard a loud noise and thought it was a big monster. He added that there was a group waiting for him, and he needed to go back. But this guy started to take out his weapon. Then he started threatening him, and told him to stand still. Henry didn't listen to him, came up and put out this boy's torch with his bare hand. Now he looked like a defenseless kitten thrown out into the rain. Henry did not understand why he began to threaten and added that he looked like an idiot. Next, moral instructions from Henry began. He said that one should not treat a person so badly, just because of his low level. Laud overheard their conversation and ran to save his teammate. He drew his swords and pretended to be invincible. Laud believed that Henry had finally shown his essence. Meanwhile, the naked boy was asking to finally let go of his hand. He accused the boy of defiling a lady from his hunting party. Henry was shocked that a girl was standing in front of him. Before that, he thought it was a boy. But it was too late to find out because Laud was serious. He was embarrassed that Henry was standing so calmly in front of him. Laud asked for the last time what was the name of the one standing in front of the two naked swords. At that moment, Henry asked the girl to get dressed. But Laud took it as a bad gesture. So he decided to show what the difference between the levels meant and attacked Henry. But it was enough for the boy to simply lean forward to dodge the blow. After that, there was a very powerful explosion and a bright light filled half of the forest. Henry sat on the bench, depressed with his head down. Bjork came up to him and said that it was not his fault. The boy understood this, but still could not forgive himself. Yvonne came out and called Henry to come in. She said she had done everything she could. All the men nearby were silent. They understood that, apart from Laud's direct responsibility for the incident, there was no other way for amusement. In the morning, Atis and Laud went to the city. Although it was revealed in the end, it was not clear to Henry why Atis hid the fact that he was a man. It was not possible to find the place where the sounds were heard. Since then, Henry stayed with his group for 3 months. After that incident, Laud went on his own to clear dungeons and kill monsters. Embo said that going into a dungeon alone with Laud's level is tantamount to death. While they were setting up the tent, Embo said that his level was suitable for fighting local monsters. Henry tried to find out in this way how the monsters in the dungeon differed. They were created by the demon Amplas and the monsters in them appeared independently. At the same time, some of them had a level above 30 from the moment of birth. Henry wasn't sure if level 30 would be enough for him. He had to enter the dungeon, even if he had to do it secretly. Bjork and Yvonne said that the monsters are of course a big problem, but the aliens, of which there are still a lot of them, pose a much greater danger. Henry asked if it was so dangerous, then why Laud went there. Bjork replied that he needed an artifact that could cure any disease. Things that have magical power and do not belong to this world are called artifacts. They can have many forms and abilities. And among them there is one who is able to heal any wound. He is exactly what Luda needs. Through the conversations about the artifacts, Henry felt that there might be one among them that could send him home. When everyone fell asleep, Henry gathered himself and went into the forest alone. He had walked through this forest enough times, but he was still nervous. Although there were no monsters in it that could match him in strength. Then Henry remembered that Ether lives somewhere nearby and maybe he knows something. While the boy yawned, some unusual monster appeared in front of him. As soon as the boy saw something in the darkness, he immediately jumped back and reached for his long sword. It was the Thyro, his level 31. Because of the chitin that covers his whole body, sword attacks against him were ineffective. He mostly lives in dungeons. Henry did not understand how a monster from the dungeon appeared in the forest. And he was also confused that he had increased protection against attacks with cold weapons. There were 3 monsters and they began to discuss their opponent. He was definitely not a sorcerer, because he was holding a sword in his hands. Henry swung and slashed at the nearest creature and simply cut it in half. Now the boy no longer believed the inscriptions that were displayed to him. The 2 monsters that remained began to think that it was magic in the form of a sword after all. But the others said that it was definitely an ordinary sword and their dead brothers were fools. Henry grabbed one of the monsters while the other successfully escaped. But after Henry dealt with his friend, he caught up with the last monster. He wanted to hide under the root of a tree, but his body would not fit there. The boy looked in there and said that he also wanted to hide with the monster. But then Henry just uprooted the whole tree and found the monster. As it turned out, he wanted to climb under this tree, because the entrance to the dungeon was right under the roots. The boy began to ask the monster who opened this portal. He answered that they do not possess such magic. Henry was ready to let him go if he told who did it. But in this case, the boy is forced to kill him. The monster said that according to the master's rules, no one can enter back. Henry said he didn't know who the master was, but he asked the monster to pretend he didn't see anything. The boy had planned to enter inconspicuously, so that their master would not find out. The monster clearly followed orders and pretended not to see anything. He was very nervous and began to bury the portal. In the dungeon, a boy and a girl tried to face high-level monsters. And they didn't do it very well. The boy tried to destroy the monsters to help the girl who was with him. But attacks with swords had almost no effect on them. But it was necessary to save Eris. In such a case, the only chance for salvation was to use magic. Because it was impossible to defeat them with ordinary weapons. And at one point, the monster wounded Eris in the leg. He cornered her and attacked her. The girl was a sorcerer, so she could not fight in close combat at all. She tried with all her might to activate her magic in order to at least defeat these creatures in this way. And as a result, a very strong flash appeared, which could light up the entire dungeon. The boy realized that this spell affected him too. Although now one eye could not see well, he needed to continue the fight. They tried to tell him that there was a monster behind him. But since the boy could not see very well after the magical attack, he could not see. The monsters continued to attack Eris. because they understood that the sorcerer was the biggest threat to them. While the boy was trying to come to his senses, a monster appeared behind him. And in one moment the boy was completely covered in blood. But not because a monster killed him, but because some guy appeared and destroyed two creatures with one blow. It was something amazing, and they wanted to quickly find out who their savior was, but they could not see in the dark. The Thyro defend themselves with their front limbs if an enemy attacks their head. They have a narrow slit on their neck, but it is covered by chitinous plates, and it is very difficult to get through it. To get him to lower his claws and expose his neck, this guy first punches the monster in the groin. Only a sorcerer warrior who practices fighting with two swords was capable of this. They knew Laud very well. The boy said that he remembers when Laud went to clear the dungeons by himself. But the fact was that 70 days ago Laud accidentally got into the dungeon, and since then he has not been able to get out. He only remembered that he drank alcohol in the guild, and when he woke up, he realized that he was in a dungeon. The boy tried to find out why he decided to go to the dungeon alone, but Laud was not going to admit that he did not know how he got into the dungeon and that he had not yet met people in it. Eris heard that he was looking for a healing artifact, but he had no idea what she was talking about. To heal Eris' wound, the boy got a special potion and used it to stop the bleeding. It was very difficult to find. Eris tried to refuse such help, but Laud insisted on it. The boy said that it was ineffective for his wounds anyway. But what he really thought was that it would be more difficult for them to get out with the wounded man. He also added that with such a wound it is impossible to continue cleaning and must return. But she did not agree to go back, because they had already gone too far to give up. After this fight, it was clear that they did not have enough skills to face stronger monsters. Laud asked him to think about the fastest and best way to get out of the dungeon. He had a lot of stomach pain because he had inflammation of the colon. The hunters were still grateful to Laud, even though he had given the potion away because it was no good for his wounds. A powerful earthquake began in the dungeon. This only made it difficult for them to return. But Eris said that the dungeon is in another dimension and there can be no earthquakes. Most likely it was a monster, and Laud asked them to hide in the side passage. He couldn't afford to be afraid and run away from the girl even if he died. Eris shouted that there was probably a whole army of them there, and he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. The boy grabbed Eris and ran to hide from the monsters. He told the girl that in this case they will only interfere and create unnecessary reasons for responsibility. But Laud wanted only the girl to hide, because he was counting on the boy's help. Although on the other hand it was a good opportunity for him to improve his level. Laud calculated that there were no more than 10 monsters there. But as it turned out, he was very wrong. There were hundreds of them, so he was forced to flee as well. They completely covered the entire perimeter. But the monsters shouted that it was dangerous behind them and ran past Laud. And no one attacked him at all. He wondered what had frightened these creatures so much that they were forced to flee in droves. And the reason was Henry himself. He thought he would be able to level up well, but in reality he got very few experience points. He destroyed them even though he couldn't swing through the narrow passage. Then he might not be able to control his power. The monsters continued to flee to the other end of the dungeon from the magic sword. They even gave it a name. Next, the boy destroyed the yellow monster, which was no different from the rest except for its color. Henry realized that this monster was guarding an artifact. It was a flame magic heart bracelet. The guy thought that such things should be guarded by bosses. But in fact it was a level 40 boss. Henry was just very strong. Henry understood that if he took the artifact now, the monsters would no longer appear. Then he would not be able to gain experience points. There might still be a boss ahead. If the wearer can throw fireballs, they will also gain the self-igniting orb ability. Now he wanted to test the new bracelet and its capabilities. Henry wondered if dungeon monsters appeared endlessly. Some hunters said that they do not reproduce. They just appear in a certain place. The power source of this monster factory was located in the very depths of the Magic Heart Dungeon. It looked like an ordinary thing, but in reality it could give its owner unparalleled power. But Henry was still unable to use his fire bracelet, because compared to normal equipment items, the artifacts had restrictions on the level of the master. If the tertial owner was able to get his hands on this artifact, he shouldn't have any problems with the level. He could wait until he gained enough experience to level up, or sell immediately. There were quite a few living hunters who have any artifacts. Out of resentment for all the suffering and arrogance associated with the artifact's livestock, a secret voice whispers that the hell before him is an opportunity. The boy began to smile because he thought that this was finally the boss's room. Henry planned to return to camp before Bjork and the others woke up. He wanted to kill the boss quickly to level up and go back. But there was nothing special in the room. Henry didn't understand where all the monsters had gone because it was the most important place in the dungeon. It was strange that he could just walk up and take the heart of the dungeon. If he takes the core, the dungeon should disappear. But there was a trap that the boy didn't know about. He reached for the artifact, but his hand was grabbed by an unknown creature. At this time, Henry tried to call the monster. Finally, he managed to find the main monster. Now he will be able to raise his level really well. This is a level 45 tentacle spectator. It should drop a lot of experience. Henry did not feel the unreal strength from this monster, but he held his arms and legs firmly. Laud appeared in the boss room because he was running away from monsters and hoped to hide here. Then he looked closely and saw a 5-level novice standing next to the boss. He had managed to reveal his secret, and now Laud had the right to destroy this boy. A level 5 hunter simply cannot physically be in this dungeon. Henry was confused and had more problems. He congratulated Laud on being able to reveal his secret so quickly. Laud began to attack Henry and promised to take revenge on him for the last time. The monster couldn't look in all directions at once, so it couldn't defend and attack at the same time on a level with fast and strong tentacles. But when Laud appeared in his field of vision, the monster immediately attacked him with its tentacles. Henry reacted and grabbed his tentacles so that Laud wouldn't get hurt. The boy started swinging his sword without looking, and Henry was forced to use the moment to attack the monster. He flew into the boss with all his might and threw him in the other direction. But he was most worried about his pants. Henry didn't want to tear them. While Laud tried to attack him, the boy thought that this monster was weak against the dungeon boss. Now Henry was also forced to dodge Guild Hunter Laud. While they were doing their business, the monster flew around the room like an inflatable balloon. Laud wanted to take revenge on this guy and destroy him, because he lost everything because of him. And he also lost his reputation in the guild and his team, and even his eggs. Out of anger, his skin changed color, and he wished Henry dead. But his face changed color because the monster grabbed him with its tentacles and began to squeeze him hard. The boss took Laud to another room. In general, he was so aggressive as if someone was controlling him. He didn't like that Henry was playing with him like some kind of ball. The monster had complete control over Laud's body and said that now the boy would not be able to attack him because he had his friend. And as he knew, there was no worse death than at the hands of a close friend. Henry said that he only needed experience points and had no friends. The monster saw that Laud wanted to kill Henry, so he decided to help him and entered his body. After that, he sent him to fight with Henry to feast on their bodies. It didn't matter how strong he was because he was human. And it didn't matter how harsh Henry would act because the monster was sure he wouldn't kill a friend. Between these conversations, the boy delivered a vertical blow with the help of a long sword, and just cut it into 2 parts. Henry did not feel that it was level 45 at all. When the monster was dying, he tried to understand how an ordinary person managed to defeat him with 1 blow. After the murder, the system window did not even appear. Henry guessed that the boss was so weak. The monster thought that there was no point in opening the portal if such a powerful person existed. Before Henry took the core and the dungeon disappeared, the monster needed to tell everything to the master. Henry turned around and saw something that looked like a bug and decided to destroy it with a stone. But before returning, the boy remembered something. Bjork's team had already woken up and Yvonne asked if anyone had seen Henry. No one saw him. They immediately thought that he had gone to the toilet in the bushes, but his weapon was also missing. The girl was afraid that he could go into the forest and be attacked by monsters there. But at that moment, a guy appeared with a dead monster on his shoulder. Avon was very scared. The girl said he made her very nervous and asked where he was all the time. He tried to lie and hide everything that actually happened to him. A few minutes ago, a system appeared in front of him in the dungeon, and he was awarded 113,000 experience points for the boss of the dungeon. Then he remembered that the Hellhound gave him 300 experience points, and it took 1,100 points to get to level 5. And now he wondered, if he gained so much experience, how many levels he was able to jump. The system said he needed 545 billion experience to level up. He began to calculate how much level he would get for that amount of experience. His facial expression did not change during the entire journey back. He was as shocked as possible. Even when he was already close to his team, he continued to think about it and count points. A week had passed since then, and he couldn't find a single monster outside the forest. And they returned to Anpros earlier than planned, because the hunting has been bad lately. The guard asked to show the pass, otherwise they would not be able to get inside. But the rider did not understand which pass he was talking about. The rider began to argue with him, and said that he worked here even before he was born. Bjork simply asked to show the guild emblem. He then added that they were doing a quest and had been gone for 3 months, maybe something had changed. Bjork recognized this guard, it was his old friend, and he asked what was happening in the city. The guard was surprised that he didn't know anything. The Hunters Guild cancelled all tasks outside the city 5 days ago. Ipen Dungeon was closed after this decision was made. When they entered, there was a very uncomfortable atmosphere around. There were almost no people in the city. But since Henry did not specifically take the core to continue using the dungeon, it means that someone else took it and closed the portal. The guy turned to Yvonne and asked who they thought could have done it. But none of them knew that either. For a hunter to close a dungeon is a very big achievement. Only a newcomer can hide this fact. Also, the Inquisitor, who was sent by the church, in order to find the alien, will catch people and interrogate them until they repent. Because they cannot distinguish aliens from the native inhabitants of this world. Therefore, they suspect everyone who has a level above 20. Henry considered this a stupid standard. It was because of this that most of the hunters left the city. The boy was sad that the aliens would never be happy and this war would continue forever. Bjork said that now nothing was clear. Therefore, he suggested that they finish their affairs first. They lived on the outside for a whole week and had to get their rewards. They had to go to the guild and sell the demon stones they collected. You also need to sell raw materials from monsters, and after that you can celebrate the completion of Henry's first quest. Bjork asked Embo to take Henry to the store. But he said he knew where he was and could do it himself. He ran to the store, although he did not even know the prices. The boy asked them to go to the guild. Bjork ordered not to touch him, so that he himself would find out the prices of the items he had. When Henry came to the store, the salesman said that he could not buy his items. This time, he could not offer anything. He will become an accomplice if he buys even one of these. This city thrived only because of the dungeon. Without him, there will be no one left here and he simply will not be able to find a buyer for this product. The guy started begging him to buy at least something for a minimum price. The buyer began to say that he did not care about the price and saw a new visitor at the entrance. He said he would wait his turn and asked to continue serving the customer. When the merchant saw the man, his complexion immediately changed to pale. Because it was the Inquisitor himself. The boy saw it for the first time and was interested to check its level. At that time, the Inquisitor approached the counter and noted that this store always has quality products. Then he suddenly got close to Henry, because the Inquisitor saw that the boy wanted to check his level, but he couldn't do it. His level was unavailable. He bridged the distance between them in an instant. Henry said that he did not understand what he was talking about. The Inquisitor began to ask the boy a lot of questions. Why was he so surprised when he saw him? What god does he believe in? What fairy tales does he like? He concluded that an orphan from a distant village without religion and a hunter at the same time, walking down the street. This was suspicious enough, and one could think that he was a newcomer. Henry replied that he had recently become a hunter. And at the expense of the stranger, he completely denied the information. In this case, the Inquisitor took out a level meter and said that he must have a low level. And the device really showed only level 5. And now Henry asked to buy things from him after checking. The merchant would be able to purchase all of his items because he passed the alien test successfully. But if he really wants to, he cannot do it, because there is no demand in the city. And he simply will not be able to sell them. Henry hoped that everything would be fine because of the low level. After meeting with the Inquisitor, his heart almost exploded. It seemed very strong. Maybe he couldn't check his level through the mask. The merchant held out a fire bracelet and asked if it was for sale. The boy began to panic and tried to take it away so that the Inquisitor would not notice the object. But it so happened that it fell out of the merchant's hands and rolled right at the man's feet. He had not yet left the store. He picked it up and now expected a detailed explanation of where the level 5 hunter had gotten the artifact from. He had an idea to deny everything and the boy hoped that it would work. The merchant then ran to hide in a safe place. The Inquisitor approached the boy and gave him the artifact. But he advised to protect this thing, because it is very valuable. Then he leaned towards him and said that since he was a novice hunter, he wanted to give him some instructive advice. It happened 15 years ago. A married couple lived in a small village in the east. The man was a veteran hunter. He was not the leader of the group, but he attracted people to him. As usual, his group performed a quest. However, he was frightened by the seemingly helpless monster, and the members of the group did not understand why the strongest of them behaved like that. When the group members pressured him, he shouted that this monster was level 800. When they did not believe him, he told the whole truth. About the fact that he is a foreigner and can see everyone's level. However, the monster noticed them and decided to destroy them for entering its territory. This man was left to compete against the monster one-on-one, to buy time for the other members of the group. And after this story, the Inquisitor had a simple question: who did he think won in this story? The guy assumed that it was a foreigner who revealed his identity. But this was the wrong answer. The leader of the group was released when he told the whole truth to the Inquisitor, and the other members died during the investigation as accomplices of the criminal. The Earthling who survived returned home. But the residents who learned about the rumors burned his house, and there was no one left who would be happy for him. As a result, he destroyed all the inhabitants and fled. The Inquisitor wanted to say that whoever is connected with the alien is doomed. But since he was of the 5th level, he cannot have any sins. Henry asked why he told him this story. The Inquisitor simply thought that the newcomer was using Henry as a novice hunter to bring down artifacts. And he promised to protect him from this criminal, because everyone who cooperates with him is doomed to death. The guy wanted to destroy him because he couldn't let his group get hurt. But at that moment, Eris entered the shop and pretended to approach him. Eris noticed that the Inquisitor had misunderstood everything and decided to interfere in their conversation. Henry was silent and tried to understand for what purpose Eris was doing this. He started shouting at the boy and said that he is a worthless clown, because he can't handle even a normal routine. Eris then said that it was his fault for entrusting the artifact to him. The Inquisitor interrupted their argument and asked Eris who he was and asked him to introduce himself. The guy came closer and apologized for appearing so unexpectedly. He introduced himself to Eris and said he was the 37th head of the Bannister family. The man had heard about this family, that they were dragon hunters. But he had also heard that they had lost their reputation. Although judging by his bright dragon emblem, the rumors were most likely lies. He was not very successful, but he tried to do everything to restore his family. The Inquisitor was interested in what relation he had to Henry. He replied that he had hired this worker a few days ago. He had recently come here, so he was a little dumb. Henry did not understand why he was helping him. He said that he ordered him to bring the artifact for research, but it ended like this. Henry could barely understand the story he was making up. He needed to live up to his story, so he started apologizing. Eris said goodbye to the Inquisitor and said he needed to do some research. As soon as they were a little further away, Henry thanked him. Eris told him never to act like that again, anywhere. Henry asked if the fact that he has an artifact is not suspicious for Eris. After all, it can be dangerous. The boy replied that Henry didn't say a word about what he saw in the forest and didn't ask any questions, so Eris could also be dangerous for him. Henry just thought that he was suspicious and nothing else was wrong. The Inquisitor hadn't gone far, so he decided to ask what the artifact's ability was. Henry said his ability was a fireball and Eris said electricity. And then they both realized that they were trapped and declassified. The man activated his power and told them to stand still and not move. On the first day in Bjork's group, the boy was very happy to finally get out of the Rocky Mountains. But he didn't like that there were no monsters that could raise his level. Then on the first day in the group, a welcome meal was prepared for him especially for newcomers. Embo asked the boy not to relax. Although Bjork loved him, he needed to confirm that he deserved this place. They also noted that they don't need a guy in the group who clings to the side dish. But the fact is that they don't know that Henry has been eating held dog meat for 20 years. It definitely couldn't be worse. At that moment, he hadn't eaten anything but held dog meat for a very long time. And he didn't use utensils. Then he realized that he was no longer alone and got a second family in the form of this team. Henry completely ate the entire plate of side dish that was prepared for him and asked for more. But everyone was shocked because they just wanted to make a joke on him and asked him not to force himself to eat it. Back to the Inquisitor. Henry thought he started using magic. But Eris replied that he couldn't feel the flow of mana. It was a healing wind. Most likely he was a high-level spirit wizard. The boy understood that the fight with such an opponent would be very difficult. And if Henry will use all the power, then he will understand his true essence. The Inquisitor said that they wouldn't die in this flow even if they had their arms and legs torn off, but in his case, he wanted them to follow him on their own 2 feet. There was no other way out, and Henry started walking forward. Then he asked the man if he was looking for the one who closed the dungeon. The boy was interested if he found the one who did it, then the Inquisitor would stop scaring people and go away. Henry decided to say that he was the one who closed the dungeon so that the city could start living its life again. But it was at this moment that Laud drove into the city. He didn't expect to be able to return. The rookie hunter said that it was amazing that he was able to close the dungeon by himself. According to him, he defeated the monster unconsciously, then grabbed the core of the dungeon and successfully closed it. Laud could already imagine how the whole city made up legends about him and told them from generation to generation. As a result, the Inquisitor tied his hands and said that he must go with him. They planned to put him in a cell. But the artifact was most likely real. Henry had no idea that Laud could close the dungeon. He thought that the boy had turned into a monster. The Inquisitor came to apologize to Henry and Eris for the false accusations. They were interested in what would happen to Laud now. His destination is classified. He will be put in prison, and his case will be investigated. And if he told the truth and there are no problems with his birth certificate, then he will be released. Henry was pleased that everything had ended this way thanks to Laud. The Inquisitor felt guilty that he could not sell his things through him. He asked the boy to come closer. He didn't have any cash with him, so he decided to write a check to Henry. Since it would be difficult for a country boy to cash it, he appointed Eris as the trustee. Henry had a bad feeling that he had to put his signature. His mother always warned him that you can't put your signature without thinking. The boy decided to sign the document, and hoped that he would not be blackmailed and forced to join the church. Henry received the check and the Inquisitor left. Eris breathed a sigh of relief. Eris wanted to ask to do something for him. Meanwhile, Bjork came to the Hunters' Guild, but it was empty and quiet. Everything was broken and scattered in the room. The girl blamed herself that the master of the guild ran away. But Bjork reassured her and said that everyone was in a hurry and wanted to find a safe shelter. Meanwhile, his team discussed whether anyone had managed to sell the demon stones. Hugo managed to sell a bunch of demonic stones for just 5 silver coins. The master ran away and took all the money of the guild with him. He did not contact them because he understood that they would not let him escape so easily. Bjork brought free beer, but Embo started yelling at him. Because they had a lot of problems, and he offers free beer. Bjork reminded everyone that their group existed separately from the guild from the beginning. Therefore, there was no difference whether there was a guild or not. The main thing was what was in each of them's heart, and what they felt. While Bjork was trying to cheer up the team, Hugo was admiring the fact that they still had plenty of food left. And he wanted to offer to throw a welcome party for Henry. Embo offered to discuss all the issues after the party in private. They began to prepare the premises for the celebration, prepare food and pour drinks. But the door opened and an unknown guest stood behind it. It was definitely not Henry. When Bjork saw who was there, he couldn't utter another word. It was Eris trying to carry Henry's bag. It was unclear to them why Eris came alone and carried Henry's bag. He was able to say only one word, help. After that, he fell to the ground and a bag fell on top of him. Hugo and Embo together could barely put that bag down while Eris was drinking water. The boy couldn't believe that Henry was wearing it so easily. Bjork tried to find out where Henry went and what happened to him. Avon checked the bag and there were no materials there. Eris did not know exactly what happened to him. He simply asked to bring this bag to the guild. Embo noticed a bag in her bag and wanted to show it to the others. There was money there. There were many such bags and they were all filled with money. There were about 10 bags of 1000x. Bjork said if he even sold everything, there was a lot more than there should have been. Eris then reached into his pocket and said that he had asked for something else to pass on. It was a token of a member of their team. It meant that he was leaving them. Bjork was curious to know the reason why he left. But Henry didn't say anything about it. Eris noticed only that he was very scared, although it is not characteristic of him. In the afternoon, when the Inquisitor asked him to sign the check, he showed him something else. It was a medallion with the inscription Big Land. The man asked if he knew what it was. Henry thought that they were all destroyed by the 4 heroes 20 years ago, and this information surprised him. But he told the Inquisitor that he had never seen it before. Although really a hunter with his level should not know about such things. Besides, this knowledge will not lead to anything good. Unless someone of 5 levels is a foreigner. But this is most likely impossible, and should not be thought about. You could tell from Henry's expression that he was getting very nervous. But the Inquisitor wanted the 5-level alien, if he existed, to remember the story he was telling Henry today. This was the reason why he left the team. The boy did not understand why nothing good ever happened to him. The boy destroyed a cart, and its owner saw it, but no one said a word to Henry. Hugo couldn't believe that Henry could leave so unexpectedly. He had to talk to them about it. Of course they would try to dissuade him. Bjork said enough talk about him. Hunters risk their lives. And they cannot force someone to take the same risk with them. As Eris was leaving the room, Bjork turned to him and asked for something. If he meets Henry again, tell him that they will always be glad to have their bearer back. He replied that he would definitely pass it on if there was such an opportunity. The boy did not understand why, but he was jealous of Henry. He had such a beautiful team that loves him. Henry was in an incomprehensible place, and a bucket of water was poured on him. It was one of the gang whose cart he broke. And he was still caught. The man reported to the boss that the boy had woken up. The boss allowed him to go about his business, and he would manage on his own. He approached Henry and said that he had not seen him anywhere before, but looking at the sword he realized that he was a hunter. He was told that the boy had broken the arms and legs of his boys. They stood behind and shouted that he had also broken their weapons and was sleeping on their territory. The guy apologized for breaking the equipment, but their bones only broke when they started attacking him. Also, he didn't have a place to sleep and he just slept in one of the abandoned houses. But the bullies said that a human body cannot be stronger than a stone. Therefore, they concluded that he was using magic. But Henry said that he hates magic. And if they don't believe him, they can try to hit him. And if the boss doesn't want to hit him, then surely his idiots were telling the truth about him being a coward. They began to make excuses and said that they had never said such a thing about their master in their life. Henry said that they should not be trusted because they are lying. Then the boss swung and decided to hit him to test for magic. But he was even weaker than the monsters in the forest. He broke his arm when he hit Henry. While everyone was discussing him, the boy was thinking about what he should do. It was very easy to escape from them. But nothing good will come from such a large-scale fight. Therefore, it was necessary to choose something else. Then the head of these local criminals appeared before him. He called Henry an ordinary dog. The boy heard this and told the old man that he was nobody to call him a dog. All the more, he hated them more than anything in the world. He also added that dogs don't like him either. The old man learned from his disgusting character that he was from the Rocky Mountains. After that, he approached his hooligans and ordered to let him go. But they did not like this decision at all. The old man said that if they don't let him go, he will turn all the people around into minced meat. Henry asked the old man how he knew about the Rocky Mountains. He replied that he could tell him only if he would work for him. Half a year after the closing of the dungeon, the city of Onpros never returned to full life. Criminals robbed unprotected houses and took all products and valuables, which they then sold or used themselves. A woman with a child asked the men why they were doing and behaving like that. But they answered that they should have been warned. At that moment, her husband returned home. He was in ammunition and with a sword. It was very timely. He ran up and started swinging his sword to at least somehow protect his family. But it was obvious that he lacked skills. Gromolo asked his assistants to bring him a hammer, because he was tired of this man. But it seems that this hammer already had another owner. It seemed to Henry that it was just a stone with a spear. This man put the sword to Henry's body and said that even though the guild was closed, he was still a hunter and could defeat him. The guy waited until he finished speaking and ordered to step aside. The man was shocked that the sword did not leave a single scratch on him. He questioned the fact that he was human. Because mortals cannot have such a body. With one blow, he completely demolished the entire building. Even the foundation did not survive. This project was actively supported by the Onpros Architectural Association. They repaired the fortress wall and demolished old houses. In return, they provide people with long-lasting housing. Their new homes are built from materials used to build wealthy homes. They are fortified with golem magic for better durability. They also covered the walls with a special sticky liquid that will prevent monsters and enemies from climbing the walls of the house. If they agree that the soldiers will be able to use this house in emergency cases, then they will be able to live in it and not pay rent, and also receive additional assistance for supporting the wall. The man apologized for his behavior and said that it was very difficult for the hunters now. He was especially ashamed in front of Henry, to whom he put a sword to his body. They invited him to have dinner with them as a sign of thanks. But the guy said if he is no longer needed here, then he will go report. The bald man said that it was not nice of him, and he was very rude to those around him. Henry replied that he was not rude at all, and an argument began between them, and the residents tried to calm them down. Their child began to run and shout that he was rude and strange. It amused him. But at one point, this guy reminded Henry of the Inquisitor, who hinted that he was a foreigner. He could not stand it and reached for the sword. The mother grabbed her son and began to apologize. But he didn't have a sword on his back because he was on a civilian job, not in a dungeon. Then he simply left the house. Baldy shouted after him that he was a goat. The man was upset because they made Henry angry. But the bald man said it was for another reason. He worked in the association for 6 months. For each order, he received 600x. More than a middle-class hunter. With his help, they do a month's worth of work in a day. Therefore, he was known among all the architectural associations of other cities. But during all this time no one tried to talk to him. Henry entered the office of the old man without permission, who gave him this job for the fact that he would later tell how he knew about the Rocky Mountains. The guy entered and immediately started shouting at the man and asking what kind of houses they were building. He said that none of the local residents had even seen such houses. That's why he sent Henry and paid a lot of money. But it didn't change anything. The guy still didn't talk to anyone. And because of that, everyone thought he was dumb. The guy was very angry and started hitting the man's table with his fist. He was annoyed that he was playing with him. After he told Henry about the Rocky Mountains, he did everything the old man asked for 5 months. He did not understand that he still needed it and tore off half of the table with his bare hands. The man said that he looks terrible and his manners are also terrible. The old man added that they lived normally for 40 years. People and foreigners are like him. As Henry thought, this man knew very well that he was a foreigner and did not admit it. He didn't sleep well, hid from everyone while he ate, and didn't talk to anyone. The man asked if he was wondering why this was happening. Henry thought it was because he was from another world. But that was not the point. It was all because he could not live like ordinary people and interact with them in the same city. The aliens see only hunters. 40 years ago, when the first of them appeared, there were many more people with jobs not related to hunting. But they had a lot of technology from another world. The old man said that if he does not fight and lives quietly, then no one will think that he can be a foreigner. But this is if he wants to live like an ordinary person. The man asked him not to contact the hunters after this job. He gave him a piece of paper on which there was a request for the job of a hunter. The guy said he had no reason to accept the offer. The guy said he had some work to do. The old man pointed to the door and said that whoever is behind this door is sure that Henry will fulfill it no matter what. The boy did not expect to see him in front of him at all, because they agreed not to meet again. It was Eris, and he still managed to find his friend. Henry began to shout at the old man and asked how he could see him if he always hid his face. But the man replied that this piece of cloth could not hide such a mountain. It turns out that this guy had already come so many times that he still decided to listen to him. The man promised Henry that after that he would not bother him anymore. Henry treated Eris very well, but he should forget about him, because it is very dangerous to be around him. Eris even thought that maybe Henry had already forgotten what he looked like and decided to introduce himself officially. The man knew that Henry was a hunter, but that was in the past. Because now he works in an architectural association. That is, he is their family. And Eris dared to come and take away part of their family. The old man was so aggressive for the first time. But the boy replied that he did not ask about Henry on behalf of the guild. It was his personal request. Then the man wondered how they knew each other. Eris said they were on different teams, and he didn't know him very well at all. But when a member of his team spied on him, Henry protected him. Therefore, he assured that there was nothing strange in this meeting. He was undressed at the time, so he could not tell all the details. Henry was concerned that the owner did not think anything extra and understood everything correctly. He asked to deliver a check for 1 million X to the guild, and he himself gave up his career as a hunter. The old man simply could not stand it and threw Henry out the window. And he added that if he is a real man, then he should take matters into his own hands and solve all the issues. He allowed him to return only after everything is sorted out. Henry was very angry with Eris because he had left out so many details in this story. The boy replied that he just didn't want to talk about the Inquisitor. The situation was dire. It had been a long time since he had stopped being a hunter. Eris assured that his quest consists of forest research. That is, no danger is foreseen. If something happened, Eris promised to protect him. He smiled because he understood that Henry did not need help. And so they went on a quest. Henry, as usual, took his heavy bag with him. At that moment, he had thoughts about why he should do it, and not someone else. Did Eris understand something after the last situation that happened with them? It's already been 5 months, and he came only now. The old man was right when he said that everything would be fine if he didn't act suspiciously. They met the first monster in the forest. He was tiny. His level was only the second. But Henry grabbed him and started putting his hands into him. Now he didn't look so friendly. The guy said they could take it and grow it. For some research. But Eris used his fireball ability and destroyed this cute monster before Henry could make this suggestion. The boy immediately ran up to Henry and began to check whether he had bitten him. The more likely that he had poison. If Henry found a sample, he asked to call him immediately. Thus, they continued their research to explore the area and look for the right samples. Eris was constantly burning something. He noted that there are many dangerous monsters in this forest, and they can attack at any moment. Everything was fine, but Henry decided to forbid Eris from using fire magic. Henry asked if Laud's team was the first one he joined. Because the choice is not very good. Eris was uncomfortable with him, and ended up leaving the team. And he didn't really get any experience working with the team. He noted that wizards could level up simply by doing magical research. Therefore, he had no reason to enter their battles. Henry found it funny. What dragon slayer would catch dragons in his own home? Eris replied that it had nothing to do with the family matter. In their day, there were almost no dragons left, and it was very difficult to find them. The boy was surprised that the dragons had disappeared. He said that he was interested in this topic, because where he lived before there were no dragons at all. Dragons are definitely to be feared. They fly in the sky and were the size of a wall. Also, they can burn the ground with their infinite mana. But the real reason they should be feared is that they level up by defeating enemies. They are smart, and you can talk to them. Maybe they are hiding to survive. That's why they always move by themselves. Henry believed that it didn't matter how lonely they were. It was much better to live in safety. Viverna he knew spoke very well but was hiding. Eris began to laugh, because he had never heard a better joke in his life. The boy tried to prove that it was true. After some time, Eris offered Henry to become a hunter again. But he said he couldn't go back to Bjork because it would be rude. Eris said he was going to start a team. Henry wondered why he chose him. And if he decides to run away again. Eris didn't quite know why he left Bjork's team, but he knew he would learn his secret. Henry said that Eris also has her secrets just like anyone else. Because a wizard can't use magic without spells. They both have secrets, so it's okay. Henry wasn't an idiot, and Eris could betray him first. In that case, he wouldn't care. But the boy replied that he could say the same about him. It was good that they were deep in the forest, and it was getting dark. Because the tension between them was rising. And the boy shot his magic shot before Henry could react. But as it turned out, on the contrary, he saved him from the attack of the monster, and destroyed him. Henry asked what kind of attack he grew up with and why her. Eris replied that he shot a thick mana and burned his lungs. And in time he will die of suffocation. All the more, it excluded the possibility that he would be able to call his pack for help. Henry thought that he was a weak young master who did research at home. He was definitely on a different level compared to the sorcerer from Bjork's team. Eris repeated again that he wanted to see Henry in his team. Although now was not the time for such conversations. The boy thought that the rich were not interested in demonic stones. But Eris asked to get them. Normally, monsters don't approach people in the forest, which is why there are so few extermination quests in the guild. But today, there were a lot of monsters roaming around. When Henry took a closer look, he noticed that the monster that attacked him was from the dungeon. Eris asked to quickly extract the demon stones. They need to hurry. When it got dark, they saw a nearby settlement. There were 2 kobolds standing on the observation tower. In addition, it seemed that most of them were in the village, but it was difficult to see anything in such darkness. The finger that they found in the stomach of the killed kobold most likely belonged to someone from this village. They must have eaten all the animals in the vicinity and started hunting people. Henry assumed that a new dungeon had appeared nearby. But Eris said that this is impossible. Because when a new dungeon appears, the landscape of the territory changes. In the city, it would definitely be noticed. Since they had already explored the place, the boy suggested turning back. But Eris noticed something. A person was hanging on the rope. She was definitely still alive. Eris rushed to save him, but Henry tried to restrain such a sincere desire of the boy. He suggested thinking logically. This person is most likely dead. As Eris listened to Henry's morals, he fired his darts straight into the faces of the monsters on the watchtower. One of them took this dart in his hands, but it was rigged with explosives. After that, the whole tower exploded along with the monsters. From such a small dart, there was such a big explosion. It was a device that shoots demonic stones that are charged with magic. Eris ran to their settlement and asked Henry to hide nearby and wait for his return. Henry knew for sure that the guy on the rope was already dead. Eris began to destroy all their buildings. They exploded one by one like fireworks. The monsters did not understand what was happening. Judging by the condition of the village, the kobolds had been farming there for about 6 months. Eris went there with the thought that that person might be alive, and he must save her at any cost. This would give them additional information. The boy noticed that the main number of kobolds were hiding in buildings. Eris had heard that they were smart enough compared to the others, but he didn't think they were smart enough to use projectile weapons. But hiding in a building from a wizard was a very bad idea. It was a very good goal for him. A single kobold jumped out of the window and attacked Eris with a spear. At the last moment, the guy managed to get his mini-explosive and throw it right at the monster's head. After a few seconds, there was just a powerful explosion that could be heard throughout the forest. All the animals around began to hide. The entire village was completely burned. Henry also joined Eris and they discussed what had happened. Judging by what he saw when they walked through the forest, Eris was not using his fire abilities to their full potential. As a result, Henry was right. This man had already been dead for a long time. They could not realize that the monsters were able to hang a man. It was also very strange that the body was frozen, because it had not been so cold all year. It wasn't all strange things. This person was a level 27 hunter in their hunting guild. Henry said that this was not the first such incident. There were many hunters' badges in the garbage dump outside the village. It could not be that all the inhabitants of the village were hunters. There were not so many quests in the forest. Besides, the guild would have noticed the disappearance of so many hunters. This means that they disappeared gradually. After some time, they realized that the place where hunters can disappear all the time is a dungeon. Everything matched because Laud closed the dungeon 6 months ago. But there was a question of how people got here from the dungeon. That dungeon was located between the village and the city. It was very far. But then Henry found something very interesting. Right next to the well was a portal to the dungeon. Debris was flying above it, which meant that it was still open. Eris noted that the kobolds definitely could not do this. All they can do is kill and litter. Then Henry began to think about the Thyro. There were no other options among monsters with developed intelligence, even minimally. Eris replied that creating a portal requires a wizard of at least level 40 who knows teleportation magic. But the distance to the dungeon in the city requires level 60. They began to wonder if the wizard who created this portal was their enemy. A silhouette appeared in front of them while they discussed various options for the development of events. When he got closer, you could tell that it was a dead man named Lich. A Lich is a sorcerer who specially transforms himself into a living dead man. He can heal physical wounds. Level 72. He could not believe that guests had come to him during his absence. Judging by the lack of wounds, his supporters entertained them well. He decided to analyze what was happening and felt traces of fiery mana. Quite impressive work. The Lich pointed a finger at one of them and said he was responsible. Henry noticed that something was wrong with him. But Eris asked him to be quiet. Because when he became the living dead, he lost all 5 senses. In return, he got the ability to feel all the energy flows around him. That is, he could feel Eris, but Henry could not. This meant that he could safely run away and not be noticed. But Henry was worried about his friend. Leech said it wasn't polite to ignore questions. He put his eye in and said he could see them now. He used his magic to provoke them. But Henry managed to evade. He also added that Eris should not worry about him and follow his movements, because it looked like he wasn't going to let them go. After his attack, Henry realized that Eris would not be able to defeat him alone. Once Leech asked his friend what a married couple meant. He replied that they always walk the same path and look in the same direction. He was delighted by his words, and so he took James and Catalia to himself. Husband and wife forever. Catalia had pushed him away even before she met James. But that didn't matter anymore. He decided to make sure the boys were listening to him, and prepared one of his abilities to focus their attention on himself. The Lich was offering them to surrender, because this is the best option for them to not die. Eris was using a fire attack, but he was completely restraining it with his mana. But Eris was also running out of mana. The Lich was sure that his blows would not get him. He enjoyed seeing the suffering of the people. Therefore, he decided to play with them a little. Henry could do something if only his level was higher. Eris shot him with her magical explosive dart. This could give them extra time to escape. There was a huge explosion, but they managed to run to a safe distance. Eris said that physical attacks against him are ineffective. However, he does not block the demon stones because they have no mana. This caused an explosion and distracted him for a while. Their task now was to hide in the forest in time. But it seems that this attack only angered him more, and now he was more serious than just playing around. Henry grabbed Eris' hand and they stopped because the passage was closed. They couldn't get far because the Lich activated his Ice Dome ability. It completely isolated part of the territory from the outside world, and it was impossible to break through this dome while the Lich was alive. It started snowing inside the ice prison. Eris was of course grateful that he had saved him just now, but now he is definitely not joking. And if they stay in this dome for too long, they will end up just like the hunter they found. Eris said that he had lowered his mana temperature, and he would not be able to summon fire. Henry asked what that meant for them. And the Lich appeared in front of them. He explained that everything is very simple. Fire magic sets mana on fire, and ice magic freezes. And they are completely opposite. The Lich simply froze his mana, since he must be a fire sorcerer. And with that, he decided to complete the introduction to magic. And now he decided to conduct some kind of experiment, to test his new friends for strength. He activated an ice storm to test their survival skills in a critical temperature. The temperature dropped sharply, but he could withstand such drops because he had high indicators. But Eris was going through definitely not the best times. This could be the end point for him. The Lich asked what it was like when the lungs froze, because he unfortunately no longer had them. The others said it hurt when the mana circulating in the body just froze. And if you lose consciousness in this state, you will never feel pain again. Henry was convinced that the bony man's plan was to destroy Eris. He decided to engage in battle when he was unconscious. It was the only way to survive, and he didn't want Eris to die. He also began to apologize and said that he used to be very selfish, but he realized it too late. Eris began thrusting his fire arrows into his body. Henry didn't understand why he was doing it. Why use magic inside his body? The Lich realized that he had decided to burn all his mana in order to stop the temperature from falling. He wondered how long Eris could last in this state. After that he turned to Henry and said that this was their last chance, so he had to listen to the plan. Eris said that he should run as soon as there was a hole in the wall, and not think about anything else. But he didn't like this plan because he understood that Eris couldn't defeat a sorcerer like the Lich on her own. But Eris asked you to promise him this. Otherwise, he will not fight for his life anymore. So he made a decision and agreed to his terms. Eris thanked him and headed to the Lich. He was waiting for someone to entertain him. Eris came up close to the Lich and tossed his pocket explosives up. When they broke into the air, there was a huge explosion, which should have created holes in the dome. Summoning a chain of explosions using the demon stones from the sticks was too weak to create an opening. The Lich hoped to see something more original. He began to search for Eris by his mana. The demon stones exploded and made a lot of noise. Judging by the large concentration of mana on the left, they were still burning. There was no sign of the sorcerer, and his plan didn't work. Also, the dungeon was gone. He thought about playing with the 5-level hunter for now, but he was in for a surprise. Only now did Henry understand what kind of sound he heard in the forest, and why Eris was naked. Because he was a dragon. And probably this is the secret he didn't want to tell. He didn't have time to explain further now, but Eris asked him to just trust him now. The Lich was very happy when he saw a dragon in front of him. In addition, he was very young. No more than 100 years old. Therefore, he used fire magic without spells. Red dragons can breathe fire from the moment of birth. Eris asked not to be a smart person if he knows nothing except hearsay. He admitted that he really didn't know that much, but he thought that now was the best time to find out everything in detail. And as soon as he can figure it out, he promised that he will definitely use it for his own purposes. It didn't matter how young he was, because he was still a dragon. In this form, his strength was incomparable to that of a human. He was very large and could not be frozen. But the problem was that he was no longer a threat to this dragon. Henry understood that his heat was enough to melt the ice lich, but he was still level 52. He told Henry that it would take a little longer for the ice to melt completely. Leech said he wasn't an idiot to fall for such an attack. But he also decided to remind something. That even Eris's strongest blows would not reach the target. Because this area is overflowing with lich mana. And he will tire before breaking the dome. But apparently death was definitely not part of his future plans. Eris said that he failed to melt the wall. Henry replied that he didn't need to worry about him. It is better to concentrate on Licha, and he will handle himself. The boys saw that the power of Atis had greatly increased, and believed in him. The Lich decided to attack Henry this time, but Eris noticed, and put his paw up to block him. Henry said he knew what he was talking about, and once again asked him to focus on Leech. Eris was able to block the blow by surrounding himself with flames, but he ducked. The Lich would never have thought that a dragon would protect an ordinary human. Although his body had not reached level 70, but even so he had to try to destroy the Lich, and this wall. Now the Lich understood what this person was for him. He was his snack and he is angry because they want to take him away. Eris told him to shut up and started attacking with fireballs. As the Lich fled from the dragon's blows, he said that creatures like them did not deserve to live in constant fear and hide from humans. Moreover, they are weak and cunning creatures who are ready to betray their comrades for some benefit at any moment. Therefore, he believed that they should be afraid of them and worship them. And people like them should rule the whole world. Finally, the ice wall began to crumble with the help of Eris' efforts. After the last blow, his mana was almost gone, and he fell to his knees. Leech watched this and noticed that it would have been a very good shot if his level had been a bit higher. Henry just hoped that Eris would lose consciousness, and he could use his power to destroy the wall and the Lich in one blow. Because of this, Eris thought that Henry was afraid of him. Because he was a dragon, and he looked terrible. But Henry noted that he had seen monsters much bigger than him and scarier, which caused terror from their very appearance. As Eris used his explosives, he asked why Henry said his homeland had no dragons if he knew so much about them. He would very much like to hear about them, but it seems that his time has come. And he said that it is time to fulfill his promise. And at that moment, a part of the ice dome flew in different directions. It was really very thick and strong. The Lich was shocked that he managed to break the wall from the middle. His emotions were visible even on his skinless face. Eris told Henry to run before the dome had time to recover, and there was a chance. And Eris still has to stop the Lich. Moreover, Henry promised that as soon as an opening appeared, he would escape. He was going to fight to the death while he was running away. Maybe he could escape and come up with some plan. Going to such lengths to allow a person to escape was a rather unexpected act for a Lich. And Henry still decided to keep his promise and escape from the ice dome. But the Lich wasn't going to let the boy go so easily, and so he used ice blades to block his path. Henry couldn't figure out at what moment everything started to go wrong. Maybe at the moment when he thought he could stop it on his own. Or because he didn't say that the hanged guy was dead. Or when he didn't stop him knowing the Lich's level. Or because he wanted to live a normal life. Henry hid from the ice arrows under Eris' armor. Lich wasn't having fun anymore. Because monsters shouldn't protect mortal people. Because it's because of them that they don't have a peaceful place in this world. Eris said he was glad he was okay. He said he would be okay because dragons are tough enough. Henry needed to know how long he would last. Because the ice arrows had melted and caused heavy bleeding. If he waited until Eris passed out, would he even be alive by the time he finished the battle? No amount of potion would be enough to heal such a large body. But if he saw the battle, things could end badly. Eris apologized to him, because if he was stronger, he would have been able to protect, as he had promised before the quest. The Lich tried to play on Eris' weakness. He specifically attacked Henry, and as a result, Eris suffered. He also added that the strong should not protect the weak and think that this is a feat. It was an illusion created by the weak. They invented it so that someone would protect their weak rear points. Lich wasn't sure that Henry would keep quiet about him, so he couldn't let him go. He asked the dragon to kill this person, and in this case the monsters would be able to accept him and close their eyes to past mistakes. Eris said that he was right, that people saw them as nothing but monsters. But he was willing to die rather than give up everything human. In this case, the Lich is forced to kill him because he betrayed the monsters and switched to the human side. Henry said that Eris has a really difficult life. Therefore, the promise he gave was not so important. The life of an ordinary person was also not easy. Promises are always difficult to keep and fulfill. Henry decided that it was time to reveal his secret and save his friend from the abuse of this sorcerer. The boy flew into the air to confront the monster. Eris did not understand how a level 5 hunter managed to do this. The Lich didn't know how he managed to fly, but he didn't care. Because he had to die anyway. He thought that the rookie just decided to show off before dying because he had nothing to lose. The boy used a horizontal strike and cut the ice sword that was attacking them in half. Also, with one blow, he simply cut through the entire dome, so that it all simply collapsed. Henry decided that he was overdoing it a bit because the dome didn't collapse even after the explosions, and he was able to destroy it with one hit. He hoped that no one saw it. Only the foundation remained of this dome. Eris did not understand what had happened, because he had seen his level in the measuring stone with his own eyes. But Henry said that it was a very long story. They were both hiding their identities, so he asked Eris not to resent him for it. The dragon began to wonder if there was magic that could fool the measuring stone, but Henry replied that it was not. While they were talking, they were grabbed by mysterious plants that prevented them from moving. The Lich said that he tried not to use this skill until the very end. These plants drain the life force of their victims, and do not let go until they die. Even if the victim, the one who summoned them. The Lich was upset because he would only get their corpses for experiments. Henry smashed his entire upper body into pieces, but he was still walking. Eris said that his body was made of mana and could not be destroyed by physical attacks. The Lich said that it was too late to repent, and if they didn't want to die in agony, then Henry should tell how he got such power. If he is an ordinary person. At this time, the boy, with the help of force, simply tore off all the limbs of the plant and freed himself from its shackles. The Lich didn't expect that this guy would be able to free himself from the infernal knots with his bare hands. Henry then approached him and asked, "How does he know about their levels if either of them talked about it?" The Lich was not upset when he realized that he died for the first time, since his life on Earth was hell in any case. Therefore, he was more cautious about his second life, because he could not afford to die again, and he planned to defeat the next two opponents. But his attempt was unsuccessful. Henry destroyed all the tentacles with one blow to the ground. Eris could not even imagine that he was so powerful. How he managed to restrain himself and hide this power. After his attack, Henry was sure he had broken all of his bones. But he seems to have repaired himself, and is now moving as he did at the very beginning of their confrontation. Lich was interested in only one question: who is he and how can he be a person with such power? Until now, there was only one person in the world who guessed at the first meeting that he was not level 5. That is, there were two options. Either the Lich is a gifted seer or he is from another world altogether. After these words, the sorcerer simply began to run away into the thick forest to hide. The boy followed him, knowing that he was from another world. The Lich underestimated him, thinking that the boy was from an ordinary village. But it was too late to flee, and Henry caught up with him and struck him with his sword to bring him back to the battlefield. The boy catapulted him to the ground. The Lich created a crater with his body after this impact. He tried to run away like a real coward, but it was not so easy to get away from Henry. The guy said that a lot of normal people suffer because of people like him. He can't run away all the time, so the Lich called the Ice Warrior to confront Henry. But as soon as he appeared, the boy immediately cut off his head and headed for the Lich. With one blow, he destroyed both his doll and the monster itself. His skull exploded right in front of his eyes. This time the boy hoped that he had exhausted the monster and was able to eliminate it. Eris watched their confrontation from a fairly large distance. He understood that Henry's strength level was incomparable to an ordinary person. This kind of swordsmanship is impossible for ordinary human strength. This means that he is most likely using aura. But the Lich once again regenerated and collected his bones in a pile. The monster realized that if the boy didn't attack him with his aura, then he planned to give him to the Inquisitor in exchange for a reward. He promised to pay him 2 or 3 times more. But Henry didn't even want to hear that. The guy used a stone attack. It was a physical attack again. It was starting to annoy him. At least the hellhounds didn't regenerate. Then Eris started telling him to use the aura. Because his body is made of mana. And if you interrupt the flow of his mana with your aura, you can neutralize it. He understood that he needed to use mana, aura, or physical strength. And he also knew that a swordsman could also use them after leveling up. But he couldn't use it because he was actually level 5. Eris tried to explain that the aura is a child's energy. Henry stopped the Lich's attacks without any problems, but he himself could not deliver such a blow that could destroy him forever. The monster chose a different tactic and started attacking Eris again, who was vulnerable to his attacks. He told Henry not to worry about him, and that he could defend himself. But the boy was forced to worry and protect his friend. This was Leech's idea. He wanted to increase the distance between them. He also understood that Henry could not use aura because he had an ordinary human body. Although he can block the liquid created by mana, he cannot block the mana itself. Lich decided to squeeze the mana he had and release it to Henry. But the boy erected a stone wall that prevented this stream from reaching him and Eris. However, it was obvious that this wall would not last long. Eris asked Henry to step aside because he wouldn't be able to kill him unless he used his aura. This skeleton looks dirtier than when they first saw it. Henry decided to go and take a closer look at him. With the help of his sword, he was able to cut the flow of mana and make his way through it to the Lich himself. He did not expect this at all, so he did not invent different ways to escape. When the boy reached him, he immediately grabbed him by the neck. Until then, he did not notice that many cracks appeared on his skull. And indeed, his condition was no longer as ideal as it was from the very beginning. Therefore, we can conclude that the guy's attacks are working. And he can erase it into dust, and then the Lich will no longer be able to regenerate. The monster began to run away because he didn't want to die at the hands of a duck that can't even use mana. He has a large number of high-level monster deaths to his credit. He noticed that he could not run because he no longer had legs. Because they were torn off by Henry and he had a special plan for their further use. And he was sure that the Lich would definitely not like it, and would bring his death closer. The boy took his leg bones and began to grind them to dust with his sword. Eris began to transform back into a normal human because his mana was not enough to sustain the dragon's life. Henry began pouring a healing potion on him that was supposed to restore his mana and heal all the wounds he had received in the battle. With this treatment, he definitely can't die. Henry asked why he was always without clothes after his transformation. Eris replied that he dreamed of clothes that wouldn't tear during his transformation into a dragon. The boy asked what happened to Leech and if he managed to win. Henry said that with the help of a special technique, he was able to make his situation worse. He rubbed his hands and feet into the dust. After that, he attached his body to the ground with the help of a sword. Since bones are made of mana, he would not be able to use magic in this state. All that could be done was to stop his movement. He was still alive because his upper body was stronger than he expected. Eris understood that it was difficult for him to take a hostage without killing him. The boy added that it would also be difficult for him to kill the dragon if it were his enemy. It was noticeable that Eris did not fully understand what was happening. The boy approached the Lich. The sorcerer started talking to him, and said that now the dragon can be happy that he can look down on him. Eris took his limb and activated his magic skill. Henry watched this and thought that he felt no pain at all. Eris replied that a blow with that much mana was safe for humans, but for a Lich that was made entirely of mana, the blow would be very painful. The guy asked to answer his questions honestly, if he does not want to suffer pain. The first question is about which co-conspirators he was talking about, and the second is why he killed innocent people. A medallion fell out of his mouth, and he said that the little dragon still doesn't know how this world works. A 500-year-old dragon would have already solved this question. Because even they joined them. And he offered to watch together for the destruction of the whole world in the afterlife. Henry remembered where he had seen such a medallion, and what it might mean. And at that moment there was a powerful explosion. The Lich used the mana he had left to self-destruct. Meanwhile, Ether was gathering her things. She had prepared a suitcase and was ready to leave. but her bag turned out to be several times larger than Ether herself, taking into account the fact that its dimensions were also quite large. She understood that something should be left here, but she didn't want to do it. Ether spent a lot of time to pack this bag. A lot of strange things have been happening around lately. At first, the fire started for an unknown reason. Her garden burned to the ground, and it was unsuitable for growing plants. After Ether turned off the light before going to sleep, and a large chunk of ice appeared out of nowhere. In addition, a terrible earthquake occurred, as if the continent split into separate parts. Because of this, she could not sleep properly, and her skin began to darken and did not look very healthy. She began to associate it with the fact that she had once helped that newcomer, and was now being punished for it. While she was crying next to her bag and trying to understand why she began to fail in life, a guest came to visit her. And judging by the silhouette, it was definitely a person. But when she returned, there was no one at the entrance. Ether decided to quickly run away from this place, because she felt some kind of trouble. The person she saw at first was already behind her. She was frightened and did not understand how he approached her so quickly, and she was also worried if he heard that she could talk. This man said that he was looking for his friend and heard a voice nearby. That's why he decided to check. She said that no one lives nearby, but that's why he was looking for him. For a year, Ether had not seen people nearby, so she could not help. But the man was not satisfied with such an answer, because he was sure that Ether was supposed to meet him. This man began to draw his sword. His friend is a lich, and he wanted very badly to find him at any cost. Some time after Henry's battle with Lich, some people appeared at that place. It was a girl and a boy. The girl said that the place looked like a giant bomb had fallen on it. She began to ask Richard what happened here. He replied that judging by the traces of mana, the magic was used about a week ago. And she indicated that the leech had self-destructed in this place. But the girl did not understand how it happened, because he specifically turned into a lich to avoid death. A man approached Leslie from behind and asked why she had come to this place. She was very frightened and immediately pulled out a knife to protect herself in case of danger. Leslie recognized Alejandro and said she warned him to stay away from her or she would cut off his hands. But he would like to experience her healing skills for himself, so he agreed to remain limbless for the moment. Leslie was only willing to use her healing skills on him if she cut him into small pieces first. But Richard intervened in their conversation and told them to calm down. Since Alejandro arrived late, Richard explained to him that this was where the lich died. He caused an explosion that exceeded his ability to regenerate, and as expected left no trace of the enemy. But Alejandro thought it was very strange that he had killed himself in this place. He was talking about the place of the explosion, because he saw the area where he most likely fought. About 2 kilometers from here. Maybe he was moving away from the battlefield while he was self-destructing. But Richard didn't feel another energy. And it turned out that Henry simply kicked away. He just wanted to reduce the risks and decided to push it a little further for a while. But it just exploded before his eyes after a few kilometers. The boy was sure that he hadn't pushed him hard enough to make him explode. But Eris replied that he had exploded because he wanted to self-destruct. In any case, Henry returned to the village. Eris passed out, and he carried him in his arms. The boy had to jump over the fence because the gate was closed. Henry didn't know where Eris's house was, so he decided to come to the office of the Builders Association. But he was simply thrown out of there, and the old man called him a criminal. Then he was chased by a guard. After some time, he came across a bunch of smugglers. But thanks to the old man, Eris woke up during the day and everything ended well. The boy never thought that there were such strong people as Henry. He didn't even know how to thank him. And if you think about it, he would have been captured by an alien demon, and his future fate would be unknown. But then he remembered that Henry was actually a foreigner as well. However, he was different, and Eris began to make excuses. Even when he was tasked with killing the goddess of the continent, he chose to live an ordinary life instead of turning into an assassin. Henry was sure that most of the aliens in the beginning lived as ordinary people. But in reality, most of them became murderers. The only thing that set him apart from them was the faulty instruction that had been implanted in him. Eris did not understand what this meant, but guessed that he meant the powers that the aliens received from the demon god. One of the abilities is to see the levels of opponents or others. He thought that there is another ability that he does not know about yet. According to these words, there is something that can make the aliens kill or timely follow the orders of the demon god. Henry believed that the wrong instruction was to blame for his display as a 5th level. But he did not know how serious this defect was. Maybe at one point he will lose his mind and become a murderer. He went to the exit and said that communication with him would not lead to anything good. He said that he had accumulated enough money, and now he had no reason to stay in the village, so he said goodbye to Eris. Eris replied that he was created by a great goddess to be the offspring of dragons. Among all dragon species, the fire ones are known for their duty. And fire dragons never forget their debts and always repay them. Henry smiled and left the room. Meanwhile, there was a cart by the gate on which Henry was supposed to ride. The old man gave him a map and a task to deliver the cart to its destination. If he shows the documents of the construction association, he will be let through the gate. The man promised to send his new documents through a broker. He needed to leave his things at the drop-off point and sell the cart. The old man said that he could keep the money earned so that he could go away from the city. But in return, the master asked him to promise him that he would never kill people. If he did it even once, he would become a monster. The boy understood this well and promised to return one day. When the boy left, the old man asked the goddess to protect their souls from evil thoughts. Meanwhile, Richard and his team came to the place where the leech was fighting. A muzzle was put on Ether. She was in despair, because among all possible people, she was the one who was captured by the monsters of the Great Earth. Leslie was sure that the lich would never have lost to such weak magic, which was felt on the battlefield. Alejandro said he checked for other auras and powers, so it's nothing to worry about. That is, it meant that the lich's bones were broken and ground into dust by physical force alone. There were some creatures that surpassed the lich in terms of physical strength and training. It was realistic to kill him, even though he used the regeneration skill. He could be killed, for example, by Erkan, who lived for 500 years. His power was enough to turn the lich's bones into dust. Richard ordered the blood to be used to find the dragon that killed the lich skeleton. While Henry was moving towards his destination, he lost a wheel from his cart. It was really a disaster for him. Some robbers were watching him. They found another cart and wanted to rob it. Their boss ordered not to wait and start their attack. Moreover, there was only one boy there. The 3 of them approached him and offered their help, although in fact their goal was clear. The bald man said that Henry should be happy because the main robber of the dark forest is willing to help him. But when Henry stood up and they saw his true size, the 2 of them simply ran away in an unknown direction. As a result, he took the bald man with him and forced him to drive the cart. The guy memorized the map, but he still did not understand where the right road was, so he was happy to meet a fellow traveler. Thanks to this, it became more fun and easier for him to move to his destination. The bald man constantly complained that Henry was pronouncing his name incorrectly. But the boy was sure that he had introduced himself as a dumbass at the first meeting. In order to change the subject, the man pointed his finger to the side and said that Henry should see it. In this gorge in front of them was the most famous and huge dungeon in the north. It was called the Crater Valley. Henry thought that it was very dangerous to build a city next to the entrance to the dungeon. Although then he learned that the entrance is at the very bottom of the gap and monsters rarely climb up. All the hunters were around this dungeon. Henry analyzed the situation and understood that it would not be easy to go down there secretly. A small traffic jam has formed at the entrance to the city, and now it will be more difficult to pass through the gate. While they were waiting for their turn, the bald man decided to run away because he did not have any documents. But it was very difficult for Henry to escape, so he stopped him without any problems. The man was very frightened and embarrassed in front of Henry. It was impossible to find an excuse for such an act. He began to beg the boy to let him go, because if he is caught, he will be immediately executed in the center of the city. He fell to his knees and said that the boy has no idea what order reigns here and what laws these people live by. At the bottom of the crevasse is a prison, where all the criminals from all over the north sit. There were a lot of real monsters in it. A robber like him would not be able to survive there. But these monsters are not the main problem. Recently, a foreigner was sent there. Even the prisoners were very afraid of this guy. Henry was surprised by this information, and now he needed to know more about it. The watchman had already begun to approach them, but the bald man continued to beg to let him go. He said that he had a family and children who would die without him. The man expected to get hit by Henry, but the guy threw him a bag of money. Then he went to the guard and said that they were fine, it was just that this stupid assistant couldn't do the right thing. Henry handed him his pass. Baldy could not understand why he gave him this money. Henry told him that when he started a new life, he had no money at all. And he asked the criminal to abandon his evil business and start doing his own legal business, which will bring pleasure and money. The man said that he would definitely use this gold for the right purposes. But the boy did not understand what gold he was talking about, because he had to give him silver coins. Henry called him and said that he had given him the wrong pouch and wanted to replace it. Meanwhile, life was in full swing in the city. A bunch of merchants were selling various goods. Everyone was making discounts or special offers to gain an advantage over competitors. The boy realized that he would not be able to live on the money he had left. Did this mean that he would have to go to the Builders Guild again? He didn't want that at all. But at least they paid more there than some hunters. That is, he did not need to leave Onpros. Henry approached one of the merchants and asked where the Builders Guild was. And among the crowd of people, Henry noticed a very familiar face. It was Eris, who had been chasing him the whole time. Henry couldn't let him get hurt because of him. The boy grabbed Eris and ran with him to an inexplicable distance away from the people to talk. They sat on the balcony at a table and drank coffee. It was very beautiful in this city. Eris said that there are not many such places in the city. And when he sat here, he understood that all his problems were insignificant. When Henry was drinking coffee, his cup broke and all the liquid spilled on his clothes. And now that he had calmed down a little, they had to talk. The boy started shouting and asked why Eris came here. He arrived in this city 2 days before Henry appeared in it. Eris asked him not to worry so much and said that the president of the Builders Guild should have told him everything. The master told him to keep his identity a secret, and he would send new documents through their liaison. Henry appreciated what he was doing for him, but he was sure that nothing good would come of their cooperation. Eris was already regretting that he had bought a house here. Henry reassured him and said that he would do well and be a good leader. But Eris said that he was not going to be the leader because that position was for Henry. But the boy said that a level 5 hunter cannot be the leader. And in that case, he would never be able to find the goddess. So he hid his identity and improved his level. But most of the monsters didn't give him any experience points. That's why he needs dungeons. Henry asked for a drink of water and Eris said he could have it in the fridge. The boy was shocked that there were refrigerators in this world. Eris did not understand the reason for his admiration. When he was locked in the Rocky Mountains, he lost all hope. And finally he will be able to get cold water and ice at any moment. But when he tried to open it, nothing worked for him. Because for this you need to have at least level 10. A refrigerator is a magical device, and therefore there are certain requirements for its use. There is nothing in this world that does not require levels. These are the foundations that were used by the demonic god during the creation of the dungeons. Eris thought of a place where Henry would be safe without hiding who he really was. But Eris said earlier that there is no magic device capable of hiding his level. But in reality, everything is much simpler. For this, they needed to kill Hanbin. The boys joined the Hunters Guild in order to become hunters and go to the dungeons to hunt. Eris was level checked and found to be level 37. After that, his hunter registration is complete. But Henry had problems. The manager who accepted documents from candidates did not like him. The girl did not understand why she had to serve this pervert. A security guard approached him and asked him to wear something because he was in a crowded place. But Henry was adamant, so he curtly refused them. The manager said she now has to test his level with this test stone. Local residents have already started to discuss him. They were sometimes visited by such guys who constantly flaunt their bodies. Eris said that using the verification stone on him was a very bad idea. But the manager said that they wouldn't be able to register him as a hunter in that case. Henry grabbed that rock and said that it was pure evil, and he wasn't going to do it. He will not allow this magic to touch his pure body. After these words, the boy broke him with one hand. Now he drew even more attention to himself. The whole hall watched his further actions. Eris just watched and smiled. As if it was their plan to spread rumors about Henry throughout the city. The manager did not know what to say so as not to anger this giant. But they needed to somehow identify him. Eris came over and said it was the Valthera, a legendary warrior race. Henry lay on the roof and tanned in the sun. He needed to achieve the maximum tan. Eris said that Walter's soldiers were famous for their golden muscles. But Henry admitted that they were not warriors, but just pathetic people. Valterra's tribes come from the desert mountains, and Eris decided to show how they look roughly in the eyes of local residents. The guy drew a whole family tree to roughly explain to Henry who they were. They invented a legend for him that he was a father and came to the continent for the sake of his family. The boy did not like the fact that he was a father. But even if we assume that, then why should he do it? Eris said that if people believe that he is Walter, then he won't need to hide his level. That way, he can become famous by clearing dungeons and will meet 6 goddesses as a result. Henry remembered that in order to become a hunter, one had to pass the stone to test the level. But Eris said that when they reached that stage, he would just have to break it. And Eris promised to take care of all the other details himself. People discussed the newcomer, and wondered why he had come to their city. Eris started scolding Henry for breaking the stone and scaring the registrar. Henry apologized and said that he was just too excited about the process. Eris apologized for his friend. He is just the first time in the city, and everything is unusual for him. He added that magical implements such as the verification stone used magical stones. Walters were forbidden to deal with such artifacts. They were ready to compensate for the damaged stone. But the manager said that they will not be able to work as a team if it is not registered. Eris said he didn't need to be registered as a hunter. He asked to be registered as a guard. Henry didn't understand why he had to pretend to be Walter if he wasn't going to be made a hunter anyway. The security guard's registration was not so easy and very annoying. The manager started asking Eris for documents, but he replied that he had forgotten them at home. The boy leaned over and told them they could keep it a secret. They immediately began to register him and do all the necessary documents. Eris was very popular here. But thanks to Eris, he didn't have to worry about anything. He chastised himself for not being able to predict that his body wouldn't attract girls. As soon as the boy left the registration desk, leaders of different teams immediately approached him and invited him to join them. But when he agreed to this plan, he did not expect that so much attention would be drawn to him. Meanwhile, Richard was inspecting one spot in the crevice in front of the dungeon. He said that Alejandro caught a lot of Ratnians. But he said that he just sheltered strays. These vagabonds were from the dungeons. Alejandro said that hunters are really more useful than ordinary townspeople. Besides, they only accept vagabond warriors as townspeople. Leslie concluded that Alejandro was doing nothing. They were given this place as proof of their alliance with the great dragons. But the man believed that it was with his help that they were able to gather so many people. Every dragon that is more than 500 years old has joined them. If there is a traitor among them, then they need to think about what their goal is. Alejandro noticed that it's good that he escaped here. In human form, he will be able to live only in cities with dungeons. It was too bad that the collected dragon blood had all dried up and they wouldn't be able to use the search spell. Alejandro would have to work hard to find him. But he replied that it was not his fault that he could not find that dragon. It seemed to Richard that Alejandro had gathered them all just to present himself as king. But he said that it was not so, and a concert stage opened before them. He caught a former hunter, because he got tired of killing monsters and started killing female hunters in dungeons. Alejandro took him away before his execution. The hunter asked if he would let him go if he fulfilled his request. The man said he would keep all his promises if he did everything right. Leslie looked closely and saw an artificial instruction around his neck. She thought that no one survived after their implantation. Alejandro said that they changed the technique of conquering the dungeon to the technique of hunting people. Richard said that if he had even minimized the side effects of the implant, it had not lived up to expectations. Alejandro asked what they needed to do to increase its effectiveness. Ether began to cry because for this they need to perform sacrifices. The girl with 2 swords was the first to be released on stage. She was this victim. Alejandro said since they were celebrating his release, he was giving him time to have some fun with her. He began to take out his axe and said that he had been worried for a while. But the more he used the manual, the more he liked it. He offered the girl to start begging him to spare her life and have mercy. But she replied that there was no point in asking for such a thing, and the hunter pounced on her. Ether sat in prison and cried constantly, because she was haunted by failures all her life. And then she calmed down and decided that she needed to wait until the aliens were distracted and save the girl. She looked into the gap and saw them fighting among themselves. The girl started dancing on the stage. The hunter told her to start fighting for real because people expect a show. Thanks to this dance, she gave the guy a haircut and said that she was giving him time to enjoy his new image. Leslie assumed that this girl also had a manual. No wonder she had such a high level at such a young age. She was surprised that the boy pitted this hunter against her, because in her opinion he was only suitable for experiments. The hunter started shouting how dare she touch his hair and was very angry. Alejandro asked to stop because he had gone too far, but the hunter did not listen to him. He turned into a terrible monster and promised to tear this girl into small pieces. Leslie was worried because Alejandro said he was trying to separate the human part of him. But he replied that the separation involved making him half human and half monster. This minimized all the risks from the implants. And the transformation happened when he tried to use his skills. Separating the human part is the only way to avoid side effects from implants. As a result, the girl stopped the hunter's aggression with the help of her skills. She said that the opponent lost consciousness and the test should be stopped. Alejandro realized that they would no longer be able to use him. He asked to resolve this issue before he tried to escape. He stood up abruptly and said that he was fine and could continue the test. The girl simply took her sword and did not allow him to continue talking. Ether watched this. She follows orders without even doubting it. Although this hunter was half monster, he remained a local resident. Alejandro told Richard that this girl was blind, but in this case she should have used her abilities as a sorcerer and a swordsman. The man replied that she had improved other skills as well. Richard added that in this case the experiment should be considered successful, and it should be told to the owner. But the problem is that when a creature with an artificial implant kills its opponent, it does not receive experience points. Leslie was shocked that the manual didn't collect experience points. Richard went out on the balcony and said that for the aliens, killing opponents and collecting experience points is not the only way to level up. There are also monsters from the dungeons. That is why Alejandro decided to experiment on them. But as it turned out, there are side effects. Richard was sure that the reason was different. They had another guess. But they couldn't test the theory with the Dragon Corps because they signed an agreement with them. Richard tossed the medallion to Alejandro and said if there was a traitor among them it completely changed their options. The landlady gave them this item in case they killed the dragon. This item dealt with the lich. Leslie asked if Alejandro could use it with his level. He was taken aback by her generosity. The man guessed that she might give them an artifact, but it was beyond his expectations. Richard said that he will report to the master that their artificial instruction is almost finished. Leslie was jealous of Alejandro. He must catch the dragon, and if he successfully completes the experiment, then he will be successful in general. The girl wished him success, and she and Richard went on business. Alejandro understood that if he could not find the dragon, he would have only himself to blame. He didn't understand at all how he was supposed to find a dragon in human form without any information about abilities. Alejandro ordered the girl to bring ether to clean the whole scene. But when Eli entered the room where the ether was kept, there was no one there. She realized that she would be killed if she stayed in this place, and she had to run away. Ether found one of the spare exits and exited through it. But the girl quickly found her and caught up with her. Ether had to hope for luck that she would not be caught. Eli was unable to hit the dragon with her attack and they flew away. It was a good thing that the girl could not fly, otherwise things could have ended differently. But then Ether noticed that her paw was grabbed by an electric rope. Eli used another of her abilities. The girl ran and reached the dragon with the help of this rope. She had to catch it to prove her professionalism. Ether said that she was not going to sit in prison and be a slave to these monsters. When the dragon flew even higher, Eli simply could not resist and fell down with her swords. Ether was still worried that there might be archers on the roofs, but there was no one there. Then she saw a strange light in front of her. She had never seen anything like it before. Meanwhile, in the valley dungeon on the lower floor, Henry was already testing the monsters for strength. His level allowed him to destroy any creature from this dungeon without problems. The most important thing was to find monsters that would increase his level. There was a lot of different loot in this place, especially for such a powerful fighter. There were a lot of monsters and each of them was the size of a truck. Henry didn't have time to destroy them one by one. In this case, the boy decided to use one of the standard techniques, but it was very effective in this situation. As a result, he was able to attack dozens of these creatures in a few minutes. This is a skill that requires you to hold your weapon above you and run under tall monsters, killing them. This technique is too weak to completely kill them. But that's one of its advantages. Because this method made it possible to collect them in one pile and then kill them with one blow. It was not difficult to guess that this last blow was delivered by Eris. He needed to improve his skills. After killing the monsters, a burning life force began to emanate from them. He had never seen anything like this before in his life. Eris was very uncomfortable that he was taking Henry's loot. But the boy asked him not to worry because his leveling would help them both in the future. Henry was worried that he couldn't raise his level. Eris replied that his level doesn't rise that easily. Because levels show a creature's ability to control the flow of its life force. So it's clear that raising a level will be as difficult as replacing its skeleton. Henry knew this, but he believed that it was easier for dragons to gain experience. Eris explained to him that they do not gain experience, but absorb the life energy of the enemy. And after that, they give it to the Dragon Core. But this power can be very unstable and live its own life. So in order to level up, they have to deal with this unstable life energy. And if they absorb more than they can physically handle, they die. Due to the explosive life form, Eris turned into a human, but was exposed again and Henry motioned for him to get dressed. Now the boy understood that they had limitations in their use. Eris replied that even an excess of water could kill them. Eris gets curious as he thinks about how he will level up in the next 15 years. Henry then asked how old he was anyway. The boy replied that he was 150 years old. And dragons at 150 years old are still considered teenagers. In general, they can live for more than 1,000 years. At that time, Henry could not even imagine what level they could reach in all that time. Eris couldn't say for sure because there was no way to determine a dragon's level. But he was sure that everyone was in the same condition. The main problem is that there were simply no opponents to hunt down to level up. And for example, old dragons need a lot of life force to develop. Henry said that they can just stop raising their level. But Eris replied that majestic dragons crave great power. They understand that constantly absorbing a small amount of life force does not make sense for them. Henry had a similar situation. No matter how many level 25 monsters he killed, he still didn't get any experience points. He only got experience after killing monsters above level 50. The great dragons believed that gathering a large amount of life energy in one place would solve their problems. They call it the fountain of life force. And people, when they found this place, began to call it the dragon's nest. Then Henry wondered if someone like him could go there to improve his level. But Eris replied that he couldn't do anything without a dragon core. Because the physical body doesn't absorb life force. The energy of this force will tear the body apart, but it will also force it to regenerate itself, creating a vicious cycle. Because it is like an inaccessible fortress. Eli was in this fortress when Ether tried to enter the dragon's nest. She knew if the dragon got hurt, Alejandro would never forgive them. The girl, along with other servants, went away from this place so as not to get hurt. After what happened with Aether, she seemed to have entered another dimension. There was nothing and no one around except the sky. And then someone appeared next to her and called her to him. She heard a very familiar voice. And Ether immediately remembered how her master chose a name for her. Then he hugged her and said that from this day on her name will be Ether. It seemed to him that she liked it too. The dragon excitedly asked if it was Captain Baldy in front of her. The man replied that it was him, but his real name was the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights. He did not understand why she started crying. Ether tried to justify herself and answered that something got into their eye. She asked where the rest of the knights had gone. Baldy replied that their time had not yet come. For failing to protect the king during the flight, a whole group of celestial dragon knights, including the captain, were executed. Suddenly, a muzzle appeared in Ether and her body began to seem paralyzed. Baldy said that she is a smart girl who knows a lot, but until now she was prejudiced against others. Sometimes you have to trust people. And if something catches her eye again. So she needs someone who can pull her out and wipe her tears. Eli was still determined to return the Ether back into the possession of its master Alejandro. Otherwise, he will be very angry and it is difficult to even imagine the consequences that could be. She approached the dragon and tried to bring her to consciousness. The most important thing was that she should not die. And she still opened her eyes, but she was still very weak. Ether received a large amount of life force, so her own power was now in chaos. She needed to heal her external wounds. Eli asked the assistant to bring her a potion. But a man's voice said that it was unnecessary. It was Alejandro. He repeated that it is not worth wasting the potion on this. He had already gone far enough from the city, but when he saw the lightning, he decided to turn back. He did not think that Ether would try to escape and asked to leave her. Because even dragons can't cope with such an amount of life force. And that's why he was sure that she had no chance. It was obvious that Eli genuinely wanted to help Ether, and she didn't like that the boss ordered her to be left to die. She asked her to close her eyes and imagine that she was an artery that was full of water, and she needed to slowly shape the water into marble balls. Eli thought of something and picked up her sword. And after her actions, she asked Alejandro again if he would give her a potion. The girl decided to use manipulation to get the potion and save Ether. That's why she cut her artery. The assistant also started to get nervous and asked Eli to stop, and at the same time wanted to ask Alejandro to give the potion. Alejandro said he would do it for the first and last time, because it wouldn't work anymore. Eli thanked him, but didn't even look up at him. Ether was lying on a soft pillow wrapped in bandages. She got up and said that this was a very strange rescue and suspected that the girl was up to something. That's why she saved her. Eli watered the flowers and said that she really had one reason to explain her behavior. The girl asked if Ether had grown plants before. She answered that she had her own small garden. Then the dragon screamed and assumed that Eli wanted to eat her. The girl replied that due to blindness, she cannot see the surrounding world, only because of artificial instruction. Also, she cannot see color, but she can see the ether mana well. Inanimate objects are much more difficult to see, so she grows plants. In any case, they are not typical water plants with diseases, but they are not completely dry either. But in comparison, Ether was alive despite the fact that she had absorbed a large amount of life energy. Most people and those with instructions will believe that she is just lucky. But she felt that life force was flowing in her. Eli believed that she had a dragon core. Especially if wyverns belong to the dragon race, then anything is possible. Ether understood that the girl meant that in the process of accumulating life force, she created a core. But then Ether realized that Alejandro was just looking for the dragon core. This is the last ingredient needed to complete Eli's instructions. But she still hid this fact from him and brought it to this place. In this way, you can understand how faithful she is to Alejandro. The ether was overflowing with different thoughts. She could not understand whether the girl was just pretending or she really wanted to help. But if she continues to only assume, then she will never know her true purpose. That's why she had an idea and the girl told her that she feels shapes, even if her eyes can't see. Meanwhile, Alejandro brought in a list of hunters whose level had increased rapidly over the past month. He rejected him and said that he would definitely not be here. But his assistant was sure that the hunter they were looking for had long since left this city. But in that case, he would go to the continent. And to go there, he needs to work a lot to collect money. And you can collect money for such a trip only by working as a hunter. The assistant brought him a list of all hunters above level 50. So there were no other options. The one they are looking for should have a low level and not stand out too much. Then Alejandro saw a photo of Eris and Henry in the newspaper. He suspected them and wanted to check it out. Hunters from the city once again descended into the dungeon to kill monsters. One of them told a friend that they started to lose their fitness over time and hard times had come. But his friend replied that it was all false, and he was ready to bet that he would finish first. It was entertainment for them. One showed off that he had killed more monsters, and the other that he was smarter. They continued to argue, but one of them offered to heal first to continue the fight. There were girls with them and they got caught in the web and could not get out. Then the spiders began to approach them, but no one could help them. They were tarantula warriors. The boys didn't understand when they had managed to go this far in the dungeon. They had no chance of defeating them without skill boosts. But they also couldn't just run away and abandon the girls. At that moment, the tarantulas froze in one place. But none of the hunters possessed this skill. They noticed that the temperature had dropped dramatically and thought that the monsters had started using magic. But when they looked closer, they realized that the spiders were dead. Then a guy appeared in front of them and said that they are not really dead, they just lost consciousness. It was Walter's fire sorcerer and warrior. They hadn't planned to interfere, but the situation demanded it. Eris advised them to save the girls while they dealt with these monsters and destroyed them. And so they all went together to the exit from the dungeon. The hunters were very grateful to them for such help, because without them they definitely would not have managed. But Eris said that they are the ones who are grateful to them for showing the right way. One of the hunters said that there are rumors that he has more than fire magic. Eris replied that after the confrontation with the ice wizard, he did a lot of research in this area. The girls came up to him and said that they like men who work honestly. One girl's name was Vogel, and the other Ilya. The hunter asked Henry what he thought about the offer to join another team. The guy flatly refused. The girls began to persuade him. But Eris said that his friend did not like to be distracted from training, so they refused all offers. But they kept persuading him. The girls said they could drink together and strategize after exploring the dungeon. Henry was interested in such an offer, but it was clear from Eris that in his thoughts he asked not to betray him. They needed to come up with a plan to find witnesses so that they would start to be identified. And it didn't matter how hard they tried without witnesses, their numbers would only go up. If they grow up suddenly and no one notices, it will only add suspicion. The best way to improve people's opinion about them is rumors. They will show strength by cooperating with other groups and convince the rest that Henry is really Valterra's hero. This will also increase the chances of meeting the goddesses. And at the same time, they must leave a little mystery, in order to preserve his true identity. Therefore, they will cooperate with groups one at a time. Eris said he would make Henry the most famous hunter. And indeed, after some time, everything that Eris said became true. But there was also something that he did not expect at all. This is the lack of popularity among girls. Because they were constantly running after Eris. They invited him to visit and offered help. This issue bothered not only Henry, but also another hunter, Brad. But he was much more aggressive. He believed that a hunter should sacrifice his time to compete in a battle with monsters. Brad was annoyed that all the girls were at his feet just because he was a little more handsome. After these words, Henry approached him. Brad asked not to threaten him because he offended his master. And he also added that everyone respects him because he is Walter, but Brad did not believe in these tales. While he was talking, they reached their destination. The hunter felt that the tunnels were longer than usual, but he couldn't even imagine that the source of the dungeon's magic was so close. Eris wondered if the crater would disappear if they cleared the place. The Crater Valley dungeon was actually made up of several groups of dungeons. There were several more in addition, so clearing this dungeon did not affect the entire Crater Valley in any way. It was good because Henry wasn't going to leave this city so soon. They noticed an artifact in the middle of the cave. The guy reminded Brad that if there is an artifact, then there is a monster nearby that guards it. It was a spider dungeon boss. The hunter said that he would attack with poison from a distance, so he asked Henry to stay close so that they would attack his legs first. He also asked Brad and Eris to protect the girls until they gave the signal. But he didn't plan to stay away. He ran to the boss because he didn't want the other team to take his reward. But that was a big mistake. The hunter said that he would leave the protection of the girls to him and Sir Eris. Henry agreed. Eris had a bad feeling that they were too hasty with this boss. Eris then asked Henry if he would go to her aid. The guy offered to watch them for a while. Brad said they would use the blitz tactics discussed earlier. His friend didn't like how impatient he was. He said that the one who kills the spider will win their competition. But the boy thought that now was not the time for that. The girls also took part in the battle, using magical defenses and various power-ups to attack. They used their skills precisely when there was a threat of attack from the enemy. Eris said that they pleasantly surprised him. The timing and placement of the wall was perfect. Also the use of supporting buffs. They took away the monster's ability to use ranged attacks. Brad was already on the spider's body, and said they didn't have time to chop off its limbs one by one. His friend agreed that he should just kill him if he could. Eris noted that they may not be as powerful as Henry, but they are quite experienced hunters. The guy agreed, but he was very weak for the boss. And his level is very low. The girls were already happy that they would finally be able to become hunters who cleared the dungeon completely. Now Brad could brag that they had kept their word and taken out the dungeon boss. He suggested that they go to the fourth quarter, and that way they could become high-ranking hunters. But his companion disappeared from his sight in just one moment. And then Brad looked up and saw huge spider legs there. A real boss appeared in the arena. This spider was 100 times bigger than the previous one. It was a level 50 tarantula queen. The death rate in the dungeons was not as high as the hunters thought. All because the hunters take a fee depending on the levels of the monsters. They must obey. But since the hunters had no tools to change the level of the monsters, the surviving hunters talked about every detail after meeting him. That is, the more often monsters were encountered, the more information about them appeared. In other words, this method is ineffective for unique monsters. That's why most hunters die in boss battles. And this time, no one told them that there was anything like that in this dungeon either. The queen delivered a powerful blow to Brad, which blew away half of the entire arena and ripped out a piece of earth. But he survived thanks to the help of Eris and his magical shield. On the face of it, this attack was very powerful, but not for him. Brad was sure that their magic was similar, so he did not understand how Eris managed to deflect such a blow. He replied that he had once researched reflection magic. But he didn't have any more wands left after that. Brad was shocked. He didn't know which wizard would be willing to sacrifice his wands. In addition, this monster used more than just a magical attack. Brad decided to fend off the queen's physical attack and asked Eris to leave. But at that moment, Henry appeared, and with the help of his sword, he was able to cover his master and Brad. Eris noted that Henry was delayed. The guy said that he evacuated the girls, they are already leaving the dungeon. Brad said he should be slow because of the big body, and they should run away at the first opportunity. At this time, Henry and Eris were discussing how they would attack her. Climbing on his back would be risky, and judging by his weight and how he holds himself, it can be assumed that only the outer side of his body is strong. Brad kept listening to them talk about how even Henry wouldn't be able to kill him with one punch. The guy couldn't stand it, and shouted that they need to hurry and return to the guild to tell everyone about the boss. Because if they die here, the other hunters will never know what is really waiting for them here. Eris said that was logical enough, so they should kill him so he wouldn't pose any more threats to the hunters. After these words, Brad fell silent. He did not understand how these two were going to kill him. They were very calm. Brad decided to try one more time to talk them into running away. He said that this was no ordinary boss. Henry reached out and asked everyone to cover their ears. He used a vertical sword strike. After this blow, the monster lost his balance. The blow hit his head, so he had little chance of survival. Brad felt like a spectator watching an action movie. He couldn't believe that Henry had killed the tarantula queen. She fell to the ground right in front of Eris and Henry. But the monster turned out to be alive and was preparing its attack in response. The same as it did before. As soon as he wanted to strike, a powerful explosion occurred. And the monster had no chance to survive. The sword flew out of the flames and returned to Henry after his attack. Then Brad realized that they had inserted a stick into the sword, which caused such a powerful explosion. All Brad could think about was the two of them killing this monster like that. He needs to go a long way to achieve such a result. Now the boy no longer doubted him. Now they've definitely cleared this dungeon. After they collected their rewards, they needed to return to the city. Brad sat in the corner and cried. Henry asked Eris to do something about it because he was sick of it. But the boy replied that he was just shocked and not everyone is as powerful as him. He said he really tried. But when Martin died, he couldn't do anything about himself. Brad said that Henry was lucky to be born strong. But Eris was offended, and he replied that Henry lived in very difficult conditions. Then Henry asked not to talk about the injustices of this world. And you don't need to blame everyone but yourself. It was obvious that Brad had to do the impossible to survive. And if luck smiled, he would survive and become even stronger. Luck was really on his side when he met Henry and Eris. Otherwise, he would have just died like Martin. Brad stood up and grabbed Henry. Then he said he agreed that if it wasn't for them, he would be dead by now. The boy asked why Martin died if luck was on his side. But they had already gone upstairs and the girls and Martin were waiting for them there. They began to beat Brad for speaking so unkindly about Henry and not showing an iota of respect for the rescue. Martin said that Henry caught him in flight and softened the blow when he collided with the wall. That's why he was lucky and survived. Brad did not believe that this was even possible. But Martin would definitely not lie to him, and he stood before him alive. As a result, the boy thought about his behavior, and they were all very grateful for the help and rescue. Henry did not listen to them, and said that he would be the first to leave. Martin scolded Brad and asked how he was going to make amends. Eris said that they had a proposal. They cannot use this artifact and wanted to sell it. But Henry asked to offer it to them first if they are interested in it. They were ready to sell him for half price. The hunters were delighted with such an offer after Brad's terrible act. Eris said that things happen this way because luck is on their side. Henry stood on the street and heard how happy the hunters were at such an offer. They were as happy as small children who bought a new toy. The boy thought that it would be good if they died after they saved them. Moreover, he would not be able to use the artifact due to the level restriction. Henry was watched by a rider standing nearby with a cart. He returned and said that he had found the warrior Walter, and the sorcerer had not yet left the lift. The man watching them hoped that they would agree to unite and move on together. The hunters asked Eris to convey their gratitude to Mr. Walter. Henry heard all this and realized that he had done a good job. It helped him become more famous. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. So, if he becomes famous, the goddesses will want to see him. Then by helping the goddesses and gaining their trust, he will increase the level of his donations. Then, with their help, he planned to take revenge on the demonic god. At this time, Eris kept talking to the man. After his thoughts, Henry decided to take Eris and go celebrate a small victory. But when he went outside, there was no one there. The boy did not understand where Eris could have gone. The guy got into the carriage to talk, but for some reason she left. The man said that he did not expect that it would be so easy to accompany him. Eris realized that he had used all his wands, even the spare ones. He had forgotten about caution because this was a densely populated city. The man said it very correctly that he did not pull out his wand. In any case, the personal meeting convinced him even more that he looked like his older sister. Eris did not understand how he knew his sister, and why he needed all this. Although little is known about her, 10 years ago she fought evil dragons together with 4 heroes. As a result, a brotherhood was created that follows the great dragons. If she were alive, she would have received the blessing of the goddesses. But Eris wasn't going to listen any further and asked him to stop. He understood that the man started talking about his sister in order to attract attention. But the boy asked to say what he wanted from him. The man was worried by the rumors that the current head of the Eris family has been living alone for the last 10 years after his sister's death. But their meeting convinced him. Eris did not understand what he was talking about at all. And so they arrived at a certain place. The man said that he chose a place that was not crowded as much as possible and offered to enter and discuss the details. But they arrived at the house where he lived with Henry. Then the man saw that the rider was unconscious and that a monster was driving the wagon. It was Henry. He said that he saw the coachman going in the wrong direction and decided to help a little to correct his route. Henry said it wasn't part of their plans. Eris replied he didn't expect them to be chased. The man tried to say that they misunderstood him, and he had no evil intentions. The guys found an emblem in it, and from it comes the sacred energy that belongs to the goddess of light Althea. This meant that he was a priest of the Order of Light. He said his name was Otto. He was a high priest who worshipped the goddess of light. Eris started to apologize, but he never thought he would be kidnapped by a priest. But Otto replied that he didn't intend to kidnap him. he just wanted to take him to a deserted place to talk. Otto understood that this was very strange. But he could not forgive that savage who began to use physical force without even listening. Henry used his language translation skills to pretend to be a foreigner and not take responsibility for his actions. It was very strange that the order was looking for Eris and not the mighty warrior Walter. The boy understood that if Otto wanted to talk without witnesses, then the conversation was confidential. After the death of most of the great dragons, he sought out this young, inexperienced head of the dragon hunter family. But most likely he was wrong, judging by the way he controls this savage. Otto said that he must confide in Sir Eris and formally offered to cooperate with the Order of Light. This information must be listened to carefully because it is classified. At the moment, he was studying a man named Alejandro in the settlers' villages that surround the crater valley. Eris suggested that he runs a criminal organization and uses these villages as a base. But that was not all. In order to better understand the situation, he must first tell about the settlement of displaced persons. From the very beginning, they were not residents of this city. But with the appearance of the crater dungeon and a sharp influx of hunters, they were forced to live outside the city due to a sharp increase in taxes. Men went to the city every day to work and returned back to the village after work. The daughter of one of these men met Dad and started asking how much he managed to sell today. Dad replied that it was not much, because his appearance was probably not attractive. It was the same bald robber that Henry had helped. The woman asked if he had managed to find him. He replied that he had not, although he had seen a warrior who looked like him, Walter. Their conversation was interrupted by the boy's cry, which warned of impending danger. The man asked the woman to take the children and run to the center of the village and look for a shelter there. It was a monster that headed towards their village and devoured everyone it met on its way. The man was very angry when he saw that his family was still in the house. But his wife said she couldn't find their child. As it turned out, that guy himself provoked the monster, because he went to their nest to destroy at least one monster by himself. But it was obvious that no one would accept their request for such a small reward. Moreover, this was not their first request. At that moment, the child of the bald man ran outside and was noticed by the monster. Normally, a non-hunter can train endlessly, but will still be below level 10. Therefore, these monsters, which hunters kill very easily, are more dangerous for people than earthquakes. But the Order cannot interfere in the management of territories. Therefore, they try to cooperate with hunters to help the needy. Eris did not listen to the offer and said that they accepted it and were ready to start right now. But Henry came up and said that they did not agree. The boy asked to stop pretending that he thinks about justice. Because if this was all true, he would not have come to the dragon hunter. Otto lowered his head and said that it was true. Their goal was Alejandro's base. If Eris is a dragon hunter, he should have heard of this place. The boy said it was impossible. They should all be dead by now. Even if there was at least one, it would have to be dealt with by the Order itself, or the Brotherhood. Otto replied that their warrant wants to fully investigate everything. But they can't charge him with anything. And the actions he plans to take are not criminal. And the refugees even call him a real hero because he helps fight monsters. Lacey could not understand what was happening, because no one told him that their request was accepted. It was Eli along with Ether. They destroyed the monster and saved the boy it had eaten before. The girls said that they are from the dragon's nest and now they are all safe. They were sent by Alejandro. He specially arranged it and asked Eli and Ether to help the refugee village. Alejandro wanted them to think of it as a small favor on his part. All they had to do was kill the wandering monsters around the village. And with the rest of the problems, he allowed their novice to figure it out. The boy did not expect that he would be given such an opportunity. Eli began to wonder why he had sent them to support the refugees. After all, there were definitely no good motives here. Alejandro also decided that the dragon should be looked after by the newcomer Handy. because the last time she tried to escape from them. Eli replied that she had always warned her not to do this, but in reality she thought that if she were to let her go now, the newbie would be responsible. Before this, all their deeds were hidden for the sake of justice, but if the refugees want to resettle here when they hear about the dragon, then they will be accepted after evaluation. Eli didn't understand his train of thought at all. Then why was he reducing the number of denizens to keep the place a secret? It was suspicious that he was telling the world about the dragon nest. She had no choice but to follow his orders. And together with Ether, they began to arrange forays. Ether always helped Eli if she got into a difficult situation. They had a very good relationship. Although Eli was a very strong fighter, but in some moments she was like a small child. After the battle, it was necessary to buy Eli. Therefore, they went to the nearest reservoir. Ether began to dry the girl's hair with her breath. Ellie was very grateful for the concern, but maybe there were still monsters to kill. Ether pointed out that if they kill all the wild monsters, then they will understand that there are people nearby. She knows this because she has lived the life of a wild monster for a long time. Ether asked if the girl had tried to use the sword without instructions. She answered that she had tried several times, because it is not very good to rely on her alone. Ether has seen her use the instructions many times, but she noticed that sometimes the pace becomes unstable, so she decided to ask. Eli wondered if magic swordsmanship was accurate enough, but she dreams of learning the swordsmanship she saw as a child. When she was a child, she had not even heard anything about monsters. Her hair was always combed by her mother every morning. Only after some time did she learn that her mother was a sorcerer and swordsman. But before that, Eli thought she was a dancer. Her morning workouts were great. The next morning was normal. But Mom went to work and never came back. And Alejandro came for her after a few days. He brought her to the dragon's nest and forcibly implanted the instruction into her body. Then she lost her sight. And now every time she practices her mother's art, she understands that she relies on instructions. It scared her. It scared her that as a result she would become a puppet of Alejandro and his stupid team. Ether said that she can just run away. She can jump on her, and they will fly far to the west where no one will find them. But Eli can't do that, because when Alejandro finds out, he will definitely kill someone. Then Ether offered to report this to the Inquisitors, but it was impossible. Once she asked a peasant for help, and the next day they found his corpse. And when she refused to train or take a test, he said that human life is worthless and forced her to obey him. As a result, there was only one way to get rid of him and the other aliens. To make the dragon nest recycle all life force and make it ineffective. And in any case, they need a dragon core for this. Ether understood this, but still did not know how to process life force. Eli told her not to push herself and that she would eventually get the hang of it. When this happens, she will become a legendary dragon. Maybe she can even get a special title. Ether said they need to hurry with this because another dragon might be coming. If they spread the rumor about the dragon's nest, other dragons will find out about it too. Eli finally realized that Alejandro was using the dragon's nest to lure the large dragon. She was sure that he already knew how to get the core of the dragon. He only had to find a big dragon. Meanwhile, Otto talked about Eris's task. He will have to penetrate this place on his own. Alejandro is looking for experienced wizards, so he will be happy to take him on. The warrant will give him the information he needs so that Eris can pass the assessment test. Otto added that their spies had already infiltrated there and would help. Henry also expressed a desire to leave, because going to the enemy's shelter alone is suicide. He asked them to make sure that he also went there. But Otto said that he will not be able to remain unnoticed. Alejandro will suspect the warrior Walter. In that case, Henry said that they would not accept his offer, and asked them to find someone else. But Eris said that he accepts the request for cooperation from the Order of Light. Henry did not understand why he was doing it. Because it is very dangerous. Eris said that Henry is his personal bodyguard, and only the master can decide whether to accept the request or not. In this case, Otto recorded that the offer was accepted and asked the assistants to integrate Eris into their operation. He said that they will wait for him at the southern gate. There they will give him the documents and things that are necessary for the inspection. Henry wondered how Eris could accept the offer knowing absolutely nothing about the place. Maybe cooperating with the order is good, but he won't be able to help if he goes alone. Henry demanded that he return to them and refused. Eris asked him not to be so stupid. He had already accepted the request and sworn by his family name. Besides, only his family could solve this problem. But the boy didn't believe in it, and he believed that not only he should be responsible for it. Eris' family belongs to the human race, so he should have nothing to do with them. They began to argue with each other. Henry demanded to cancel the request, and Eris demanded an apology. Although Eris is a dragon, he must repay the family's debt. He cannot ignore the fact that the dragon's nest still exists after his family sacrificed their lives to destroy them. Eris was upset that the aliens did not know what honor was, but Henry replied that honor would mean nothing if he died. Eris believed that he had become stronger after leveling up, so he asked not to worry about him. He met with Otto and was given camouflage and identity documents. They also added an official document noting that his level was lower than it actually was so they wouldn't follow him. The next page shows the state of his body. Eris said he could read and told him to shut up because he couldn't concentrate. Otto apologized. To him, Eris looked like he had a fight with his girlfriend yesterday. When the boy reread the information, he said there was one mistake. It said that the gender is female. But Otto said that it was not a mistake and took out a box with cosmetics. He needed to apply makeup to look like a girl. There was a very long queue in the village, which consisted of people who wanted to go to the dragon's nest. Lysy also left his family and went with them. The daughter was very upset and said that he was leaving them, and now she did not love him. The husband asked his wife to take care of himself and their daughter. The man met Eli from Ether there and asked what brought them here. She replied that she had come to escort the people heading to the dragon's nest. Lysyy replied that he also decided to go because manual labor is all he knows how to do. He was going to work as a construction worker. She reminded him that he could not return home until he finished his work and asked what he was going to do with his family. He was worried about the monsters, but Alejandro promised to hire hunters who would destroy them. The selection will be very strict, so he did not worry about security. It was a natural selection, so everything was as honest and understandable as possible. Each of the candidates thought that getting paid a lot of money for hunting wild monsters was cool. But their levels were not as high as Eli expected. Ether said that it is more convenient for high-level people to go to dungeons. The girl asked her friend to lift her up, because the battle was not visible. The last pair remained. Fighter number 59 and 60. They were expected on the battlefield. One of the hunters was late. He turned out to be Eris, who was disguised and sent for selection to the nest of dragons. Otto asked to change quickly, because he was already late. But Eris said that he was not warned about this, and he did not expect that he would have to wear corsets and makeup. He was interested in why the Order of Light made such a decision, because there were 5 more religious groups. The Orders of Water, Fire, Wind and Earth never intervened if the matters did not concern them, and if they asked for help from the Church of the Night, then the Inquisitors would burn everything here. When Eris came out, he was indistinguishable from the girl. The disguise was at a level that even Otto believed for a second. Otto took off his glasses and told Eris that they would be more suitable for disguise. But the boy said that if he takes them away, Otto will see very badly. He replied that he had already seen everything he wanted in this life and cried. Eris' mission is to find out if the dragon's nest really exists. To begin with, you will need to pass the selection stage. To do this, he only needs to show the documents that were made for him. It was not the first time he had hidden his true identity, but he had never been so nervous. All attention was focused on him. The men began to laugh at him. They said that they also failed the selection and asked permission to take Eris home. Everyone was sure that he would not go any further. They said that he might die during the test. This immediately reminded him of Henry, who had said the same things. He also had to convince them that he would be able to carry out the assignment on his own. Even Ethan noticed that such idiots were everywhere. They were losers, but they made perfect men. Eli suspected that something was wrong with this person. Although she could not see anything, she could feel the energy. The manager checked the accuracy of the information during registration. Eris hastily answered that everything was correct. The man gave her the documents and said that she was accepted into the dragon's nest. Everyone started shouting that it was unfair and she didn't even pass the test. The man replied that the nest of dragons needs sorcerers, because they are involved in research and their tests are different. Eli came to the battlefield and said that after this, people might think that Alejandro is being unfair to others. The girl said that she was level 35 and wanted to test her. This was quite unexpected for everyone. She said it was an order and asked to step aside. Eli decided to make sure that no more powerful people would join Alejandro. The girl wanted to attack with a sword, but ran into an ice shield. Eris at the first opportunity left the enemy without a sword during the first attack. Eli said that she was imprisoned for fighting, but applied to the research group. He must be more careful and not use modern magic, or he will reveal his identity. In this case, she should use only ice magic now. Since she lost one of her swords, she will no longer be able to fight normally, because she is a sorcerer swordsman. They almost met in close combat, but they were interrupted by a giant who decided to attack them both unexpectedly. He delivered his sufficiently powerful blow. Not only hunters, but also ordinary residents can suffer from it. Fatty said he wanted to get into the dragon's nest. He asked if killing these two would be enough to pass the test. This is the freak eater, Swintus. He was recently released from the crater of a mental institution. He said he didn't like people, so he looked for something nearby and ended up next to them. The fat man thought that he had killed the judge as well. Then he looked at his weapon and saw that it had melted and fallen away. Eris protected Eli from this attack and said that for now the test should be postponed for a few minutes. The girl said she wouldn't believe her luck this time. Clear skills were used here. Eris said that when using his weapon, he only counts on its weight. So he decided to just leave him without it. He tore apart his prey to use as a weapon. He said that he was no longer interested in this meat, so he attacked them. But someone with the help of dexterity was able to prevent the fat man from striking this blow. It was newcomer Alejandro, who was the judge at this test. Svintus was surprised that he was still alive. He said in a calm voice that today they no longer accept applications for participation in the selection. In this case, Svintus decided that he automatically passed this test and entered the dragon's nest. But Barry began apologizing for the inconvenience, and said he had forgotten to warn him about something. The dead cannot pass their qualifiers and immediately hit him. With the help of one attack, Barry was able to overcome such a big monster. He made a hole in its body. Barry immediately noted that they had one accidental death. He was also sure that the fat man was lying about his true level. But Eris believed that this pig was not weak. Although it all happened in 1 second, he was sure that he saw the red energy as blood. Barry said that he used an aura, and added that it was time for them to go to the dragon's nest. Aura is a red energy that a person begins to emit when he trains his body and life force to the maximum values. And as soon as he has this ability, his power will exceed the power of an ordinary person. This is exactly what Henry was trying to achieve. Although he had enormous strength, his level did not correspond to reality. Henry felt like his back was on fire as he tried to train his aura. And then he got very cold very suddenly. It was all the fault of Eris, who was training with his magic. The guy started yelling at Eris, although he has good defense, but it was still hot. He apologized and said that he was just practicing new spells. Eris still bought a scroll that cost the same as a house. But it contained information about mana and a way to control it more effectively. Henry asked Eris to suggest what methods he knew to learn how to create an aura. But he replied that, unfortunately, there are no such methods. And it didn't matter whether it was aura, mana, or life force. All of them were initially in a fixed state. And these four energies are what help determine a person's abilities. Then he learns skills and gets a robot that matches his abilities. Life force is given to them from birth, and the remaining four energies can be learned. However, compared to other energies, aura can be learned only through conscientious training. It is said that even 40 years of training does not guarantee its acquisition. The ability to possess aura depends individually on everyone. This means that sooner or later he will still be suspected. Therefore, the crater dungeon is both good and bad for him. In high-level dungeons there are monsters that cannot be killed without using one of the four energies. Accordingly, not being able to use aura will only increase suspicion. Henry understood that if his instruction worked, then he would have no problem using the aura. He didn't know if it was even possible to learn it without the help of the instruction. If they meet an enemy that Henry cannot deal with, then they will try to overcome him with the help of Eris's magic. Although she still has a lot to learn, she will try to raise her level so as not to worry about it. Henry was very nervous when Eris went on a mission to the dragon's nest. However, he lived for so many years and hid the essence of a dragon, so you can be sure that his disguise will be fine. And there shouldn't be people with such a high level. Barry announced that Eris was the last member they accepted, and that was the end of the list. Eris sat next to Swintus and tried to find out from the judge why he did it. Although he had given a concert during the trial, one cannot enter the dead living people. Barry said his subcutaneous fat was thicker than he thought, so he could die a natural death if they left him. Eris turned to Eli and asked her for help because they were running out of time. She needed to keep her mouth open. They couldn't leave him, so she needed to find a way to get him to the dragon's nest. When Barry heard this, his eyes stared straight at Eris. And so they finally arrived at their destination. Recalculation was being carried out to accept the villagers. They made Ether carry this giant Swintus. Eli approached her and apologized. She agreed to it only because it was the request of the person who saved her. Eris expected to see this place more naturally formulated, but in reality it was not like that. Pipes and devices spoke of the fact that everything was built there by a person. A real dragon's nest should be filled with energy, but there was nothing there. Perhaps they occupied the ruins of the nest. While Eris was planning to check if it was a real nest, Eli approached him and asked what he was looking at so carefully all the time. Eris answered that he just noticed a lot of pipes. The girl thanked him for saving her, but thought it was madness. She believed that it was worth risking her life for the sake of another. She said that the judge's real job is the head of security in the dragon's nest. But Eris said he couldn't leave a man to die. Ellie noticed that good people don't survive in this place. People from outside think that this is a hidden castle. But in reality, there is not enough food, water, and space. It looked more like an isolated island than a dragon's nest. Rules and order are the most important here. And stone walls are built every day. Eris then said there was no other choice and pointed her staff at Swintus to burn him. But the girl stopped her and did not allow a person to be burned alive. Actually, Eris just wanted to start a fire because it was cool between the stone walls. He also understood that for Eli, people are also very important and not indifferent. The girl understood that he did this specifically to test her attitude towards people. Barry approached them because he saw that they had become very close during this time. Eli replied that she was explaining all their rules. She asked why Barry is out of work, because he has so many new people. Barry asked Eris to leave her wands and walk with him. Alejandro really wants to see you. He relaxed after getting here easily. But he didn't expect to see the leader immediately, and without a weapon. Barry decided to ask if Eris liked this place. He replied that it was a wonderful and beautiful place, just like the rumors said. He laughed, and said he wasn't asking about that at all. Barry asked if Eris thought it was a real dragon's nest or not. He turned out to be another spy. To prove it, the boy got a medallion of the Order of Light. But then he could not understand why he needed to lay out all his wands. Barry said that Alejandro will also be without a weapon. He is a sorcerer swordsman, and the boy used aura, so he asked not to worry. Barry said in order to finish this task faster, you don't need to do anything suspicious. For example, like with Fat. And you need to remember that they both hide their level. In addition, Eli can easily suspect something, so you need to deal with it. It was in Eris' best interest to stop any casualties, so he needs to get all the information he can from this meeting with Alejandro. And at that moment, a claw appeared from the crack in the door. Alejandro heard the whole conversation and gouged out his eye. He said that a good insect is better than an evil one. But he still hates bugs. Alejandro knew from the beginning that level 50 was here. It was a good advertisement for him. But he still didn't know anything about Eris. He will start to watch everyone very closely, and you need to be very careful. Ether complained that her whole body ached because she had not flown for a long time. She needed rest. She decided to offer Eli a ride and promised to fly to their room. Ether noticed that the girl was holding her hand and asked what happened. Eli answered that everything was fine, but she had a strange feeling. Usually she feels something like a current in her hands, and this allows her to feel the person she is touching. But when she touched Eris, the feeling was completely different. It was difficult to describe. Ether assumed it was because he was a high-level sorcerer, but the feeling was familiar to Eli, yet strange at the same time. The girl climbed onto the dragon and touched it. She said that this feeling was very similar to what she had then. This means that a dragon has appeared in the nest, and maybe they are already late with their plan. Meanwhile, Eris flew out of Alejandro's office window. He realized that he wouldn't be able to stand up to him without his magic stones if this continued. It was clear to him why the Order of Light was so interested in him and in the forgery of the nest of dragons. Because they need a legitimate reason to act, and to find that reason, they most likely sent experts to infiltrate the place. Eris said that everything became clear when he killed the priest of the order. He said that it would not matter if the witnesses were absent. Eli happened to notice their confrontation. They realized that Alejandro had already learned that Eris was a dragon. Ether thought that he could not see the core of the dragon. The girl replied that it was true, but he had used the dragon's nest as bait. Eris is a level 45 sorcerer, and Alejandro had only one way to find out if she was a dragon or not. To corner her before her death, and thereby force her to turn into a dragon. But if it turns out that she is not a dragon, he will not care. In any case, he will kill Eris. Eli decided that she must kill her first before she manifested her dragon essence. Eris's magic was weakened and he needed to at least repel his attacks. He decided to ask why Alejandro created the dragon's nest. He replied that it was very naive to expect him to answer this question honestly. Alejandro didn't feel any tension and just continued to attack Eris. The boy used an ice shield against this physical attack. But his arrows simply bypassed this defense and attacked from above exactly at the target. And he managed to avoid this blow and save his life. Alejandro wanted to check if the sorcerer was already dead, but a fiery attack awaited him. Eris used all his available power to win. After the blow, he asked himself if he hit the target. But Alejandro was already behind him and answered that Eris had missed. And kicked him with all his might. It was not an ordinary blow, but filled with powerful energy. Then he said even if Eris is pretending, he is still very weak. Alejandro already began to think that it was an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Ether for some reason flew in the other direction from their confrontation. Eli said they needed to fly to Alejandro's side to solve the matter. Because he has cornered her and will force her to take the form of a falcon. And until that happens, Edie must kill her first. Otherwise, if they don't do it, all the people in the dragon's nest will die. But Ether didn't want to do it. On the one hand, Eli was doing the right thing, thinking for other people and wanting to save them. Even Eris' death didn't seem too cruel to her because he knew the risks and what the consequences could be. What angered Ether the most was that Eli had to get his hands dirty for the sake of others. Otherwise, the girl did not know how she should act. Should she become an observer again? She didn't want to be scared again and unable to change something for the better. All the girl could do now was to kill Eris first and stop a disaster that could affect a lot of people. Therefore, this time she was not going to hide and decided to deal with it. Meanwhile, Alejandro has magically shackled Eris to the wall. He was already getting bored. But he had to find out for what reason he came to the nest of dragons. Eris replied that this place should not exist because he would not benefit from it. It was a true thought. Because only dragons can rule the dragon's nest. And he needs to find the core of the dragon in order to collect life energy. Alejandro hoped that what he was looking for was in front of him. Eris added that this place was not perfect for a nest of dragons. He did not know the goal, but he was sure that it would not be easy to achieve it. Alejandro held the boy over the edge and told him not to worry about it. He gave Eris one last chance to confess, otherwise he would just break his neck and throw him into the abyss. In this way, he hoped that Eris would turn into a dragon and show her true nature. Alejandro began counting to 3, hoping to test the sorcerer this way. But at the last moment, he saw how life force began to gather in the sky. He threw Eris against the wall. This phenomenon could mean that the real dragon was somewhere else. The guy didn't even know that there was another dragon here besides him. Thanks to him, Eris' identity was not revealed. He began to assume that Alejandro had told everyone about the dragon nest in order to trap the real dragon and use it. It was very dangerous there and Eris needed to get out of this place and serve the warrant as soon as possible. But now he could not do anything. Then Eli was on the roof with them. She was sincerely glad that Eris was alive. The girl approached Alejandro and said that the dragon got here through the other side of the wall. He thought that the dragon was this sorcerer, but admitted that he was mistaken. Then he added that if they go to check, they will not be able to identify him, because he will be in human form. But in the damaged dragon's nest, he will not be able to increase his level. Therefore, as soon as he starts to act, all the bridges behind the nest's territory will be blown up. And he will not be able to escape in human form. Now Eli understood why he isolated this place. Even if Alejandro decided to catch it, with the current state of the nest, its further construction would be a problem. In any case, he managed to conduct a successful experiment, and was completely satisfied with it. He apologized to Eris for giving him hope for life. Living in this place was not so fun, so you can't waste extra resources. Eli said it was such a shame because she didn't know the dragon's nest was damaged. She felt disharmony as soon as Eris appeared and so she also thought it was a dragon. And maybe she'll help them fix this place. Eris realized that she was trying to help. But Alejandro was not ready to entrust such work to a warrant spy. He thought it over and ended up liking the idea. Because Eris wouldn't be able to escape anyway, so at least it would be useful. Now Eli has to follow her too. Now it was necessary to settle her in the cell where she will live. Eli said that they would work together for a while, and asked her to tell her real name because she knew the true nature of Eris. The boy said his name was Eris. He was worried that it was difficult for Eli to carry it. But she replied that swordsman wizards use energy powers. Therefore, she does not make much effort to carry things. He was simply not comfortable that he was being carried in the arms of a lady. But Eli thought that they were both girls. Eris thought she was a nice person and he didn't want to lie to her. They finally reached his room. He never admitted that he was a guy. Therefore, he decided to simply thank her for her help. But the girl said that there was no need to thank her. Because when she found out that Eris was a dragon, she wanted to kill him herself. Eris replied that she should have seen that the dragon was somewhere else. But Eli asked her not to act dumb because she thought that it was Eris who had been collecting a large amount of life force recently. She understood that this was an unusual way, so she assumed that his energy was stored in the dungeon. Eli can sense the flow of life energy. Before she can cooperate, she needs to find out who is giving Eris orders. Since the girl was a sorcerer swordsman, she needs an iron tool to use the power. Without it, she is an ordinary person. And since she didn't have a sword or iron things now, a wizard without a wand can easily kill her. Eris grabbed her hands and asked if it was Alejandro who gave her the task of finding out his true nature. The dragon's nest is an evil that was created by greedy dragons. That's why Eris said he was lying to her. Although he was a descendant who was bound by the dead of the fire dragons and hid his essence, but they must confront Alejandro. At that moment, Ether appeared and pushed Eris with her big head. She didn't like the fact that her friend was being yelled at, and so she decided to stop it. Eris hadn't expected to see a dragon here and assumed it was the one that had been using the nest recently. Eli asked her to hide and not show herself for now, but she was offended that Eris started yelling at her. The girl realized that she and Eris had the same goal, so she decided to tell something. Ether is responsible for the recent situation. She pretended to be a dragon instead of Eris. Thanks to her, Alejandro does not suspect him. She is a genius dragon who talks and has a dragon core. Eris was shocked because she knows who it is and has heard a lot about her from Henry's stories. The guy said that Henry was very grateful for her help. For the fact that she helped him hide his identity and for the fact that she lent him 300 XS. Ether perfectly understood who she was being told about and remembered this newcomer. Meanwhile, Henry had big problems that he could not cope with on his own. He couldn't flush a high-end toilet because it required level 12 to use. It's been 3 days since Eris went on a mission. The house turned into hell. Everything was not as Henry wanted. He could not even collect water, because he needs at least level 8. He also broke the refrigerator. In this house, he felt like a primitive person. He wouldn't mind cooking anything even if he really wanted to, because this requires level 8. And he didn't have money to go to a restaurant. And to open the safe, you need level 33. Therefore, in this case, there was only one way out. It was to receive the mission and fulfill it. But in the Guild of Hunters, he was told that the guards cannot receive missions without the participation of their masters. Therefore, they had to refuse him. The manager understood his situation. I tried to find him a job. But their policy on security was strict. Henry began to tap his feet on the floor, and it felt like an earthquake. The manager said she would give him a job if he calmed down. She warned that it would be considered a personal favor, so the reward would be small. It must be kept a secret. She said something terrible happened a week ago. She bought new things for the party and now she can't find them for 4 days. And in the house she found someone's hair. But Henry said that it would not help him. She said that only one person could come into her room and steal things. It was her older brother. It was the priest Otto. The woman said that he kept talking about some kind of disguise and as a result took her cosmetic bag. She wanted Henry to find him, take her things, and then just burn the scum. But the guy did not understand where to find him. Besides, he was working undercover and this only complicates the task. A lead is needed for his search. A system appeared before him and offered to use the tracking skill using genetic information. The guy was glad that at least now the system helped him. He went outside the city. and started tracking. The skill was activated. The search for faces in this area began. Tracking has been completed. This face is in motion, so the data may not be accurate. Henry thought it might be wiser to wait for Eris at home. Otto was in danger at that time. He was being beaten by a monster and wanted to get some information. He was interested in the whereabouts of the thing that the spy had given him. Otto constantly repeated to him that he did not know where she was and what he was talking about. But the monster did not believe him, because they had already caught one of Barry's spies. Alejandro knows that he was working for the Order of the Light. Otto said that he understood one thing. There are serious side effects in artificial instruction, which are not compensated by the benefits. The monster promised to rip his mouth off if he didn't start telling him the information he needed. Later, another monster entered their cave. He said that it was a shame not to find who he was. Although it was obvious because he had been in the Dragon Dungeon for a long time and had been doing research there. He was the one who created artificial instructions and such products. Otto asked how he dares to turn people into such hideous creatures and call them products. The monster believed that he was behaving uncivilized. And in general, the value of people does not lie in their appearance. He was also sure that Otto had raised his level to 45 in order to be recognized as human. The value of people lies in their level, and the instruction helps to reveal this value. Moreover, this process can be called a blessing, because it helps a person to adopt a stronger form. Otto did not agree with him at all, because such creatures became stronger at the expense of great sacrifices. But the monster replied that the ordinary world is no different now. The weak are destroyed by the strong. He added that soon his real artificial instruction would be ready, and he just wanted to test it on a living person who possessed a high level. This creature enters the body through the nose and eats the brains. In this way, the bearer's willpower disappears and it becomes very easy to control him. He needed to somehow get the warrant, while he was still able to control his consciousness. At that moment, a sword cut through the cave wall and pushed the explorer away from Otto. Now this worm climbed up to the nose of the monster. It was Henry. He had finally found his target, and now half of his mission was accomplished. The formalities remained. The monsters knew what kind of person this was and therefore they were very afraid of him. Otto thought that the warrant sent him to save him. Maybe Henry was also a spy for the Light Warrant. Henry came closer to him and asked what happened to his face. While he was talking to Otto, he was attacked by one of the monsters guarding the man. They had no choice but to be killed by their leader. He was level 56, but his origin was again not showing correctly due to his broken manual. Henry realized that these monsters were human and could talk and think logically. He wanted to talk to them, but then one of them knocked him off his feet. They were sure that even the real Walter could not defeat them. Henry did not understand what kind of race was in front of him. It looked like a lizard, but in fact it was a human. But in any case, he did not want to show racism. He was most interested in why they were so aggressive and angry with him. As a result, they hit him with a double punch from which he could not dodge. Therefore, he even flew out of the cave and hit several stones. After that, he crashed into the mountain and fell. It was all because of him going around pretending to be Valterra when he's only level 5. The monsters were sure that thanks to this blow they would be able to kill Henry, but he was still alive. They said if he could somehow entertain them, then they would think about keeping him alive. When he got up, not even a single scratch was visible on him. He started crying because he didn't know that the cave was their home. And he apologized for making a hole in their house. He understood that they were angry with the stranger who had come and destroyed the house and that they would not be able to forgive him just like that. Henry remembered how the giant hellhound destroyed his entire house, so he understood how they felt. He also didn't know what bad the hostage had done to them, but Henry said he would take him with him after he repaired their house. Otto was surprised when he saw that Henry was trying to negotiate with these animals. But then he realized that the boy simply did not know their true nature. These two were not human, but it was too late, and one of them struck. But thanks to his dexterity, he was able to evade the attack. The lizard said that she did not know who he was, but she really wanted to eat him. The boy noticed that not only their shapes change, but also their levels. The lizard could feel his weak human part disappearing steadily. Otto came out and said it was his fault because they caught him. The researcher laughed and said it was too late. Their power level was the same as that of boss monsters that lived in dungeons and protected artifacts. Henry believed that they would have done much better if they had warned him that they were monsters. The guy was able to cut each of them into 2 equal parts with one blow. After that, the earth shifted and all the caves fell asleep. Henry created a grave for the priest, in order to show respect and see him on his last journey. But before the boy could see, Otto was beating the researcher who wanted to turn him into the same terrible creature. He was able to get out through the tunnel created by this ant. Otto ran to Henry and began to thank him for saving him. He blamed himself for not allowing him to go on a mission with Eris. That's why he apologized to him. And Henry offered to return to the city now. The man said that Alejandro found out everything and now Eris is in danger, and maybe he has already been killed. Henry listened to him and asked where the nest of dragons was. Due to the fact that life force consists of experience points and life energy, excess life energy will kill a person who does not have a dragon core. But it didn't matter because they were only doing tests to see if the dragon nest would work properly. They began to gradually increase the amount of life force in Swintus' body. As a result, the operation ended early because it did not work. If they really want to complete the creation of a true artificial instruction, then they definitely need a dragon core. And a nest that will work to fill this dragon core with life force. The restoration of the destroyed dragon's nest has been completed, but it has started to collapse again after the recent launch. But Alejandro was sure that the problem was not in the drawings of ancient dragons. With his skill, he was forced to calm Swintus down. As expected, there should be one more key needed for the idea to work. He ordered the assistant to call the ant. But the boy replied that he had gone in search of samples a few days ago, but still had not returned. He left with 2 roughly level 60 subjects with tracking skills. Alejandro knew that such subjects were on par with dungeon bosses, so it was surprising that they hadn't returned yet. He assumed that they had to face the Inquisitors. Everything became much more complicated. The man ordered to gather the subjects and put them in charge of the deepest floor. The boy was surprised, because on this floor there was a fusion of life force. When Alejandro had already left, the assistant asked him after him how many subjects needed to be sent there. He answered that all of them. A week has passed since Eris arrived at the dragon's nest. All this time, Eris and Eli were constantly exploring the area. Since Eris was a dragon, he knew very well about the dragon's nest. And this somehow made life easier for Eli. But since Ether had a very large body, she could not help them in any way. It was impossible because she could not even enter inside. That's why she spent little time with Eli lately. And over time, she became sad and bored. But she didn't have much free time because she was completing her dragon core. And after that she wanted to make fun of Eli. But before that she decided to ignore her. However, when they returned, Ether said that she was in a great mood today and her core was developing well. But Eli asked her to hold off on the conversation so she could examine Eris' wound. Although he assured her that it was just a scratch for a hunter. Eli never understood why Eris constantly compared herself to hunters. Ether asked if they managed to learn something new. They couldn't find anything special this time. It was strange for Ether because Eris said that the dragon's nest was broken. But now he replied that he was mistaken, and it was not damaged. And he believed that it could not function normally because of the Ether core. It is the key to the operation of the nest. Moreover, she herself said that she was hit by a charge of life force when she tried to escape. It was then that the nest remembered her core as a key. But it wasn't finished yet. Although she could materialize life force, she can't absorb it. Last time she couldn't do it, so the nest seems broken. Ether was proud of herself because she is the super key to solving the problem. Therefore, she has more reasons to improve the core. But Eli decided to say that they were abandoning this plan. Ether was surprised because she liked being the key. But there was another way to solve this problem. A fusion of life force in the heart of the nest on the lower floors. Their plan is for Eris to go there and absorb the life force directly. Ether was very upset because she also tried to help. They heard a very strange sound not far from them. Something started to come out from under the ground and a large crowd of people gathered around it to watch. It was Swintus who got out of the research lab. But he didn't look like himself. People did not expect to see this, but no one started to run away. They just stood and watched what was happening. The monster began to move and began to beg for food. After that, the crowd began to run and shout. Someone was trying to attack him. It was like a magic strike. It was Eris, but there wasn't a single scratch left on him. They assumed it was Alejandro's plan, but judging by the way he got out of the ground, he's trying to escape. All the hunters who were in their reserve did not exceed level 40. Only Eris with his level could get closer than everyone else. The difference was 6 levels and ranged attacks do not affect him. Eli asked for Ether to take her up into the sky to fully assess the situation. But she said she could handle him herself and flew right at him. Eli shouted that it was dangerous and asked to turn back. But she did not listen to her and was determined. Everyone ran away, but the bald man couldn't run because his leg got stuck between the beams that fell on them. The monster noticed him and decided that it would be a good snack for him. At that moment, Ether attacked him with her blue flame. This stopped him for a while. She decided that she wouldn't need Eris fire spells if she was going to attack from the air. New Svintus was very aggressive. He grabbed a stone and wanted to eat a bird flying in the sky. He threw this stone, which flew very far, straight to the Ether. She dodged very skillfully, and was sure that the monster would not be able to get her while she was in the sky. After a successful defense, Ether went on the attack again and used her fire. But this time things did not go according to her plan and Swintus grabbed the dragon by the neck with his strong hand. Alejandro was in his office in armor. And he said that you never know what can happen in the future. He admitted that the Inquisitors and other groups had become interested in them. It was necessary to deal with this so that in the future they would not interfere with finishing the work. The assistant asked what he would do if the dragon appeared in his absence. He replied that he had already taken care of it. An assistant burst into the office and said that the subject broke out on the surface and caused a commotion. Alejandro ordered to go down to the lower floor and check the subjects. Although the woman said that it would be better if he checked it himself. He wondered how good it would be to have a doppelganger because this situation also required attention. The Ether, meanwhile, broke out of Svintus' rapture. Eris realized that she wanted to use the dragon's nest. Ether remembered how she was told that she was the key to the dragon's nest, and that's why she decided to do it. After that, there was a great explosion of life force in the sky. She did it to destroy Swintus. Eli went down to the city and started calling Ether. She hoped that they would hear her. And so she came down from the sky and leaned behind the girl. She was delighted that she had succeeded. The monster exploded, but Ether was in perfect order. With this act, she wanted to restore their friendship. After this act, they didn't need to help Eris. Eli started yelling at her very loudly and said, for her to go away. She began to openly beat the Ether to drive it away. Because now disasters awaited her. Alejandro appeared. At first he thought Eli was going to run away because she was begging for Ether to be spared. But he couldn't even think that they would hide the dragon core from him. Alejandro saw the dragon try to absorb the life force of the nest of dragons using its core. He had already told Eli that there would be no second chance for her. After his words, Eris appeared on the battlefield and told Ether to run while she apprehended Alejandro. He used his fire magic to distract him, because he understood it would not be enough to destroy him. It surprised him how much news he would be the last to hear. Eris was now on their side as well. Eli also wanted to attack Alejandro, but with the help of magic swords, he could defend himself without straining. He noted that the girl was moving fast enough, but not enough. She was driving Ether, otherwise all their plans would be destroyed and Alejandro would succeed in implementing his terrible plan. Ether did not want to let Eli and Eris down a second time, so she quickly began to run away. Meanwhile, they tried to attack Alejandro from two sides. But he jumped into the air and dodged the blows very easily. After that, he found himself right in front of Ether, who did not have time to fly far. Meanwhile, Henry destroyed the stone monsters, but not just like that. According to their information, the nest of dragons is located in the Rocky Mountains. Because of this, they made such a long journey. But Henry was very angry because all the mountains looked the same. Otto asked to search more thoroughly, especially since he had lived in the Rocky Mountains for a long time. But the boy blamed everything on a spy who doesn't even know the location of the enemy. Otto had an argument. If he goes to the enemy's territory, he won't be able to file a warrant about the situation. Besides, he won't be of much use. No one outside knows who he is. Then Henry asked the ants if he was sure they were going in the right direction. It seems that he no longer understands their language. He finally became a complete monster. That way they would definitely not find the dragon's lair. Otto thought they should go back and take the soldiers with them to help. Otto started shouting at Henry why he started feeding the ant. The boy replied that if he eats something that reminds him of home, then he can lead them to the right place. Otto said that maybe the ant really didn't get the report about Eris' death. But you can only imagine what kind of torture he goes through while Henry decided to have fun. The priest understood that he had no right to say that, because he was responsible for it. But Henry did not hold a grudge against him. Before he left, Henry said that he might die there and treated him like a weakling. But he believed that he was right. However, looking back, he was just looking for an excuse because it would be difficult for him without him. Otto thought that the Walters were a tribe of warriors mixed with blood and guts. And he certainly did not think that they cared so much about their comrades. That is, the rumors were not true. Although Henry tried to pretend that he is so brutal and doesn't care about his friends. While they were arguing, lightning flashed behind them. But the blow was coming from the ground, so they concluded that it was a sorcerer swordsman. If this blow is visible even to them, then it was definitely Alejandro. They should return to the order and call the army. But when Otto returned to the boy, he saw that he was going to go there on his own. Henry could not do otherwise. There was no time to wait for reinforcements. Because there on the battlefield, his comrade could be injured, who needs Henry's help. They couldn't retreat. As soon as Alejandro finds out that Ether has a dragon core, everything will be over. The only one who can fight him on a level is a dragon, so he began to reincarnate. He admitted that it took longer than he expected, but it was worth it. Alejandro noticed that Ether had done a very good job. He also asked his assistants not to worry so much about it. Eris couldn't understand why he wasn't turning into a dragon. Eli replied that he probably had countermeasures against the dragon. The dachshund looked like he planned everything after learning Eris' identity. But Alejandro's medallion is a unique thing. It has the ability to transform a dragon into a human. Because of it, all the dragons nearby cannot transform into their true form. Now there was only one way to save all the people from this place. Eli stood up and said that now only she is needed to complete the artificial instruction. Therefore, she asked to release everyone from the dragon's nest. And if he didn't, she promised to see to it that his plans were ruined. They had spent so much time together, and he thought she had studied him enough. Could she have thought that he had brought all the people here to change this place? It was very strange that there was so much life force around, but Eli felt nothing. This meant that it could be in an inanimate object. It is used to extract life force from people and other living beings. While Alejandro was competing with Eris and Eli, he said that in any case, all the people in the nest would die. Eli didn't understand how he could do this to them. He knocked the sword out of Eli's hands. And without a weapon, her strength was equal to that of an ordinary person. Alejandro then thrust his sword into her shoulder. Ether wanted to come to her friend's aid, but she was chained to the ground by a sword and could not move. He was going to use the recovery device on the test object. Alejandro could never have thought that he would use it on Eli. She should be grateful to him, because he helps her to meet her dead mother sooner. To minimize the side effects of artificial instruction, one needs genetic data that is similar to one's own. Since he took everything he needed from Eli, now he could just kill her. But Eris disagreed with him and attacked with fire magic to stop him. Eli was unable to stay on her feet and began to fall into the abyss behind her. Ether forcefully tore her wing from under the sword and rushed to the girl to save her. Eris managed to notice only how the two of them fell into an unknown abyss. But right now he needs to think not about them, but about how to deal with Alejandro. He must try and make every effort to stop him and destroy the plans. Eris used the demon stones to use a powerful attack that could deal at least some damage to such an opponent. Alejandro said that last time he decided to save his life because he considered him a powerful enough sorcerer. But now he chose exactly the wrong opponent. He was willing to do Eris a favor and fry him until crispy. Alejandro's arrows were already approaching Eris. Will this be the end of him? A lot of thoughts immediately flashed through his mind. If Eli and Ether survive, they will destroy the life force collection device that is underground. But without him, Henry will have a lot of problems. Eris did not have time to say goodbye to life when Henry appeared in front of him. Alejandro thought that a bomb had fallen from the sky. Did something break in the system because of the ether? Eris thought it was impossible. He couldn't believe his eyes. Henry was very glad that his friend was alive. He apologized for disturbing his work. The boy did not understand why Eris was in such a state. He needed to find out what was happening there. He replied that he could not do anything on his own, although he tried his best. Alejandro approached them and said that this giant looked like one of the builders, and ordered him to go away, because he had not yet finished his work. The man did not believe that a low-level person could survive such an attack. Perhaps he was hiding underground. But Henry wasn't going to listen to him any further and just punched him in the face. Alejandro certainly did not expect this from an ordinary builder. What Henry didn't know was that Eri had changed into women's clothes to get to this place. Although the boy misunderstood everything about what was happening here, did Alejandro die after this blow? But people like him could have all their bones broken and still be alive. But Eris was sure that crushed bones lead to death. In any case, he understood that he would have died without his help. And if someone says that he was ineffective, then he will not even make excuses. Henry saw that one blow was still not enough for him. But the fact was that he was absorbing the life force from the dragon's core. He could not lose, so he used all the energy he had accumulated for so long. Ether and Eli fell into the abyss. The dragon could not fully fly, so she only managed to soften the blow during landing. Ether treated her friends well, but her heart did not beat. She believed that it was her fault. When she touched Eli, her remaining life force activated and began to transfer to Eli. And after that she started coughing and came to her senses. Henry hoped that the core that Alejandro used did not belong to Eris. The boy wondered if Eris could recover using the stolen core. The boy replied that Alejandro does not know that he is a dragon. Usually the forces in the captured core are not so great, and it will be problematic to do so. If the core is used in the nest, then everything becomes possible, since there is a large amount of life force that can be absorbed. Alejandro found out that this guy didn't even have artifacts. And his system showed that he was level 5. But then it is not at all known where he gets his strength from and who he is in general. Henry replied that he was standing in front of a real warrior of Walter. But this act was unnecessary. Alejandro said that he could not forgive his actions, but if he sincerely apologized, then he would let him go alive. Henry decided that they shouldn't get involved. They just needed to wait for Otto to come back with reinforcements. He did not care that the boy did not want to reveal his essence. But if he starts to disturb him, then he promised to find out everything about him. When a sorcerer swordsman covers himself with magical energy, the surrounding energy rises from the ground and hangs in the air. Alejandro used the lightning path. The opponent can only see the spark trail that remains after using this technique. That's why its second name is the lightning trail. The guy was forced to fend off these attacks, and he succeeded. Alejandro's goal was to see what Henry's level really was. He was so fast that it was very difficult to follow him. Was he competing with Eris not at full strength? It was clear that Alejandro was not even trying to hide the fact that he was a foreigner. He replied that if the boy was at least level 50, then his head would have already blown off. But when he saw the expression on his face, when he heard that Alejandro was from the second world, it was something strange. Now he decided to check if he reached level 60. Henry hated the enemies with regeneration because they were very annoying. But if he wanted to learn more about the Great Land, he would have to fight. Before his next attack, Alejandro noted that he had better not dodge now. If he doesn't want the person behind him to turn to dust. The movement of his blades caused the energy to swirl around, and this greatly increased the power of his attack. Alejandro had already predicted how many pieces his body would tear into after this attack. But Henry stopped him with a single vertical punch, and all his energy was extinguished. Not dodging the punch now would be a good idea for Alejandro, if he doesn't want to get crippled when his arms run out of strength. The guy offered to guess his level now. Henry began to hear Eris' voice in his head and had to stop. It was one-way telepathy, so he can hear Eris' thoughts. There is something he needs to know. Alejandro is the only one who controls the dragon's nest at the moment. And this means that he is able to absorb life energy and constantly heal. But his death will cause an uncontrolled explosion of energy, followed by loss of powers and lower-level deaths. The only way to avoid this is to destroy the power source. This means that things can end badly if Henry controls his power in a fight with him. But Eris said they would have to kill him anyway. If Henry hadn't come, Eris would already be dead. But in any case, he would do everything possible to kill him. He told Henry that if he killed him, the other deaths would not be on his conscience. Because if Eris goes looking for the source, she cannot guarantee that she will find it. Henry walked up to him and tapped his forehead with his finger. He said he didn't like that complicated explanation, so he asked to go and find this energy thing. Meanwhile, he would try not to maim the fool while he restrained him. Eris didn't doubt Henry's strength, but he was already tired of him constantly correcting his mistakes. Henry replied that he believed in his friend and asked him to finish it quickly and finally go home. The boy considered him very fragile, as for a dragon. Henry believed that Alejandro would run after Eris because there was something important there. But he was in no hurry. He would have gladly run, but if there wasn't a low-level guard standing in front of him trying to harm him. His plans may be thwarted, but it will not be able to harm him as long as Henry is not able to kill him. In this case, the boy should mock him, but not kill him. Meanwhile, Eli and Ether were getting closer to the source because the life force felt stronger. Ether was concerned about whether she was feeling normal without instructions. But the disappearance of the instructions did not mean that her powers disappeared with him. Alejandro could set up guards here, but they still do not know that Eli betrayed him. And even if they succeed in thwarting his plans, it does not mean that they will be able to get out of the cave safely. Everything has become much more complicated. But Ether was determined and was not going to die there. She is ready to do anything to get out. The girl said when she was caught and used by Alejandro, she was wanted. Life force began to emerge beneath them. This meant that Eris was fighting and they needed to hurry. Eli has long felt the vital energy being released. Either it comes from the surface or from her wound. She felt a strong stream nearby, and the girl was sure that the source was right there. They looked around and realized that something strange was happening in this place. Near the entrance to the next room stood a creature that became another test subject of the mad researcher. It was a bloody berry. He was turned into a monster. He said that he had to fulfill his duty to his goddess of light. He tried to attack Ether and Eli, but Eris caught up with them and attacked him with fire magic. The monster said that no one could stand in his way. The worst that could happen is that a level 50 berry becomes a test subject and turns into a monster. Eris said that they were not his enemies, and that they had come to destroy this place. The monster said that he must fulfill his duty and all who stand in his way will die. Meanwhile, Henry continued to hold back Alejandro's attacks. He was sure that Henry's style had many flaws, but he made up for them with strength and speed. He really considered him a dangerous opponent, if only he could destroy him now. Henry could only defend himself and deflect his blows. Even if Henry decides to kill him, he will not allow himself to miss this blow. Alejandro had already understood his style. He had never met an opponent who controlled lightning. He believed that his elaborate technique worked better than ordinary force. Alejandro used the discharge and attacked the boy with it. Now when Henry falls to the ground, it will be very easy to finish him off. To finish off the guy in the air, he decided to use an 8-pointed star. He noticed that at the moment of the attempt, all the defenses in Henry disappeared. A lightning spear should be the fatal blow. Alejandro also asked him not to worry about his friends. A level 68 monster will take care of them. Something made him wonder after his last attack. Henry said that he wanted to see how strong he was if he was showing off so much. Alejandro was in despair because this monster broke his powerful spear with his bare hands. And at the expense of the monster, he was already either dead or wounded. Because Eris is a level 67 dragon. Alejandro began to openly laugh at Henry, who was barely standing. Now he realized that this guy's trump card was his fellow dragon, and that was it. The man said he couldn't turn into a dragon until he got a special medallion. But when he began to look for it in his pockets, he could not find it. He then remembered that Eli might have pulled him out when he stabbed her with the sword. Now they were able to see Eris' true form. He could never have thought that he would see the berry priest in such a state. Eris dealt powerful blows to his opponent without even using firepower. Eris said that his partner was trying to contain him above, but to destroy him, he needed to sever Alejandro's connection to the source. And to prevent the explosion of this energy, he promised to destroy Berry, and they needed to hurry to the source. Therefore, they went to him without any hesitation. Eli asked Eris if it was possible to have Berry destroy everything here himself. But this cannot be done, because if they destroy the device, it will explode and they will surely die. There must be a channel that redirects the energy. They found a channel through which energy moves. It was necessary to cut off this tube, but the monster was preparing an attack on them, and they needed to hide and wait. Although Eris pushed the monster away, he managed to release all the blows in the direction of Eli and Ether. They managed to dodge, but it was not known what condition they were in. Are there any injuries to Ether? When they stopped, Eli immediately started asking her friend if she was okay. She replied that if this is the price for Alejandro's revenge, then she is ready to endure this more than once. Tyr needed to implement their plan. And for this, Eli had already gone to the energy channel herself. It was necessary to hurry, because it was difficult for Eris to restrain this monster. It was powerful enough. And so she finally cut this tube and the energy began to pour out. Then Eris could not worry about the safety of the environment and the people who were in the nest of dragons. Therefore, he burned his head with his fiery breath. At this moment, the fierce struggle between Henry and Alejandro continued. The boy had many chances to kill him, but he could not do it. Alejandro was sure that a level 67 dragon could not destroy the Lich. And if he knows the level of the dragon, it means that he is also from Earth. Everyone knows that killing an alien does not give you experience points, but was it really Henry who killed the Lich? The boy replied that he did it. He assumed that Alejandro wanted to take revenge for his friend. But as it turned out, on the contrary, he was happy about it. Because he did not like arrogant people. The fact is that the leaders want to get rid of the one who killed him. Henry thought he meant a demonic god, but Alejandro replied that he was talking about someone with far more influence than some invisible demonic homeless person. There is no place in the world where their hand reaches. If you are at war with them, then it means to be at war with the whole continent. But there was a way out. Others think that the Lich was killed by a dragon. When Alejandro took possession of the core of the dragon, he immediately reported that he had killed the dragon. Therefore, he suggested that they and the dragon quietly go away. He will receive all the rewards, and Henry and his animal will be able to continue on their way. Therefore, there was no point in fighting, and Alejandro suggested that they part peacefully. While the boy was listening to his fables, he noticed that Alejandro was no longer healing and broke his leg. Henry said that his idea sounds really cool and exciting. But Eris will definitely not accept such an offer. Although he is sometimes stupid, he hates bad guys. Alejandro grabbed his sword and tried to attack the boy. He added that he shouldn't count on alien status because they were nothing compared to the leaders. They entrusted him with the development of this weapon and he had to present it to them. But if it helped destroy Henry, then Alejandro hoped they would forgive him. At first, the boy thought that it was a side effect. But then he saw that the same thing happened to him that happened to him when he was transferred from the earth. He turned into an incomprehensible creature. But the incomplete blessing of the demonic god caused a lack of vitality. That is why he needed to go to the source of energy. Eris completely destroyed Barry and decided to apologize to him. There was simply no other choice. Eli said that now Alejandro will not be able to use the life force from this source. The girl met one of Alejandro's assistants. But it was very dangerous there, and she asked her to hide. The woman was not going to go and asked how Eli could do such a thing to Alejandro. She was sure that the girl did not realize how much this beautiful person had done for them. She pushed the girl away and ran to the source. The woman wanted to connect the channels so that the energy would move through her body and support Alejandro. After that, the source activated and absorbed her body. Ordinary residents could not withstand such an amount of life force and simply died. This was not the worst that could happen because the source started to erupt. To stop the detonation, Eris began to absorb life force, but this could only help for a while. His core only slightly stabilized the source. The only way to solve the problem is to destroy this accumulation of energy. Physical attacks won't work, but using other powers should dispel him. Eli's sword skills are the only way to accomplish this. But the girl was not just wounded, but she lost consciousness and her vital forces were leaving her. Alejandro now understood why everyone wanted to receive the demon god's blessing. He was sure that Henry understood the benefits because he also had the instruction. He can see the levels of opponents, recognize their appearance, and even gain experience for killing them. And in addition, beings with instructions can work for those who are able to measure their life energy. But he noticed that there were inconsistencies between the blessing and the instruction. In addition, the infinite supply of life energy will help restore his body. Like the Lich, he will not be able to be destroyed by the four continent powers. This is almost the same as being immortal. Moreover, he can tell about what is happening around him by changing the vital energy. He was worried that the necessary energy would be destroyed, but fortunately Eli is on the verge of death. And the dragon has nothing left. The last thing he needs to do is to absorb the required amount of vital energy. Henry's inaction will simply destroy his fellow dragon, and it will be Alejandro's victory. Eris could no longer contain this power, so she asked Ether to flee the place to save herself. But she was not going to run away. Ether understood that if nothing was done, everyone would die. Therefore, she began to act and burn this source of energy in order to somehow stop its detonation. Eli regained consciousness and decided to ask Eris for help. But Ether ran out of strength and could no longer support such a fiery flow. She did not want to be alone. Eli approached her and said that she didn't want that either, and asked her not to waste her energy. The girl was always lonely here. Therefore, she forbade Ether to take dangerous tasks, because she did not want to lose her. But she always stood out and was braver than Eli thought. Ether said she couldn't fight as a friend, or at least help her. The girl asked her not to talk nonsense because she is a genius dragon. Eli was holding an amazing item that helps dragons mimic other species. Eris said that this artifact can only be used by a dragon. Also, there has never been a case of a wyvern taking human form. All risks must be taken into account. Eli looked at Eris and said that Ether will do it. Now she can only believe in her. She inspired her and was ready to do anything to correct all her mistakes. Meanwhile, Alejandro kept telling Henry that he would never be able to kill him. Maybe he was right, but Henry didn't think he was immortal, because he feels pain. And while he suffers, the boy will continue to tear him to pieces. Everyone says that there is no such sensible person who lived a long life. But Henry was a monster and definitely a master in hunting skills. This only meant that he only hunted ordinary monsters. Therefore, Alejandro decided to cover his body with armor comparable to the strength of dinosaur armor. At the moment of the explosion, Alejandro lost consciousness, but the life force that penetrated through the blessing of the demonic god restored his body. Every part of his body was restored in less than half a second. After that, he woke up again. But the sensations that his body endured during the explosion still entered his brain. If it were not for another schedule, he would have simply died from the shock he received, but this was impossible because the blessing continued to work. And while Alejandro came to his senses and fought with the bull, Henry struck a second blow. And he continued to lose consciousness. This all happened because the blessing had stopped working. Therefore, the boy could simply cut him into pieces and his body would no longer regenerate as before. If this continues, he will need to absorb all the life energy. Meanwhile, Ether turned into a human with the help of Alejandro's locket. Now it was a beautiful level 5 sorcerer swordsman girl. Most importantly, she needed to learn to walk. She thought it would be much easier. Ether did not understand whether she needed to use her hands to walk. But people can walk without using their hands. Since humans have a higher center of gravity, and do not have a tail to keep their balance, they can easily fall. But falling is not a problem. You just need to tilt your body first. And when they start to fall, they simply take a step with the other foot. And so you need to repeat each step. Eris found her to be very talented when it comes to movement. This is all very hard to believe, even though he can see everything with his own eyes. Even a dragon that uses instinct magic takes days to learn how to walk. Although she lived with people. But Eli believed that everything would work out for her. While Ether was practicing walking, the ceiling began to crack. And it felt as if someone would soon fall there. It was Henry and Alejandro. He regenerated again and again in different forms. The boy advised him to look in the mirror before saying that Henry looked like a monster. Eris tried to tell the boy to look down. Because Ether was there. And she could not quickly dodge, because she had just appeared in this world in human form. So Henry started trying to push Alejandro in the other direction away from her. Ether panicked and started running towards Eli, but Henry still managed to land away from her. But they did not have time to leave when large stones began to fall from the ceiling to the ground. However, Henry, thanks to his agility, was able to save himself and save Ether. The girl looked at the source and it felt as if she had spent an eternity to reach it. Suddenly, Ether decided to bite her savior's hand. Henry immediately thought that this child suffered from the side effects of artificial instruction. Then they told him that it was the same Ether. She asked him how it happened that he was walking around naked when he took all her clothes and the last money. Henry grabbed her by the hair and said that he didn't want to walk like that. And he wasn't sure that it was Ether, so he asked Eris what was going on. He promised to tell him everything in detail, only later. Eli knew he was a friend of Eris, but she was still worried because he was an alien. But now it was okay because he was a good guy. Due to their discussions, they completely forgot about Alejandro, who was next to them. But he had his own problems. The system warned that his body was not suitable for the blessing power, and he needed to move into another body to survive. He had a chance to stay in this body by absorbing the available life force. But he did not have time to do this, and received a sword in the face from Henry. In any case, Henry's job was to make sure that this guy didn't absorb the life force. Otherwise, everything would be in vain, so he had to be kept away. He said that he will be a little busy, so he won't be able to ride on Ether's back. Therefore, she will have to manage herself. Although she said she didn't need his help, it was actually very difficult to walk on a dragon's human legs. Ether asked Eli not to worry about her, and just wait. She will do everything she can to make it end as soon as possible. Eris thought she was amazing because she had just learned to walk and was already running. Maybe she doesn't even know how to use his magic sword skills. She's extremely observant. Besides, she's very smart. Henry was obviously much stronger than Alejandro, but he was constantly regenerating. He had already been hacked to pieces a large number of times. But now he felt like a god. Henry didn't care and continued to beat him with normal physical strength. Alejandro understood that this monster could be resisted indefinitely, so something had to be done. In this case, he decided to attack his friends with demonic arrows. Ether did not understand what she should do in such a case. Will she be able to block this attack? She began to dodge every arrow. Ether remembered how Eli moves when fighting enemies. And she also began to use the battle dance. The girl moved very easily and professionally. She felt her every movement and lived it. Alejandro can't believe that a poor human can defend himself so effectively against his attacks. The boy pulled Alejandro to him, grabbing his arrow. Since at level 5 he was on the verge of death a large number of times due to hellhounds. So he knows how dangerous people can be. Meanwhile, the ether reached the energy source and was able to cut it in half. After that, Alejandro's body exploded and broke into a pile of tiny particles. The energy was released from the source and returned to its owners, who were in the dragon's nest. Victory that day was like a miracle. Terrible experiments on humans that were planned by the Great Earth. And people below level 10 whose life force was drained came back to life. Since their life force returned to them in an unparalleled way. After rest, they were able to return to their normal life. There were a total of 36 deaths. Most of them were because they were injected with an artificial instruction in the body. This disrupted all the plans of the Great Earth. Those who managed Alejandro were called heroes. But their victory was not celebrated. And instead of joyful shouts, there was dead silence around. Everyone, including Ether, received protection from the Order of Light. Otto said that it would be announced that the cause of this incident was an unknown magical disaster. Therefore, he is forced to apologize for the fact that the Order of Light will not provide any official reward for this incident. But the unofficial reward will be big enough. Eris said that they understand that this situation has to do with a large land and aliens. But Henry believed that such a large-scale problem should be announced to the whole world. Because no one knows what these scumbags can prepare next time. Otto was sure that Henry had definitely heard about the attack on the goddess 20 years ago. It was when the Great Land tried to kill the goddess, but the 4 heroes protected her. After this incident, a worldwide hunt for aliens began. Henry and Eris sympathized with them and were ready to hunt them themselves. But among those who were caught, only 30% were real aliens. The rest are ordinary people. Respectable people use the hunt for aliens as an excuse. To kill a large number of people seems to be in favor of cleansing the world from the influence of a demonic god. Then the Order realized its mistakes and did everything possible to stop the court proceedings if there was not enough evidence. But 20 years was not that long. And the hostility that remained in the Order towards the newcomers did not go anywhere. Ether will go to the hearing in 10 days, and after that will be sent to the crater camp. There was a lot of evidence against her that she was working with Eli, who was subservient to Alejandro. And if she really is Eli's twin, then they would believe that she also received the demon god's blessing. Henry thought that why the Inquisitors were here. And they did not protect her, but treated her like a real criminal. Eris grabbed Otto and said that the hearing was a formality. And if it wasn't for Ether and Eli, all the people would be dead. Besides, this child was important to them. She recently lost her family. Ether intervened in their conversation and said that she never had a family. Eli just looked like her. But they hadn't even known each other for a long time. Otto said that he had already spoken to this child. He understood that it was wrong, but it was the only way. If this child has nothing in common with Eli, then the judges must find that only Eli was an accomplice. Otto said they couldn't let an alien accomplice live. Eris was very worried about Ether. He held out his hand and promised that they would find a way to help her. The Inquisitor approached Eris and said that he could not go further. They were only allowed to come down here thanks to the protection of the cleric. And they could not go beyond the limits of what was allowed. Henry had an idea how to give them more time to communicate. He pretended to accidentally open it and fall into the cell. The Inquisitor was already ready to attack the trespasser. But Henry began to scream in pain. He said that he pushed a little on the door, and now he may have suffered a fracture. Otto ran up to him and said that Walter had a strong spirit, so he wouldn't show pain just like that. He couldn't heal him with his abilities right now. They began to carry him out with the Inquisitor. He was told not to worry because Eris would be watching behind the camera. Henry and Otto said with happy faces that they would be back in 5 minutes. Now they are left alone in the cell and can talk frankly. Ether said that they are good people. Because they are trying to help her even though they haven't known her for a long time. She understands how Eris feels, but everything really was fine according to her. Even if it looks like she's depressed, it's not true. Ether often remembers how much she had to go through with Eli. They really became very close during this time. Besides, they had to be very careful, hoping every day that no one would find out about them. She never understood why they should care about other people's lives when they were fighting. But Ether heard from Alejandro that Eli tried to save the life of the dragon she had just met. In fact, she was an idiot. It was possible to run away and live happily. Eris hugged her and said that sometimes a dragon that has transformed cannot take another form that is different from the previous one. And it becomes a curse. Because this form reminds of what she wished for the most. And the one she loved the most. Ether could not stand it, and began to cry very hard. Henry and Otto sat resting on a bench not far from the room. The boy said old Otto was of no use now. He replied that he was not yet old, but he fully agreed with this statement. Henry said that he was a high-ranking cleric, so he couldn't do anything. But the fact is that the hearing is not conducted by the Order, and she can't help her directly. Otto said that today is the last day of the interrogation by the Order. There are 10 days left before the hearing and he has left security for Henry. And if she escapes, the hearing will be held for him. In this case, they need to earn an indulgence. Since they have received a large number of awards, they will be able to receive an indulgence after completing one mission. Henry asked to choose a mission for him that would bring him a great reward. In general, Otto would like to join them, but for now he can't go anywhere. Nevertheless, everything should be fine. The task was to defeat several ghosts who live in an abandoned house near the city. Richard thought that Alejandro was very greedy, but Leslie replied that you can talk about the dead either well or not at all. Richard praised Leslie for doing a good job. He was sure that the Order had carefully investigated the dragon's nest, but she was able to get it. Most likely, they decided that it was a crystal ball and did not touch it. The blessing of the demonic god is very valuable to them. If they waited for 10 years. With this, they planned to appease their anger caused by the loss of the nest. In addition, they have a very useful dog. It seems that they began to actively explore the vast land. They are lucky that the Order of Light deals with this. If they were inquisitors, they would have already been exposed. By the way, earlier the townspeople were scared to death even to say the word big land. But now they were like the tail that fell off a lizard. Leslie believed that they should not be this tail, especially when they have this ball in their hands. Richard said that there is a large number of aliens who can replace them. The leaders chose them precisely because they can control their thirst to kill everyone in a row. It would be best to clean things up before the Order suspects anything else. Leslie concluded that Richard just wanted to get away from being beaten by that dog. But she offered to just pull out his teeth so that he couldn't bite them. And if they need to clean up, then it's worth offering a mission that will gather all these teams in a pile to kill them at the same time. Leslie added that she would keep the guests for him. An abandoned house that was sold by a bankrupt family. It was located not far from the village, and was known for its ghosts. But in fact, the Great Land conducted its experiments there. Many secrets were kept in this place. And in order to keep these secrets secret, there were many traps in this place. The only thing that should be regretted is that the world will never see these masterpieces. Because those who see them will not survive. An artist like her does not deserve to fight with enemies. That's why Leslie knows her better than anyone. Fear is an art. Desperation rules her. She can't even sleep when she thinks about how the victims will shake with fear. The ghost was expecting guests, but they still did not come. Perhaps there were problems during the preparation of the mission. Now she can't even tell where the blood is and not the wallpaper. Because they're running late. In any case, it's worth repainting everything. But she was still surprised. Was it so difficult to find this place if it was in a desert area? Now she decided to start preparing the main gate. A few days later, the ghost was already asleep and did not expect to see anyone. As it turned out, they were late because Henry insisted on killing all the monsters on the way home. Although it helped her level up, it wouldn't mean anything if she ended up in jail anyway. Henry said that on the first day they started running late because of the ether. Because she started buying clothes and ammo. The ghost was already watching them and was ready to have fun. The more they made her wait. Eris liked the warning sign that was in front of the house. Although even the ghost himself didn't like it. It seemed to him that the one who created it was an amateur. After he killed all these hunters, he decided to take this girl's body for himself. Eris said that the leaders have a skill that attracts intangible monsters. But since they do not have a spiritualist, they will have to find the ghost and deal with it on their own. Since they had enough time, Ether suggested that they split up and search separately. Henry was sure that they had never watched horror movies. Because the one who is separated from the group always dies. Ether asked him not to worry, because it's just a ghost. But the problem is that he can't be killed with physical attacks. Henry decided that he had better wait outside. And he asked them to call him if they found anything. Ether approached the boy from behind to scare him, and touched him with her finger. He looked very brutal, but this time he screamed like a small child from fear. They couldn't believe that Henry was afraid of ghosts. The guy grabbed Ether and started shaking her over the head for making fun of him. The ghost heard that Henry is very afraid of ghosts, and this was good news for her. Ether began to sing a made-up song, but Henry did not like it, because of it, he might not hear the apparition of the ghost, and they started to quarrel again. The girl replied that she just wanted to relax and relieve tension, especially since she saw a lot of ghosts when she was a dragon. Henry said that it would be better if she told more about these ghosts. She replied that they are low-level monsters that drain health, but they are very annoying because they can fly. The boy concluded that these ghosts are like local mosquitoes. There were a lot of such mosquitoes in the place where he was born, and he liked to destroy them since childhood. In any case, if they are on the battlefield, they must be careful not to be suddenly frightened. A large number of ghosts awaited them, but they were only there to lure them into the depths of the house. The moment they take a step forward to hide from the ghosts, they will fall into traps that are everywhere. And the ghost hoped that now they would experience the first of them. Although Ether tried to warn Henry, he still fell into the first trap. After that he started running and felt several more. Ether went after him because the room was already clear of traps. She said if he kept running like this, she would activate them all. The boy offered to return to Eris because he was worried about him. But Ether was sure that he would easily deal with these ghosts. And he is unlikely to fall into any of the traps, because they are very poorly hidden. In addition, all these traps are disposable. This place is easy to clean. And the only one who can fall into a trap among them is Henry. He stopped and said that she had better apologize to the hunter. A ghost appeared behind them and shouted that Henry had destroyed all their traps. The guy got scared and accidentally broke the door, which was boarded up. After that, his sword seemed to get stuck in the wall. Ether hoped that it was Eris, and he decided to play them. But in fact, it's as if they got into a mirrored room from which they cannot get out. There were 4 days left before the Ether trial. They tried to find a way out of this room, but nothing worked. There was another fake ghost in the room with them. Ether tried to find out from him if everything was fine with their friend. He replied that he had never seen anyone like that in this house. And since they had fallen into this trap, they had nothing left but to follow his instructions. Ether told Henry that it was the first time she saw that the house had become a dungeon. It was very similar to the process of its creation. And once they find the source of the dungeon, the artifact, it can be cleared. And the people inside will be instantly moved outside, so they won't have to look for a way out. The ghost said that the rules are very simple. She has prepared challenges in each room. All they need to do is complete them to move on to the next room. They went into the next room and somewhere there should be a key that can be used to open the door on the other side of the room. There are also clues hidden around. Ether was happy because she would finally be able to feel like a real hunter. But Henry replied that in his homeland such quests are held on dates. But Effer decided to joke and said that he hardly took part in such quests, because no one wanted to go on a date with him. The ghosts thought they were in big trouble if they thought they just needed to find the key. Because every wrong place there would be a death trap. He was sure that it would be difficult for the hunters to cope with this, because it required the use of brains. But Ether quickly found the key and was able to open the door. The ghost was in a stupor. Ether had a skill that allows you to track various objects. But the ghost said that this is not according to the rules and now she will not let them go. She promised that the next test would not be so easy. But as soon as they entered the next room, Henry simply broke the door and they could proceed to the next. He said that this is how real men compete. But the ghost convinced them that you can't break down the door so easily. They passed each test quickly enough, and the ghost hoped they would fail each time. The percentage ratio of wizards and hunters is less than 10%. And those who exceed level 40 are less than 2%. Most are hired by hunters to earn money for training and joining the Wizard Guild. Sorcerers Thinkers is an organization of magical research of the highest level. They recruit talented sorcerers. He is their level in independence. If they become part of the guild, they get the opportunity to move to the Wizarding Kingdom and access to all the latest magical theories. It was for this reason that Eris was sure he had never seen anything like this before when he was in the Thinkers. He did not understand who needed to put this magic in an abandoned house. They divide the premises and move them to different dimensions. It is ideal as long as the working tool is present. The magic will continue to work even if the sorcerer is not around. If this is the case, then no one and nothing will be able to get out while the magic continues to work. But it is unstable. Maybe the sorcerer made a mistake. Then Eris realized that it was not a mistake and everything was calculated there. It is activated as soon as the violator tries to escape. He understood that soon this house would cease to exist. Therefore, no one wanted to adopt an orphan with such a face. These people were the only ones who accepted her, while everyone else kicked her out, and she was forced to starve. The ghost finally felt that she could live as a human after she stopped hoping for a miracle. But then she jumped up and screamed. She succumbed to her emotions. It became like a Boy Scout trip. Henry replied that they were almost done and a little hungry. They still have to meet the boss. And she didn't understand how they could be so calm when she was trying to kill them. Henry said those traps were weak enough to kill them. They had no poison and did not deal lethal damage. The ghost said even if he is unrealistically strong, his level was still 5. And the only reason they are still alive is because she wants to have fun. The guy said that this will happen as long as she feels lonely. He took her hand and said that she is not a ghost, but a person. She just wants to be recognized by others. But these scum from the great earth are different. For them human life means nothing. Therefore, it was not too late to escape from this place with them. Something very strange began to happen to her. Does this dungeon close like this? At that moment, Eris appeared to get them out of this house before he disappeared. This place is a trap and they have prepared everything just for them. To stop the destruction, you need to find a whole tool. Then find and destroy the source. He was frustrated while watching them from outside, so he decided to go in. They just needed to find the source in the 2 rooms. Although they passed through many rooms, the source always followed them. But Henry believed that if there was an artifact there, they would already be able to close the dungeon. Eris said that he received such a signal. The only thing that moved with them all the time was only one person. The ghost decided that Richard and Leslie also wanted to get rid of her. But she wasn't going to believe it because it was a lie. The girl began to attack the hunters. And stones began to fall on them from the ceiling. To protect his friends, Henry grabbed them and threw them away from the dangerous place. But he himself remained there and was stoned. Ether didn't understand what they should do in such a case. But Eris told her not to worry because there wouldn't be a single scratch on it. The most important thing they need to do is find and destroy the source. Meanwhile, Henry got out from under the rubble and really didn't have a single scratch on him. Ether immediately ran up to him and asked if everything was okay and what they should do next. But Henry's face was not the same as before, as if a ghost had taken over him. And he swung to deliver a vertical sword strike. Eris understood that this magic belongs to the Great Land. As long as they can create something like a guideline, they do not think about turning the subject into a working tool. They need to find her quickly to stop the destruction of this place. She is trying to bide her time by hiding in a safe place. And then Eris began to guess where she had hidden herself. She saw that Henry was different, and he started attacking Ether. He delivered a blow, after which the stones split into 2 parts. Eris managed to take her girlfriend and they were thrown back by the shock wave. He also customized an artifact that Henry had in the past. It only had a few uses, but it was still better than nothing. But it was difficult to believe that he became possessed. This surprised Ether even more, because she thought that only children could become possessed. This is usually the case, since only children do not possess any of the 4 powers. In addition, their enemy is an unusual ghost, and a test subject who has consciousness. Maybe it's not an ordinary obsession, but it looks like she's trying to take over his body. Ether decided to turn to her and asked why she's doing it. After all, if Maiden keeps doing it, they'll all die. They suggested that everyone get out together and live happily. But Maiden told them to shut up. And if they want to live, they need to kill her and this guy. Unexpectedly, Henry began to beat himself. A trained physical body can indeed suppress magic. But Ether assumed that it was simply the strength of his muscles that began to control his brain. They definitely can't give up while Henry continues to fight. But it looks like he's dying. In Henry's head, he was in a library of memories. Maiden was also there. She tried to capture the boy's consciousness and convinced him that he was a demon of darkness. The battle took place in Henry's head. They shared their memories with each other. Even he had a dark history. This past hurt him. The damage increased Maiden's power over Henry's body. In addition, he himself spent 22 years on a rocky mountain. Therefore, there is necessarily a dark story in this period. But it also worked towards Maiden. For someone as dark as her, being locked in a house was her own dark story. He started reading a love letter she wrote to her imaginary lover, and it was destroying her. As a result, Henry was able to defeat her to free his mind from demonic evil. The only thing you need to know before this attack is that a high damage hit will have a strong knockback. The girl started throwing a notebook with Henry's weapon sets at him. And he responded by using the gay maiden fanfic about 4 great heroes. And they got angry in this battle of opposing consciousnesses. But all this happened in Henry's body. Ether watched the boy's body and was very interested in what was happening between them there, and how serious the battle was. They tried to use a device gathered from all the garbage. If the Great Earth used it to create this place, everything should work out. But there was one problem. Because they used magic from another world with the help of their guiding line, and accordingly the basic principles are unknown to them. Therefore, they will not be able to create it on their own. Eris was sure that the thinkers had a spy from the Great Land. Leslie is holding a mirror of confusion in her hands. This is a magical device that consists of 2 parts. If one breaks, the same thing happens with the other. Now they were ready to finish what they started. Richard was sure that with this method, they would not leave any traces. Leslie was worried that they had lost a large number of magical devices. But Richard believed that there was no reason to be nervous when the mission was completed. Moreover, they were in the holy land of magical tools. The girl offered to go for a walk around the shops, because they hadn't done it for a long time. Richard replied that they would do it after completing the task. They disguised themselves, but Leslie didn't understand why they needed to look like that when they were just going to report on the creation of the blessing. But such were the conditions of their masters. There will be a lot of eyes on the Wizards' Symposium. As soon as respectable people began to collect magical tools, which were created by thinkers, the symposium began to arouse their interest. Thus, it became a place where new magical tools are shown. Nobles come there to socialize and show off their purchases. Leslie and Richard sneaked into this banquet through the windows. They managed to avoid the suspicions of the guards and reached their destination. Leslie wanted to just kill these scum. But Richard replied that they should not be left behind. But then a robotic monster was waiting for them in the corridor. He looked like a golem. His alarm went off and he started attacking them. Richard drew his blade and attacked the monster in return, but his weapon failed and broke. Although at the cost of a blade, he still managed to eliminate the golem. Leslie assumed that it was an artificial golem, and she did not understand why Richard damaged his blade on it. A woman approached them and told them that they had dared to sneak into the symposium and destroyed the product they were going to demonstrate. In addition, she remembered that these two had destroyed her laboratory in the past. They fell to their knees and started apologizing for their actions. But it didn't matter to her. She was willing to forgive it if they gave her valuable information. This woman is the Archmage of the 4 heroes. Meanwhile, Maiden could not understand where she was. Because a second ago she was fighting with Henry. If she died, it was some very strange hell. Although maybe that's what he looked like to her. In the end, she was used as a tool, and she lived a life that didn't make sense. Considering that she's dead and the group was able to get out of the house. She would be sorry if they died. And if she had continued to live, then they would not have stopped hunting her. But Maiden was still glad that she had fun in the end and did not die a painful death. A dog appeared in front of her and told her to stop whining. Everything will be in vain if she does not move forward. Maida realized that she was not in hell, but still in that boy's mind. It only happened for a second, but this guy was very dangerous. He had a mix of desperation and anger. She left the boy's consciousness, but Eris and Ether were already waiting for her there with their device. And the boy immediately activated it and directed it at the ghost. Now she definitely began to die long and painfully. What she was so afraid of. Henry and his friends came to recover, and there were only ruins around them. Their magic seems to have worked despite them being unconscious. Eris realized that it was morning outside. This meant that the whole day had passed, and there was little time left before the trial. A girl who was a ghost in the house also appeared with them. Through the spatial trap, Eris was able to reset her role as a working tool. All her skills and abilities disappeared, so now she is an ordinary and free person. She didn't want them to give her to the Order of Light and offered to just kill her. Eris replied that he would not hesitate to kill her if she completely possessed Henry's body. And due to her fault, Ether will not have time to get to her own trial, because they have to go all the way back to the crater camp. But she still asked to wait until she came out to save. Maiden began to shout that she would never be grateful for such a rescue, because it is stupid pity. Henry thought this was a very rude answer. Ether replied that her Eli was just as used by the Great Land as Maiden. Because of this, she was assigned a trial. And this was her way of fighting them. Even if she ends up in prison, she must survive at any cost. Because if she stays alive, she will be able to win battles. Henry tried to say that prison wasn't such a bad place. Eris added that even if they put her in prison, they would definitely get her out. But they still had a chance to make it, because something appeared in front of them that would help them. It was a carriage propelled by a magical engine. Due to the lack of mechanical performance and power, the engine uses magical power with the help of mana stones. Although the mechanism does not use a mechanical horse. It seems that the inventor was very concerned about the appearance of this carriage. Eris saw this only in books. He could never have thought that he would be able to see her live. Henry did not understand what was so special about her that Eris behaved like this. Ether grabbed Maiden's hands and thanked her for such help. Now they will definitely make it to the hearing. But Eris was still upset. Because this carriage needed a high-ranked mana stone to charge it. He understood that the Great Land could not leave such an item without a reason. Henry did not fully understand what they needed, but he had something. It wasn't a rock, but it might as well work. As a result, they were still able to start this carriage, and it really moved very fast. Even the most advanced magical car will be hard to beat on this rocket. This fragment turned out to be very powerful. If it is connected with thinkers, then they cannot put it aside. One option is to tell the leader about it. But it is impossible. The leader of the group is one of the 4 heroes, Zenobia. She is the strongest sorcerer who saved the world by stopping the attack of the goddesses. And also the queen of the magical Rune Kingdom. With all these aristocrats who want to marry her because of her beauty. Therefore, Eris will definitely not be able to match her. Henry was surprised because 20 years ago, she was at level 100 when she had to face people from other worlds. The 4 heroes were recognized by goddesses for their deeds and blessed so that their bodies would never age. Henry heard something about them from Ether. Eris knew much more about them and promised to tell later. The strongest swordsman of the continent is Barolt, the king of the sword. He is the strongest of all 4 heroes. Thanks to him, the situation of the Walthurians remains stable, but no one has seen him for several years. Next is the spiritualist Holian. She is the beauty of the spiritual species and was the most powerful nymph. But now she is the queen of the spirits, and her actions are aimed at supporting this role. One of them was still active in his business. The one who caught the most aliens of anyone. The best magical swordsman Garhan. Henry was willing to bet that if they created an alumni club, it would be cool. Eris was only unsure about the Sword King, and that was real enough. Then there wouldn't be a single person capable of uttering even a word. Zenobia was looking out the window and enjoying the scenery. Those aristocrats who usually try to look at her today couldn't do anything. And thanks to Garkon, her new invention was sold. These buyers, due to their weak military power, are trying to borrow strength from the foreign nobility. But Garhan understood that Zenobia had called him not only to sell the golems. He noticed that Holian did not come at all. The assistant said that Lady Holian agreed with whatever decision Garhan made. The boy noticed that the girl had something in her hands. It looks like Ampala's blessing. It really was. If they didn't have much time left, she offered to start. Darkness is emptiness, and emptiness is the end, and the end is the beginning. Of all the 6 goddesses of this world, the one who controls the darkness is the goddess Ariel. She ordered all the children who heard her call to gather and meet her to fulfill the order. The girl opened the portal and was waiting for her guests. She asked them as the one who speaks for Ariel, for the goddess of darkness. The girl asked if they were the ones who received the blessing of the goddesses. It looked like they weren't there just for answers. They fought 20 years ago against aliens from other worlds who were on the side of the demon god. At that time, they were old and still sacrificed their bodies to fight for the goddesses. They received victory. And they believed that they had given, all for the sake of defending this world. After that, they received the blessing of the goddesses. They received young bodies, they were endowed with the opportunity to obtain the next level of power and status in society, with the help of which they ended the war. But it was ironic that they were told how long each of them had left to live. Every second was a countdown to their death. The girl replied that they were the ones who got the highest position possible. And the goddesses thought that they would not greedily claim immortality, but it seems that they treated them very well. Mistakes and disappointments are for those who enjoy life. And now that they had an answer, they were asked to leave. Garhan had no intention of leaving and replied that his disappointment was that his life was finite. He believed that after the incident, the goddesses did nothing. Despite the fact that their sons and daughters sacrificed themselves in the fight against the demons of this world. They died unjustly. When all the goddesses did was distribute their blessings and watch the world descend into chaos. Therefore, his most important disappointment is the goddesses themselves. Chaos may indeed be before his eyes, but the whole truth must be seen. Garhan believed that this world does not need a god who simply watches. He needs a hero who punishes evil and upholds justice. Therefore, they have no choice but to become immortal to uphold justice. He asked to grant them immortality so that they can save the world. After these words, Zenobia began to simply dissolve into the air. The search for eternal life is not a sin. The death she gives them is not a punishment. Because there is no other way to escape the battle of the fear of death than this. They grant them a painless eternal peace while their glory lives on. But Garkon believed that it was they who gave the goddesses this opportunity. The company of friends barely made it to the court hearing in the crater. Henry wondered what would happen to her now. Although they did everything to justify her. The boy also asked if Eris told Otto about Maiden. As a result, he decided to protect her, because she was the victim of the one who turned her into a ghost. Because if they said again that they were dealing with a large land, then they would become suspicious not only of the ethers, but also of them. It was logical. The incident with the lich might have been a coincidence, but if they found out about Alejandro and this house, it would be difficult for the Order to believe them, even if they said they had nothing to do with it. However, judging by the fact that they completely destroyed one of their bases, it looks like they only have them. If it becomes known that they possess a fragment of Ampala's blessing, then these scumbags will definitely come after them. But they decided not to inform the Order about it yet and keep it with themselves. These were just Eris' guesses, but he believes that this is a reference point that the warriors can use. New magic spells and skills can be introduced into it. But Henry thought that he would only be able to use abilities with which this artifact is compatible. But Eris said that the problem is precisely that he can use even those with which he is not compatible. With this item, a person can overcome the limits of their sorcerer abilities. Simply put, like low-spec computers, and advanced magic like a high-spec program. The only way a computer will be able to use the program is either with a landmark or with the blessing of Ampelas. Still, they were very lucky to be able to escape the house. They stopped the magic because Maiden was stuck inside with them. And because it was only a fragment of Ampelas's blessing, the magic was incomplete. And if there were more of them, they would probably never be able to get out of this magical trap. Henry waited for Eris to finish speaking and took a bite of his burrito. The boy was upset because it was the only normal meal he had been eating lately. Henry said that it was his problem if he wasn't focused on eating the food in front of him. Henry wondered how he would have lived if he hadn't gotten to this place. And if everything had worked out, if his system had worked normally. He would probably have lived for 5 years in fear in a rocky mountain. But it is no longer important because time is passing and there is no point in thinking otherwise. The most important thing is that he and his friends remained alive and well. The guys saw the girls and started asking how everything went and what the result was. Ether began to tell that thanks to Maiden's testimony, she was quickly rehabilitated. But then she saw something very strange between Henry and Eris. Eris said that Henry ate half of the burrito without permission. Without thinking long, Ether pounced on Henry and struck with 2 legs at the same time. Although her punch was comparable to a small child's push, the boy was still very angry. He grabbed her head and was determined to give her a good lesson. Goddesses compared to hunters were beings of a higher dimension. Therefore, it was clear that the dimension in which they exist is completely different. And they cannot be understood in any way. But it also works in the opposite direction. Just as they, in their view, are just figures drawn on a plane. The eternity they aspire to is just another dimension for them. Therefore, they cannot attack the goddess. Goddesses possess the magic of packing dimensions. It was hard to believe that a high-dimensional being would be locked in a lower-dimensional field. It seems that they have switched places with Ariel. Until he can understand her divine nature, her future will endlessly repeat itself in this space. Garhan asked Zenobia if the goddess could understand their plans while sitting in this dimension. The girl replied that this is possible only if they also appear in that dimension. The moment they entered their dimension, their magic began to crumble. And when Garhan chopped off her head, she was completely trapped by their magic. And it was too late. Because they absorbed half of her power in darkness. After that, she couldn't recognize Ampala's blessing. But they will not be able to achieve immortality only by half. It was strange that the blessing was incomplete. Garhan wanted to create it to the end, but for the goddess to remain in prison, they cannot leave this space. And if there is no time in this space, then their lifespan will decrease. And this means that they can absorb its power as much as they need. From a small dimension, the voice of the goddess Ariel could be heard. For Zenobia, this seemed impossible. He just used some of the absorbed power. With this skill, they will be able to communicate with the other world. But even if he wants to use the Great Land, the Order of Light is watching them very closely. Therefore, they will simply clash religion with religion. But Garhan planned to just give them a command called Ariel. Ether was very happy that Eris wanted to start her own team of hunters. The manager was surprised that they took a child into their group. But Eris replied that there were reasons for this and she would pay for the registration of this child. But she wanted to pay for this service herself. Because her brother was in debt to Henry. She was ready to give everything her brother had to save his life. The girl also offered to register a new guild card. It is free for those who cooperate with the order. Henry turned his attention to the boy who wanted to register with the Hunter Guild. Judging by how clean the equipment was, Henry could tell that he had bought it recently. The boy was surprised by the fact that he was level 20, but decided to become a hunter only now. He came from Shanghai, and introduced himself as Sana. In the northwestern part of the 1,000-year-old kingdom is a snow mountain. Ordinary people live there, and one day the inquisitors of the Dark Brotherhood visited there. People were scared. They thought it was some kind of curse that the dragon had built its nest on this mountain. Inquisitors come only when they are looking for a specific item. One man climbed the mountain and wanted to hide there until they left. And that's all because he had a fragment of Ampla's blessing. He wanted to raise his level. But one of the inquisitors found him and pushed him to the ground. He asked where the man was in such a hurry. He replied that they simply have nowhere to go, and that is why they live here. The man could not understand how he appeared here so quickly. Because of their mask, he couldn't see what level he had to destroy. So he fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. The inquisitor laughed and replied that they don't touch refugees. The man took out his gun and shot the inquisitor. He wanted to see how boldly this mercenary would behave now. The inquisitor simply swept him off the ground with one wave of his hand. He also concluded, looking at his shooting skills, that he appeared recently in this world. The inquisitor noted that there is a reason for everything. And the fact that his compatriots did not use weapons and the fact that he still did not kill him. He simply asked for the demon god's blessing to be given to him. But when the inquisitor looked at the floor, he saw an empty box there. Then something started happening at the top of the mountain. And everyone raised their heads to look. The man activated the power that they wanted to take from him. Now not only his level, but also the indicators have increased a lot. Probably the level was above 80. He didn't understand how Alejandro could lose with so much power in his arsenal. He was sorry that such a weak sorcerer became his first opponent. The monster asked how they knew that the blessing was on the mountain. The inquisitor said they had better not touch his mask. But the monster did not listen to him and broke her with one of his fingers. But what he saw was a surprise for him. After all, the inquisitor warned him that it is better not to do this. Because everything that happens has a reason. Meanwhile, the dungeon was being cleared of monsters again. But this time she got out of control because the monsters were much stronger than last time. And Ether went to help them. She jumped off the cliff and rushed straight down. The hunting team was unable to block the monsters' attacks and they broke through the defense lines. One of the soldiers came to help his team. He wanted to show who is protecting this place. Their main opponent was a giant caterpillar of level 61. All they had to do was watch the monster climb the mountain to the village. But the warriors noticed something falling from the cliff. It was Ether. But none of the hunters understood what a person wanted to do against this caterpillar. The girl hit her directly in the head with her sword. She very skillfully moved around the enemy and prevented him from attacking. The hunters also recognized her. She is a rookie hunter, Ether. She joined them 2 months ago and has been leveling up very quickly. Even though she used the basic magic sword technique, she is superior to many with her strength. There were rumors that she lost her sister in the dragon nest case and now works as a hunter to help people. But others didn't really like this talk about other teams. But even though she was strong, a level 60 monster would not die from such blows. Therefore Eris, who used his ice magic, joined the case. It completely froze the monster's body and it couldn't move as dynamically. Eris was considered a talent. He was absolutely suitable for any team and for any tasks. In addition, he uses magical tools that he made himself and powerful magic of a high level. And their manager thought that he was getting more handsome every time. Although he was a man. The little boy remembered that he read about him in the newspaper. One of the pictures was of Eris. There they met their old acquaintances from the Tarantula Queen's dungeon. Richard was not comfortable that they single-handedly destroyed the monster. But Brad said that everything is fine because they are on the same team. The hunters from the other team began to discuss that in real life Brad is much smaller than in the photo. But he shouted that he could hear everything. But Henry was not with them. Because a certain situation happened 2 months ago. because of which he was imprisoned at the bottom of the crater of the dungeon. The judge of the Hunters Guild arrived at the building where the aliens from the other world and criminals will live. Otto noted that the construction techniques became better when people from the other world started coming to them. Otto asked for what reason the judge from the Hunters Guild had come to them. He answered that the blonde girl whom they judged was constantly in front of his eyes. He really liked Ether. And he was sorry that such a girl would be engaged in hunting. The judge was worried about which team she would get into, so he came to see. Otto was forced to put up with him because he is a local nobleman. Besides, he donated a large amount of money to the order. It was unusual for him to be so noisy in the room. This happened because friction between hunters cannot be prevented. These are the nuances of the profession. In addition, they always have weapons with them. Therefore, even clashes can cost someone their life. Therefore, it is forbidden to use weapons within the walls of the guild. And whoever violates it will lose the status of a hunter. But even this rule has an exception. When a foreigner above level 20 tries to register as a hunter. In other words, when the guild begins to suspect a hunter who could potentially belong to another world. They needed to make sure if he was really from another world. Henry began to suspect him because he used words that are used on the ground. He was confident in his identity, but for them it is a completely unfamiliar word. And the other hunters just suspect him, but do not know for sure. In addition, Henry is the first to attack and block other hunters. 22 years on a rocky mountain was a very long time to remember cities from other countries on Earth. But in any case, the fact that he is a newcomer who recently came from the Earth is for sure. Although in such a case, the system would tell him that he needs to hide his identity. The boy understood that everyone who wants to become a warrior must demonstrate his abilities. If this is fate, then the guy is not going to hide or run away. But fighting helpless warriors is against the duty of a warrior. Therefore, he asked Henry to leave. And this guy said in front of everyone that he was level 5. This made it possible for him to understand that it was definitely a newcomer, and on the other hand he revealed his essence to other hunters. Therefore Henry pounced on him and began to beat everyone. Then everyone started discussing how Walter could be level 5. Everyone took his words seriously. Brad was also there and said that a level 5 hunter wouldn't be able to take down a monster above level 70. Henry was grateful that he was covered. Although he did not see in the crowd who was protecting him. When Brad started shouting that it was him. A minute later, guards were standing around him and asked him to put down his weapon and surrender. The boy saw Otto and hoped that it would end now, but the problem was that they were not from the order. These were the men of the judge, whom he had maimed when he hit a boy who wanted to become a hunter. Initially, this prison was intended for foreigners from another world. After the execution of the prisoners, this place turned into an accumulation of such garbage. It was developed by Garkon. This dungeon, which is located on both sides of the valley, was used for aggressive foreigners. The prison is built vertically. 6 floors above the ground and 24 below the ground. Even if someone wants to run away, they will run into an abyss. And if someone wants to fly, the walls are 15 meters thick. And the deepest part is 48 meters. As a result of the experiment, even the Sword King Bautold could not destroy the 48-meter iron wall. That is, even Walter could not escape from this prison. Henry was sentenced to 100 years in prison. The guy tried to protest, and said that it was an accident. And that this guy started first. Eris said that the other judges won't help either, because they are from the same faction. The priest pleaded for him, but they won't even accept indulgences. Besides, the master of this prison is the same judge. However, Ether had heard that this judge was very fond of money. Surely there must be a way to make a cash bail. Eris promised that they would find the money somehow. Even if he escapes, he will have to hide for the rest of his life. Then his plan to get the goddess's blessing through the order's donations will not make any sense. Then he will no longer be able to ask the goddess to send him to Earth. All that remains is to hope for Eris and Ether. Henry saw 2 prisoners beating each other. It was the same guy. He was also put in custody for attacking a nobleman. Now Henry will be forced to sit in the same cell with these scum for 100 years, unless he can be released earlier. He started waving his hands and greeted Henry. The boy was glad to meet him again. Then Henry first regretted not punching him. These thugs probably wanted to beat him too, but the boy said he didn't know him and turned away. The newcomer said that he was also careless until he was hit by Henry. And he remembered again that he was level 5. Henry was very angry and was forced to approach. But before that, he knocked out the bandits with one finger. Then he grabbed the boy's face and started yelling at him. But he was more interested in the name of the blow he had just used. Henry understood that if this guy continued to talk a lot, he might be exposed altogether. If this happened, he thought first of all how Eris and Ether would have to suffer. He even started thinking about killing him. The guy didn't mind because he didn't like the place anyway. But then Henry realized that in this way he would only make the situation worse and his term could be extended. Henry wondered how Chan managed to survive. After all, he came from another world and talked a lot. Chan simply told everyone that Henry was level 5 and everyone treated him like he was crazy. He knew that he had to hide his essence, but he didn't know that he couldn't tell something else. While Henry was thinking about how to teach him to distinguish between aliens and ordinary hunters, Chan prepared a gift for his help. These were the mana crystals that he had mined while destroying the monster. Henry wondered where he could find the monsters in the prison. These hooligans just wanted to take the crystals from him. The prison was built in a cave. Maybe he will somehow manage to get into the dungeon itself. It was unclear what the crystals were for if they could not be sold in the prison. Chan said that if he gave the crystals to the prison warden, he could reduce his sentence. The judge believed that if a foreigner kills a soldier at least once, he will not be able to forget the taste of blood. And the higher his level, the greater the pleasure from killing. His mercenary reacted very positively to the words and already wanted to go free. The next target is Henry. The judge was very happy when he imagined how he would tear his face. Something very scary and dangerous was sitting in this box. Not only for ordinary people, but also for hunters. People on Earth are small and weak. One of the reasons for this is that they began to move less with the development of civilization and therefore became weaker. However, the warriors who hunt ancient monsters are not very different from Earthlings. They are a little more athletic, since they have to move a lot, but in essence they are the same people. Despite the fact that the warriors train a lot to hunt monsters and raise their levels, the human body can reach a maximum of level 15. But the monsters are different, and depending on this, the level can increase quickly. Therefore, level 15, which people can reach, becomes ineffective. But at the same time, there are 4 main forces here. Hunters train and develop them intensively in order to raise their level and hunt stronger monsters. But what if the hunter cannot use 4 powers at the same time? There are magical handcuffs that prohibit the use of the 4 main powers. And then the high level of the hunter becomes just a number that does not affect anything. People who cannot use the 4 main powers become fodder for monsters. And there are no exceptions to this rule. One hunter found a kitchen knife, but he still won't be able to use the aura because of the handcuffs. And Henry could do all this, although he also had a bracelet like the rest. Although his sword was taken from him, it can be replaced by an ordinary knife. If you make a little effort and control your strength, you can avoid killing monsters. Chan hoped that killing the bees would give him enough experience to level up. But he got 1.2 points for one monster. After the hunt, they brought prey to the observer, and he decided how much to reduce the prison term. This time, he reduced each of them by a month. Henry wanted to ask for 8 more kitchen knives, but Chan suggested choosing a better weapon than a simple kitchen knife. The guy replied that it is better to take cheaper ones, because they break quickly. Henry gradually collected crystals. Alone he can quickly catch high-level monsters. But he could not abandon this guy, and he also needs to raise his level. Moreover, he has a good reference point. Perhaps he will have useful information for meeting the goddess. Therefore, it is not necessary to leave the prison with him. Chan asked for 100 loaves of bread instead of a reduced prison term. He distributed this bread to all the boys who were on the hunt and could not defeat anyone. Chan believed that even though it was not kosher food, it would help to strengthen himself. The more the monsters would appear again. Henry grabbed his face and asked him if he wanted to rot in this cell. The boy replied that he could not turn his back on those who wanted to be a hero. One day the judge himself visited them. One of the men began to fall at his feet and begged to be allowed to meet his family. The guard said that 5 years ago he was sentenced to 15 years in prison for not paying a debt to the owner of the house. He has no experience as a hunter, and his family pays him. The judge said that if he wants to see his family, he must kill monsters. But the problem was that he lost his leg on one of the trips, so now he can't hunt and mine crystals. The judge said that he should be given another chance and ordered him to be sent to the dungeon. He turned away and told the assistant that he asked to get rid of the poor and the crippled, from whom there is nothing to take. The guards dragged this man across the floor, but he resisted. They asked him not to resist, because it is so difficult for them. Although it would be good that they did not order to kill him with their own hands. Henry and Chan were just standing at the entrance to the dungeon. The guards began to threaten him and displayed their spears. But the boy replied that they were just going to the dungeon as well. Chan added that a monster had just appeared at the end of the dungeon and they had to go. Henry suggested that they also go to the dungeon with them at least once. But they were immediately scared. Meanwhile, another day has come on the 1,000-year-old mountain. The measurement of the level of evacuated people was completed. There were no foreigners from another world among them. This is already the 6th dragon's nest that they captured. Although the emergency operation went without complications and their personnel were not injured. But the general seemed to feel that something was wrong and was looking for some information. Although there is hardly anything left in this place with such a look. But something really bothered him. He said he needed to deliver something to the Brotherhood, so he headed to headquarters. This headquarters looked dangerous enough. Their master said that he did a good job. This time, according to the oracle received, there was a laboratory of strange earthlings. He also returned the blessing of the demon god. The hostess did not understand how such a small piece could contain so much evil energy. If not for the oracle of the goddess, it would have caused great confusion in the world. The goddess Ariel also deserves recognition in her opinion. Leon replied that he thought it was strange enough of them. But historically it happened that the goddess sent prophets to observe the earth and give them enlightenment. But she never took part in affairs on earth. It only means that the disrespect of men has touched the heavens. Leon said, however, when they received the oracle and arrived at the scene, the death toll had already exceeded 100 people. And if the goddess knew where they were, they would have gotten there faster. The hostess could not cope with her emotions and came out to him and said that she has been a saint for 70 years. But until now, she had not received an oracle so often. The goddess was worried about the disorder in this world, so she sent an oracle. No matter how much Leon said that he was chosen, he still remained very rude. He bowed and said that he had spoken too much. The landlady pointed out that he was no longer a child who could afford to be fussy. He should watch his words. She also asked not to forget to take off the mask next time, because the goddess gave him a very nice face and it was worth showing. The hostess took the blessing in her hands and began to offer it. Leon had never seen such a detailed oracle. Thanks to it, he was able to return the blessing of Ampelas. But if he even asks the goddess what it is, she will answer that it cannot be told to other orders. Something started happening behind him. Garhan received the blessing of Ampelas. The Dark Brotherhood can be trusted. Demonic preaching grew by only 3% thanks to the refugees who were there. Probably there are just very few of them. If, for example, the incomplete blessing of the demon god was delivered to the dragon's nest with the help of Richard. but she did not think that it would be possible to return the fragments with the help of the order. At the same time, they can get rid of the large land. Zenobia thought that it was good to be a regent and take part in political life. Although the body did not age, Garkan's brain got tired. Also, the large land they created was easily destroyed and Zenobia was saddened by this. Garhan replied that she was not that weak. And the Inquisitors of the Dark Brotherhood are not that strong. Maybe they gave a lot of information through the Oracle. Only one person can be involved here. In the Brotherhood, there is another owner of the Blessing of the Goddess, named Leon. They had an idea to drag him to their side. But Garkan believed that they would not succeed. Despite the Blessing of the Goddess, he gave up his career and remained in the Brotherhood. Then maybe he should be removed on the contrary. But he is also a good Inquisitor. His level is very high and now they could not resist him, having only a large land in reserve. It was all true, but the goal of the Inquisitor is to capture foreigners alive and get information from them. And he is the most suitable candidate for this. Because he is the only one who specializes in hand-to-hand combat and healing. So people from the big land can attack at any moment. These idiots will try to do anything to survive. They do not even suspect that they will not be able to harm them. As soon as they try to reveal the secret of the four heroes, the magical effect will be activated. The whole body will be very painful, and then death will come. Then it will work because healing magic doesn't work on corpses. And after that, like other foreigners, they will turn into dust and disappear. Garhan remembered that it was Zenobia who created such magic. But she is an archmage, so she constantly creates magic. And some of them she may not remember. In addition, she was very busy figuring out the goddess's powers. When Ampala's blessing was fully formed, they would be able to obtain the goddess's powers. Only one fragment of the Demon King's blessing remained. However, they had already checked all the dragon nests. But Garhan pointed out that the foreigners and the people they would sacrifice were not only there. There's one alien in the crater prison he created and he has already given all the information about him. All they have to do is wait for Leslie to get there. Lately, members of the Great Earth have started dying at the hands of the Inquisitors. It was obvious because Zenobia and Garhan were covering their tracks. And if Leslie didn't find another Earthling, she would die too. She needed to quickly find him among the prisoners, take Ampala's blessing from him and run. The girl heard two men talking about the fact that the guy who was standing next to Valterra tried to kill the judge, and that's why he got here. And the other heard that he got here specifically to find out what kind of evil is happening in prisons. She didn't know who they were talking about, but this boy with a red scarf was definitely not the foreigner Garhan was talking about. He had a very low level. She believed that Henry was the problem. Because she told Garkan that she destroyed all the assistants of the Order of Light, and he survived. He was still level 5. Chan offered to fight the guards and free the hostages. Henry didn't understand how he wanted to kill everyone. And he had 2 dragons to be responsible for. Henry understood that it was better not to contact the judge. He was going to reduce his time in the dungeon. Chan waited for Henry's answer. And then he shouted that they can't wait any longer, and nothing will change while everyone expects someone to save them. Henry grabbed him by the neck and began choking him to shut up. One of the men came up and said that it wasn't Chan who had gone mad, but the prison. Although they were criminals, they also have families waiting for them. All the prisoners began to tell about their stories and how they got to this place. An uproar arose. Although Henry tried to hold him, he still demanded to release them along with the rest. The guard told the judge that a riot had started and he had better go to a safe place. The man shouted that it was time to use radical measures to restore order and asked to bring the main rebel to him. Henry did not understand what was happening. Chan said that the warrior should be responsible for saving the weak. The boy bowed to Henry and said that he not only possessed martial arts, but also a great character. Chan then shouted that they were all ready to follow the hero Henry. And the people started chanting his name. Then the judge decided to release his assistant in such emergency cases. All the more, he wanted to teach Henry a lesson a long time ago. The boys were shocked that it was a foreigner. But they needed to do something. Leslie actually thought that this was the one Garhan was talking about. The judge was satisfied that these savages had finally shut up. And they really deserved it. As soon as the shackles are removed from this guy, it won't even take 5 minutes for him to grind everyone to dust. Leslie began to hesitate. Her level was higher, but it will be difficult to compete with him now that she has a level 4 seal. But the judge decided to have mercy and, as a sign of punishment, simply add 50 years of imprisonment to each of them for participating in the riot. And Chan, the initiator of the riot, was ordered by the judge to add 100 years. But the guy said that it was all Henry's initiative, and therefore he also received an additional 100 years of imprisonment. The judge understood that it would not be easy with them. Not only did they attack him, they also staged a riot in the prison. And then the man offered them mercy and a match that they would not be able to refuse. At stake will be the term of all the present prisoners. He said that the boys should have a sword fight with his foreigner. And if they win, the judge will significantly reduce the term of all prisoners. But Henry refused, because when the alien's mask is removed, he will immediately see his level. In addition, he will be able to close 200 years of hunting monsters in 2-3 months. The boys said that they would cover their crimes themselves. But the foreigner spoke up and said that his term could not be cancelled so easily. He also added that his scars still hurt and urged him to accept this challenge. The judge did not even know that these two knew each other. Therefore, it was possible to count that now Henry will participate in the pair. But since the fight is 2-on-1, the man offered one of the prisoners to fight together with the foreigner. And regardless of the outcome, he promised to release this person. One man spoke up, but his comrades warned him that the judge would not let him go just like that. But in fact, only a man would agree to fight with Valterra. There is no point in being freed only if you manage to survive. While the others were thinking and debating the proposition, Leslie stood up and said she wanted to accept the challenge. So it was even better for her. The stranger who was in the depths of the prison climbed out himself. And she was going to sacrifice Henry, then her words to Garkan about Walter's death will not be a lie. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The referee was looking forward to this match, because it has been a long time since there was such entertainment. Meanwhile, Eris and Ether were returning home from the dungeon. Eris began to congratulate her friend on closing the first dungeon in her life. Although she still didn't understand how they could withstand such regular monster raids. This method was developed by Henry to increase the low level of Eris. Henry pushed the monsters to the minimum of their capabilities. And then Eris, who has a low level, turns into a dragon and kills all the monsters at once. As a result, the level increases, thanks to the absorption of a large amount of energy with the help of the dragon core. And this time, Eris with a high level acted as Henry. Although it was useful to level up so quickly, Ether had spent a lot of her strength. But Eris replied that he too had a hard time at first. Nevertheless, she was able to quickly stabilize the dragon's core and absorb the energy. Even a dragon like him couldn't handle it so quickly. Eris said that the level will increase if all the absorbed energy is properly processed. And now he suggested to relax and learn to process it. Moreover, he received an artifact for closing the dungeon and needs to be checked. Eris was sad because if Henry was with them, he would have told with the help of his guide how to use this item and what functions it has. Ether said it sounds like he's dead, but he's actually just in jail. Eris was worried because he is easily angered and can become a real killer. 20 years ago, after the attack of the goddess of the great land, foreigners became enemies for the Ratnis. Garkan, one of the 4 heroes, agreed to create a camp together in the dungeon of the crater, which at that time had not yet been fully explored. Aliens were kept there, and as a result, some peculiarities were noticed. They do not get experience points if they kill each other. If an alien kills a warrior, then he gets experience. If an alien increases his level, then he gets new skills. All this information was collected by sacrificing a large number of Earthlings. But due to the obsession with murder, which began to manifest itself in foreigners, as well as due to constant experiments with monsters and increasing levels, it became impossible to control them. This place was handed over to local aristocrats, and began to be used as a prison for soldiers. Nevertheless, the devices for experiments on foreigners remained in the same form. And now they were secretly used as an arena for confrontations. Finally, what everyone has been waiting for has started. The competition will be held according to simple rules. The dungeon around the stadium is full of monsters. The winner is the one who destroys more monsters and collects more crystals. The time is unlimited. They can also take trophies from other players, and if something unexpected happens, the judge will not judge them harshly. In the left corner, the embodiment of immortality, the one who has not received a single injury in numerous battles. A demon from another world, sent by the deity Ampulas. His name is the King of Darkness. His shackles have finally been removed and his movements are now unrestricted. The power of darkness that he possessed was concentrated in his left hand. The audience screamed and wished the stranger dead. Leslie wanted it to end as soon as possible. She was also forced to wear this terrible costume. They needed a little patience. Once she could put Ampula's blessing in him, they would never see each other again. He liked the idea of a crystal that gives power. But her bright smile was enough for him to win. His real name is Laud. But he said goodbye to it after he was recognized as a foreigner and imprisoned. Therefore, he recognized Henry from the moment he saw him. But the boy still did not understand who was in front of him, although he knew the name Henry. Henry was sure he knew his name because he was indeed from the great land. But if he had known this, he would have cornered him a long time ago and started hunting Ether and Eris. In any case, Henry needs to defeat him and get out of prison as soon as possible. Chan said he has a lot of respect for Henry's strength and personality. But he did not understand how they would be able to overcome this foreigner. The guy suggested that they just talk and solve everything without a fight. The judge gave the signal and all the monsters were released from the cages. Now there was nowhere to run. And on top was a powerful shield that more than 20 people had created with magic. Henry prepared to fight and said that they had better talk later. Many spectators watched the boy. His muscular abs strong back. His pectoral muscles bounced every time he was struck with the sword. The ladies believed that the gods were not fair, that they gave such a luxurious body to a barbarian. One of them really liked this man. They said that if they win this fight, they will be released from prison. Therefore, her friend offered to take him to her place for work. One man said that it would be very difficult for him to work in the mansion because he does not use any magical items. It was Lord Felix from the Merchant Order. He was very pleased to be recognized. He asked permission from the lady to take a photo with them. He had a new magical tool from their order. The women suspected that he had a high level because he could use this item on his own. Felix replied that his status was not high, and in his youth he worked as a hunter together with his brother. Now it was necessary to check how he works. He saw the same strange earthling. But through his mask it was difficult to see the person. The Count approached them while they were talking among themselves. He asked Felix not to trade in this place, because the ticket was too expensive for him. Felix replied that he was not going to trade here. And he was very pleased that the Count himself was concerned about his finances. The judge offered Felix a bet for the sake of interest, and asked who, in his opinion, would win in this confrontation. But he did not let him answer this question and said that he was betting on a foreigner. He expected the Earl to behave in exactly this way. But so far, Henry had no problems destroying all the monsters that attacked him with one sword. With the help of one blow, he could destroy several dozen of these creatures. Their particles scattered all over the arena. The audience was definitely convinced that he had 4th grade magic items. These monsters were very weak, especially when they attacked one at a time. But the fact is that there were only more of them. By the time he stopped, a whole wall of them had already appeared. The problem was that all these monsters attacked only Henry. They did not touch the stranger and Leslie at all. But for him it was another entertainment, and he cut all the monsters in a row, regardless of their number. Monsters simply flew away from him. But even though he controlled his strength, the weapons still did not hold up. He noticed that Chan was being attacked by monsters and he couldn't fight them off. Henry can't let him die, so he rushes to help. Leslie didn't understand why insects with a low level of intelligence just passed them by and only attacked Henry. Also, she had never heard that in this area there were such people with the same abilities as the foreigner. In the past, Loda was turned into a monster by a dungeon boss. Usually, such a process cannot be stopped. But in Laud's case, due to starvation and dehydration, the monster's cells stopped multiplying. And only his left hand merged with him and acquired the skills of that monster. One of them was controlling lower-level monsters within a 4-mile radius. The boy did not remember what happened in that dungeon, but because of this cursed skill, everyone considered him an outsider. He was thrown into this dungeon and was forcibly forced to compete with other prisoners. And ironically, the battle with the one who took everything from him will be the last one that will free him. But last time he was only level 5, and if he trained hard, then his level should be at least 20. Laud promised to spare him if he admits his guilt. But for Henry, there was no need for this, because he destroyed all the monsters without any problems. Laud had even begun to think that he had confused this warrior with Henry. Also, the boy managed to save Chan and destroyed the monsters that attacked him. Chan replied that he was fine, he just flew so far because of Henry's attack. It seems that the main number of monsters attacked only Henry, because Laud wanted to take revenge on him. He just needs to kill that dog that is hunting him, and it will all be over. The artifact is a dungeon energy source and a powerful tool that can be obtained by scavenging. In other words, artifacts are a badge of honor for hunters whose goal is to clear the dungeon. But without knowledge of the level limits and abilities to use the artifact, it becomes an ordinary decoration. Therefore, hunters often come to the examination to find out the power and price of their artifacts. Ether and Eris did so. This artifact is limited to level 30. It can be used 10 times per day, the total number of uses is not limited. The ability of this artifact is to store clothes and allow the user to change clothes in time. The quantity is unlimited, so it can be sold for 3 times more than other artifacts. For about 5,000x. Ether started hugging Maiden and thanking her. Eris was not even comfortable that every time they get a free appraisal. Maiden works as an appraiser using the experience she gained in the big land. The girl said that they did not need to apologize because she understood that money was needed to save Henry from prison. For this reason, Eris even sold his spellbooks. He retained all the skills in this magical item. Maiden took a look and said that this artifact would cost 10 times more than normal records. But it turned out that she was just joking because it was their secret. It seemed to her that it is better not to sell this artifact, but to use it herself. You can put clothes there at any time and quickly change clothes as needed. The girl was really right. Every time she reincarnated, Eris's clothes became unusable. Ether noted that although Eris was also a dragon, it was very uncomfortable to see him naked in human form. Eris and Ether have just realized that Maiden knows who they really are. She said that when she moved in with Henry, she saw all his memories. If she could see his memories, that meant she knew his true nature. Maiden said she knew everything. She just didn't want to pretend she didn't know anything. The girl thought for a long time how to tell them about it. Ether said that Henry saw her in the form of a dragon and did not harm her. And Eris was also ready to answer for his actions. But that was not the problem. Maiden also knew that he was a good person. But what was inside him was something terrible. He was in hell for 22 years before he appeared in this world. From the outside, he seems normal. But in reality, he remained as dangerous as other aliens. Henry, meanwhile, continued to destroy the monsters with little effort. And so at last he made his way to Laud and Leslie. The stranger did not expect at all that he would be able to destroy all his subordinate monsters. But it was definitely not their weakness. Their average level was 30. And there were many bosses among them. Although Leslie knew for sure that he was a level 5 swordsman. The Count was very angry. He did not expect that Henry would be able to destroy all the monsters. Felix understood that such a number of monsters could destroy an entire city, but even they were able to withstand the power of this warrior. All the prisoners watched this fight. They didn't say a word the whole time. All the spectators felt only fear before such a powerful warrior. Henry did not believe that these were all monsters and was sure that the enemy had prepared something else for him. Indeed, it turned out that way. Laud put his hand forward and began to call his boss. And an unknown creature began to appear from under the ground. It was something huge, and even Laud himself did not expect to see such a monster. He really managed to fill the mind of this monster and direct his aggression to Henry. It was a level 31 dungeon boss, from the deepest part of the crater. Her name was Queen Antonina, and she was level 80. She saw that all her children were destroyed, and she began to look for the one who did it. Henry went out to the monster and said that he did it all. And because of them, his sword split. He could not withstand such force. Antonina got tired of hearing this and attacked him with her sharp paws. Spectators started running out of their seats because it was unplanned. Felix said that it was necessary to quickly evacuate the prisoners. But the Count said that there was nothing to be afraid of. He wanted them to look at this spectacle, which would discourage them from rioting. In addition, there were 20 level 60 warriors protecting the place around the entire perimeter. Therefore, he advised that it would be better to watch and enjoy Walter being torn to pieces. But Felix grabbed him by the collar and said that now they need to run not from the boss, but from Valterra. Since his sword was broken, he used the monster's paw instead of a weapon. He tore this monster in two with his own hand. For it, he received 100 million experience points. The main reason why foreigners began to be afraid is hidden in their impulsive desire to kill. The reason for such impulses is their instruction. One of the tasks is to kill a soldier. And the reward for killing is a substance that goes directly to the brain. It gives the user irreplaceable pleasure. Accordingly, for the aliens, the killing of the soldiers gives an instant effect and is highly addictive. It was a strong drug. Therefore, if the newcomer kills a soldier at least once, he will no longer be able to avoid this impulsive feeling. Maiden was conquered by the Great Land and knew about this fact. But Ether and Eris said that he did not even suspect such behavior. The girl agreed with them, but this will happen until he kills at least one soldier. Since all those he killed were foreigners, he never suffered from this addiction. And killing foreigners does not bring any satisfaction. But it is not known how long luck will be on his side. Monsters that have haunted him constantly for 22 years. He couldn't hide from them or run away. Either he kills them or they kill him. What was normal for him is not normal at all. He came into this world physically, but mentally he is still on that mountain. If he is pursued by an enemy, then suppressed instincts can manifest themselves at any moment. It will not be difficult for a person like him to get used to killing, even compared to other foreigners. Maiden turned specifically to Eris and asked if he had ever felt the urge to kill. He replied that it was their first meeting, so he misunderstood him. But this misunderstanding was immediately resolved. Then they fought together against the Lich. And all this time, Henry did not kill anyone mindlessly. Felix wondered if the victims were among ordinary people. Was it possible that Henry was controlling his power? Ether asked not to talk about it anymore. She doesn't like it. There are no more monsters left, and now Henry can kill his enemy. Law tried to remove the mask so that the boy understood who he really was and stopped. But Henry was already attacking him with his ruined sword. Leslie was also just watching what was happening. Chan covered Laud with his body, and as a result, Henry injured his comrade. He said they should solve their problems with words. And after that, he simply attacked Henry. Laud remained alive. In the dungeon, Ether and Eris met with Brad and Martin. They managed to find a very large crystal. This was expected because the monster was also large. He threw it to Eris. Such a big one will definitely cost at least 500x. Ether decided to ask if they can definitely take it away. But since they are Henry's debtors for life, such help is a trifle. They also received such an artifact from him that one help will not be enough. Although Brad actually did all this for Ether's attention. But he was ready to die rather than tell her about it. She was very grateful for such an act of Brad. The guys still dared to address her, but at that moment she was called from above. They were the healer sisters who were with them in the Tarantula Queen's dungeon. They said that there was trouble and they needed to go up to them. Ether couldn't hear the girls very well and decided to go up to them. The boys were surprised how she confidently flew over the cliff and was not afraid at all. Eris noted that since their party is helping them, they are raising money much faster now. He understood that if they were close to Henry, it would be easier for him to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Ether heard what she didn't want to hear. Eris was downstairs and didn't hear anything they were talking about. He only saw Ether's reaction. Felix gathered information about the aliens from the crater prison. He almost died there while performing Leon's task. The man noted that he was very unfriendly, and did not even offer him tea. Leon replied that the hot water was behind him, and asked him to be quiet while he familiarized himself. Felix did not understand why he needed to do this work, because the Brotherhood would have done it much faster. Leon replied that he needed it personally for his own purposes. It said that this guy was a foreigner from a prison in Crete. But Leon personally checked him, and he is definitely not a stranger. Felix could not find information about his origin. Most likely this Earl just wanted him to entertain him at such battles. He specifically got rid of all records to present him as a foreigner. Leon then began to look at Henry's photo. He knew that this boy was the opponent of the stranger in this battle. According to rumors, he killed the leader of the enemy when the Order of Light attacked the dragon's nest. Felix noted that he killed bosses with one swing of his sword. Since Walters don't measure levels, it's impossible to know him. He put on his mask and said he needed to catch a level 5 person. Judging by their behavior, people have already lost control over themselves. But their reaction is still not as sharp as Zenobia expected. Holian replied that when she became queen she saw even more dirt. They saw that Leslie was sitting in a corner and didn't even try to get out. There are some cases when foreigners harm themselves due to withdrawal syndrome. As a result, they choose death, although it makes no sense. Holian approached her and said that her ward had recently died and offered to go with her. Leslie hated those 4 heroes who locked her in such a place. She wanted to tear to pieces the soldier standing in front of her. But for some reason, she still couldn't resist her offer. Leslie understood by her elegant address and kind voice. For them, people like her are just toys that they can kill at any moment. Restraint was the main condition of her release from this cell. Leslie was able to suppress the urge to kill. They took the dirty work of the 4 heroes and became a fake big land. The restraint was created by her fear of them. The fear was enough to swear allegiance to those she hated. She never thought she would feel this fear again. Rebellion would be inappropriate. When Leslie saw Henry's true strength, she realized that his level was fake. He extended his hand to her, but she started screaming and defending herself from him. The guy just wanted to free her from these shackles. Then Henry leaned over and told her to help save this boy. Because he knew that Leslie was a spiritualist. Then they all together began to save his life and did everything possible. The Count did not understand how Henry dared to insult his competition in such a way. Therefore, he ordered everyone to be executed. The gate rose and the soldiers of the judge, whom he had hired, began to run out of it. A person was dying before their eyes, and these scum can't calm down. Although Leslie made every effort, no results were visible yet. They haven't even finished giving first aid, so if you stop, he'll just bleed all over. Against him, the Count brought out all his most qualified troops. There were also long-range weapons there. And it was from her that they began to attack them. Laud had no problem intercepting their arrow with his bare hands, and threw her back, after which their location exploded. Henry did not understand why Laud decided to help him and became defensive. He asked Henry not to be distracted because the boy who saved him could not be allowed to die. Henry saw a hole nearby and asked everyone to go down there. But Laud decided to stay on the surface and cover them. The only thing he asked Henry was not to die until he himself killed him. The boy took Chan's body in his arms and he and Leslie began to descend into the pit. Laud considered himself the Count's secret weapon, so he couldn't die from his assistance. But before he thought about it, a bunch of sharp spears flew at him. Meanwhile, underground, Leslie stopped the bleeding. All she could do was increase his healing factor a little. Henry was still interested in what would happen to his hand and what the options were. The girl was generally surprised that after Henry's blow, this boy's body did not split in half. It was very difficult for her to glue the severed arm. Henry started to get up and Leslie panicked. She assured him that she wasn't lying. He thanked and left. The girl did not understand his behavior and where he went. Henry replied that as soon as Chan got better, they should escape and close the dungeon. Since Laud had summoned the boss by force, they just needed to find his room. He promised that he would look around and come back here. They just have to wait. Henry was very angry with himself for doing this to Chan. He had no excuses, so he just suffered. Leslie was unable to fulfill her task and pass on the blessing, but it didn't matter now. That's why she just ran away. Because if this terrible Walter changes his mind, then she is finished. But everything was not as simple as she thought. On her way, she met a level 70 egg carrier, who saw his prey and immediately attacked it. Posters with Henry's photo were hung all over the city. It was written on them that he was wanted. Eris and Ether did not understand why he did it, and most importantly did not know the reason. Since they collected money, which should be enough for the first time. So Eris was going to find Henry and escape with him from this village. Judging by the information he had, he ran not to the dungeon, but to the dungeon, which is connected to the outside world. And if they hurry, they will be able to find him first. Ether said since he hasn't been caught yet, that means he's hiding. The dungeon is a very confusing place, and it's unclear how long the two of them will be looking for him. Brad and Martin appeared next to them, who were ready to help them in their search. Eris and Ether were very grateful for such help. Then they agreed to meet at lift 24. Ether should exchange crystals, and Eris promised to buy 2 maps of the dungeon. They needed to work quickly so that outside organizations wouldn't get involved. Because if that happened, Henry wouldn't be able to get away with murder. The sooner they can find him, the fewer traces they will leave behind when they flee the village. When Eris first opened the door, Inquisitor Leon was standing before him. It was an unexpected meeting. He did not think that he would ever meet Eris again. Aliens have no real friends, because for them partners can be much more dangerous than enemies, because they need to hide their identity. Therefore, they are lonely all their lives and are on the run until they meet a monster stronger than themselves and die. But Leslie was lucky and he saved her from Chan's death. This was the second life he saved in one day. It was a very unexpected act for a girl. Chan ordered her to run for her life. The monster didn't care who to attack. So now he switched to the boy. Leslie was not going to run away and used a magic shield to repel the monster's attack. And after that struck back. But it did not work, and this creature simply ate the entire protective shield. Each of them had already managed to say goodbye to their lives, because there were no more chances for salvation. But they forgot that their ally is Henry. He never leaves his team in trouble and always comes to the rescue in time. The boy hit the shield directly, and it exploded inside the monster. After that, he said that the two of them are very weak, and he won't even be able to use them instead of bait to escape. So he ordered them to go back to the prison and tell them that Walter had threatened them. Then they wouldn't be killed. Henry asked them to leave before he killed them both himself. Chan stood up and said that while his words meant nothing, they weren't going anywhere. Because the one who wants to become a warrior cannot turn away from the one who is suffering. The boy grabbed Chan by the scarf and said it was enough that he almost lost an arm because of it. But Chan did not lose his enthusiasm and believed that the hand was the minimum price. Compared to Henry's help every time there was a danger that someone might find out that Chan was a foreigner. For Leslie, this was news. Thanks to Henry, the boy had heard a lot about what the strangers had done in Ratna. Chan knew what would happen to him if others found out who he really was. But he still risked revealing himself and dying. But according to him, everything was the other way around. The boy wanted to help the soldiers because the foreigners had caused them a lot of damage. He wanted to prove that not all Earthlings are criminals. And maybe in this way Earthlings and warriors will one day begin to live in peace. Chan understood that for this he might have to compete with Earthlings who would do evil. And for such confrontations, he definitely needed an ally. Therefore, he bowed to Henry and asked to become his partner and help realize this idea. Leslie listened to it all, and it sounded like madness to her. Since she understood who the real stranger was, she wanted to fulfill her task and began to receive blessings. Henry sat down and asked Chan if he could kill the Earthling, because everything was easy with words. The boy said that killing is unacceptable for him, but he is ready to kill someone who has ceased to look like a person. He shook Henry's hand and added that he still believed that conflicts should be resolved with words. Leslie understood that what they were discussing and planning to do now was suicide. It looked like the stupid illusions of an Earthling who had recently entered Ratna. Henry asked Chan if he had any plans other than good talk. The boy replied that the details were still to be thought out, but the most important thing was to escape from this place. For 10 years, Leslie has been working in a big land and now she has faced the reality. However, because of one person standing in front of her, this problem no longer seemed so impossible. While Chan rested, Leslie tried to heal Henry's wound. It was more serious than it seemed at first glance. She noted that it was not necessary to repeat fencing techniques with bare hands. It was good that the aura that protects the body remained. The girl knew well that an used aura strengthens the body. Healers mainly specialize in protection. Then Henry thought about it. Things didn't work here like in the game. When the level increases, the power also increases. The fact is that he had a lot of unused aura left, so his abilities increased. But then it was not clear why he could only do physical attacks. Leslie spoke to Henry and wanted to ask something. But the guy misunderstood her and asked her to forget everything she did here. Otherwise, if the Count finds out about it, the punishment can be very cruel. Therefore, it would be better for her to say that Henry threatened her, and there was nothing she could do. The girl went to bed and said that she would do as Henry said. After resting, they would need to clear the dungeon. Leslie could not sleep and was constantly thinking about her task. The Count promised the Hunters Guild a good reward in his opinion, but there was still no news from them. The aide replied that the hunters weren't going to do anything until the reward was at least AC rank raid. The Count was most worried about the fact that Henry would be released and start telling everyone that the stranger in prison was not real. Then it could reach even the order itself. A guard entered their office and told the Count that someone wanted to meet him personally. Although he said that this Count does not accept anyone, but he was very persistent. He couldn't wait any longer, so he just knocked on the door and went into the office. The man immediately apologized to the Count, because he is very busy. He wanted to ask for assistance in his investigation. It was Inquisitor Leon from the Dark Brotherhood along with Ether and Eris. He said they were in a hurry, so they came without a warrant. But Leon believed that there was no problem in this. When he met Henry's friends, he didn't care whose side they were on, because he had nothing to do with it. His most important task is to find out about the relationship with a foreigner. He knew one such person in this city. It was only his intuition, and he wanted to get proof from Henry himself. It meant they had one goal, and he invited them to follow him. Thus they came to the head of the Count's prison. But he thought they had found out about the false alien and jumped out of the window to descend the emergency rope. He needed to find that false alien as soon as possible. Ether followed him and heard all his thoughts. Now she knew about some fake alien. The Count continued to run and hoped that he would succeed. When he seemed to break away from Ether, the judge did not notice how the ceiling began to melt and burn in front of him. It was Eris who also had a few questions for the Earl. And the first question he asked was what he had done with Henry, and why he had run away. But he panicked and just jumped off the bridge straight into the construction materials cart. He ordered his guards to destroy this traitor and send him to prison. Eris was giving them one last chance to stay out of this discussion. But Ether decided that there was no need to talk here and simply paralyzed them with her electric shock. She apologized, but they should thank her for not dying from Eris' magic tricks. Eris asked Ether where the Inquisitor went because he didn't see him following them. There were many guards there, and they decided to jump into the cart and go with the Count away from them. They were sure that Henry knew where to run and they might be able to find him faster than the Inquisitor. But if he still finds him first, then confrontation cannot be avoided. Their task is to prevent Henry from killing an ordinary person, not an alien. Because if this happens, Eris will be forced to kill him himself, even if it costs him his life. It takes time to get into the dungeons. Leon didn't expect the Count to escape so quickly. A small town to which he arrived following the footsteps of the Lich from the Great Land. His name is the town of Onfros. But very soon the traces of Lich disappeared. And you could guess that he died. After that, Alejandro's nest of dragons was destroyed. But all the blessings of King Dessen, obtained with the help of the oracles of the goddess, were still in the nests of dragons. This means that it is very likely that Alejandro invented the blessing of Ampelas. And the person involved in all this had a much higher level than 5. And his allies were also ordinary people. They had something special. Something related to aliens. While Leon was descending into the dungeon, they tried to stop him with ballistic arrows. But it was stupid to attack such a strong Inquisitor with ordinary arrows. Meanwhile, Eris and Ether made their way to find Henry. Near the dungeon, they found an arena where battles seemed to be taking place. They realized immediately that there were even dungeon monsters there, and maybe even Henry was fighting there too. The Count was already waiting for them there, together with the bound Laud. He thought that they were looking for him. Eris did not understand what Laud was doing in this terrible place. After all, he was not an alien. The Earl ordered them to be silent, because in this place he considered himself a king and a god. To confirm his words, he electrocuted Laud. With this, he made the boy activate his skill automatically. He summoned the king of this dungeon, who came to them almost immediately. Eris knew that there was a Queen Antonino in this dungeon. But it was also said that there was also a King Antonino who was much stronger than her. And now he appeared in this arena to destroy Eris and Ether. At this moment, Leon also joined them. But he was not as frightened by this creature as the others. Moreover, he attacked King Antonino and struck a very powerful blow, after which no one survives. Eris then realized that no matter how much he risked his life, it was of no use against this Inquisitor. Before dying, one of the guards managed to inform his partners that there was a fugitive in the arena. The Count told the hunters that there were no monsters left in the dungeon, and they could easily find the leakers. But 2 weeks have passed since the last confrontation, and it is logical that they appeared again. They spent so much energy that they deserved a good reward. These hunters received Henry's sword as a gift, but did not know how to use it. Because it wasn't even sharp, it just weighed a lot. And these guys couldn't even lift it completely above their heads. As a result, they were left without weapons and monsters surrounded them from all sides. They had the last hope for the artifact they received as a reward. But they were not foreigners, so they did not understand how to use it. They just sat next to each other and closed their eyes. Their only wish was to die quickly. However, they were saved thanks to Henry. He finally returned his longed-for sword. The boy made sure that this sword could be used only for him. Henry assumed that these boys were sent to search for fugitives. But with Henry, there were also many people who were unjustly imprisoned. And they also came to catch them. The prisoners were promised that if they found Henry and his accomplices, they would be released from prison, so they entered the dungeon. But Chan very quickly won them over to his side. The boys said that by the next day they would be able to clear the dungeon and get out. But they were worried about how to escape from the city, because they would have to fight the guards. But Chan replied that they will not run away. They must tell the townspeople what is really happening in this prison. After that, they will accuse the warden of illegal activities, get him released, and get their freedom. There were many who thought that uniting with Henry was better than fighting him. But not everyone thought so. One guy stood up and said that it was impossible to judge the Baron. He suspected that they were crazy, but now he was finally convinced. And even more so, no one will want to believe the words of the fugitives. He believed that it was better to break the guard and flee outside the city. Chan replied that his plan was to run away and die on the street. The Count just wanted them to fight and show their savagery. If their hands are covered in blood, no one will want to listen to them. And if this happens, none of them will be able to live a normal life. The rest of the people supported Chan, because many of them had wives and children in the city. So they suggested that he return to the prison himself. This man took out a knife and began to threaten, but this did not happen for long, because Henry broke this knife with an ordinary stone. It made no difference whether to live all his life in prison or to be an eternal fugitive. Moreover, Walter's warrior was with them, and they counted on his protection and help. The crowd began chanting Chan's name. The only option left for this man was to return to prison or die here. Chan started to feel embarrassed, but he actually liked it a lot. It meant that he was doing everything exactly right. Not long ago, this boy was very nervous, but now he can confidently lead such speeches. Now they only have to get out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Leslie was very nervous and it showed. Henry also noticed this, so he approached her and asked why she looked so bad. And he asked if she was not in pain. She stood up and said that this happens to girls sometimes. Leslie said that there was a strong smell of sweat and she had a headache. So she went to rest and asked not to be disturbed. While everyone was resting, Henry and Chan couldn't sleep. Therefore, they decided to discuss their plans. Henry said that tomorrow he would finally see his comrades waiting for him outside. Chan understood that he was talking about those people from the Hunter Guild. Chan said that these girls looked as noble as him. But Henry corrected him and said that one of them was a boy. Chan also added that he was always lonely on Earth and never had friends. It was because he was deaf. And all he did in life was look at books. The characters in these books talked about things that no human told him. It was funny, but one day he died because of it. At first he wanted to kill himself, but then he reached level 5 and then met people who also died and were reborn. They were all from different countries and he saw them for the first time. But these terrible conditions made them friends. Most likely, these were his first friends. He was very happy and even briefly forgot about time. Then when they got to level 20, the guy got into Ratna and was alone again. He did not wear a mask and used his real name. Chan hoped to become famous so that his name would become known, and he would make new friends. The guy wanted the soldiers and earthlings to live peacefully. He pretended that all this was for the sake of justice and tried to help all the people in prison. But it turned out to be only a manifestation of his selfishness. But Henry believed that there was nothing wrong with this, because everyone has the right to a dream. That person who says that he is not looking for his own benefit is either a fool or has something planned. The only difference is whether you are looking only for personal benefit or you are trying to find benefit for others as well. Everyone who was there with them, at least, owes their lives to Chan. Therefore, his dream of creating a world where everyone understands each other can be called a manifestation of justice. Henry even thought it sounded very sincere and felt a little uncomfortable. The boy thought that Chan would not be interested in his teachings. But when he turned to him, he saw how Chan worshipped him like a god. He considered Henry his idol and promised to worship him all his life and write many books about him. But at that moment, they only needed to think about how to get out of this place and survive. Leslie, meanwhile, was trying to pull herself together and overcome her addiction, so she withdrew from everyone. She constantly heard different voices in her head and had to fight with them. One of the hunters found her, but she asked him not to come any closer. But he did not listen and approached her. It seemed to him that she also did not want to obey the conditions of these two heroes. He said he met with the military nearby, and they were offering a good reward for information. But Leslie stabbed him in the chest. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't get out of this place. Leslie was just a toy in their hands. The security guards saw how the girl was killing this guy and recognized her. Bad things start where they are hard to see. When Henry and Chan went to look for Leslie, it was too late. The fugitive and the guard were killed. The problem was that the guard was killed by a prisoner. The girl tried to kill herself, but she was still alive and breathing. A well-armed guard was killed with a knife. Judging by the level, only Leslie could have done it, but why was he alone? Then Henry saw another spear and realized that the other guard just ran away, and that was even worse news. Henry ordered to wake up all the prisoners and go to the boss's room. Leslie needs a potion from the surface to heal. In addition, they had another problem. One of the guards was still alive. Therefore, help will appear here soon. He had to stop them, and for this he used the tracking skill. This guard went to the other side of the room where the boss is. Henry said they would meet after clearing the dungeon. Chan didn't have time to answer anything, as Henry was already running after the guard. He had a very bad feeling. And if he came back, he could avoid the worst. While he was running, an inexplicable silhouette flew up to Henry and seemed to enter his body. The boy stopped and could not understand what had happened to him. Then Inquisitor Leon appeared before him. He didn't even have to look for Henry, because he came to him himself. He said that this was not an accident, and that he had come on business. The prisoners accepted the fact that their plans had changed. But they were most interested in where Henry had gone. Chan replied that he was nothing to worry about. He wanted to distract the guards so they could sneak out, so he went in a different direction. They should meet him outside after the sweep. Everyone liked this plan. The most important thing was to get out of the dungeon, and then they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Chan was of course very sorry for those guards, but he was sure that Leslie had her own reason for this. He could not hesitate, if only because people believed him. And he was going to bear the responsibility when they got out. No matter how times have changed, heroic behavior has always affected people. Perhaps this is because such behavior was not realistic. And this world is not so friendly to allow the heroes to stay alive. Chan was very excited when he entered this world. After meeting with his friends and with Henry, he believed that now everything will be fine. Although without them he will not be able to become the main character. Chan ordered everyone to quickly take cover. But there was no longer any need for this. The guards could do whatever they wanted with the prisoners who decided to do justice. All Chan could think about was that he was to blame for this. All those who trusted him were now being shot with arrows. It was a fairly intriguing and cheap scenario. As a result, everything ended without any reason or meaning. But Leslie had an afterword and wanted the boy to read it. There will never be such an end as he wanted to see. He will not become a hero and will have to give up his dream. And he will blame Leslie for everything. He will curse and die as a result. She took the blessing and put it in his mouth. The commander-in-chief ordered the soldiers to check everyone. If they don't find Henry's corpse, then they waited in vain all week for them to clear the dungeon. They found one living prisoner and saw a strange artifact on him. He begged for mercy. But the guards said that this would not be possible, because the count had ordered them to pretend that they had all died in the dungeon. But if he can tell where Walter is, then they will be able to release him secretly from the owner. While the man begged for mercy, something really crazy was happening behind him. One of the corpses stood up and turned into some kind of monster with human parts. Meanwhile, Henry was telling the Inquisitor that the Count was increasing the terms and killing the prisoners for no reason. Leon replied that he would be punished appropriately. But this only concerns the fact that he passed off a soldier as a foreigner. Other problems do not concern them. The priest is a shepherd who leads the sheep on behalf of the 6 goddesses. They should not judge whether they are good or bad. In other words, the Inquisitor's task is to find a wolf in sheep's clothing, not a sheep that causes trouble in the flock. Henry decided to clarify if they didn't care that he was pretending to be Walter. Moreover, Leon must have seen his level. This proves that he is not an outsider. So Henry said he had a lot to do and left. But Leon added that he would have to ask Eris and Ether for Ampeliz's blessing. Henry brought his sword to his neck. The boy did not understand how he knew Ether, and why he was looking for Ampeliz's blessing. But he was most interested in what he did with his friends. It seemed to him that they wanted to find Henry as well, but Leon was faster. He replied that he had not done anything to them yet, because first he wanted to know everything about Henry. But now there was no point in this conversation, because the boy won't tell the truth, and even if he does, Leon still won't believe him. Their conversation could not end peacefully, so they started fighting. Leon saw that the boy possessed a very powerful driving force. But that was all he could do. Henry's sword got stuck in the wall, so Leon had time to strike. He knew that the aliens in the battle rely only on the skills of instruction. But what Henry was doing was not similar to the technique he would acquire during training, so Leon asked him not to fight at half strength, because his habits would still fail him. But none of his movements resembled any skill. Henry was glad to hear this because he had never studied anything like this. With the help of his strength, he tore a stone from the wall and threw it at the Inquisitor. But it did not work, and he simply destroyed the stone. There was not a single scratch on it. Leon was ready to believe that Henry was not a foreigner. But then he wondered where a level 5 guy got so much strength. The guy replied that he was just beating the same scumbags as him, and that's why he got such strength. Leon was visibly offended by this and rushed to attack Henry. The guy said he was wrong when he started thinking of a level 5 person as an alien. But it was not surprising to him that the alien could have a level 5. Because in the world created by the 6 goddesses, the newcomer was not an ordinary being and could have such defects. Henry noticed that he was forcefully healing his broken arm. Therefore, the boy said that he also seemed to be unusual. All the more, the boy believed that there are also good foreigners. Because with such people it is not known who is a thief and who is not. Leon believed that only the owners of real power could discuss this. The sheep in the herd trembled just because they know about the wolf's existence. This guy was stronger than Henry thought. He belonged to those who specialized in single combat. But it was not profitable for Henry to have a long one-on-one fight. In this case, he decided to use force and put pressure on him. The guy broke his mask. Henry now saw that he was level 120. But even without her, Leon understood one thing: that Henry was already late. Henry was thrown through several walls with a powerful blow. The boy had never faced such a level before. His hand was injured even though he was swinging his sword. Leon asked him not to make such an expression on his face as if he did not understand anything. The reason was simple. Henry's sword cannot penetrate this boy's defense. Although Henry wins in strength, Leon had a more powerful energy than Henry's aura. And as a result, his entire blow depended on one hand, which Leon decided to attack. While Henry thought it mean, the Inquisitor called it trying his best. The Predator never gets too carried away with formalities, but he doesn't ignore them either. Accurately assesses weak points and confidently pounces on them. The fact that Henry could not use aura was unexpected, but now Leon understood how he managed to survive. Henry was simply beaten. For the first time, he could not answer or counterattack. Leon's task was to destroy it completely. Therefore, he used all his powers to do so. It didn't really seem like he was using Ampala's skills or blessings. As a result, he killed the boy, but could not find any signs of an alien in him. Now only the prisoner Chan remained. But that was not the end. Henry destroyed the magic wall that Leon pressed him with, and got out of there. But the boy was not surprised at all, because now he will be able to see the true face of the stranger. There were no wounds or even scratches on him, although his clothes were all torn. Also, as always, he had a sword with him. Henry lunged at Leon, but he put up his block. But there was no result because his aura could not compete with his energy. Therefore, he was injured even by his own attacks. Leon watched as he desperately tried to get revenge. It was pathetic. Henry punched and beat his hands until he was able to break through that shield. Leon was surprised that he broke through the defense, only with the help of his aura. But that way he would only hurt himself. But it was like he was no longer in pain. As a result, the entire shield was destroyed. What Henry was doing could not be called a sword technique. He was more like an ordinary animal that followed its survival instincts. They say that if you compete with monsters for a long time, you can become a monster yourself. That's why Leon was interested in who he was competing with. Henry no longer felt his blows, just as he did not feel his own pain. Ether and Eris were already in the dungeon. Above them, the ground began to shake and they heard some strange sounds. From this, it could be concluded that Henry met with the Inquisitor. In this case, they are most likely fighting in the boss's room. They needed to get there faster, but it is possible that they are already lost. Ether was afraid that Henry might lose this fight. But Eris replied that the problem here is not who loses, but who wins. If he competes against the Inquisitor, it means that the whole order is against him. Besides, even Henry will find it difficult to deal with someone like this Inquisitor. Therefore, he will either die himself or kill him. But if he wins this battle, he will become addicted to murder. Because Leon is an ordinary person, not an alien. Eris said that he would not allow such an outcome under any circumstances. They needed to run faster. The warrior stood up again and was ready for battle. The skeletons looked at him intently with black empty eyes. These merciless monsters that killed people. The warrior destroyed the monster with one blow. He had no reason to sympathize with them. The skeletons uttered some words in a human voice and pounced on the warrior. He was surprised how the skeletons could speak and scream in pain. A warrior always stands on the side of justice. And when he hears groans, even his heart will start beating harder. And he himself would not want to hunt monsters. And when he is wounded, he cannot use the blessing of Ampala's because the user's level is very low. Nothing can stop the chosen warrior, because the main character never loses. Chan's body turned into something powerful and dangerous. He became a monster. The man who managed to survive sat and watched what was happening. He had no other choice. All the prisoners and all the soldiers were dead. No one was alive except him and this monster. Chan walked up to him and tore off the ring from his neck. He began to shout that he would give this artifact away because he did not even know how to use it. The boy only asked not to kill him. But in response, Chan began to heal his wounds with this item. Now, everything became even more confusing for this boy. If he knows the healing spell, then it was definitely a foreigner. Chan took Leslie in his arms and said that everyone would be safe now. No one would have to fight. Chan was ready to complete their plan and clear the dungeon to the end. But Henry's friends stood in his way. They did not know that Chan was not aggressively disposed against them. So Eris ordered him not to move or else he would fire blows. Eris learned that he was a newcomer with the help of his Ampla's blessing contained in his artifact. The stranger managed to kill a lot of soldiers, so he raised his level due to this. Ether deduced that the Great Earth was hunting ordinary people. But Eris replied that they could not say for sure because they had previously conducted experiments on Ratnians, and then turned them into monsters. The boy who survived asked Eris if they had seen Walter. Because he was with them until a certain moment, and then he disappeared. They could be sure that these soldiers wanted to kill the prisoners and were glad that it was not Henry who did it. The boy said it was time to stop talking and run away. Because this monster is very strong. He destroyed soldiers who were fully in armor with one move. He thought that they did not understand him, but in fact they knew everything. If he is allowed to go outside, other hunters may suffer, and then he will become even stronger. Of all the hunters, they were the only ones who had the experience of confronting such monsters. And if he has the blessing of Ampalas, then they will be able to remove all suspicions from Henry. Chan abruptly walked up to them and kept saying the name Henry, Henry. Eris stopped Ether and said that he still had a human brain. He told him that they were also looking for Henry, and that was why they were in such a hurry. And if he could help them, they would not want to fight. And it would be much easier for him to save himself and escape from this place if he returned to his original account. Eris assumed that such a thing could happen, so he simplified the magic of dividing the blessing of Ampalas in advance. Although he did not check whether it works in reality. They watched as the blessing separated from his body. Ether looked closely at the girl in his arms and saw a familiar face. It was the same girl from the big land who worked with Richard and Alejandro. The boy grabbed the artifact and said that he was not going to die in this place, while Ether tried to prevent him from doing it. Eris continued to absorb this monster's blessing. But it was already very late, and the dungeon was cleared. Therefore, they were teleported outside. Each of them moved to different places from the dungeon. Ether met Martin. He said that they never showed up at the place where they agreed to meet. Then they tried to find them, but to no avail. Martin heard about a dangerous alien who killed everyone in the dungeon in the boss room. As they planned to call in the hunters to take him down, a loud explosion rang out on the horizon. It was in that place where the Hunters Guild was located where the explosion took place. The newbie from the guild wanted to shoot the monster, but as a result missed. Brad started yelling at him for it. It was Chan and he had Eris at hand. The hunters thought he was holding him hostage and Brad ordered everyone to back off. Brad began to be bothered by this from the moment the Inquisitor appeared. There had never been such monsters in their city before. And it could not be that the monster came out of the dungeon after cleaning. The hunters began to beat him with their spears and swords, but it did not make any sense. Brad tried to stop them, but they continued to attack. The hunters wanted to take the chance when he was holding Eris with his tail to attack his body. But Chan could not stand it, and opened his wings to fly and stop these attacks. With one involuntary movement, he destroyed all the hunters around him. Ether and Martin ran to the place, but only saw Brad there. He said that this monster grabbed Eris, and turned out to be much stronger than they thought. It even had wings. Ether wanted to go and call the healers, but Brad stopped her and told her that Martin had purchased the artifacts in advance for restoration. He confirmed it, so she had to find Eris. Because if the hunters try to destroy the monster, then he too is in danger. Ether remembered how she called herself a genius beauty, so she had no choice but to save Eris. She thanked Brad and ran off to find her friend. Brad realized he couldn't keep her around because she had more to achieve, so he lied about the recovery potion. Chan was flying in some unclear direction, but he definitely knew his final destination. But then on the horizon he noticed Ether, who turned into a dragon and came to save his friend. The Ether was a monster for him, so he began to run away from it into the crater. But she was sure that he would not be able to escape from her in heaven. When the girl started to catch up with him, she decided to use her fire to stop him. But then she remembered that Eris was with him, and therefore she was forced to deflect her attack and stop. Because if you shoot from behind, you can injure Eris. Then she completely caught up with him and grabbed him by the wings. The only option was to attack his head. But at the last moment, Chan used his skill and was able to prevent this attack. This made Ether retreat. His shots provoked the destruction of the crater from the middle. Large fragments of stones began to fall directly on their heads. Eris was unconscious, but his artifact was fully functional. He met with Chan in his subconscious. Eris knew that this was definitely not what Chan wanted. Therefore, he asked him to stop before it was too late. But the girl's voice refused and said that nothing has changed. Both the pages of the past and what will be in the future have already been determined. Therefore, if you die, it is better in illusions. It was Leslie, and she completely filled Chan's mind. Eris was trapped. Her hands were shackled and all movement was restricted. Meanwhile, Ether got to the monster and cut off its wings. Now she needed to catch Eris and keep him from falling. While Chan had grown new wings in a split second and was ready to take back what was rightfully his, he also rushed down to Eris and began attacking Ether to distract her. She was never able to save Eris and catch him in the fall. And she was unable to stop in time, so she fell to the ground. But when she regained consciousness, she realized that her body was intact and not a single bullet had hit her. It was all thanks to Eris using an ice spell and blocking Chan's attack completely, and closing his path to them. Meanwhile, Henry and Leon continued to fight among themselves. There must be one winner. The Inquisitor understood that Henry's habit of retreating to long distances after an attack spoke of his experience in hunting large monsters. The rest of his habits indicate that he has been working as a hunter for a very long time. In addition, despite the fact that he was not himself now, it is noticeable that he is used to fighting with himself. And finally Leon's first attack was successful, and he kicked. After which the Inquisitor flew into the wall and broke it with his body. That's when Leon finally realized that this guy was starting to hit him again. Although he couldn't know it for sure, because he uses very different fighting methods. But in fact, he is looking for something that will work in practice. Leon should fear not the monster inside Henry, but instinctive adaptation for the sake of survival. Therefore, it was very dangerous to continue the hand-to-hand combat. Henry began to use the aura of the sword, only it was not at all similar to the previous one. It was something powerful and dangerous. Chan still made his way to Eris and started hitting him. But he defended himself well enough with the skills he got from the Lich. Ampala's blessing has already reached its maximum. It will not stop until all of the user's energy has been absorbed. And it is impossible to get rid of this blessing. Eris had to fend off all the attacks in order not to get hurt, and hope that Chan would regain his true consciousness and calm down. He didn't have enough strength to recover, so he continued his hunt. Eris used all the advantages of ranged combat. He even started using fire spells. The system determined that the user had no desire to participate in the battle, and Chan was offered to hand over the powers. He could no longer tolerate his body being used to destroy ordinary people. The system determined that the user lacked the will to survive and therefore all his rights were transferred to the blessing of Ampalas. Leslie just watched for you as this monster destroyed Eris. She was satisfied that her task was accomplished after all. It was noticeable that the blessing was already on the verge. And soon it should all end. Ether came up to her, and said that she knows that she is from the Great Land and remembers her from the Nest of Dragons. Leslie did not recognize her because there were so many people who wanted to kill her. But Ether really didn't expect her to recognize her. It was expected that she does not remember those who sacrificed their lives for them. Because they use people to achieve their goals, and then just leave them defenseless. The bottom line was that the newcomer, who managed to survive, is the embodiment of evil. And if they are not like that, then they themselves will become an object for hunting. Or they will be exposed and killed. Leslie believed that nothing made sense and nothing would help. Therefore, the stranger who was able to survive in this world was a real evil. And maybe that's why they got here. They were destined to die in pursuit of the pleasure of killing, which is not clear from where it came from. Therefore, Leslie asked Ether not to hesitate and do what she wants. Because death is fate. But the girl was not going to kill her, she just wanted to hear excuses that would satisfy her. While Ether was hesitating, another participant joined their conversation. This monster threw the girl off the cliff with one blow. She was as if in prostration, so she did not even resist. But Eris couldn't let her die like that and saved her again. The ether was normal. She felt the magic of healing on herself, but she did not understand what it meant. Leslie tried to atone for her sins in this way. But she understood that all bad deeds were primarily Alejandro's fault. Then she turned to Chan and told him to run, because the Inquisitor should be here soon. But he grabbed her by the neck. There was a target change to the nearest highest level. The monster was planning to replenish energy with the given target. Leslie understood that the blessing wanted to kill her and become stronger. She mistakenly hoped for their support and wanted to help the four heroes. This was the worst end that Leslie could imagine. But it was not the end, because the monster began to attack itself. This was because Chan was able to overcome the blessing and regain control over his body and mind. He said, "He who wants to become a warrior cannot be satisfied with such an end." As a result, the boy was able to get out of this terrible body, and the blessing had no source left from which to draw energy. But it was still able to move and managed to throw Leslie and Chan off the cliff, just like it did with the ether. And it was she who saved them from this fall, turning into a dragon. Eris now had enough time to build up the energy for the final blow. The blow was so powerful that Eris couldn't even control its force. This impact could be seen even from the most distant places of this continent. Ether asked why he hadn't used this magic before. Eris replied because it was higher than his level and it was impossible to control its power. Eris's powers were at a minimum, so he couldn't use his full potential. They could only hope that the strength of their opponents was also low, and they were exhausted. Leslie said that the fight was over and she didn't see the point in fighting any further. Moreover, their strength was at the limit. But she wasn't going to run away either. If they manage to defeat her, that is, the big land, then the Inquisitor will have to turn back. Because he is just chasing Ampliza's blessing. Chan understood that she wanted to surrender to him. But if Leslie falls into the hands of the Inquisitor, there will be big problems. He was sure that there was a stranger among them. Therefore, there was only one way out. Chan must save Henry and follow along with them. Eris understood that she was repenting. But it was only to escape from her fate. She agreed with them, so she didn't want to end things so senselessly. While they were discussing their problems and worries, a huge explosion of aura took place behind them. Leon healed very slowly because Henry's aura remained in the wound. He needed to strengthen this skill in order not to die over time. He admitted that he was wrong when he thought that Henry would not be able to use aura. Although he had thoughts that it was very stupid not to use it. And he couldn't even think that this aura would be used as a counter to his energy. But luckily, Henry could not control what came out of his body. This had never happened before. It was very powerful, but under such conditions, his body should have completely collapsed. Then all the aura would leave his body and destroy half of the entire city. Of course, Leon would like to capture him alive to get more information. But it was already impossible. They continued their battle. It was a confrontation between two super powerful heroes. When they arrived at the site of the explosion, they realized that something unreal was happening there. Leslie couldn't understand who he really was if he could compete with someone who had the blessing of a goddess. Eris himself didn't know his full strength. He summoned an aura during the battle. It's a good thing that the Inquisitor didn't have time to do anything and harm him. However, he was not like the real Henry because of the anger he got from the aura. They didn't know if it was Henry, but there was only one way. Chan didn't know what Leslie had done in the past, but he only knew that he was alive because of her. But now Henry was fighting with blood, and his opponent was not a criminal either. And those who died because of him were not criminals, and those who mourned for the dead. Chan believed that it was his fault, and he should be responsible. Therefore, he asked to give in to him this time and allow him to pay for his sins. And he went to them to finally end it all and stop the bloodshed of innocent people. Henry and Leon continued to use their most powerful techniques. No one wanted to lose in this battle of the century. The Inquisitor's only regret was that he didn't take his extra artifacts to fight. Leon used a weapon strong enough to break the stone. It also served as a great defense for him. And to increase his strength, he concentrated on the most basic methods of protection. This helped him to receive the blessing of the goddess. Therefore, he understood that this technique was honed 1,000,000 times in battle. He felt the driving force that flew into him. And he realized that he needed to dodge. He had enough abilities to do it. However, he became curious. Is he really the strongest? Just as Leon had thought, Henry's body could not withstand such a large amount of aura. And it began to crumble, just like his weapon. He saw no point in continuing this fight, because his internal organs were destroyed due to the wounds he received in the confrontation. Henry began to ask for pardon for his friends Eris, Ether and Chan. If it weren't for him, they would never have contacted the Inquisitor. Although it looked funny, he asked to pretend that he simply did not notice them. Leon agreed and began his ritual. He who has the blessing of the goddess cannot afford to humiliate her name and lose. Therefore, today there was neither the owner of the blessing of the goddess, nor the Inquisitor, nor the foreigner of the 5th level. Leon introduced himself, and asked the name of his opponent. Henry answered and gave his real name, which he had received while on Earth. The ritual was almost complete, but they were interrupted by Chan bursting in on them. The boy was very happy to see Henry. He was very worried about him. Henry tried to prove to Leon that he was just some kind of fool. The boy said that his name is Chan, and he killed those innocent people. And he showed the blessing of Ampelas with the help of which he did it. Also the boy added that he is ready to answer for all his deeds. Henry started yelling at him, and said he shouldn't be responsible for this. But now Leon ordered them both to stay still because he needed an explanation in this situation. Chan promised to tell everything he knew and to bear the punishment, whatever it might be. But if for the sake of survival it is necessary to kill and compete, then what will remain after that? Therefore, he believed that it was enough to fight pointless battles among themselves. After those words, a spear that looked like the artifact that Henry had given Brad after clearing the dungeon pierced his body. It was Martin who wanted revenge for his brother who died at the hands of a monster. All the hunters longed for his death and retribution for their brothers. They began to descend the mountain to finish him off. Although there was no need for this. Henry wanted to go to his aid, but his body simply refused to obey. The boy could not take a single step. Chan turned to Henry and said that he had behaved very unscrupulously. But he wanted to become a hero for him and for the whole world in any way. Leon erased him from this world in order to take away the demon god's blessing. All the hunters now considered Leon a hero who destroyed the monster and gave them and the whole town safety. He turned to Henry and said that it would be better if he lay still and did not move. Henry was ready to destroy Leon, although he had no more strength. But Eris and Ether stood between them and asked them to finally stop. Because everyone got what they wanted. Eris turned to Henry and apologized. But it had to be finished now. As a result, the boys threw down their weapons, but Henry could not describe the sadness he felt. On his way, he tried to save the lives of the people around him, but he did not succeed. Leon said that his promise only works once, and it won't work the next time. Leslie watched all this and could not hide her anger and resentment. A week has already passed and that battle has left its mark all over the city. However, the residents immediately started restoration work and returned the city to its former appearance. After some time, people began to forget about the alien who started this mess. This end was his choice. But not his desire. The illusion of a temporary lull began. His death ultimately changed nothing. The press tried to find out from the Count whether it was true that he was found innocent of those illegal actions that took place on the territory of the Crater Prison. He answered that no illegal actions took place on his territory. And his murder of the prisoners was not recognized. On the contrary, he convinced everyone that his people suffered and were killed by an alien. And that he risked his life for the sake of saving the prisoners. But thanks to the courage of Laud, he remained alive. He pretended to be impressed by his bravery and decided to appoint him as the commander of the Corps of Knights. He had already said that he punished the foreigner for the lives of those hunters who became victims. He also promised to find everyone who was involved in a criminal. Everyone came to Brad's grave. Ether suffered the most, as she had sympathy for him. Eris was asked how Henry was feeling. He replied that he had recovered, but his wounds were very deep. And he needs some time to recover and return to his former way of life. Ether blamed herself for his death, because she could not pursue the stranger and heal him. His companions reassured Ether and said that he knew perfectly well what the end awaited him. He hoped that she would be able to become a strong hunter and did not want to derail her from this path. And if he saw her in such a state, he would think that he was mistaken, although in fact he understood people. Then she wiped away her tears and promised that she would raise her level and destroy all the pagans in this world. Martin handed the spear to Eris and told him to pass it on to Henry. But he replied that it would be better if it remained with Martin. Henry would not be very happy with such a gift. But the boy insisted on it because Brad only took him for a while. And he always promised to return him as soon as he became as strong as Henry. He didn't want that spear left there. Martin wanted it to help them in their cause. They could not refuse them, moreover, they themselves asked to sell the spear. Moreover, there was no one in their team who used a spear. The broadcast was very interesting whether Henry hates Martin and how he feels about him. Eris didn't know this either. But he guessed that he treated Martin with hostility. This question also confused Eris. At first, they wanted to know from Maiden if it was possible to exchange this artifact for some other one. But when they entered the room, they saw that the girl was sitting on the floor and a knife was lying next to her. She told them that the girl had come to her. Leslie came to her shop and showed the golden scrolls. The band inside Maiden belonged to Leslie. Her blood was on this chart, which meant she was working. This meant that the band that is inside her still has power. And if she betrays Leslie, she will die immediately. Maiden asked why she abandoned her, since she was devoted to her. She replied that such is the fate of used things and put her hand on the knife. Leslie spilled blood on the scroll to remove the ban. And now Maiden can live a free life. The girl asked why she did it. Leslie answered because she has been in her shoes and understands what it feels like. Eris had seen the magic of the band for the first time, but most likely the scheme was real. This act can be seen as repentance to Maiden for her mistakes. Before, everything became clear as soon as Henry picked up the sword. Even when he destroyed the white dog on the rocky mountain. When he went to attack the enemy, everything was resolved. And now he didn't even know how to get rid of this terrible feeling. He got the idea to kill the Inquisitor who killed Chan. or to destroy Martin, who launched the spear to get revenge. But if that doesn't work either, you can kill Leslie for putting a blessing in Chan's body. She admitted that Chan's death was her fault. Henry sped up and broke the wall with his fist due to his anger. They all walked with sad faces. Leslie didn't keep her promise. While she wasted her time in pointless battles, he died and she stayed alive thanks to him. But the one who should have grieved the most, the one who should have complained and blamed everyone in a row, he was smiling as if there were no people responsible for his death at all. Henry asked her to disappear because he wanted to put an end to the many battles. But she replied that the battle is not over. While there are those who rejoice in death and make them kill each other, she wasn't going to find out how they planned to use Ampala's blessing. Leslie was just doing all the horrible things they told her to do. Her behavior could not be called fair and kind. The girl told him about their existence. If he refused, she would not be angry. But she was not going to repeat it a second time, so she asked me to remember well. As soon as Leslie began to tell, the boy began to behave strangely. He hit himself in the face. He apologized for his behavior. He has been behaving very strangely lately. Ether and Eris also entered his room. They also wanted to talk to him. Henry decided to demonstrate his cooking skills and delight his friends with delicious dishes. Eris tried it and said that the meat had a very delicate taste. It was cooked at the perfect temperature. Although he had fire magic, he could not have cooked it so deliciously. The boy said that he had eaten only meat for almost 20 years. They decided to eat their fill in honor of Henry's release. Leslie stood up and asked what they were doing here. Henry replied that Chan dreamed of foreigners and soldiers living in harmony. But she said that she was not going to play friendship. It was not difficult for her to pretend. However, she was sure that if they did not kill the leaders, nothing would change. They had no idea how dangerous they were. Eris knew about the sorceress Zenobia. They only used existing techniques and did not know how to create new ones. All the magic he saw was created here. But when he saw Haja, he was convinced that only an arch-sorcerer could use such magic. Leslie didn't believe it, because they had been looking for a way to get rid of the band for so long. Eris was even able to clean the maiden house of the magic that was present there. So far, of course, it was difficult for him to use this magic due to his low level. They knew that such magic was still in the dragon's nest. And now Garkon possesses them. That is, it was possible to conclude that Zenobia and Garhan rule large lands. Judging by her silence, we can conclude that everything is true. But Leslie was sure they weren't the type to find so easily. Although she was sure that the soldiers and the newcomers would not be able to sit and talk peacefully. Moreover, it would be illogical for heroes who have fought a lot with foreigners. Leslie knew that level 5 aliens couldn't get into Ratna. Henry turned to the girl and asked if she knew what kimchi was. She didn't know what to answer at all. They were trying to discuss the plan, and he was asking about kimchi. Eris added that this is food from Henry's country. Whenever he eats meat, he always thinks of kimchi. They continued to talk about the usual everyday topics. Leslie said that she was from France. The 4 heroes created a blessing for their purposes. However, Henry did not know where they were or what they were doing or what their ultimate goal was. It was a good thing that the Sword King was not willing to cooperate with them. The only one of the 4 heroes whose whereabouts were known was the fairy queen Holian. The first path to the kingdom of fairies takes about 2 months. On this path, you will encounter dungeons with very dangerous and strong monsters. Leslie said that her information will not help them much, because fighting them is suicide. But Henry himself knows that now they will not be able to defeat them. That is why we need to become even stronger. And not only to him, but to each of the members of their team. And the more of them, the better. So Henry asked Leslie what decision she made about their team. Meanwhile, the Count was on his knees in front of Laud and begged for help. The boy said he would think about it. In a normal court, he would have simply paid and been found not guilty. But he was passing Laud off as a foreigner. And the Brotherhood learned about it. Now the Count is threatened by the Inquisition. The Count made him the commander of his army, as he promised. But he fulfilled all his whims. In return, he asked for help. Laud was called to this world to create justice. However, he cannot watch how someone says goodbye to life because of this justice. The guy asked for 20 million X every month for his silence and help. The Count said that he did not have that kind of money, but when he heard that the investigators had already come for him, he immediately agreed. He asked to wait for him in the next room, and when the Inquisitors came, he should be told that it was all a misunderstanding and a mistake. Laud was happy that he could start life with a clean slate and not worry about anything. With that kind of money, he could get any artifact. He should have waited for the Inquisitors to enter the room, but instead he heard a strange sound. Then he opened the door and began his speech. That this is all a misunderstanding and a lie. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that the Count was lying dead on the floor and 2 boys were standing near him. Leslie naturally thanked Henry for such an offer, but she could not live like him. She has a prohibition inside, so she cannot leave them. And therefore she must return to them. But she understood that the life he dreamed of was not just a dream. Laud was arrested on suspicion of murdering a suspect. He will be held in the Brotherhood of Darkness until all charges are cleared. The servant of the goddess was sure that Ariel would be happy for another blessing. But in the crater, they will not be able to ignore the consequences that the investigation without the Order's knowledge entailed. In addition, the verdict was passed right in front of the residents. It was not like Leon. He said that the stranger with the blessing of Ampulas had almost given up. But he had no choice but to take measures so that other hunters would not be harmed. He also had some news related to this stranger. The goddess said that Leon did everything right, and he turned out to be completely right. She was embodied in the body of a servant, and everyone present began to worship her. The boy proved that he is the owner of the blessing of the goddess, and a faithful servant of Ariel. He not only returned the blessing, but also destroyed the dishonest stranger. She admired such a strong warrior, who dared to challenge the one who possessed the blessing of the goddess. In reality it was Zenobia, but now she was their goddess. Toma asked what he knew about his opponent. The boy answered that he was the successor of the Walthurians. He had recently entered Ratna and was ready to engage in battle with any enemy. He was interfering with the performance of his duties, so he had to be pressured. She guessed that it was not easy to fight with a representative of the Sword King's clan. And he did not even wait for the oracle of the goddess. Therefore, the goddess forbade him to enter the battle without her permission. He had no choice but to obey and follow the orders of the goddess of darkness. Zenobia inhabited the old woman's body for a short time, but it was still disgusting. Everything Leslie said turned out to be true. About Walter, who appeared, and a stranger who was not in their plans. She believed that if it wasn't for their amazing Leon, their plan would have failed. Richard also considered him a better collector. But their blessing hardly increased because Leon began to act without instructions. He fell out of their plan. It was around this time that the demon god's blessing should have fully formed. It will be impossible to absorb all of Ariel's divinity. Moreover, without her divinity, this intermediate dimension will not last long, it may disappear. They had no other choice. It was necessary to open up Ariel a little and slowly absorb her divinity. With the help of an unfinished blessing, he will not be able to control the divinity of the goddess now. Besides, the balance in the world may be disturbed. He was determined to absorb all divinity before the world was destroyed. A broken world can always be repaired after he becomes a god. Leon was telling his assistant that he had been given a probationary period during which he could not investigate until there was an order from the goddess. Felix thought it was an unusual situation for the holder of a goddess's blessing to be punished. But Leon's words that the goddess does not exist at all surprised Felix very much. Although he wanted it to be a joke. But there were many reasons for doubt. Last time he called himself Walter, but she didn't notice. Felix perfectly understood that the 6 goddesses knew absolutely everything, even the number of grains of sand on the shore. She would have understood such a lie immediately. He even suggested that it might be due to old age. Leon asked him to calm down and listen. He assured his friend that he would never do such a thing if he had no reason for it. That is, he did so because he had proof of his assumptions. It was Chan. He asked Leon how he managed to save him, and why he did it. The guy was asking very obvious things. About the fact that the purpose of the Inquisitor is to interrogate people, not to kill. That is, the goal is to neutralize, and then get the information that he has. But there was no stopping those evil hunters. They craved revenge, and so he used a powerful technique. She blocked the view, and at that moment Leon opened the window and covered the boy with a protective film. However, the Inquisitor was already in a powerless state due to the fight with his so-called brother. And his strength was not enough to make him invisible. So he threw the guy off the building wearing this shield. Chan began to shout at him and said that for a long time he could not understand why all his bones hurt, as if they were broken. But the most important thing is that he remained alive. And the problem that he was a foreigner was also solved. Felix agreed, because aliens turn into dust after death, they don't even leave a corpse. This was enough to deceive others. Although Felix did not understand how it was possible to deceive the goddess with this method, Leon immediately replied that if the goddess was real, it would not have been possible to do this. However, she claimed that he destroyed the stranger. This meant that the one in the Dark Brotherhood was not the goddess Ariel. Humanity was full of greed. They want to get all the Dark Brotherhood, and maybe even their goal is divine power. Perhaps it was fate that Leon was entrusted to deal with the stranger. If this is true, then he urgently needed to return to the Dark Brotherhood. But he believed that it was impossible. Because if he does not have time, then someone else may find out this information. On the contrary, it is necessary to act in secret from the Brotherhood. However, it was now forbidden for him to investigate. Leon saw a cart driving past them and Laud was sitting in it, who was being taken to the Brotherhood. The guy ordered to turn around and go the other way. He returned to Chan and said that he should have died, but he survived. And there was a reason for that. That's why Leon asked to help him. This was his chance to become a real hero. The goddess of darkness, Ariel, rules the darkness and the end of everything. Therefore, people turn to her when they pray for the peace of the soul. A bunch of thieves found such a sanctuary and captured one elf near it. His name was Leon. And he didn't understand why they dared to treat the Atrances clan like that. He threw them the money they loved so much. But if they still want to get a ransom for him from the clan, they may risk losing their lives. Therefore, he asked them to take the money and go away. Thieves pounced on these jewels and began to plan where they could spend them. But their leader punched Leon in the stomach and told them that they had already been paid. Much more than his meager handouts. The man picked up the boy by his hair and planned to stab him. Before his blow, a very strong glow appeared in the sanctuary. They threw Leon on the floor and started to run away. And while running away, the criminals shouted that there was a monster. But in fact it was the goddess Ariel who came to help her ward. Henry did not understand why the 4 heroes who destroyed the Sword King. He was a warrior, and besides he was called a hero. The question was why they needed a foreigner. Eris replied that 20 years ago the Great Land was the enemy of the 4 heroes. No one could have thought that she would be standing behind them now. If they had not felt it themselves, they would never have believed it. They had been traveling for 2 days and saw the same landscape. They were wondering how much longer they had to go. Eris said that his territory began at the roots of the World Tree. And finally they saw this World Tree. This meant that soon they would be in the Kingdom of Fairies. This is a united state of 4 nations, in the center of which stands the World Tree. Each had its own culture, and its own ruler. The capital of the kingdom is located at the foot of the world tree. The tree had a lot of roots. If you follow those that stretch across the mainland, you can get to the capital of the Elven Kingdom and the largest city. The road to the capital was also called a trade route. Therefore, various tribes of elves and humans gathered there. Due to the mixing of different tribes and races in one place, various problems appear. Even before the appearance of human guilds of hunters, the fairies founded their own guild, which dealt with various issues. Most of the hunters came there and became heroes, but there were many who died. And this was the fault of the head of the guild. Therefore, for the last 200 years, he could not think about anything else. This is called the calling of the guild head. But this time the newcomers were not from ordinary people. But in any case it was useful for the guild and the president was very happy about their visit. The first candidate was Eris. This is a level 52 sorcerer. He had a formal and neat appearance. But at the same time, you can feel the strength of the spirit. Ether looks silly, had a cute appearance. She is a level 38 swordsman. From his experience, the president said that people like them should not sit in dungeons, because they can become the best in social life. He promised to write letters of recommendation so that they can get the support of influential people. They were very pleased, but they asked them to register just as ordinary hunters. They also thanked the president for agreeing not to measure Henry's level. When Ether saw Henry's test results, she promised to work with him, and asked to be called her teacher. While Henry mocked Ether for her pranks, he told the president that other guilds didn't require this. And Eris pointed out that this test had been cancelled 10 years ago. The president wanted to verify this information, but Eris asked him not to burden himself with work and just register Henry as Eris' bodyguard. He said that they also have rules for the guards. The inspection will last for 6 months and after that they can come back. They did not understand what they should do all this time. For the elves, this period must have felt differently, because they slept much longer. The system of modern guilds appeared only 100 years ago. They probably just haven't gotten used to it yet. On one of the streets, Ether noticed a large crowd of people. Probably there was some kind of performance or demonstration taking place there. In fact, all the people watched as the ordinary people tried to draw the sword. Henry assumed that they had arrived at Thanksgiving. All the people were having fun and enjoying themselves. Eris told Henry that the elves were created by the earth goddess Sarandi. In the distant past, the land of the elves was barren. When famine came, the king of the elves began to pray. And the goddess Sarandi heard these prayers and gave him a sword. As soon as the king inserted this sacred sword into the ground, it began to bear fruit. And the elven state flourished. Therefore, once a year, a holiday was held here as a sign of gratitude to the goddess. The nobles also watched this action. They were always placed on the balconies. While they were talking to each other, Ether imperceptibly disappeared. Eris could not believe that they had lost the child, and they began to look for her everywhere. The judge announced that no one would be able to draw this sword this year. Henry was interested in this. The nobles watched this and sneered at those trying to pull out the sacred sword. But then the prince came out and said if it weren't for these people, there would be no one to cultivate all the fields and harvest the crops. The nobles bowed to the prince and said that wonderful changes are taking place in the city. But he noted that there are no changes, it is a beautiful city. He added that the king himself could not come, so he entrusted the completion of the holiday to him. Meanwhile, Eris found Ether and she didn't want to leave the party. They liked to have fun and eat elf cookies. In addition, she wanted to see how they tried to draw the sword, because they say that only the king can draw it. In fact, the sword was stuck in the ground thanks to magic. Many people tried to pull it out, but no one succeeded. The king will appear, remove the magic, draw his sword in front of the audience, and put it back. This is an ancient tradition to show the justice of the choice of the goddess who chose him. Therefore, there was no one who really applied force when trying to pull out the sword. Ether also noticed that it was more for laughs. No one will be able to pull him out anyway, and even if they can, he will be dealt with very quickly. Meanwhile, Henry stood in the arena with a broken piece of the sword. He was able to pull it out, but not quite according to the rules and not all. Eris and Ether watched this and did not understand what made him enter that arena. The kingdom of the elves unites the land of fairies with the mainland and is the largest city. The girl thanked Leon for bringing her here, but he asked to be quieter. She said that she came here only because the girl asked for help in finding someone. But no one should know that Leon came to this city. She asked her friend to be more careful because she is now her escort. Leon knew that people cannot be trusted. They do not know honor and nobility. However, she was very strange. She confirmed to her superiors that Leon was alive and asked for protection for her. Even after she became her escort, she still seemed strange. When the girl asked who she was and where she came from, she answered that she was a separate being born in the dark. Sometimes she did very strange things, and it was impossible to find out why she was doing it. Leon heard the men nearby discussing that the prince had come for the sword-drawing competition. They also said that some hunter appeared and broke it. The girl smelled a young dragon, and realized that he and his friends had arrived in the city. 85% probability that the next place of visit was the Guild of Hunters. When she was about to go there, she noticed that Leon was no longer around. Meanwhile, they tried to restrain Henry with sand walls. One of the nobles said that this place is not for Walturians, and he tried to find out who sent him here. The boy just took a step and the whole wall collapsed. Henry said that he thought it was fun and decided to try it. The dirt that flew from this wall hit the prince in the face, and this noble announced that it was an attack on the descendant of the king. Everyone began to shout that he was a terrorist and run away. One word from the nobleman was enough to turn Henry into a monster. Leon also watched this action, and when the crowd began to disperse, she was caught by the flow of people and fell. Henry saw this and started running to her to help. He asked if she was all right and asked where her parents were. Leon turned to him and said that she was not a small child. But when she looked closely, she started shouting that there was a monster in front of her. Henry replied that it is not good to insult a person with a monster. She was actually talking about the monster behind him that wanted to grab the boy. Thanks to the unique magic of the elves, they summoned the stone giant. This golem was bound by magic to the roots of the world tree, which is the pride of their clan. Therefore, the subject said that the descendant may not worry. No matter how strong a Walturian is, he can't do anything when the strong roots bind his hands and feet. It's impossible to even scratch the roots that are filled with energy. That's what all the nobles thought. It angered Henry that they didn't care about the person who was hurt. So he used his aura to destroy that golem and help Leon. The prince was surprised, because it is not so easy to meet Walturians who know how to use aura. When Henry finished, he said that sometimes you should listen to people who tell them something. He spat out blood and said that because of their recklessness, something more serious could happen next time. The servants saw the blood and hoped that the golem's attack had worked. But in fact, Henry just bit his tongue. As he thought, due to the aura, the load on the body was still very large. Besides, he still could not adjust the output of the aura. His friends watched him and came to the conclusion that he was indeed very dangerous. Ether said that they almost died with him, and Eris asked to hide the aura until he fully mastered it. The whole army of the kingdom was heading towards them after all the moments. The prince turned to Henry and apologized for watching his behavior from the outside. But the problem was that he broke the sword and did not answer for it. Even if he surrenders, he will receive punishment for refusing to be questioned. Eris said that it is better for them to surrender than to fight with all the warriors. It should be remembered that the minimum term of imprisonment for elves is 3 years. Therefore, Henry told the prince that he had no desire to leave the heroes for 3 whole years. Ether believed that the elves would be grateful to him when they found out about the plot. At that moment, a girl who was looking for Henry appeared in front of them. She advised to listen to the elves. Because if this is not done, Ratna will have no future. This girl was unarmed and Henry did not understand what she was counting on. When he tried to measure her level, he started showing a lot of errors that it was impossible to measure the level. This meant that her level was very high. Henry even felt sick when he tried to analyze her personality. And he asked who she was? But she turned around and said that now was not the time to share information. After this hostile situation was over, they would talk about it again. The girl approached Leon and tried to help. Henry still demanded explanations from her at that time. She told Leon that they needed to get out of this place. When the descendant of the king heard the name Leon, he immediately understood that it was a prince and ordered to provide him with full protection. It was clear from the look on Leon's face that this was exactly what he was afraid of. As they sat at the table, the prince said that he had made a mistake about those who had saved his younger brother. Eris noted that it was a great honor for them to save the prince. Besides, he invited them to the palace, which is a double honor. Although the garden did not look very presentable, he asked the guests to feel at home. Henry assumed that this prince was the son of Queen Holian. Eris apologized for his comrade. The prince laughed and said that the Valtherian warrior had simply misunderstood. The race of fairies includes elves, nymphs, dwarves. Compared to other races, their number is very small. Therefore, the four kingdoms united to maintain contact with other peoples. People call this union the Kingdom of Fairies, but its real name is Elendia. Holian is one of the four heroes who received a blessing from the goddess. She is also a representative of the 18 associations of fairies and is also the queen of the nymphs. Then Henry realized that they were not Holian's servants. Then he was most interested in who this girl was who approached them in the arena. Ether wasn't sure if they were entitled to such hospitality because they split the king's sword. They understood that it was very valuable to the entire kingdom. The prince said that it was just a copy for the festival, so there was no reason to despair. The real sword sent by the goddess could not be broken because it was a sacred relic. Leon Jr. noted that everything did not go according to plan because of this duck anyway. They cannot simply forgive such an act. But his older brother said that these people saved his life, so it was impossible to say that. Moreover, he forbade him to leave the territory of the castle. And before accusing these people, he needs to better explain how he ended up in that place. That girl said that it was not his fault. And the kid added that he always tried to prevent him from doing something. Even during the holiday he forbade going out, so he decided to go and see for himself. While they were solving their family problems, an assistant approached the prince and told him the news. He stood up and said that there was urgent business, and therefore he was forced to leave them. Eris saw no problem in this, and said that they would look around for the time being. When they left, Ether finally relaxed. She was so worried about the royal family that she almost threw up. They should have considered that the elven royal family could help them get to Holian. Ether asked Henry what he thought of his Kiwi escort. Henry replied that he was a level 80 warrior. But Eris noticed that he had some kind of mistake. Because of the fact that they were drinking black tea, the boy wanted to go to the toilet very much, so he was not going to wait any longer. Ether begged him to be patient, but he was patient anyway while they were walking this way. As a result, he went to look for a toilet on the outskirts. Henry went into the middle of the garden in search of a toilet, but there was nothing. He thought that if they have such a big garden, they should install toilets every 15 meters. After wandering, the boy came to a mystical tree that was hidden in the depths of a large garden. Nature, which no one touched, said that no one looked into this place. This meant that no one would come to that place, so he stood by the tree to solve his problem. But while Henry was enjoying the process, a man appeared near the tree. The boy was never able to relax completely because it scared him so much. As it turned out, he also used this place instead of the toilet. But then he remembered that he had forgotten the paper. So I got up to follow him, but the fact is that the old man forgot to put on his pants. Henry asked him why he came here, because this land belonged to the elves. The old man believed that the care and protection of the territory where the world tree took root is a mission given by the goddess of the earth. Their skin is earth's dust, which will eventually return to the earth. Henry agreed that the land was just for their use. The old man asked what he was doing. The guy replied that they also take food from the ground, so now he returns it, and in addition there will be good fertilizer. But he asked the old man to keep it a secret, because it would be better for both of them. The man replied that he had already taken enough risks during his life, so he wanted to live out a peaceful old age. But he was convinced that the land rewards those who work hard. There must be a reason why the boy got here in such a troubled time. The old man began to draw his sword. It was very similar to the one Henry took out at the celebration, but it was definitely not real. After that, the old man stuck this sword into the ground next to Henry's sword. As a result, his sword began to pull its roots deep into the ground. Henry did not understand what was happening and asked the man what kind of force it was. At such rates, it could also drag the boy. He tried to pull out his sword for a long time and still managed to do it. He pulled it out along with the roots. Henry was covered in sand and did not understand what happened to him. It even got into his pants. But then he turned his attention to his sword and saw that it had healed and became wooden. Later, the boy felt that the new sword was simply draining energy from him, and he did not understand what this old man had done to his weapon. Henry started to call out to him, but the old man had already been swallowed up by the earth. The boy found him and asked him to first explain to him what happened to his sword, and then to dive into the ground. And so Henry was found by the same girl who was the purpose of her visit to Earth. But she came out and saw that the king of the elves was lying in the grave, and the boy had put a sword to his head. Therefore, the girl immediately rushed to the king to help if possible. Henry asked her to stop and promised to explain everything. But she didn't need explanations, because it was hard to believe that the king of elves dug his own grave and climbed into it. The fact that this old man was the king of the elves was already news to Henry. But what was even worse was that he somehow buried him alive. The girl did not listen to him, because everything was obvious to her. And that's why she decided to attack the boy. She hit him in the head with an unusual blow from 2 legs. But Henry easily caught her legs and said that in this position her skirt was down, and everything was visible. She was not lost and hit the boy between the legs so that he would not look under her skirt. Henry believed that if anyone were in his place, he would already be dead. While he was sitting on the ground, the girl began to tell his biography. He was level 5. At the age of 24, thanks to the blessing of Ampelas, he was forcibly thrown into this world. For some reason, he spent 22 years in isolation in another world. And in fact, his level was much higher. Her name was Kiwi. She was created by the goddess of darkness, Ariel, and is her representative. And the evidence for this can be his system, because it is not affected by the Demon King's system. Henry immediately thought that she had decided to kill the demon herself. But in fact it was not like that. Kiwi was given the task of finding a candidate for Henry's assistance and testing him. As far as he knew, the Demon King and the goddess were enemies. Therefore, it was not clear how she could choose a foreigner. Kiwi herself did not understand this. The error in his instructions and his uncertainty put her in an unpleasant position. Moreover, she began to question his competence as an assistant after he attacked the Elf King. But Henry insisted that it was a misunderstanding. Given his personal qualities, the question was whether he should be appointed as an assistant or not. And Kiwi was determined to check it out for herself. Henry was shocked that she could summon a weapon. She managed to lower Henry's vigilance and attack from behind. But the boy grabbed her spear with his hand and said that he would not succumb to her provocations. All the more, he did not respect people who take other people's things. He didn't care who sent her, but the boy ordered her to take her hands away from this spear. Henry used his uncontrollable aura again, and a small explosion occurred. He also noticed that this sword was absorbing his aura, and because of this the defense was decreasing. It was necessary to control this sword until it took away all the strength. Kiwi did not calm down and continued to attack him, although he asked her to stop. The girl said that he does not understand the full importance of the situation. She represents the goddess Ariel, and she needs to test his skills. She wanted him to start competing to the max and use his aura to do so. Henry didn't like her talking so much, so he decided to show her his true strength, as she asked. But he understood that he would still have to control his power so as not to accidentally kill her. She managed to cut a new wooden sword that the king of the elves had given him. Kiwi thought that Henry refused to take her word seriously, but the boy tried to explain to her that he was not doing it on purpose, it was just that the sword was defective. She attacked him with a blow that was like a dissection aura. He had to dodge to begin with. Meanwhile, the old man rose from the grave and asked if he was already dead. Kiwi hit the world tree. When it receives new energy, it starts to grow. It absorbs it. Depending on the type of energy, the nature of the tree itself can also change. A high-quality aura makes the roots of a tree stronger than iron. However, this cannot be achieved with the help of ordinary aura. The man said that this guy was the first after Bao Bao. Just like last time, the goddess sent the hero to the place where he was most needed. This tree was filled with powerful energy. All its life it accumulated it. It was similar to the core of a dragon in its properties. When the prince found his father, Leon began to accuse Henry of attacking the king of the elves. Also on his escort. Now he will definitely not forgive him for this. And he ordered the guards to kill this mountain of muscles. Eris understood what kind of situation was happening and offered to just watch what happens next. Leon insisted that this boy be punished. But her father calmed her down and said that he was the one who started the battle. He was just curious to find out how much power this Walterian warrior had, so he started it. Besides, he was sure that no one and nothing would stop this guy. But his eldest son Crone did not understand why he was doing it. The man replied that he understood how much his son was doing to rule the kingdom. However, he knew that the earth was crying, and the roots of the world tree were not as strong as before. Crone said that a strange phenomenon appeared in one village. Kadoba and its inhabitants turned into mummies. The reason was unknown. Therefore, the son was going to ask the hunters to investigate this case. The king replied that he had seen the strength of this boy and trusted him. However, he believed that it would be difficult for them to find the reason on their own. They need someone who feels the ground. Therefore, he ordered Leon to go with them. The boy could not believe that he was given such a serious mission. But Crone seems to have had a different opinion about this situation. Henry broke into their dialogue and said that no one had asked them if they agreed at all. Eris added that they were going to the capital of the kingdom on an urgent matter. Leon was outraged that they dared to refuse the Lord King of the Elves. He believed that there could be nothing more honorable for humans. He also added that he would give Baby Afur the opportunity to be his companion. But this made her very angry. And he is ready to entrust a mountain of muscles to protect him from monsters and criminals. Henry pretended to attack him, but at the last moment he stopped. The Volturian warrior would not tolerate humiliation at his address for anything. Although he was the son of the King of Elves, but Henry advised him not to say such nonsense again. The king joked that Leon had finally met a worthy opponent. Crone told his father that he was not yet ready to cope with such a task. My father understood that it was dangerous, but that is exactly why the people recognized him. Although this company probably has its own vocation, it is not good to force them so unexpectedly. He said that he will listen to their decision tomorrow morning. Eris suspected the four heroes were up to something. He hoped they weren't going to attack the goddess of darkness. Ether thought that they were using foreigners as slaves. It seemed very cruel to her. That is why the goddess Ariel needed the help of their team. Henry ran over and grabbed the chair with Kiwi and started tossing it up. Eris asked the boy to calm down, because Kiwi is a messenger of the goddess. Ether added that the goddess of darkness is also the founder of the dragon race, that is, like her and Eris. Henry pointed out that he was from the earth and their gods meant nothing to him. Kiwi wasn't going to threaten them, she wanted to offer a fair deal. And for Henry as a foreigner, it will be a good chance. Because as soon as the goddess gets the release, she will give a reward to the one who helped it. And the reward will be the fulfillment of one wish, which does not go beyond world laws. If he wants, she can even send him to Earth. Henry thought that the reward was good. But there were others who promised a similar reward and used it for their own purposes. It was a demonic god. His only goal was to kill the goddess. Eris and Ether began to prove to him that deceiving a demonic god was something completely different. They asked him to calm down and not talk nonsense. But you could understand him. He spent 20 years in the Rocky Mountains. It just seemed to him that they wanted to use him again. By the way, they were still going to catch Holian even without these requests. But Kiwi said that it was not necessary, and the goddess entrusted them with only one task. Their task was to find someone who would be stronger than Zenobia, Garhan and Holian combined. That is, they need to find King Baold. They just needed to guard Kiwi until they found him, after which he would destroy these greedy heroes himself. In words, the task sounded very easy compared to the reward. But the problem is that failure in this task is not allowed. The boy finally agreed because they had the same goal. Eris and Ether breathed a sigh of relief. Since all the issues were closed, Kiwi offered to leave right now. But Henry thought that it was not such an urgent matter to leave through the window. Henry had one more question. He was interested in how they would protect that baby Leon. Although in theory they could refuse the king of the elves. Kiwi said that they are not nannies and you should just refuse. Because if they agree to receive him in the morning, it will prevent the goddess from fulfilling her mission. The next day Crone came to his father and said that the hunters they had been talking to had disappeared. Since there were no more guards for Leon, the boy wanted to inform him that the task was cancelled. But the king said that this was not necessary. He decided to send him to the eastern routes on an expedition. But Crone reminded him that he was just a child. He was a child now, but one day he would have to lead the Elven Kingdom, and he would have to earn the recognition of the people. But Crone was sure that there would still be those who would have a bad opinion of him. The king noted that the protection of his child is not the only purpose of parents. Moreover, the Union of Fairies already knew about it. And Holian will carefully monitor the situation. Leon entered his room and told him that Leon's knights had finished preparing for the war campaign. And he was with the hunters. Although Cronus thought that they would escape from the kingdom. Leon dressed them in identical costumes. That evening, Kiwi said if they agreed to this task, Leon would die anyway. Henry did not understand what this meant and asked for a clearer explanation. To be more precise, this is how it should happen. The 6 goddesses were the founders of Ratna. They know everything and even what goes beyond time and space. However, even goddesses who can predict the future act with caution when interfering in Ratna's affairs. Because they should not violate the free will of creatures and the laws of causality. But the prophet of the goddess does not have the ability to predict the future, so she had no right to exceed her powers given by the goddess and somehow influence the fate of others. The problem is that because of her, who was created by the goddess Leon, he did not die and remained alive. Eris noted that despite this, she wanted to leave the prince and go. This meant that the future where the prince died remained unchanged. Kiwi could not take care of everyone. Her task is to free the goddess Ariel for the sake of Ratna's survival. The future of the entire Ratna and the life of one boy have different values. Moreover, death is fate. Kiwi noted that Henry does not have such a close relationship with Leon. Therefore, she wondered why he behaved like that. He replied that he was doing it because he didn't like her. The lack of logic in his thinking reminded her of a child. Kiwi doubted his qualities as an assistant. If she was so doubtful, then she needed to clarify it with her mistress. But then Henry remembered that she was a prisoner. Since all the hunters had already gathered, the king began his speech. Everyone already knew about the terrible phenomenon in the eastern village, and their task was to find the reasons for the occurrence of such a phenomenon. Although it happened on the outskirts, it can emigrate further. Therefore, it concerns not only the kingdom of elves, the whole union of fairies showed interest in the case. Therefore, if they successfully complete this task, the representative of the union of elves will personally thank them for their feat. This meant that they would be able to meet Holian if they completed the task. He also noted that Leon will participate in this case, but not as a prince, but as the commander of the expedition. Cronus increasingly disliked the idea and had strange premonitions. When they were already on their way to the village, Leon said that for him, all these phenomena were not a problem. At the same time, they moved more slowly than a bull that plowed the fields. Ether said that at this rate they will grow old and die before they arrive. Only the prince will remain alive. The only thing that bothered him was that in the expedition he was called a prince, and not a commander. Leon thought that it seemed like a fun ride for a sweet girl like Ether, but she should be grateful that he agreed to take the wheel. Eris pointed out that if the general gets tired, then who will protect the people, and therefore asked permission to sit behind the wheel. But he was in no hurry to agree and asked to wait a little. And this is because he did not have time to demonstrate his Kiwi skills. He was angry that while he was driving, Henry was talking to her. And he was interested in what could be talked about for so long. Henry at this time tried to find out from Kiwi if she knew where Baold was. But she replied that even if she was a goddess, it was not in her power to know about the dungeon, which is the territory of the Demon King. Moreover, the goddess can learn the thoughts of a person only if her prayers reached her. And there were no records of Beatold's prayer in her data. Therefore, you need to search for him personally. A man overtook them and asked permission to pass first. He said he needed to get to the village in the east before the sun went down. Eris said they were heading for that village as well and agreed to let the man through. In that case, he advised them to get there before sunset as well, because there are rumors that very strange things happen there when night falls. Ether said that they just need to follow this cart, and they definitely won't get lost. But Leon did not like the fact that this man dared to overtake him and rush forward. So he sped up a lot to catch up with him. To shorten the way, he flew off the road. Henry looked into the driver's seat, because he thought that they had been attacked and were running away. But Leon simply replied that the road was where he was going. As a result, their cart caught fire and they all watched as it burned down. Leon said that it all happened by the will of the goddess. He then returned to the team and said that he knew the way and they could walk. Henry joked that he could still hear the prince's voice in the burning cart. It was already dark, and they had not yet reached their destination, although the man warned them that it was better to reach the village before nightfall. Henry didn't understand why this guy was so confident. Kiwi replied that it was all because of his royal blood. The royal family of elves have cared for the roots of the world tree since ancient times. With this ability, they can produce the gift of the world tree once every 20 years. Then Henry realized the true value of the royal sword. But Leon was still very small and therefore did not possess this ability. However, he is able to perceive the roots of the tree that stretched across the earth, because he has royal blood. Leon found the cart that overtook them. Now he became even more confident. Ether said that he turned out to be much more useful than she expected. The boy thought this was a very sharp appeal. He told Kiwi that now she could see the difference between this mountain of muscle and him. According to his plan, they should ask this man to give them a ride to the village. But she looked into the wagon and said that it was impossible. He was dead, but the wounds on the body were not noticeable at first glance. Prince Leon was a favorite of the Elven King, despite the fact that he was a late child, Crone worried. Unexpectedly, he had a half-brother with the same background. He was hidden from human eyes for a very long time and was considered a big mistake of the king of the elves. And his mother ran away from the kingdom and left him. It was Leon's dream, and he finally woke up. And immediately he saw in front of him the corpse of a man whom they met on the road. He was very frightened and jumped away from him. Henry saw that the kid had woken up and asked him not to lose consciousness again. The boy said that as soon as he saw the corpse, he lost consciousness almost immediately. And they took his cart and went to the village on it. But Kiwi said that he is not yet a corpse. His organs are damaged, although the situation is critical, but he is still alive. They had no choice but to go to the nearest village to heal him. The only problem was that someone who knew the way had accidentally passed out. Leon said they needed to wait for him to come to his senses. Henry replied that the situation did not allow it. Monsters began to climb out from all sides. There were quite a lot of them, and they all ran after the cart. These were wild monsters, and Ether did not understand why they were chasing them. Henry didn't know that either. He started throwing stones at them, as he had done with the monsters before. Although the stones were small, he threw them with such force that the monsters flew to pieces. Kiwi assumed that these same monsters damaged people's organs and turned them into mummies. They did not know where these monsters came from. The reason was unknown, because there were no dungeons nearby. But one thing was clear for sure. They wanted to get more aura. They needed to decide something, because if they continued to move in the same way, they could get into trouble. All the more they were getting closer to the abyss, and if nothing was done, they would all die. Eris asked everyone to hold back as he was about to make a sharp U-turn. With the help of her strength, Ether grabbed the tree so that they would not fall over when they turned. But Leon could not hold on to the cart, and flew out of it completely towards the abyss. The kid already thought he was dead, but Henry managed to grab him by the collar. Henry wanted to hear the magic word from him because time was short, and his hands were getting tired. He thanked the Walterian warrior for saving him. They reached the main gate of the village and tried to get inside. But the guard said that he would not let them through and asked them to turn around and go back. Leon replied that they had come to investigate on the orders of the Elven King. They had already asked for their help 2 months ago, but no one responded. Now the residents had the feeling that everyone was waiting for them all to die in order to get their territories. But Leon assured them that they would come as soon as they received the news. Henry said that they already had a difficult road, now there are also problems in the village. From the very beginning, people lived in it, but due to the roots of the world tree, elves also came there. As a result, they began to divide the land among themselves. Therefore, Henry did not have very pleasant impressions of the elf race. Eris said that a sick person came with them, and he needs urgent help. First, he needs to be saved. They said that they would accept the sick person, but they refused to join the kingdom of elves. Therefore, they had a rule that no elf would be on their land again. Kiwi understood that if they did not make concessions, it would not be possible to find the reason for what was happening. The girl hoped that now she could return to the task of the goddess. She told Leon that it was necessary to return, but he replied that he did not want to do this, because he would not be able to look his brother and father in the eyes if he returned without results. They said they wouldn't let elves into their village, but Leon was a half-elf. Ether thought that children were not born between elves and humans. This was probably one of the reasons why Leon was hidden from other people. The guards started to make fun of him for having different ears. They knew that the elves were not going to help them, and so they sent someone they didn't like. Pure-blood elves, like humans, dislike half-bloods. Henry went to the gate and said that he didn't want to take it anymore. Although temporarily, this kid was their commander. In addition, those monsters, whom the inhabitants of the village are so afraid of, are very fond of the aura. And she may soon start going out with Henry if they don't stop. Until a bunch of bloodsuckers gathered around their village. In the darkness, the guards did not see that a Volturian warrior was standing in front of them. A man ran out of the gate and started asking where the patient was. The guard told him that it is now dangerous to go outside. And he said that these people came from the kingdom of elves. Henry was now completely confused. And Leon looked as if he saw his brother in front of him. It was also an elf, and he asked what their baby commander's name was. He pounced on Leon and started hugging him tightly. The boy began to caress his face and looked at him from head to toe. He also began to ask how his father was doing and if no one insulted him. Henry didn't understand anything, but he could clearly see that this guy looked a lot like Crone. As it turned out, he was Leon's half-brother and Crone's twin brother. As a result, they were allowed inside and immediately began to help the wounded man. Eris noticed that these drugs had an unusual effect. And after them, the patient's skin color immediately improved. The boy said that these medicines were created using his knowledge. He was the only sorcerer in the village, so he acted as a doctor. Although he cannot take care of the sick by himself, the rest are on home treatment. There are several times more of them than these patients. That is why he gathered courage and asked his family for help. But he did not even think that Leon would come. The kid said that if he had announced that he was here, he would not have come alone. If anyone found out about his presence, it would harm the village. Leon did not know what had happened there 10 years ago, but he was sure that his father had forgiven him. Ether tried to push Henry out of the room so that they could talk about family problems alone. But Henry was upset because the most interesting moment had begun. Moreover, they haven't seen each other for a long time, and they definitely want to discuss many things. Ether noted that leaving on time in such a situation is called tact. Henry agreed that it wasn't very nice to stand and eavesdrop. Meanwhile, Kiwi approached the patient and put her hand in his mouth as if searching for something. Everyone gathered around her, and Henry began to pull her away from the patient. But as it turned out, she did it for a reason. She managed to find the cause of the patient's illness. It was the embryo of a bloodsucker that was in the body. Even those organs that were damaged by a bloodsucker can be completely restored with normal treatment. But these patients could not be cured because the larvae of the monster were parasitizing their bodies. The boy was shocked. This meant that they specifically keep people alive in order to reproduce. But dungeon monsters usually only want to kill. And in general, they appear in dungeons by themselves. This meant that there were more and more of them in this area due to this breeding. Kiwi said that this was the end of their mission. Now they needed to return to the kingdom and report everything to the king. But Leon said that his brother and the others were still in danger. The girl replied that their task was to find out the cause of the anomaly. There was no solution to the problem, but Henry stopped her. He said that they cannot fulfill their mission and leave when people are dying in the village. This is very irresponsible in his opinion. But Kiwi was sure that he was behaving irresponsibly. Because he just wanted to save the people he sees around him. But he doesn't even think about the future victims who are not visible now. The girl reminded him of Chan, who killed many people. Although Henry saved him before that. And as a result, they were not even able to take responsibility for him to the end, allowing him to die. Eris ran up to her and wanted to hit her, but barely held back. He then said that Kiwi was simply not fully aware of the situation. But that time the better choice led to the worst outcome. Therefore, he asked not to rush with words, because she did not see what that person had to go through because of the heavy burden of his responsibility. The doctor decided to change the subject, and said that they were all tired. Therefore, he would ask that the premises of the former hotel be prepared for them. And at the expense of returning to the kingdom, he offered to talk tomorrow. Ether still couldn't calm down, and was very angry with Kiwi for her attitude and disrespect. Eris reassured her friend and said that Kiwi simply has an assignment that concerns Ratna's future, which is why she is in such a hurry. That's why Eris believed that there was no need for them to perform the tasks of the goddess, and also to listen to such humiliations. Henry replied that he did not feel as if he was being insulted, but his mood turned sour. He thought for a long time how to describe this situation. And as a result, he said that it felt like his 4-year-old sister was asking why he didn't have a girlfriend. It was very good to hear the conversations between their rooms. And so Kiwi and Leon could hear all the discussions about this situation. At first, Kiwi thought it was Leon talking, but then she understood. The girl asked Leon if she had angered them in his opinion. She was worried that it might hinder their mission. But the kid also couldn't know for sure. If she did something they didn't like, then it can be assumed that she got angry. Leon noticed that they very easily relate to different situations. And even the fact that he is half-elf did not matter to them. It seemed to him that Henry was definitely a normal guy. The kid suggested Kiwi just apologize to him. After that, Leon was going to go to bed and leave all important matters for the next day. As soon as the girl closed her eyes, she had a terrible dream. She had lapses in memory, so she dreamed of some situations at night. Her body was attacked by a monster, and she could not do anything in response. Her body was covered in wounds. It was an unusual monster. She was going to beat the girl until she could control her legs like a puppet. Kiwi did not understand how this monster appeared in such an area, but she answered that it could be everywhere. Then the girl suddenly woke up in a cold sweat from fear. She turned and saw that Leon was not in bed. Kiwi ran to look for him and met Ether in the corridor. She thought that the girl was also looking for Leon. But she said that all their weapons had disappeared somewhere during the night. Bloodsuckers flooded the streets of the village and hunters tried to fend off their attacks so as not to become their subjects. Women hid and tried to hide their children while their husbands fought off the attack. The monster was catching up with the main guard and was ready to eat him. But Henry appeared just in time and simply tore him apart with one blow of his fist. On the surface, it seemed that he destroyed it. But in fact, they were divided into a bunch of new monsters of the same kind. Then Eris appeared and used his fire magic. They still died completely from the fire. However, the use of magic without a magic staff has a spatial limitation. Therefore, if something goes wrong in such a small area, while Henry is using aura, everything can explode there. Kiwi also joined the defense, and said that Henry could not worry, because the sword was made of the world tree and it would absorb most of his aura. The boy thought that there was nothing to be happy about. Ether shouted to her friends that the monsters that were here began to crawl in different directions. There were about 200 of them. If they start looking for each one and destroy them, it will take a very long time. Kiwi thought it strange that so many underground monsters attacked the village. And she was even more interested in where Leon had gone. The chief guard thought that it was all because of the kid. And he was still worried that the elves wanted to seize their lands. Henry had a different idea. He grabbed the guard and assumed they wanted to take Leon hostage to negotiate with the kingdom. And for this they stole their weapons, and on his sword they did not have enough strength to lift it. Kiwi did not expect that everything could come to a dispute. But she cannot interfere in the fate of people. This concerned not only the residents of the village, but also the question of Leon's life and death. She should not do what is related to the fulfillment of the assigned mission. Henry noticed the monster that was about to attack Kiwi, and reacted in a very timely manner. The boy did not believe that her mission had nothing to do with Leon's death, and even more so, if he died, Henry would no longer help her. Therefore, in any case, she needs to go and find Leon in order to complete her mission. She did not say a word in response and went in search of him. Eris even thought that she wasn't as cruel as she pretended to be. But it was a shame that it needed some reason. They needed to deal with the monsters as soon as possible and also go find the baby. Henry asked how many more Eris would have enough magic for. He answered that for 5 small ones and 1 big one. Ether took the guard's weapon for a while, until he was still out of shock. He did not understand what they were going to do. Because if you start killing monsters one by one, then they are already everywhere. But Henry replied that they were not going to kill them one by one. The boy began to use his aura to gather all the monsters into a pile. They very happily began to go to Henry, as if to some kind of concert. Meanwhile, an unknown woman in a red dress took Leon and carried him somewhere. Kiwi managed to find him, and she asked this woman to stop and asked where she wanted to take him. The girl recognized this woman. She came to her in the evening, although she noticed that she had never met Kiwi before. She took out her spear and was ready to start the battle to save the baby and bring him home. Kiwi said that he still knows her, that she never kills people, but kidnaps them. The woman thought that she would be able to hide her identity. Then she decided to ask a question to an ordinary person. She asked how they feel when they have a child and how precious it is. The woman knew one way to test this. She would simply kill him to see the child's true value. But still, she decided to check it later and put Leon on the ground. She noticed that she and Kiwi were not very different from each other. The girl was not going to have a conversation with her. Her task was to return the baby, and that is why she began to act. Meanwhile, the team was solving the problem with the monsters. Eris wondered if Henry could control the aura. The three of them were completely surrounded by these monsters. There were much more of them than they expected. Meanwhile, the hunters of the village can rest. They watched what was happening in the epicenter of the events. Now they understood why the race of Sword Kings was so famous. All that remained was to deal with the monsters and their nightmare would end. A doctor appeared next to him and said that the situation was not so good. Although they saw the power of the aura and did not understand what to worry about. The guy said that she was too strong and asked to look at the bloodsuckers. They devoured each other. Henry's aura killed monsters and destroyed their cells, but remains in these corpses. That is, one dead bloodsucker nourished 10 others. And in this way, there were fewer of them, but those who remained raised their level. Kiwi, in a fight with a woman who kidnaps people, cut off her hand. But she constantly regenerated, and it was not a problem for her. The woman realized that the Kiwi was not specifically using the aura so that it would not absorb her. The girl began to draw parallels in her head and realized that it was this woman who brought the monsters that attacked the village. Kiwi tore her apart, but she recovered every time. Then she grabbed the girl by the spear and said that they had come to her village. Kiwi knew that the more she attacked and harmed her, the stronger she became. And she needed to find a way to deal with it. The girl had no choice and is forced to use her aura. But this creature even liked it. She said that it cannot be defeated with the help of aura. Kiwi found a way out and used the freezing artifact. In this state, she will not be able to absorb aura and constantly regenerate. And then she finished the job with her aura and destroyed it. But the girl was sorry that she did not even have time to ask how she got out of the dungeon. Leon woke up and started asking Kiwi what he was doing outside and why he was sleeping here. The girl said that they had to go back. But suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed in front of the boy. It was the same woman. She was trying to get her face back in shape. Kiwi was shocked because recovery from something like this is impossible. She recovered with the help of monsters. She killed them and absorbed their aura. The woman planned to be a good mother for Leon, but he saw too much, and now they will not have a sincere relationship. Kiwi couldn't let her take Leon away, at worst her main mission would fail. While she was running to the woman, a dream began to appear in her head. And then she realized that it was a prophetic dream, and her death had come. But at the last moment, Henry appeared in front of the girl and covered her with his body. She said that she had heard about him, and added that she likes such men and Henry is to her liking. But the guy grabbed her hand and answered that there are enough strange and crazy women in his life. As they cleared the village of monsters, Henry realized that they had leveled up with the help of his aura. Ether promised to deal with small monsters, but she did not have enough strength for large ones. Eris said he had a plan and asked to gather all the monsters in one place. As a result, he activated flame magic and started to run away with Ether. And finally, Eris asked Henry to be a little patient with what was going to happen. And he finally understood what his plan was. They decided to use him as bait for monsters. After a few seconds, there was a huge explosion of fire that engulfed all the creatures. Ether and Eris watched this near the hunters and smiled. But they did not understand how they could be happy when their colleague was burning in the fire. It looked dangerous enough because Eris had raised his skill level to reach powerful magic. It was hot enough for Henry, but he came out of the flames without a single wound. Only the suit was slightly damaged. Eris walked up to him and said that at first he had planned to break out of the place together and then use magic, but there were more monsters than he expected. Not a single trace of the monsters remained. The hunters still did not understand how Henry's skin survived the fire. Everyone saw how an explosion of aura took place in the forest, but it was not known who it belonged to. Henry immediately thought that something might happen to baby Leon. Therefore, he decided to go and check. Moreover, there was no longer any danger in the village. Ether and Eris decided to check the area for now and see if there were any monsters left. The men of the entire village gathered in a pile and started running in an unknown direction. Their reaction was very strange to Eris, and their behavior was as if there was some kind of danger nearby. The world created by the goddess was like an accurate clock. As long as it works continuously and happens what should and does not go beyond the scope of the scenario. But even if reality goes beyond the scope, the problem is not prediction. It's just that reality was changing. Then it was unclear why a future that should not be appeared. Henry asked how Kiwi was feeling. She replied that although she was not as strong as him, she was created in the image of a Walterian woman. Now they needed to focus on the enemy standing right in front of them. After the battle with Kiwi, this woman's recovery power has dropped. But due to her aura, she is not affected by slashing attacks. After absorbing the aura, it still became stronger. The inhabitants of the village began to be seen on the horizon. The woman said that she didn't care about everyone except this boy. Such hunters as they could rarely be found in these parts. Therefore, she changed her mind and now allowed them to live in this village without problems. But Henry was not satisfied with such a proposal, and he crushed it with his sword from the world tree. The guy hoped that it was a boss and he would get experience points. But it was the same monsters, but in the same body. The peasants began to run up to the place where this woman was standing and complained to Henry that he had killed their mistress. He tried to explain to them what had been going on until they came, and what this creature was doing. Kiwi realized that the entire village was already infected. Although only a few hours had passed since the monsters attacked the village. Parts of this woman's body began to appear from their bodies. All these people settled on abandoned lands and did nothing but fear wild monsters all their lives. She was just protecting them, and they gave her a place to live. Of course, they had to pay for letting strangers in. Kiwi replied that manipulating other people's lives is not symbiosis, it is called slavery. She replied that the most important thing for a person is to be happy, especially since they did not even suspect about slavery. Leon asked Henry to return to the kingdom with Kiwi and tell his father everything. The woman said that it will be difficult, because she wants to live in this village, and she accused them of killing her children. But their blood got on each of them, and it seems that this situation was resolved perfectly for her. Kiwi realized that the blood that got on them carried the infection. Now Henry, Ether, and Eris were also infected. Leon watched as Henry hit Kiwi, and she fell to the ground. His eyes were closing for some reason. It was like a dream. The boy woke up in a bright room and in a clean bed. That woman entered his room and greeted him. It was as if he was her child and she had taken care of him since childhood. The kid was very scared and started screaming. Then he asked what she wanted to do with him and where his friends had gone. The woman said that she was not a monster, but his own mother. A tall and big man stood next to her. Leon didn't want to think about it, but most likely it was Henry. Kiwi woke up from a strong cough. Unlike Leon, she was in the hospital, and she saw a monster larva on her hand. Next to her lay a man whose mouth had crawled out of his mouth last night, forming the body parts of that female creature. This meant that the entire hospital was filled with patients who were infected with monsters. The doctor entered the ward, and when he saw Kiwi healthy, he automatically threw the tray with food on the floor out of surprise. The girl immediately pounced on him, because she thought that he was also infected, like the rest of the villagers. If he guessed that she was healthy, it meant that he was in cahoots with that monster. But while the girl was strangling him, he begged her to save this village from the evil one. It happened about 6 months ago. The guy lived in this village and treated people. An elf of royal blood who was expelled from the court in the struggle for the throne. Once he felt an evil aura coming from the roots of the world tree. Together with the inhabitants of the village, he went inside the cave under its roots. Then they saw an inexplicable crack from which a red light broke through and some creature came out of it. When the boy came to his senses, people had already managed to kill each other. And he did not get infected because he belongs to the tribe of elves. He didn't know it then, but since then, people have been slowly getting infected. And as a result, that creature forced him to treat people. In exchange for keeping him alive and the surviving residents alive. All this was for the sake of the village, which had to constantly give it its energy. But Kiwi didn't understand why he didn't say that as soon as they got to them. If they found out, they could go back to the kingdom and tell everything. He had told the truth to those people last time, but they were already infected outside the village. All this was for her amusement, to see if the doctor would be a traitor. Each time she sent monsters and killed people. They should have seen that all the monsters were also infected and couldn't even run. There was no point in telling the truth to people who were in a daze due to altered memories. Therefore, when he saw them for the first time, he had hope and he allowed them to come inside. A rift from the second dimension and a monster coming out of it. The bulk of his story matched his vision. She wondered what had happened to Leon and the rest of her crew. Henry really changed his style and image. Then he became the husband of the monster that captured the village. She turned to Leon and asked him to eat. Because he had slept for 2 days and was definitely hungry. But he started screaming and said he knew her plan. She was going to feed him and then eat him like those monsters. In order to calm him down, Henry threw a knife right at his head. He told Leon not to allow himself to talk to his mother like that. But the woman asked Henry to calm down, because he was still half-elf. And in order to become a family, time is needed. Leon had to force himself to suffer. He was sure that they would come to save him from these madmen. Then Ether appeared before him and introduced herself as their servant. She brought a special dish for Leon. They were washed intestines and filled with blood. There were organs of various kinds. The guy couldn't listen to everything to the end and he got sick right on the floor. Ether called the cook. It was Eris. The girls started scolding him for preparing a dish that Leon didn't like. The guy said he just cooked the pork the owner caught using his recipe. Ether did not like the fact that he made excuses. By this, he seemed to want to say that everything was the owner's fault. This made Henry angry. He said that in his time he made the most delicious blood sausage from mountain animals. Back then, you could eat your fill with one sausage. Ether continued to scold Eris for trying to insult their master. Then the woman clapped her hands and asked everyone to calm down. She wanted them all to live in peace. But if Leon doesn't eat, he can die of hunger. And if the baby dies, the mother will be very sad. But she can't force feed him either, because she will be a bad mother. She needed to find a solution to this situation. Eris yelled and said that it was his fault for making such a bad meal. Then the woman said that he was released and held out her disgusting hand to him. As soon as Leon saw this, he immediately began to forcefully eat to save Eris' life. He made himself think that it was pork. He was already in tears, but he said that it was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. At that moment, a doctor entered the room and brought Kiwi with him. The guy said that she was healthy and could start work. The goddess of darkness, Ariel, was closed in another dimension by 4 heroes who have the blessing of the goddess. This happened about 6 months ago. Now the power of the goddess of darkness is inactive. At about the same time, a crack into an unknown dimension appeared. The girl guessed, but the disintegration of the magical power happened much faster than expected. Therefore, she could no longer postpone the task of the goddess. The doctor warned that her colleagues had been infected a few days ago, and the monsters had most likely already completely penetrated their bodies and became one with him. Maybe it happened because of the infected person they brought in. Because he was infected very recently. The doctor suggested that she wake them up the same way she woke up. But her aura can only burn the monsters in the middle of their bodies. Although it will not be easy for them to withstand Kiwi's aura, Henry will definitely be able to do it. A warrior like him will definitely not be affected by her aura. But as long as this mother watched her so closely, she would not be able to do anything. It was very good that she herself spoke about the impossibility of determining the fact of infection. She approached the girl and began to examine her. It seemed that people were created to receive the love of their creator. But now she was just her doll for fun. Leon couldn't take it anymore and attacked the woman with a table knife to protect Kiwi. The woman took it as a joke and thought that the boy did not like the food so much. He blamed himself for the fact that they had to come to this village, and now he wanted to know what he had to do to save them. Kiwi took Leon's hand and said that at times like this he should just apologize and admit his mistake. The guy was desperate, so he threw the knife on the floor and started apologizing to this monster. Meanwhile, a boy was wandering among the ice rocks and was looking for something. It was Laud and he was trying to use his skill against the local monster. Since he seemed to be a very cute animal, the boy thought that everything should go well. But in fact he turned out to be a very aggressive creature. Laud even thought that he should have been better kept in custody. However, a hunter came to his aid with a weapon instead of one hand. It was Chan who was saved from death by Leon. He asked Laud to be more careful because these monsters were higher than him in level, so this skill did not work on them. While they were talking, the monster recovered and wanted to attack them again. But Chan's hook stuck very firmly in the ice. They could only save themselves thanks to it, and climbed to the top. Laud tried to help pull her out in any way he could, because the monster was already very close. At the last moment, a bright light appeared in front of them and the monster simply disappeared. It was Leon who once again saved their lives. He was not very pleased because they were almost eaten by an ordinary monster. Although he did not pull them out in order to constantly save them. The boys began to wonder why they had come to such a cold and remote place. Chan had a guess that it was to raise their level. Leon asked Chan why the hunters go to the dungeons. He replied that they need to be destroyed because they attack ordinary people. But Laud added that ordinary people can be attacked by monsters from outside the dungeon. They usually attack when someone enters their territory. Forest monsters have lived in Ratna's territory since the beginning, and underground monsters were created by a demonic god. They cannot eat what belongs to Ratna. That's why they don't even come out of the dungeon and never harm ordinary people. But then it was unclear to Chan why the hunters go down into the dungeon. The most important reason is temptation. For passing the dungeon, they can get strong items and fame. And this forced a large number of hunters to voluntarily go to their deaths. In other words, this is the first stage of Ratna's capture by the demonic god. Now it was clear to Chan why he had placed objects at the very end of the dungeon. The boys did not understand how Leon's landmark was able to find this gap. It was an unstable crack into another dimension. In the name of the abandoned homeland and sacred gods. Leon said that it appeared at the same time in different areas of Ratna. The order had already been informed about 100 cracks. Ratna is different from the dungeon and until now there was nothing like it. But if it could be seen through a landmark that was created by a demonic god, then it means that it is related to him. While Leon was talking about the crack, Chan decided to stick his head in and see for himself. One of the uninfected men made his way to the cart on which Leon's team arrived and tried to call the kingdom. He called Prince Cronus, and said that Leon had been captured and that the village was being run by monsters. As soon as he had finished, one of them came up behind him with a weapon in his hands. After that, the connection was cut off and the prince could no longer learn anything about what was happening there. Kron said that something is really happening in this village, and they need to solve the problem on their own, because this is the territory of the Kingdom of Elves. Holian replied that it was not just the Elven Kingdom's problem now. Kron said that even a representative of the Fairy Union cannot interfere in the affairs of the kingdom without discussing it with the Union itself. But she had no intention of meddling in their internal politics. Richard was her assistant, and said that he didn't have time to get permission on every issue, and he hinted that Zenobia should be faster. Holian said that it wasn't her style to come unannounced, and she didn't want to inconvenience the elves anymore. The king came to meet them and said that they had not seen Holian for 15 years. She apologized for such an unexpected visit, but the king was convinced that there was a reason for this. And judging by the fact that she came without messengers, the questions will not be as a representative of the Union of Fairies, but as one of the heroes. She could not tell the details yet, but everything was just like that. The king said that the village they were going to did not want to accept elves and demanded self-government. But they were also citizens of the Union of Fairies, and he asked not to harm them. He gave them permission to send there in the morning. The Kingdom of the Elves was a fairly small country. Compared to large states, its population and national power are less than half. Although in diplomatic terms he is higher. Thanks to Holian. Cronus was willing and asked permission to go with her in the morning as well. But the king said that he was already very old, and it would not be wise to leave the kingdom without supervision, because the nobles were only waiting for the kingdom's power to weaken. Kron thought it would be right if he went with them because he had the power to control the roots of the world tree. The king assumed that his son was angry with him for sending Leon to this dangerous place. But Kron just didn't want to end up in hell again. Leon was put in a special cell so that he could not do stupid things. He took a spoon and began to remove bricks from the walls to find a way out. But behind the brick were the roots of the world tree. He could not even leave a scratch on them with a spoon. While he was coming up with a plan, a woman came to him with Henry and the servants. She asked if he had thought about his behavior. He called her mother and confessed in his actions that he behaved wrongly towards her. But she easily noticed the brick that the boy took out of the wall. Then the woman realized that he still thinks that he will be able to escape from her, and she asked everyone to leave them alone with Leon. The boy had hope because he realized that Kiwi had recovered from the poison, and she came back to save them. He hoped that his brother and Kiwi had a great plan, although she managed to avoid the worst scenario where she dies. But all this would not have happened if they had not taken the future king of the elves to task. Even if her future is not the same as in her visions, there should be no problems. However, Leon's death is inevitable. If she changes fate even more, all her visions will be destroyed, and she will not be able to see the future. For Ratna's sake, she needs to save Henry and leave this village. And after that, find Baold. Ether asked the newcomer where she was going to go, because they needed to talk. But she couldn't let herself be bitten until she saved Henry. Now her plan might fail. Because now was a very opportune moment, while Leon was distracting his mother. Ether once again turned to the girl and asked to come down to her. Since her plan failed, Kiwi decided to kill them first. But their death was postponed because someone knocked on the door. A doctor visited them and said that he had a question for the landlady. Eris replied that she was with Leon now and they could tell her what she needed. But the boy said that there was no need for that. He said that the hostess must have forgotten to ask them to bring one thing that is outside the village. It shouldn't take long, and he asked them to come with him. They gladly agreed, because it was the hostess's request. And Kiwi had time to sneak into Henry's room. It seemed to him that the bed on which he slept became smaller, and the clothes were very tight, which he wanted to take off all the time. He turned to the mirror and felt that it was not his true account. Henry stood up and thought that he couldn't just take off his clothes and walk like a primitive man. And he couldn't believe that his beautiful mustache wasn't really his. While he was admiring his appearance, he did not hear Kiwi enter the room and attack him. Leon, meanwhile, grabbed the brick with trembling hands and held it in front of him. He said he was disgusted by the way a woman tried to pretend to be a human and pretend they were family. He called her a monster. But the woman explained to him that he simply had never seen monsters from the dungeon. And if she was a real monster, then this village would not have remained alive after her. The underground monsters are programmed to destroy anything related to Ratna. She compared their desire to kill to Leon's desire to live. But she did not behave like them. Because she is different. Even if it was true, Leon still saw her manipulating and killing people. It was no better. She replied that people behave the same way, they just hide it from others. The woman said that it was the same with his own mother when she was dying. It was as if she said it on purpose, and then pretended it was by accident. The kid grabbed the brick and now demanded an explanation from her. She grabbed his hand and made sure that now it would definitely be difficult to convince him with words. The woman planned to follow him some more, but it seems the time has come to make him more obedient. She didn't want to make a hole in the baby to let the parasite in, so she tried to do it through the mouth. In the process, the woman saw dust falling from the ceiling and the walls shaking. Something was happening upstairs and she needed to check. Kiwi flew into Henry and made a huge hole in this house. She planned to burn the parasites in his body, but there were too many of them. It was a terrible idea. Her power was not enough, because Henry managed to turn into a terrible monster. He was forced to take off his clothes, because due to the fault of the maid, he was in an unpresentable form. He was ready to regard this as an attack on their family. Leon stood near the grate and did not let the woman out, because he assumed that Kiwi was fighting for the salvation of others at this moment, and his task was to detain at least this monster. She didn't say a word and just walked right through it. Leon was in despair, but he noticed that something began to happen with the roots of the world tree. Henry began to remember that he had been a hostage in the Rocky Mountains for 20 years. He was a newcomer, but the residents of this village accepted him, and he believed that there was his home, his family and his friends. And he could not allow the servant to insult them. Therefore, he began to attack her. Kiwi understood that real memories and false memories were mixed in his head. She tried to tell him this. And at the same time, she struck with her aura. Henry had a different opinion about what was happening. On the contrary, he thought Kiwi was crazy. She assumed that a normal aura attack would not be able to lure the parasites out of his body. The guy grabbed her by the leg and threw her into the nearest tree. The girl had only one way left: to force Henry to use his aura himself. In this case, his body will have a high concentration of aura and the parasites will die gradually. Henry blocked her next attack with the power of the earth. But he was unarmed, so he wouldn't be able to fight for a long time without using aura. Not only did he defend, but he regularly attacked the Kiwis. And as it turned out, it was impossible to summon his aura with her powers. Kiwi promised him that he would understand everything as soon as he used his aura. But she guessed that he was forbidden to do this. Then this woman appeared and replied that he was indeed forbidden to use it because it was dangerous for the village. That is, the girl was right that he is simply not allowed to do this. She decided to find out who this woman really is. But the woman pressed the girl against a tree and said that first she wanted to know who she was. Her parasites didn't only affect children, because they have few memories. But Kiwi was an adult, but she still managed to wake up and not get infected. The girl replied that regardless of how she looks, only 4 weeks have passed since she was put into action. Although she agreed that people cannot be judged only by their appearance, Kiwi's words seemed very funny to her. She also noticed that the girl had a very strong influence on baby Leon, but she still chose to save Henry instead of him. Meanwhile, the kid was increasingly dismantling the brick wall to get to the roots. The woman said that it was her time to pay for her actions and attacked. With tears in his eyes, Leon made his way to the roots, and when he touched them, something crazy began to happen. The entire world tree began to sough. It seemed as if it absorbed the energy of the surrounding environment. They grabbed their heads, because someone interfered with the signal. Kiwi took this opportunity to pounce on Henry again, but this time she definitely had a better chance. The girl leaned towards him and kissed him so that he could not resist. But the woman did not like it and kicked the girl away. She turned to Kiwi and said that now there is no point in transmitting the aura, because the parasites have completely taken over his body. The woman grabbed the girl by the hair and said that no one doubted the life that she gave, because on top of happy memories, she put new ones. She was going to kill Kiwi, but noticed that Henry woke up on his own. Although all the memories were perfect. He had a house and a wife. Also a child he had to feed. A normal life he wanted. But he didn't remember kissing anyone. Kiwi's kiss helped wake him up. The woman could not believe that such a person existed. Henry began to absorb her aura. Kiwi began to explain that she was trying to give him CPR, not a kiss. Henry thanked her, because thanks to the artificial respiration, he was able to regain consciousness and regain all his real memories. The girl asked him to pull himself together and not think about it anymore. It was quite real that this mother would appear again. She also added that this method was hopeless, and she did not want to use it until the end. Henry said that he just had a headache and a good opportunity appeared. He himself did not understand why it happened that way. But then they saw Leon, who was wrapped in the roots of the world tree. He opened one eye and was smiling because Kiwi was able to survive because of him. The girl immediately ran to him and cut off the extra roots thanks to the aura that restrained him. He was relieved and just fell on top of the girl. People were controlled thanks to the signal that came from the world tree. Those who received this signal immediately fell under control. That monster used the roots for its evil purposes. Its source was somewhere below them in the dungeon. To free people, it was necessary to destroy this source. Then the signal would disappear and all the infected would heal naturally. This is the plan and information that Leon managed to learn when interacting with the world tree. Because of Kiwi's drawings, Henry even stopped worrying. She replied that he was standing without clothes and looked like a clown, and he allowed himself to laugh at her drawings. Leon said that Kiwi missed something. In order to restore the world tree to its original state, he must personally touch it. And this meant that he had to go down with them into the dungeon. But Kiwi replied that Leon would wait on the surface until they destroyed the enemy and returned. The kid said that the road that leads down most likely looks like a tangled labyrinth. And without the help of the aura of the world tree, it will be very difficult to find a way. They asked him to calm down. And they noticed that after connecting with the world tree, one eye stopped seeing. Kiwi said that she and Henry should be enough. But Henry grabbed the baby and put him on his shoulders to assess the weight. He said that among the Walturians, even 3-year-old babies go to battle. And besides, he could play the role of a navigator. The fact that Leon can pave the way is simply wonderful. The kid was very happy, although Kiwi still hasn't come to terms with Henry's decision to take him with him. Meanwhile, the doctor took Ether and Eris to some place. It was very similar to a dungeon. Ether was surprised that the hostess had prepared a task for them in such a disgusting place. They saw that the roots of the world tree swallowed a person alive. The doctor said that with the help of the world tree, it took away all the energy. However, the roots were infected, so the energy gathered again. A high concentration of vitality and energy turns into red crystals. This is how bloodstones appear. The boys said that their task was to find the sword of the Walturian warrior. But their conversation was interrupted by a woman, the same monster. She said that she wanted to start a family. And this girl took her husband and child away from her. The doctor couldn't believe that Kiwi managed to wake up the Walturian warrior. It happened even earlier than he expected. He asked the queen what had happened, but she understood that he knew about everything and did not speak. Ether and Eris grabbed him. The guy tried to prove that he didn't know anything. The woman complained that Kiwi looked at her like a pitiful monster. She was not going to forgive her, and the doctor. He came up close to her and asked what she could do. If only to kill him, and that was it. The guy agreed to let her kill him and finally end these games. But in this case, he will turn into a monster who will not be able to resist the violence of murder. But he knew that if he died, his magic would also disappear. And he wondered if she would be able to live like an ordinary person without it. The woman forgot that the doctor was expelled from the kingdom, and he had nothing to lose. Even if he had planned something, everything would remain the same in the end. Meanwhile, Henry was running around the dungeon with his friends. The woman knew that he would soon arrive to fight. She likes strong and brave men, but she will make him pay the price for his actions. At least for the fact that he cheated on his wife and kissed another. And in that case, Eris was ready to kill him for such an act. Leon and his company met his brother. He said that he fought with Henry's companions to escape. Henry understood that these charms do not work on elves. Thanks to this, Kiwi was able to get to them to get out of there. The doctor found out that Leon was able to touch the roots of the world tree. And he said that this means that he is definitely a worthy descendant of the kingdom. He hoped that the kid would be able to save their country. While they were talking, Ether appeared from behind and wanted to attack the boys. Kiwi saw this and used her spear to protect them from this blow. Henry tried to wake her up with words. But if it had worked, Kiwi wouldn't have had to go through the problems that she had. At that moment, words were definitely superfluous. Because they perceived them as enemies. And they used all their skills against them. Henry did not lose hope and continued to talk to them. He said that it was very strange that they were fighting. Eris replied that he did not see anything strange in this. He just wanted to kill the enemy who came to her house. The boy had no other choice but to counterattack his friends. He jumped after them and grabbed them. The task was to return them to their past life. But not only Ether and Eris were there. The woman attacked Kiwi for destroying her dream family. The girl was also not going to sit back in defense and successfully attack the enemy. However, it was not known whether her strength was enough to kill her. Kiwi ordered the doctor to take Leon and quickly climb to the surface and wait for them there. Although Leon did not want to go, the girl warned that if they do not leave now, they will die. The doctor took the situation into his own hands and began to bring the baby out of the dungeon. As a result, Leon realized that he was only bothering everyone. And running away is the only way to help Kiwi and Henry. The middle brother told the kid not to worry, because they just want to protect him. Since he saw that Leon really wanted to help them, the brother was ready to give him the opportunity to prove his worth. The woman asked Kiwi if she knew if this baby touches the world tree, he will die immediately due to the side effect. But even if she delays, the end will be the same and soon he will be completely infected. The woman admitted that Kiwi's true intention was not to save him, but to make him die out of her sight. But the girl told her to shut up and continued to cut her to pieces. She also guessed that the girl needed only that man. Many silhouettes of this woman appeared in front of her. And they all discussed that the man most likely did not want to abandon his friends. Otherwise, with her strength, she could have killed them without problems. They were all saying dirty things and the girl just kept cutting them to pieces with her spear. The girl could freeze her with the help of an artifact, but applying aura to monsters is not the best option. Besides, they recover very quickly. The monsters were strengthened by the energy of the world tree, so her attacks made no sense. To deal with them, in addition to the aura, you need 4 more basic powers. The woman understood that the girl knows what her weakness is. Vulnerability to aura and 4 main forces. She didn't kill Eris and Ether just so they wouldn't be able to wake up. There was no other way to return them to normal life. The only thing left was to kill them. The girl began to laugh loudly and said that there was such an easy way. The woman did not understand at all what was happening and why there was such a reaction in Kiwi. Henry appeared near the girl and said that he did not have enough level and asked for help. She agreed and got the polymorph necklace artifact. Its ability is suppression of users of the dragon race. Thanks to this, Eris and Ether turned into dragons and their consciousness returned. The parasites inside them disappeared. Eris said that she made them attack her friends and now she better get ready. It was the first time Henry had seen Eris so angry, and he even began to like it. Meanwhile, Ether grabbed the boy with her teeth and said that she would take revenge for her mistress. Henry began to scream and asked her to come to her senses. After that, Ether regained her consciousness, and she did not understand what Henry was doing in her mouth. And then the two of them began to attack this woman from different sides, for the fact that she forced them to fight with her team. Henry said that it was hard enough to wake them up, but Kiwi replied that it was still very easy compared to him. The boy asked where Leon had gone. The girl replied that she had ordered the doctor to bring him to the surface until they finished. As long as the most important monster is here in the dungeon, no one can harm them. Something strange began to happen to the world tree. It was as if an alien aura began to penetrate it. As it turned out, it was a woman from the dungeon. People were scared and watched what was happening to the monster. But she was angry when she was called a monster, and she began mercilessly attacking the entire village. Because there was nothing to lose. However, Eris prevented her from realizing her potential attack and hit her earlier with dragon fire. Then he said that this behavior makes her a real monster for those around her. But she was not going to give up and continued to prepare her attack. Henry and Ether were almost at her head before she turned her attention to Eris. And they completely cut off her hand, with which she wanted to destroy the entire village and the people living in it. What Henry expected happened. His sword could not withstand such a powerful aura and broke. So he jumped barehanded on this monster to destroy it. For the first time, he saw someone bigger than Eris. If he had known that everything would be like this, he would have taken even more swords with him. But he confidently continued to destroy her step by step. She didn't understand why her regeneration was no longer working after Henry's attacks. The boy had already prepared to deliver a control blow, but his sword could not withstand such tension from the aura and broke into two parts. Kiwi saw this and quickly reacted. She took her spear and threw it at Henry, the more it belonged to him. The guy said that at first she used it as she wanted, and now she decided to return it. Although this is a really good idea. The world tree was taking all her energy. She understood what was happening because of the intervention of that little elf. And Henry used the lack of regeneration and attacked the monster until it died. Meanwhile, Leon was saying that he couldn't move anymore to make the absorption even stronger. But the doctor said that what he was doing was enough, that the queen couldn't regenerate anymore. And his partners will take care of the rest. This lifted the kid's mood. Leon began to ask his brother where this fissure came from. He replied that its origin could not be known. But thanks to it, monsters could operate outside the dungeon. And the bigger the gap, the further they could crawl around the neighborhood. The brother said that if he opened the rift and killed the queen, then he would be able to rule the people in the territory of the entire Fairy Union. After these words, Leon tried to use his power to close the gap. But the doctor hit him, so he couldn't do that. Because that way he could ruin his plan. He said that he started studying parasites that parasitize people 20 years ago, and noticed that they respond to the signals of the world tree. But they were simple creatures that gained strength thanks to energy. Also, they could reproduce massively. It seemed impossible to him to manipulate people with their help, especially because of his research. His father banished him from the kingdom. He was sure that if the elves ruled over all the nations, not only would there be peace, but they would also be able to make their kingdom great again. The kid realized that even after he was kicked out of the kingdom, he continued to do research. And in this village, he was able to complete them when he found this gap. Then he met a boss who could control all the monsters. The final phase of his research requires Leon's team to kill this boss. When Henry destroyed it, the body turned into a small furry animal. But she asked him not to look at her like that and pounced on the boy. Kiwi prevented her from reaching the boy and punched him in the face. They didn't have time to listen to this nonsense. But Henry for some reason did not allow the girl to finish her off and grabbed her hand. He wanted to ask her something. He wanted to look at its level. The monster belonged to the A tribe and was level 32. It was an angel with the number 156842. He appeared in a desert gap where there was nothing. There he ate everything that was smaller than him. For this, consciousness was not needed. In order to survive and become stronger, he had no choice but to devour everyone and evolve. But it was the same with other competitors who remained alive. This meant that they ate many other creatures. Compared to the predators, which were simply gigantic, he was weak and small. Most of the time, he ran away, because in case of failure, it was impossible to survive. And one day he failed and was badly wounded. He wanted to be killed and eaten. But by chance he noticed a strange gap that he had not seen before. And this was his chance to escape from death. Therefore, he reached this portal with his last strength. He instinctively ran towards her. He didn't even notice his wounds. He could not find out where he got when he fell into it. And he continued to run until he was sure that he was in a safe place. After some time, the boy found him and told his parents that he had seen a strange creature in the bushes. Then he was taken in and it was an unusual atmosphere. He no longer had to hunt because food was given out every few hours. No one attacked him when he became weak. Judging by the speed of recovery, this family thought that he was like a wild monster. Their son thought that they had found a new species. But the father said that for safety reasons it should not be kept at home. The boy asked to leave him. But the father said, even though he was a puppy, he was dangerous like other wild monsters. My mother completely agreed with my father and supported his decision. The boy approached the monster and said that his father was a veterinarian, and he said that if he eats well, he will recover quickly. Then the boy asked him if it was tasty and did not expect to hear anything in response. But the monster spoke and said that it was tasty. The guy even fell on the floor from surprise. The whole family was shocked. Then even the father together with the son began to ask to leave this furry. Mom said it was impossible for the villagers to know about this monster living in their house. At that time, these influential and great beings seemed not scary to him. He gradually began to learn more and more about them. The husband was a veterinarian and liked to watch him eat. Thanks to this, he was able to live comfortably in their house. After some time, his wife said that it was wrong to keep him in the house all the time. And then she began to take him with her to the village sometimes. And the boy liked to read books and sleep under a tree. He also gave him a name. Since he was white as snow, he decided to call him Snow. Although Snow had never seen snow, he liked the name very much. One day it rained outside. Their son became very sick. Snow climbed onto the boy's bed. An epidemic spread through the village, and then they were promised that they would bring a special doctor for their son. Many different doctors came, but none of them could determine what kind of illness it was. It was then that Leon's brother was able to raise him to his feet and heal him. The father was very grateful for such a service. But the doctor said that he simply replenished the energy in the boy's body. In this village, elves are treated with hostility. But the parents still dared to invite him, and it was this determination that saved their son. Then the doctor began to examine Snow. He said that he had never seen such a species before. The father said that they found him by chance and are now watching him. This little animal had a peculiarity. He could take the form of the objects he ate. The father reached into his pocket to pay for the help. But the doctor replied that no money was needed. Moreover, their son has not yet fully recovered. It would be enough for him if they helped him stay in the village so that he could treat the sick. The man became emotional in front of the doctor and said that he would also be able to help in his research. He had medicine to treat people. Then Snow watched him very carefully and hardly took his eyes off him. He laughed half-heartedly and looked like the villagers, but to Snow he was about the same as a human. The man helped the elf and convinced the residents. At first they were against it and were categorically negative. But those whom he cured treated him as a doctor, so they gradually began to recover. However, this was not the case with everyone. Medicines did not help the physically weak, and the boy was no exception. And then the noisy house suddenly turned into an uncomfortable silence. The sounds of laughter disappeared and no one called him by name anymore. The family and other residents of the village contracted another disease, which could not be cured by any medicine. Snow did not know what he should do to return to that time, and how to act so that he would be called by his name again. He went to his best friend's grave very often and spent a lot of time there. But one day he returned and was no longer like himself. He changed visually, only the color remained. He went into the house and said that Snow is in pain. Mom and Dad are also sick and in pain. The boy disappeared and Snow said that now everything will be fine as before. And now he will become their family instead of him. The man was very angry and decided that Snow was a monster, so he attacked him with his sword. Residents of the village ran to their house to tell them that the monster had dug up their son's grave. But there they saw Snow dragging the dead bodies of a man and a woman around the house. When he regained consciousness, everything was already done. After that, he wanted to send to the doctor. But he could no longer live peacefully in this village and therefore was forced to run away, not understanding the reasons. Then he found a gap through which he fell, but he was already much bigger than it and could not turn back. He thought he could expand it and crawl inside, but he didn't want to go back. The inhabitants of the village caught up with him and fired an arrow at him from a bough to stop him and prevent him from escaping. They also saw this crack and guessed that it was from it that the monster came out. They also believed that the diseases in their village appeared because of it. But the monster began to cry and said that it was not because of him. People did not understand how a monster could speak a human language. And it was at that moment that people started killing each other. Snow realized that it was he who made them do this. And later he had the ability to control monsters. The reason for the disease that spread in the village was monsters. The same thing happened with the boy who contracted this disease. After Snow ate the boy, he gained this ability and became a monster as well. A doctor approached him and said that he is not a monster. He thinks so only because of limitations and pressure from other people. With his power, you can change the consciousness of others. And then he gave him a hand and said that he would help. And he promised that he would live like a man. As a result, he put magic on him so that Snow would not accidentally kill someone. Then he gave him his 2 eyes. Of course it was to use his abilities. That is, it turned out that he was just a pawn of the elf to control the people, and as a result he betrayed him. The problem was that they didn't know what else the doctor would come up with using the baby. Kiwi asked Snow where they could be now. But Snow did not want to help them just because the doctor betrayed him. Because they also considered him just an ordinary monster, and were just delaying the moment of execution. Eris said that he also had a time when he lived like a wild beast, and had to kill people for survival. But now he regretted the past. Kiwi asked to leave Snow. Henry, in turn, turned to the girl and asked to leave everything as it is. Snow understood that Eris suggested that he repent and continue living. The boy replied that trying to survive by any means is not a sin. Eris added that taking people's lives is terrible, and he does not try to justify his actions. Snow thought that it was easy for him to speak because he was able to turn into a man. And if he was not looked at as a monster, then he would never start killing. Eris hugged him and said that they were both monsters anyway. And there was no changing that. However, the boy asked him to never use that excuse again and make the ones he loved bad. Eris assumed that there was at least one person who was kind to him. Kiwi asked why they are just standing and watching this melodrama. Because they still have unfinished business. First, they need to find Leon and make sure he's okay. As a result, Snow ordered the inhabitants of the village to go very far, where the signal of the world tree will not affect them. And when the distance is large enough, the monsters will disappear by themselves. He also said that he erased the moment they saw the dragon from their minds. Eris said he was very clever and praised him for it. Ether decided to draw attention to herself and said that her shoulders hurt. But it is not clear whether it was because she had not flown in the form of a dragon for a long time, or because Henry was flying on her. The boy replied that she had simply become thinner. The girl could not allow such an attitude towards herself and lashed out at Henry. But he noted that the weight is determined by the true image. The boy saw that Kiwi was nervous about Leon, so he decided to talk to her. He said that the kid needed a doctor, so he couldn't kill him. Then she said that she is more nervous about him because he is not a Ratnian. Therefore, even a goddess cannot predict his actions. And if he continues to change fate like this, then all the predictions that the goddess placed in her will turn out to be false. So now she asked to follow her decision to avoid this. This is a contract between a prophet and a helper. Everyone was already ready to go in search of Leon. Kiwi said it was a good thing they didn't let her kill the creature. Otherwise everything would have happened according to the plans of the second prince. She did not think that they would guess about his plans and try to stop her. Henry said that he didn't know about his plans either. He just saw the name of the race and it said Angel. It was the first time he saw such a tribe. There were still some strange numbers, so he decided to stop Kiwi first. But none of those present even knew what the word angel meant. They did not know what an angel was, but they called all aliens demons. A lot of snow-like monsters started flying out of the gate. Kiwi said their plans were changing. She grabbed Snow and pushed Henry inside. She ordered to kill the creatures called Angel, because they should not come out of this dungeon. And she and Snow decided to close the gate for now. The doctor had not seen such monsters even on the nearest continents. He assumed that there might be a union with other lands there. Leon tried to tell him that he had made the wrong choice, because he wouldn't be able to control it himself. The boy said that he asked for Leon's help for this. He was sure that if he opened this gap carefully, there would be no problems. He believed that he was doing it for the future of the Elven Kingdom. Leon said that he did not think about what his father and his older brother would say about him. But he considered them liars. None of them could control the world tree. This ability was only available to the kid, because it was only available to the eldest sons of the Elven royal family. One day, the prince forgot about his duties and fell in love with a human girl. Then the king of the elves declared his personal grandson as his son to hide the prince's stupidity. The prince was going to hand over the throne to this kid when the time came. And if that happened, the royal blood would be tainted forever. As in the case of Leon's mother, the boy sent mercenaries to kill him. But he failed to do so, but it was even good. While he was threatening the kid, Henry appeared and swept him off his feet with one finger. For some reason, Henry couldn't kill people, even the hideous ones like him. But he assured that if Kiwi had hit him, his head would have been blown off his shoulders long ago. The second prince was interested in how they knew that he was in this particular place. Snow thought that he was taking care of him, and that's why he was hiding this place from him. However, now he understood. From the very beginning, when he first came to the village as a doctor, at that moment he infected everyone with parasites. He was shocked that he hadn't been killed and that they were now on the same team as the monster. Kiwi tried to find out if he had given him his poison, but the kid did not answer. At some point, he broke free and ran to his brother. Leon stood in front of him and covered him with his body. The boy knew that those of his blood could also be controlled, even if they were an elf. They realized that he had captured his consciousness, and Henry asked if Snow could do anything in such a case. But he replied that only an elf can control this child now. Leon remembered his brother's request, and therefore put his hand to the roots of the world tree. Kiwi asked to stop, so this dungeon could be dangerous even for the second prince. With the help of roots, this portal from the dungeon increased to large sizes. Now any monsters can crawl through it. Kiwi said that this happened because the goddess of darkness had lost her power for the time being, and the balance of forces that protected Ratna gave a crack and a gap between dimensions appeared. As for the angel, it was not created by the goddesses. There is a high probability that it is a biological weapon against Ratna, which was tested by a demonic god. If everything she said was true, then a crisis had come for Ratna, and she was threatened with destruction. In that case, he offered to kill himself and Leon. It would solve all their problems. But he was convinced that she wouldn't do it because it was a lie. Henry grabbed his sword and asked the boy to move away if he didn't want to die. He began to taunt Henry that he was going to break down the gate with his worthless sword. A second later, he was grabbed by a huge monster that made its way through the portal they had expanded. The peculiarity of the skill of absorption is the acceleration of personality development, which in turn depends on the amount absorbed. The amount absorbed was directly proportional to the duration of survival, and the duration of survival was equal to strength. Kiwi perfectly understood what was happening. This was the next step of the demonic god to capture Ratna. This monster was level 148. Snow began to worry that such a monster would simply eat them, and not even taste them in his mouth. While someone was aware of what was happening, or was trembling with fear, Henry did not hesitate to attack this creature with a sword. It was a good thing the gate hadn't fully opened yet. First, they needed to deal with this monster, and then seal the gap. Kiwi turned to Henry and told him to run to the gate as soon as he dealt with the monster. He said that it will not be so easy to deal with him, but he will do everything necessary. Henry asked to help Leon. This monster tried to pull Henry into the gap. He managed to do it, and the boy still got into another dimension. He did not think that he would once again get into the hell in which he lived for 20 years. This monster still managed to eat the second prince. Although he was disgusting, it is still bad news. Since the second prince died, the manipulation should have disappeared. But he lost consciousness not because of this. This happened because of the resistance that arose when it came into contact with the world tree. Snow blamed himself for everything. But Kiwi said it wasn't because of him. It was just time. Meanwhile, Eris and Ether tried to stop the invasion of monsters from the dungeon. But there were a lot of them, and it was difficult to cope. Although there were many of them, they did not differ in special strength. However, Eris still asked to be more careful. Until now, Ratna was safe with so many dungeons, because the monsters couldn't get out. And now they are walking peacefully, and if they crawl out of there, the world will come to an end. They began to devour each other, most likely in order to evolve. Eris wanted to attack the monsters to prevent them from leveling up. But the demon god's blessing that was in the staff refused to attack the angel. They still managed to form into one powerful angel monster. They had no choice but to flee or accept defeat. Meanwhile, Henry was also not resting. He needed to deal with the monster that ate the second prince. But he had a serious problem. When he tried to attack the enemy, all his strength seemed to disappear before the very blow. And then the monster counterattacked him. It was very dangerous to get direct hits from level 140. And there was also the problem that he couldn't use aura. From the beginning, his system was programmed so that he could not attack the angel. Although these monsters alone were not that dangerous, the fact is that as long as the gate is open, they will appear endlessly. Snow said that they could theoretically destroy them for a while, but they would reappear. That is, the only option is to close the gate. Although Snow was only happy to do it, but only Leon is capable of it. In his current state, he won't even be able to get close to him. While they were fighting off the monsters, Eris and Ether were heading towards them. They were running away from the monster that was created before their eyes. He could barely fit into the dungeons, but still pursued them. They had a plan to lure him to the portal and thus send him to their dimension. This plan only half worked, because he continued to pursue them anyway. And when he was already in the dungeon, he began to attack them. To dodge, Ether had to turn back into a human. In this way, the blow hit directly at the angel with whom Henry was competing. As a result, they began to fight among themselves and thus no longer paid attention to them. They guessed that Henry was also nearby. And considering the situation with the demonic demon blessing, he was also not in the best position. And if he does not fight them with all his might, he may find himself in danger. Eris asked Ether to fly into the pit, where she saw Henry. He was lying between stones and was in a very bad condition. Kiwi was glad that finally the little angels were blown away by that big monster. She noticed that Leon had regained consciousness and ran to him. The kid said that he had one request. He asked to take him to the roots. But the girl tried to talk him out of it, because Leon was in a terrible state. He understood this, but he did not want to be a burden. He, as a representative of the Kingdom of Elves, must take responsibility and asked Kiwi for help. Henry was returning from the portal with Ether and Eris. The boy said that when he was in the mountains, it was his everyday life. However, thanks to them, he will be able to take part in the second battle. Although he said so, Eris could see that the wound was serious. And now he will not be able to take blows and fight as well as before. Kiwi said that there was no point in fighting the angels anymore. But everyone understood that in order to do this, the gate had to be blocked so that they could no longer get here. The girl added that these gates should close soon. They saw that Leon was inside the roots, and you would think that she wanted to kill him. Snow said there was no point in calling him because he was already passed out. Kiwi had told them when they first met about Leon's fate. She is the prophet of the goddess of darkness. In order for the will of the goddess to be fulfilled and Ratna to continue her existence, it is necessary to save people. That's why she was created. To protect Ratna. Eris and Ether were very angry with her. But Henry refused to accept her words and climbed up to save the baby from the roots. He understood that Leon was destined to die, then the future would be predictable again. Then the goddess would be able to save Ratna, as she had planned. But one moment was unclear to him. Will the world collapse if they save this kid? And if he's really that weak, then it's better for him to collapse. As Henry retrieved the boy and the roots, the gates began to open again. There, a monster could be seen attacking them straight from the dungeon. Eris used her magic to deflect the blow. They decided to try and hold him off for a while, but they wouldn't last long. Once they rescued Leon, they needed to join the defense. Kiwi didn't understand how the two of them were going to face this angel. But Henry promised to solve his question quickly. But there was a problem. The roots of the world tree can be torn apart only with the help of aura. And he cannot use it because of the system that forbade him to do so. Kiwi was indignant because a few days ago, Henry had made her a promise that he would follow her decision. The guy said that this is exactly why he acts like that. Because when she entrusted them with the task of the goddess, she could not tell about the fate of Leon, then she would not have to go with him. Then they would immediately go to look for Bavold. But at that moment, for some reason, she told about his fate. Perhaps without knowing it, she had already made the decision to save Leon from his fate. But even if that is the case, the girls still didn't understand what they could do now. Because Henry couldn't compete with the angel and they couldn't close the gate either. Therefore, it remained only to sacrifice Leon. Unfortunately, they had no other option. But Henry had a way. He could compete at full strength. Eris and Ether could no longer resist this monster. Before, they had only held back the attacks, but now their energy was spent. At that moment, a powerful explosion of aura occurred behind the monster. They pulled the baby out, and Henry found a way to use the power of the goddess. Kiwi pointed out that such a helper like him is the first time in Ratna's history. An external intrusion into Henry's system was detected, and now it was impossible to recognize the enemy. The system agreed to use aura. It was special. Already 25 years have passed since he managed to survive. It became the strongest in this place, and everything stopped. Those whom it devoured were weak. No matter how much it absorbed them, it still could not become stronger. Even the accumulated ability at some point began to sharply reduce his metabolism. And it became enough to eat only once a month. There were no enemies and he did not need to move. It was a complete benefit for him. But now it was impossible not to get angry. For the first time in a long time, it smelled blood for the first time. And thanks to the creature that wanted to destroy it, it felt an unparalleled sense of hunger. Snow didn't understand what kind of magic he was using that could compete on par with this monster. Kiwi replied that it was not magic. With the help of his sacred abilities, Henry adjusted the system. He broke the landmarks so that he would not mistake him for an angel. Her aura was also present there, but compared to his, it was not much, so there was no special effect. The only problem was that you can't deceive a landmark forever. Kiwi said she would go there to free Eris and Ether, and Snow needed to look after the baby. Leon asked her to stay with him and called her mother. But Snow told Kiwi to stay here with the baby. However, someone had to destroy the rest of the monsters. Snow said that the girl spent a lot of effort, and it would be difficult to explain to Leon who he is. Kiwi didn't say anything, just thanked her. Henry tried to hit the monster in the head. Although he was very big, it was difficult to hit the head. The guy tried to distract him and cut off parts of his body. He noticed that the monster repeated all his movements after him, and thus he managed to get into a striking position. At the last moment, Eris managed to use an ice shield and cover Henry from the fatal blow. They saved Henry and distracted the monster for a while. Everything was fine with them, but it seems that Ether broke her arm and now she will not be able to help in the air. Henry said he would deal with this monster and ordered them to return to the gate. The monster struck near them and they all began to fall into the abyss together. Henry managed to catch Eris, but Ether fell earlier and he could not reach her. But there was no need for this because Snow caught her. He came to their aid. He said that you can't give this monster a moment now, because it will evolve from what it ate the elf. This creature could strike very often, so it attacked again almost immediately. This time he aimed straight at Henry and Eris. The boy asked Eris if he remembered how they defeated the spider. This time he asked to do the same. He said he remembered everything and immediately froze his sword. After that, Henry immediately threw it towards the monster. As a result, a powerful explosion took place. Even Kiwi, who was sitting next to the baby, saw it. Kiwi hoped that Henry would be able to destroy this monster, because her abilities also didn't have much time left. The ice sword that the boy threw, the monster caught with his teeth, because he could eat anything. Thanks to this trick, Henry managed to get to the head. And since he really liked to eat, the boy decided to feed him with his horizontal aura strike. After the impact, his sword broke, but the monster took critical damage and aura began to fly out from all its parts. Snow tried to tell Henry that you can't aim for the head, so it's all a wrap. As a result, he saw in front of him a costume for a masquerade. That is, there was no living organism there. And his real opponent was already behind him, and was waiting for the right moment to destroy his enemy. Henry sensed this and reacted quickly. He struck first. But the angel was very clever, so he dodged and moved straight to his friends. Eris was the most frightened. He did not know what to do in such a situation. Moreover, he could not use his blessing. While he was thinking about it, Henry was already on the approach. He never left his friends in trouble, even if the enemy was much stronger. He immediately charged, but the angel dodged again with no problem because he was slow enough for such a fast opponent. Henry asked them to hide in a safe place, because he could see that Ether would not be able to hold on for long. It was really like that. She had no strength at all, especially since she broke her arm. Eris thought that it was due to the difference in levels with this angel. But it was unclear why it happened at this particular moment. His main body was most likely destroyed. It became much smaller. Snow said that they are constantly evolving, and in return, unnecessary abilities are accumulated. But after it ate that elf, he got intelligence. Along with that came consciousness. In order to move to the next level, it was necessary to get rid of everything superfluous. Eris supposed if it had become so intelligent, then the next stage could be much worse for them. It was difficult for Henry to resist him. He assumed that it was possible because he became shorter in height. Each of his attacks was thought out to the smallest detail, and the boy no longer felt that he was fighting a monster. Especially those feathers. He put an aura into them and strengthened them, just like Henry did with his sword. If the guesses are correct, then this angel completely repeated his techniques. Henry got very close to him, but he dodged a blow and counterattacked with a kick. He even started using vertical and horizontal punches against Henry. The boy noticed that Eris turned into a dragon and he, together with Snow and Ether, planned something. He was very angry because he ordered them to find a safe place. Snow said even if they ran away now, once that monster came out, they would all die anyway. Although Ether can only hold the stick now, they have no other choice but to defeat the monster. They believed that this was the best thing they could do. Henry did not understand what they were talking about, and where they got so much self-confidence. The angel was very angry because someone prevented him from doing his job. Therefore, he released a blade in their direction, which gradually increased in distance. Although he had a very serious wound, he had to protect them this time as well. Eris had seen such power for the first time and did not know how to resist it, and what way out they had. They were unable to resist in any way, and as a result this blade reached the target, and blew up a large area of the territory. Kiwi could sense that someone was approaching at high speed, although there could be no monsters with such strength in this dungeon. In their shelter, the walls began to shake and stones fell from the ceiling. But they had nowhere else to hide. Then Kiwi raised her head and saw a human silhouette in the air. And she did not understand why he appeared here. At the last moment before he collided with the blade, Snow took the blessing stone from Eris' staff and broke it. The angel could defend himself against any blow from Henry. He mocked him, because he was able to become stronger by eating the elf. Henry tried not to listen to him, but to just attack, even if it didn't lower his energy. Angel was tired of playing games with the boy, so he attacked him. He pierced Henry's body with his wing. It was at this moment that he received a message from the system that for the purpose of checking the landmark, all user movements will be suspended. The boy also tried to counterattack him with his sword, but the angel defended himself with his second wing. Someone threw a piece of cloth over Henry's opponent's face, and he lost his balance. It was Kiwi who came to save his life and take him from the battlefield. Henry insisted that the girl once again break the landmark with the help of Aura. But she saw that the boy was in a terrible state, and even more so, his opponent was not simple. But Henry was willing to even die in battle with this monster. The worst thing for him was to run away. The girl covered his mouth with a cloth and said that if Ratna could be saved by just one of his sacrifices, then the end would have come long ago. Besides, if he dies, it will be very selfish of him. Other team members will be left without protection. The monster was outraged that someone wanted to interfere with him again. But he did not have time to take even a few steps, as he found himself in a trap, and because of this, his facial expression completely changed. Kiwi noticed that someone was manipulating the roots of the world tree to help them. As it turned out, it was Crone. He went to help after the man called him. The guy told them to move towards him faster because he wouldn't be able to hold off the monster for long. When Henry fell, he saw that Eris and Ether were next to him. He could not believe his eyes that they were alive, because Henry himself saw how the monster hit them with his cross. Ether said that if they fell under him, they would surely die. But Snow saved them and absorbed the blessing of the demon god. However, they did not know what happened to Snow. When they woke up, the roots had already transported them here. They needed to close this portal somehow, or else Ratna couldn't handle so many monsters. But if you close the gate with the roots of the world tree, then they have a chance. Therefore, Kron asked all the elves to direct their power to the roots. With the help of this power, they will be able to control them and close the gap completely. Kron knew Kiwi was very well versed in this, and he asked her to explain what was going on afterwards. But the girl noted that they would also have to explain a lot to Leon. They almost managed to close this gate with the help of the roots and the power of the elves. But the monster began to break down the gate, and said that he would not allow it to be closed in his face. Snow crept up behind him and began dragging him back into the dungeons. But the angel did not understand why he was interfering with him, because they were of the same species as him. He replied that it was true, and continued to drag him back so he couldn't enter the portal. However, Kiwi grabbed Snow's hand and pulled him to her to save his life, because he was not like other monsters at all. But as soon as she started pulling it out, it helped the monster get through the gate and enter the human dimension. Someone from behind fired a powerful energy arrow that flew straight at the monster. However, not only the monster was there, but also Snow. He understood that death was waiting for him, and before the blow he was smiling and happy. They got rid of this monster, and finally closed the portal to the dungeon. As it turned out, this blow was inflicted by none other than Holian, the ruler of the kingdom of fairies. Her first words were all on target. Holian asked Richard to gather all the inhabitants of the village and hide them in a safe place until everything was over. These people demanded that the boy go and catch the monster because he is a hunter. But he was told to just protect them. They said that they would pay as much as they needed, but they asked to protect their village. They also believed that it was necessary to help the girl who was giving him orders. He listened to them for a long time, and then said only one phrase: that everything was over. And then he added that only nuclear weapons could help her, because she was the strongest of anyone he knew. Crone said that it was thanks to her that they overcame a critical moment in this situation. She intervened in a very timely manner. Of course, Henry wanted to meet her, but not at such an inappropriate time. She didn't say a word and just started activating her ability. Henry drew his sword and ordered his friends to take cover behind him. It was as if they appeared in paradise for a while. Everything around them looked very beautiful and the smell was pleasant. Then Henry felt that his wound had completely healed. And Ether's broken arm was also fine. Holian said that she heard about them from the prince, and she would like to express her thanks on behalf of the entire fairy union. Now all she could do for them was to heal them, and next time she promised to thank them officially. Kiwi let out a sigh of relief as she was worried that Holian wouldn't start attacking them. 2 days later, Crone reported to the king what work they had done and how they managed to solve the problem in the village. Dwarf King Brand was also present there. It was unclear to him what dimension they were connected to, but if they could come sooner, they would be able to test the new weapon. Sylph King Datebeo said that if the dwarves could destroy them with their weapons, then there was nothing to worry about. But the problem was that the monster was trying to come out of its own free will. He also added that it was good that Holian reacted quickly and managed to block the monster's actions. But she replied that she just pushed the monster back and that was it. She believed that if Leon and those hunters had not risked their lives, she would not have been able to stop the second wave of attack. Then Datebeo said that Henry and his assistants are great guys. Brand was more reserved. He is grateful to them, but if you look at it from the other side, everything turned out very strange. He began to suspect that they might have something to do with this situation. Kron decided to be honest and said that it was all the fault of his brother, who died. The Elven Kingdom was responsible for not being able to properly follow him. But he will pay for it by the fact that his son Leon is now unconscious and cannot come to his senses. Discussions began at the meeting, because no one knew that Leon was the son of Cronus. The prince did not react to this and simply thanked the goddess and the heroes who saved the kingdom of elves. He hoped that the representatives would no longer have doubts about these hunters. Brand understood that everything related to the second prince was unpleasant and painful for him, but he was ready to reveal the secret in order to protect the honor of the hunters. They agreed to meet these heroes next time. Adebayo was very happy when he learned that there would be a party soon and agreed that these good hunters should be rewarded. But there was something strange about this situation. According to the intelligence of the sylphs, gates began to appear on Ratna's territory. Why didn't the great king Garhon of the greatest kingdom, or the sorceress Zenobia react in any way then? In order to find out the cause of the incident, cooperation with mainland countries should take place. It was unexpected enough, but Kron felt that it was better for the fairies to contact them sooner. Also, they were willing to provide their means of communication. Garhon replied that he is currently under investigation. Zenobia said that she would also like to join this event, but it is not that easy. Therefore, she gave a hint about Holian Gate. The girl said that because they knew in advance, they were able to prevent the loss of a large number of people. But she was still worried. Holian believed that a critical moment had come for Ratna. She dreamed of finding Baold as before. But Garhon replied that they were only human, and they reminded Holian that their lifespans were limited compared to hers. Thanks to the demonic demon's blessing, they would be able to obtain eternal life. But they understood that this did not coincide with Holian's plans. They, as 4 heroes, have to save Ratna and they are ready to entrust this matter to her. She left and asked if they found out anything about the gate to let her know. They were very embarrassed to lie to Holian, but they had no other choice. Because it was impossible to tell her the whole truth. Garhon knew that the power protecting Ratna would be out of balance due to the absence of the goddess of darkness. But he could not even imagine that she would bind her to the world of Ampalas. Zenobia said that it was a worldwide problem and they should just fully absorb the goddess's power. And thanks to Holian, she was sure they had nothing to worry about. Although she was a healer, her level was higher than all of them. Therefore, they cannot know anything for sure. Baold refused to measure the level at all. Garkon was sorry that they never managed to solve all the issues with him. But now it was impossible to return anything. They just needed to do everything so as not to become enemies. Later, Garhon called Richard to see how they were doing. He said that Holian planned to stay in the Elven Kingdom for a while to investigate the gate. It also seemed that the leaders of the Fairy Union were not going to officially announce the gate. It was clear that they couldn't just scare the residents without preparation. He ordered to follow Holian so that she wouldn't find out anything about their conversation. And if someone begins to guess about their plans, then it is necessary to destroy him without fail. Henry discussed the situation with his friends, and wanted the baby to wake up as soon as possible. They also wondered where Kiwi had gone with such a disgruntled expression on her face. They knew for sure that Holian did not have the blessing of the demon god. If she did, she would be able to measure the level of the warrior. Ether agreed, because it was impossible not to be surprised to see Henry's level. Considering their healing, maybe it's not that bad. When Holian treated him, Henry could feel the remnants of his aura leaving him. This means that if she becomes their enemy, they will all be finished. Although the fairy does not know who they are, it is better not to meet her anyway. It was very risky to think that they have the same goal as Garhon and Zenobia, even though they were members of the same team in the past. The best option is to find Baold and do it before the other gates open and the angels come out. Ether would like to do it, if only for Snow's sake. While they were talking among themselves, the thief of justice Adebayo appeared before them. He asked if they were the same hunters that had been hired in the Elven Kingdom. While Ether did not understand how he managed to steal her artifact, Eris did not understand what he was doing here. Because Adebayo lives at the top of the world tree. He replied that if they wanted to know the answer, they would have to catch up with him first. Because of their curiosity, everyone rushed to chase after Adebayo. He lured them into the forest away from the kingdom. It was like he wanted to compete. But Adebayo said that he did not want to fight with the Valtian. And after that he called his friend. It was Brand. He wanted to test his newest weapon and decided to do it with Henry's help. The guy immediately thought that he was very noisy for a killer. But in any case, he only had to destroy him. Brand noticed that he didn't even care that he was the king of the dwarves. He had the serious look of a man who was not bothered by the difference in status. The dwarf king wanted to test a new weapon, so he brought a Walterian warrior. But there was some misunderstanding between them. But this necklace was similar to an artifact that Holian used to have. Ether had to pick him up and therefore chased Adebayo. If she gets too close to the necklace, she risks turning into her dragon form. Adebayo decided that he needed to learn more about these hunters. And he suggested that Ether go somewhere else to begin with. Because it was impossible to allow them to get hit from this weapon. This was the first time Henry had seen such a device. It was a reusable device for launching magical projectiles, created according to new dwarven technologies. He wanted Henry to taste her and shoot right at him. The first shot was more or less accurate, but all subsequent ones simply flew far past the target. Henry waited until he ran out of ammunition. Thanks to the barrier of aura, this weapon did not leave a single scratch on him. The boy expected something more. But Brand said he had a gun in case long-range shooting wasn't possible. He said that this was just the beginning and that dwarven technology was the best. Eris noticed that Henry was fighting and the opponent he saw was Brand's gauntlets from the Dwarven Kingdom. And judging by the decorations and features of his costume, this must be a very high-ranking person. If Henry destroys him, then there may be problems between the states. Of course, Eris took the crystals with him, but there is no point in using them without a staff. Meanwhile, Adebayo was running away from Ether. He told her that sylphs start flying as soon as they learn to walk. And if they run away in a narrow space, it's almost impossible to catch them. But she tried to catch him with the help of a magic sword. And judging by her movements, she was used to flying. The girl said that he just became very slow, so she caught up with him. You could guess that someday he would get tired of flapping his wings. Adebayo was glad that she was so considerate, but now he decided to show his true skills. He couldn't be seen, but he was talking to Ephor. Although he stole the necklace from her, he still thought it belonged to her. He wondered how she got it. She replied that this is not the kind of story she wants to talk about with a criminal and a liar. He was behind her and offered a game. If she catches up with him in 10 minutes, then he won't ask about it anymore. But if not, then he will demand from the girl the whole truth about this necklace. He wanted to see if she could use her powers to catch him. There was no way to contact Ariel and Kiwi. There was no way to find out about Beatold's whereabouts and his future fate. She understood that she needed to leave the Elven Kingdom as soon as possible. But a very old man appeared behind her and said that if she left this place, the goddess would be very sad. It was the king of the elves who worshipped the goddess of the earth. And it was strange on his part that he came to the sanctuary of the goddess of darkness. And no one could forbid him to do it. And besides, his consciousness is not quite normal. Even the aristocrats no longer paid attention to it. Kiwi thought that in order to make the rumors of the Elf King's impregnation of a young girl as realistic as possible, he must have pretended to be crazy. It sounded like she knew everything. But the girl said that it was a guess with maximum probability. Elven aristocrats demanded only pure elven blood from the royal family. For the sake of a descendant who will be able to continue the royal family, he needed to hide Leon. But as a result, he drove a whistle into his son's heart. Because this young man did not know who his real father was. The girl was convinced that his decision was definitely better for the baby and the welfare of the kingdom. The king knew that the goddess of darkness controlled death. They even said that she could hear the dead. He asked if she would forgive the foolish old man. He thought of himself as a weak old man with not much left to live. But if Kiwi dares to tell him the problem, he would like to help as much as he can. She replied that she would talk to her partners. And at that very moment there was an explosion in the middle of the forest. It was Eris who decided to help Henry and fired the Dwarf King's weapon. It was an ice cannon that turned their bodies into ice. He did so because he was sure that Henry would be able to get out of there. The guy was shivering all over from the cold. Eris immediately apologized. He just wanted to end this confrontation faster. Eris lit a fire to warm Henry at least a little. It was much colder than a level 72 Lich's magic. Kiwi immediately ran to them and kicked Henry in the face. She was very interested in what they had done here. All the more, she asked them to sit quietly and not stand up. The king of the elves was also with her. He approached the frozen king of the gnomes and thought for what reason it was necessary to make these ice pillars in the territory of the kingdom. As soon as the boys found out that it was the king of the gnomes, they immediately rushed to free him from the ice. When he got out of the ice and saw the used cannon, he immediately started fighting with Eris. Eris admitted that they charged magic crystals instead of bullets to stop the fight. But the magic worked sooner than they planned. This means that they understood the working principle of the magic weapon that they saw for the first time. Eris kept apologizing, but it wasn't about apologizing. It was a new achievement in the history of long-range weapons. He wanted to learn more about the improvement from him. He wanted to know everything about how to use crystals for shots. Eris said that the mana that launches the projectile activates the magical power of the crystal right in front of her bed. If the circuit is placed behind it so that the bullets can only shoot with physical force, then it can serve as a workaround. The brand thought about using mithril as a mana insulator. That is, by sacrificing a small indicator of projectile speed, you can increase the power and stability of the weapon. The king of the dwarfs grabbed the cannon and said that he would go make calculations and return, and asked Eris to continue testing. The elf king said, judging by the fact that this old man had chosen to entrust Eris with his unfinished weapon, he liked him. Henry was pleased that this problem was solved so quickly. They did not notice how their ether had disappeared. No one had seen it around for a long time. She still tried to take her artifact from Adebayo. They had already reached the city, but everything was unsuccessful. He said that the basics of magical swordsmanship are to pull and push metal with two hands in a certain stance. Put this into practice and launch the sword using the required pose. This is the first step of the swordsman's movement. The girl admitted that she knew this perfectly well and tried not to be distracted by his provocations. Adebayo believed that this required excellent reflexes and speed. But no matter how fast she is, if she doesn't manage to catch her opponent right away, then there is no point in it. It really annoyed her, but she had to admit that his level was much higher than hers. Even in movements there was a significant advantage. He used his wings and could calmly change the trajectory of the flight. If everything continues in the same way, then it can be completely lost sight of. He noticed something else. For wizard swordsmen, the moment of calculating the trajectory of movement is the most dangerous. To do this, she needed to constantly look back. But this time she did not attach importance to this moment. It seemed that Adebayo was lucky. He was even excited. She waved the sword away, but he wondered if Ether was injured. While Adebayo searched for her in the haystack, the girl used both of her swords. But then he realized that it was an illusion. It seemed to him that she would not engage in theft, and he asked her to tell about this necklace at least now. But Ether reminded her that she had decided to tell if she couldn't catch him. And she added that a sorcerer swordsman should always look back to make sure there is no danger. The guy turned his head and was shocked. She used his technique and remotely controlled 4 tools at once. But he still managed to avoid this attack. She had a low enough level that Adebayo was convinced that she was difficult in battles. She also had an innate sense of controlling several weapons at the same time. He wondered how much she could grow if he showed her his techniques. But a rule is a rule and he lost. Therefore, he had to return the artifact and kept his word. Ether barely caught him and fell face down on the ground. The girl was going to complain about him, but when she raised her axes, she saw a man from a nest of dragons in front of her. He saw how she fell from a great height and decided to give the lady a hand and help her get up. Ether thanked her and realized that he did not recognize her. Holian appeared and turned to Richard. He was her escort, and should not have disappeared so suddenly. Holian approached Ether and asked not to speak her name aloud, because she is secretly inspecting the kingdom of elves. A trade caravan just arrived. It was said that they brought a lot of food, which is difficult to find even in the neighboring regions. It would be nice to go back again and walk around the shops. She was sorry to have to go back to the Nymph Kingdom after their award. Holian asked if they knew Richard. While Ether hesitated to answer, Richard made it clear that they did not. It's just that her weapon was very similar to the one he lent Holian last time. He was just about to check it out. But Adebayo suddenly appeared next to them and scared the girl. Holian was glad to see him and noticed his authentic makeup. She thought that he had also gone for a walk in the city. He replied that it was so boring in this kingdom that he decided to train this child. Adebayo said it was time for her to go back in time to prepare for the award ceremony. The guy decided to see her off and apologized. Because of him she got into a not very pleasant situation, and it will be better if she goes in search of her friends and the king of the elves. The king pointed out that for the sake of eternal life, the four heroes distracted the goddess of darkness, and because of this, the forces that protected Ratna were not enough, and therefore the gate opened. But Ether could not believe that Holian would be able to do such evil, especially since she was at the gate with earthlings. Henry said that if they didn't know this and showed up for the ceremony, his level would become known and they could get into big trouble because of that. The king agreed to help them find Baold. He believed them even without proof. Kiwi grabbed Henry by the skin and said that the king was still a prophet from a previous generation. He thought that his age was just an honor to see several prophets of the goddess. This situation was like fate, because he recently received a letter from Baold. There was no name or address on it. Only he could write so badly. He was popular for his introversion, so one could expect that the letter would be very unusual. In fact, there was one phrase written with mistakes. That he wants to eat and drink. They immediately decided that he needed provisions. It is logical to guess that if he went into a deep dungeon, there could really be problems with water and food. The king did not remember when he received this letter. Maybe a month ago, maybe a year ago. In the last letter from him, nothing but blood was written. As it turned out, even the King of Swords can die of hunger. The king said that this letter was brought with him by a trading caravan. So it was sent 2 months ago. This is a large trading guild that traveled all over the world and sold various goods. And if they go after them, they will come to where Baold is. Ether said this caravan would be leaving tonight. Kiwi decided that they had to leave the elf kingdom tonight. The kid heard this and came out to them. He asked him to wait a little while he gathered his things. The girl replied that it was dangerous for him not to go with them. Moreover, he had just begun to recover. Then he just said goodbye to them and started running to another room. Henry wanted to catch up with him, but she said that there was no time to comfort the baby. So they might be late for the caravan. He ran through the corridors of the kingdom and thought that this was to be expected, because he was a burden to them. Leon ran so fast that he bumped into Brenda and Adebayo. They immediately recognized him. Henry and his team caught up with the caravan. One of the merchants told them that they were going to the 4th gold station. You have to be very self-confident to go there deliberately. He also said that they will definitely provide them with food. But if robbers appear, the help of hunters will be needed. Ether was worried that they didn't say goodbye properly. Eris replied that Leon is the son of Prince Cronus. Surely this news will shock him if he finds out. He was the first Kiwi saw when she regained consciousness. Then the kid didn't ask anything, but just helped. It would have been better if she had said that they could meet later. But Kiwi didn't want to lie to him. The girl looked out of the carriage and saw a cart with robbers. Had they not yet had time to leave the kingdom and had already met the thieves? Henry decided that they would have to work first before they would be fed for free after all. But Eris noted that it didn't look like an attack. When he got closer, it became clear that it was a dwarven armored personnel carrier. He crashed into their carriage and Adebayo fell out of the car because he was not wearing a seat belt. Bran did not know the reasons, but he thought that it was also ugly to go so fast. He brought Eris his weapon and said that he had perfected it with his advice. All that was left was to test the weapon and say what could possibly be wrong. Ether was afraid of this king and did not know what to expect this time. But he reassured her and said that this time it was just a gift. He gave her the secrets of the Sylph sword technique. It was his personal collection. Eris thanked them profusely for such gifts and shouted after them. Leon was also with them, but he didn't try to go with them. The boy wanted to give Kiwi something more effective than her spear. The kid said that he was of little use now. But if they could meet a little later. Bran got tired of hearing these banal things and turned his steering wheel to the right. And thanks to this, he became closer to Kiwi and she kissed his forehead. She said she would be looking forward to it, and Leon literally blushed instantly and felt embarrassed. Finally, he warned Henry that if anything happened to Kiwi, he would be executed. This cheered them up and they all said goodbye to him. Life is a complete choice. On this path, you sometimes have to sacrifice something, sometimes make mistakes. And the longer you live, the more mistakes you make and the more difficult it becomes to take responsibility for them. And only the owners are going to be responsible for eternal life. Leon learned that the Dark Brotherhood has gone to the Goddess of Lies. And they are trying to do something to close the gate. He was not sure that the Goddess of Lies had nothing to do with this situation. It felt as if Chan and Laud could endlessly argue with each other. This time the reason was beings from another world. Laud tried to prove to him that they would be able to deal with the problems of the dungeons themselves and people like him and Chan should definitely not interfere there. He said that the goddesses protect this world. And at the same time he asked Leon if they had fulfilled their task. Because at the end they agreed that Leon would give them a healing artifact. He thought about the fact that someone dared to steal the power of the goddess. But Ratna's magic obeys the rules of the goddesses and stealing divinity cannot exist in this world. While Laud was rejoicing over the new artifact, Chan turned to the Inquisitor and asked to listen to him. Leon interrupted him and said that he should not get into this trouble. It looked like there was an error in his judgment, but even if there wasn't, it was too late. They were surrounded by inquisitors and recorded an illegal investigation with abuse of power. Leon also neglected the oracle of the goddess to lay down his powers for a while. Inquisitor Leon will now be tried according to the law. The 11th king of the elves, who ruled for 250 years, died of an illness at the age of 450. This was announced to the people, but in reality all the borders were closed and a serious investigation began. Zenobia thought that it would be better if it was dealt with without fuss. For example, they said that it was poison or a curse. Garhan replied that on the contrary, such methods would be revealed immediately with the help of Holian magic. A more effective method would be such as increasing confusion. It is necessary that none of the kings can reveal their plan. All the more, the kings of the Alliance are not sure about the version with murder. Holian was also in mourning. Now they had one last problem. That Walterian warrior and hunters. Richard convinced the hosts that they were destroyed with the help of a trap set in their laboratory. He had indeed set off that trap, but now they were all alive and well, just like before. This could only mean that they were able to remove Zenovia's spell. She was suppressed because some unknown hunters were able to defeat her magic. Garhan asked her to calm down because these hunters were not to be underestimated. They were unusual. If Richard's words are to be believed, they were also chosen by the goddess. But Zenobia knew that Ether had only level 38. and Kiwi didn't really look like a prophet of the goddess to her. Richard did not even see them personally. During their meeting with the king of the elves, very serious security was put in place. Therefore, it was impossible to sneak inside. When he eavesdropped from outside, he heard that among them was a girl who called herself a prophet of the goddess. Garhan understood that this was most likely true, because she knew them well enough. However, prophets were not to be trusted much unless they were held accountable in the Dark Brotherhood. The problem was that Bolold met a prophet, such as he will not check the facts first, but can immediately attack them. Until this happens, it is necessary to release military forces in their countries, although it is entirely possible that he will find them. But if two great powers unexpectedly become active in order to catch some hunter, it will attract a lot of attention from those around them. They cannot come to the fore. The Inquisitor asked Chan to surrender and go home. But the boy replied that he is a free person and he can decide for himself what to do. Until he meets Leon, he will not move at all. They demanded that he go home and not spread the smell of meat in the corridor. If they were hungry, Chan was ready to share his signature dish with them. But they kept telling him that they were at work. The boy asked them not to be so angry and allow him to meet Leon at least once. And in return, he promised to give them a healing artifact. Laud immediately pounced on the boy because it was his hard-earned item. He pulled Chan away from the guards to talk to them. Laud gave him this artifact so that he could learn the spell for himself, not to give it to everyone one after the other. Then he began to threaten that he could tell everyone that Chan was a foreigner. The boy replied that he could do whatever he wanted, but he owed his life to Leon. Therefore, he could not leave when he was unjustly detained. Laud said that his debt is his problem, so he took back his artifact. He didn't understand why a demon god was needed. Laud just wanted to be an average hunter and live peacefully. Chan decided to apologize to him. He was just disgusted that he was so pathetic that he couldn't help his savior. Laud said that he must not understand anything because he had not lived here before. But they were in the sacred court of the Dark Brotherhood. Moreover, a high-ranking inquisitor dared not to listen to the oracle of the goddess. The fact that they were released safe and sound was already a miracle, given that they were complicit in this investigation. He even suggested that he might even be dead already. They really tried to execute him, but nothing worked. All the weapons broke against his head. It was shameful that the inquisitors could not even scratch the suspect. Leon didn't understand how they could call themselves swords of the goddess if they couldn't do anything. They only inconvenienced her. The assistant of the goddess entered the room and she concluded that Leon sincerely wanted to be punished. She allowed him to stay awake because if he broke something, there would be problems with the Ministry of Finance. The shaman remembered how they met 30 years ago for the first time. Then Leon was arrested for beating a priest he did not like. As then, so now, he does what he thinks is necessary. She replied that then it was necessary to stand his ground and justify why he did not listen to the oracle. Otherwise, she could take away his blessing. The shaman was sure that he would not be satisfied if she personally killed him with her own hands. The security was happy that the guy left his things and disappeared. Who wanted to save Leon? They remembered how he personally taught them that the order of the goddess is an absolute decision. The chief inquisitor and assistant of the goddess did not listen to her order. In vain they rejoiced in advance. Chan did not leave his place. He returned. But the situation was not the most pleasant. Because a monster attacked him and he asked for help. It was a stone golem. The inquisitors did not understand where this non-aggressive stone had come from. Chan had problems with his arm and one of the guards took him to a hospital room to be examined. In fact, it was the boy's perfect idea to infiltrate the Brotherhood. Loud could control the minds of monsters, and Chan had a prop for it. It was his injured hand. But it was not so easy to agree on this. Laud refused to participate in such a dubious plan. Chan said that he has a very rare ability, and no one would even guess that he can control monsters. Laud was pleased to hear that anyway. Chan added that he could get inside by himself, he just needed a little help. Laud did his job and began to run away. He promised himself that he would never do this again. Chan, meanwhile, knocked out the Inquisitor with his iron hand. He immediately apologized and said that he would make amends later. Leon told the shaman the truth. He believes that there is someone who pretends to be the goddess of darkness. He meant that the oracles were not from the goddess, but from someone else. But the shaman clearly felt the divinity. Leon suspected that someone could steal the divinity, and then it would be completely real. The woman said that while he was gone, a new oracle appeared. The secret killing of special people. But he didn't hear anything about it at all. The shaman said it was because he needed to repent of his actions. He was sure that this was not the point. Because the goddess had never interfered in earthly affairs before. Even more so a secret murder in the order. She also knew that this had never happened before, and it made her wonder. But they were just people who cannot understand the plans of the deity. That is why they are surprised. Leon's statements were just a hypothesis. And if the goddess is real, then he risks making an irreparable mistake in his life. She believed that he would still make the right decision. In fact, her words were correct. He had only guesses and there was no evidence or confirmation of his words. And if he is wrong, then it will mean that he has rebelled against the goddess. The Inquisitor entered his room. Leon was worried about him, that he was not resting at all. But in reality it was Chan disguised as an Inquisitor. He came to get his savior out of the dungeon. It seems that Leon was not very happy about this and started shouting at him. He asked how he managed to get into his dungeon. He replied that Leon always said that he needed to hide his essence. And every time he leveled up, he rose higher to the assassin class. Therefore, now he could do so that no one noticed him. And get into places to which entry is prohibited. But Leon said that these shackles are not so easy to remove and he wasted his time, and made his way to this place. At least before breaking in, he should have scouted the area and then acted. As a result, he simply fell into a trap. They were surrounded by hundreds of Inquisitors and now a not very pleasant ending awaited him. It was like he underestimated their dark brotherhood. Leon asked to be released on the condition that he would not resist. But the shaman declared that they could not accept it despite his request. Leon asked Chan not to make anything up. If he was caught, he would also suffer the consequences. That's why he did it. Chan's interference only increased his crimes and everything. The boy said that he could not accept the words of the shaman. One of the Inquisitors stepped in the middle and said that he did not know who he was talking to. Chan couldn't show off anything, but he wasn't that smart. Maybe he foolishly made the wrong conclusions that caused so many problems. But if even a mistake became a crime, then he didn't want to regret later that he didn't try to do anything. Everyone called him a fool, but that doesn't mean they don't have a plan. A huge bird could be seen in the window, which was approaching their fortress. Laud arrived on time. This was their real plan. The Inquisitors immediately began to work, because this was not just a prison. This was a temple of a goddess. They started attacking everyone involved in this riot. Now they were definitely worth 10,000 deaths. But Leon freed himself from the shackles and with one movement neutralized the Inquisitors who were attacking his associates. The shaman watched all this, but said that it was his conscious choice, and he would be responsible for it. He apologized and hoped that he would become wiser with age. But when he looks at these fools, it seems to him that he was just afraid. Although he does not agree with the opinion of the Order, she has not yet seen him defend his own opinion like this. And if he is really sincere, then no one will be able to convince him otherwise. She knew that even if all their warriors came out here, they still wouldn't be able to deal with him. On the contrary, such losses would only harm the goddess. The woman admitted that she had the same claims as he did, but there was no way to test them. And she had to test how confident Leon was in his assumptions. The shaman gave them a leaflet. and said that the Dark Brotherhood was ordered to kill these people. And soon these leaflets will be spread all over Ratna. Henry and his 3 companions were depicted there. He was accused of murdering the king of the elves. In the kingdom of elves, it was announced that the king died due to a chronic illness. But in the Union, negotiations between the rulers are still ongoing. And there was an opinion that it was a murder. This meant that everything was specially arranged. Leon decided that he had to hurry to stop this lawlessness. During the conversation, Chan said that Henry couldn't have killed the king. Laud called him dumb and said that's why they needed to find him first. If he came out, he ordered to catch the Walterian, but at the same time they removed Leon from the case. This meant that they were afraid of something. It was necessary to meet him first, and find out who could have done it. The shaman will also try to delay the order's investigation. But if a search is announced everywhere, it can hinder them. In addition, Leon is officially considered a violator of the orders of the order. And they are all threatened with persecution. Chan thanked the woman for supporting them and freeing Leon. The boy was sure that they would be the first to find him, but if they could not find the facts that would point to a false goddess, then they would all be finished. Then the question remained, what will be done in the kingdom of elves, who are the injured party? Leon, as the new true representative of the kingdom of elves, appeared at the meeting. He immediately apologized to all the representatives and introduced himself. Everyone seemed to understand him. And despite his busy schedule, he was able to come to the meeting. He appreciated being cared for, but as the first prince of the kingdom, he couldn't let his people down. Brand was certainly in his own style. He started talking matter-of-factly. The last people who saw the king before his death were Henry and his friends. And even if Leon had a good relationship with him, he still had to be cold-blooded. He said that he understood everything. And it seems that they are the only suspects, but he saw their true nature. They not only took on the duties they were not supposed to perform, but also saved Leon's life. And at a critical moment, they did not back down. He confidently asserted that even if they went to war against the kingdom, they would never commit such a pitiful murder. Bran noted that he spoke clearly, like a real man. Adebayo also agreed with him. Moreover, there were no traces at the crime scene, except for the body itself. There was a professional killer. But the fact that the body was left just like that could be a trap. Holian completely agreed with these thoughts. In order to prove that Henry was not involved in this, it was necessary to find them and listen to them. For this, Holian was going to call an emergency search party. Richard entered the room and said that the Fairy Union had temporarily appointed him as the leader of the search. There was a girl next to him, and they thought she was also from the search party. In fact, it was Leslie, who returned to Richard, but with a completely different consciousness. She met with Richard after the meeting and noted that he had made significant progress. The guy replied that it was Garhan who tried. Because Holian has no doubts, because she is sure that they cannot be killed. She then asked why he had recalled her from this task. He replied that he needed someone to follow Holian in his stead. Richard noticed that this time Leslie was quite determined. She didn't like quests before. The girl understood that Henry still did not know that they were being hunted and that if she did not inform them, they would never find out. Although it was an ordinary search, the Kolian object was also dangerous. Before Henry got to the Elven Kingdom, he was locked in a dungeon. Just then, she was on a task that was about a blessing. So she had to see his power. With that in mind, he asked why she thought they weren't very dangerous. Leslie replied that from the beginning, her task was not related to Henry, so she did not look closely at him. He was so powerful that he was able to resist Leon, but according to the information, there is no one stronger than Leon in the world yet. And there was nothing to do with her level in this task. Then the girl realized that this was not an ordinary search. He was ordered to find them and destroy them. Meanwhile, Eris was testing the weapon that the Dwarf King had given him. Henry was helping him learn how to use it properly. Because in the normal world, he was a soldier. although he did not fire a gun. He had a bigger and longer weapon. With this, it will not be difficult to inflict fatal blows on an enemy with magical abilities or high-level monsters. While they were working on weapons, Ether studied magic tricks from the book that Adebayo gave her. But during all this time, she did not manage to learn anything to apply in real combat. This time she completely disappeared and left behind only a trace. However, the fact is that she learned to fly and now asked to be called a genius beauty. Henry was surprised that she had raised her level. But Eris thought that it was not surprising because she had not been able to raise it until now. With the help of the book, she learned to manage the accumulated energy, which is why the level rose rapidly. Ether said that it was very easy for a genius like her. It was even more convenient than walking on the ground. But after these words she immediately fell straight head down. She started shouting at her friends and asked them not to interfere with her professional training. Henry noticed that Kiwi was the only one not training. The girl answered him that she needed to pump up the defense, not the attack. Moreover, she will not increase her level from training. And she will not be able to get experience points, like all of them. However, she was very grateful to them for fighting and risking their lives for the sake of the future. Kiwi asked where Henry gets his motivation from, if it's not his world. The boy replied that he had been promised that if he found King Bauthold and the whole situation was resolved, he would be sent home. Although the boy believed that it was impossible. But Kiwi said that the goddess always keeps her promises. She will fulfill this request, as long as the whole world is not destroyed. However, she realized that a goal and a desire are different things. When Kiwi tried to sacrifice a baby for her goal, Henry made her look at her desires that she did not know about. Based on this, she asked what Henry really wants. And what is the reason for the struggle that he continues to lead? The guy thought about it and realized that he really doesn't have any desires now. His thoughts were interrupted by the wagon drivers. They had already replenished supplies and were ready to go further. Therefore, they asked everyone to return to the wagons. They had an important task ahead of them, and she decided that it was in vain that she talked too much to Henry in front of him. Now the thought about the reason for his struggle did not leave the boy. If you think about it, he did not want to return to Earth as much as before. 40 years ago at one point, several Earthlings who were on the verge of death simply took and went to another world. This is how their second life began unexpectedly. However, they did not differ from the soldiers from the outside. They developed quickly, became strong hunters and even contributed to the surrounding world. Everyone lived together and helped each other if there was such an opportunity. It was a peaceful time. But not everyone was able to get used to the new world. 20 years have passed since that time. The great land gained momentum and grew. They considered it their duty to free the warriors from the goddess. Therefore, they began to plan her murder. The resistance of the warriors was powerful. But it was not enough to withstand the blows of the elite warriors, whose average level was 80. The system issued a drug for the murder of a soldier. These were murders and victories of only one side. The ridiculous sense of justice that belonged to them as minorities and the possibility of raising their level turned a dangerous war into a kind of game. But this game, which seemed eternal to them, was coming to an end. Because as a result of this war, 4 heroes appeared in Ratna. They destroyed a large land, and all the newcomers were punished and condemned. In real time, on the great land, hunters conducted their hunts for monsters. And it usually ended negatively for most. One of the boys was eaten by a monster, and his friend told him that he should have used the teleportation skill, but he never listened to him. He didn't even have time to do anything and died almost immediately. But his comrades were not very sad, on the contrary, they were happy that there was one less mouth. The 2 hunters noticed that they were surrounded by a crowd of people who were also encroaching on their prey. But they weren't going to give the monster to them when the big job was done. But they insisted that it is necessary to share with others. And even more so, they may not have the level to overcome it. So they didn't listen to these two hunters and started attacking them. After the heroes destroyed all Earthlings, the first monsters instilled fear in the warriors. On average, each of them was level 80. However, at the same time, it was a pity to throw away such power. That is why they were not killed, but packed away. Garhan and Zenobia made it so that they could not escape, and forced the hunters to hunt monsters and collect crystals. This was a punishment for the first outsiders. Meanwhile, Richard was returning to the sky dungeon of Acterin. There he was noticed by a foreign girl who had a very high level. He suggested that she perform some task to get out of this terrible place. She pointed to the crystal and said that for such an item in this place you can only buy a piece of bread or meat. The girl lived like this for 20 years and assumed that during this time she could lose her mind and go crazy. But she still considered herself better than Richard, who tried to wriggle out of himself as the captain of a fake big land and wipes his anus on Garhan. The boy stood up and said that he would entrust her with the selection of the people needed to complete the task. But the girl considered him a traitor. Because he wanted to have fun with a Ratna girl, he sold them to Garkhan, and now they are in this condition. If she can get out, she vows to tear his wife and the bastard child they made apart. Richard said that this is impossible because his whole family is dead. They were killed by soldiers. But in return, he was willing to let himself be killed as soon as she was done with the task. The girl calmed down almost immediately and began to wonder who their goal was. Henry and his team were still looking for the place where Baold is hiding. They could not find him. The man from the caravan said that they should walk through the desert, and then someone would come for them. He suggested that Ether turn into a dragon and help them get there faster. But if she turns into such a big animal, she will die immediately from the heat. She had an idea for Eris to try to enchant the ice. And he no longer had moisture, so he could no longer make ice. Eris could only use fire magic. Kiwi noted that they had given up too early and asked them to calm down. She was sure that there was not much left. The girl raised her head and said that they were selling ice in front of them. Henry immediately shouted to his friends that Kiwi was broken, because each of them knew that they cannot sell ice in the desert. The more so the ice seller appeared in a critical situation. Then they came closer and were sure that ice could not be sold there. But it was really real. Poured into a plate with a spoon. Then they rushed to the counter like hungry predators. They did not look like themselves. When they ran very close, there was indeed a trap, just as Henry had said. They began to fall into the pit, but none of them managed to get this plate. Kiwi told Henry that she was disappointed and kicked away from his face. In this way, she managed to escape from the trap and catch a cold portion of ice with toppings. She began to eat it very quickly and greedily, so that no one could take it away. While Kiwi was enjoying it, something could be seen moving towards them on the horizon. It was a man riding a snowmobile in the desert. He did not look like an ordinary resident. The man drove up and said that the girl in front of him looked very worried, and all the more so that she and her friends destroyed his shop. Now she understood who had built this trap in the middle of the desert. It was smart enough to set such a bait. It was insulting to him that they called it a trap. His name was Wrecker. He understood from the face that they were in the desert for the first time. He was the one who helps and saves hunters in the desert. And this was a free service. He suddenly fell under the sand and something started to happen there. Henry appeared above him, looking very tired and completely covered in sand. He had only one request. He asked the boy to take them to the place where Baold lives. And now they were already riding on Wrecker's cart. Their faces were happy and smiling. After some time, they finally arrived in the city, which disappeared many years ago. It was there that Baold lived. Ancient ruins preserved in the very center of the desert. This is the largest building built in this place. Its construction is still a mystery. The buildings on the outer wall were weathered and petrified, so it was impossible to get inside. But the large oasis around in the location in the desert, that is, in the center of the continent, made this place an ideal fortress. Moreover, the barren lands were one of the reasons why the neighboring states did not show a desire to own these buildings. Therefore, the city in ruins did not belong to any of the states and developed independently. That is how it has survived to this day. Finally, they reached their goal and got closer to achieving their goal. Baotold is most likely in a dungeon where the hand of the goddess cannot reach. While they were talking, the people around them looked at them very carefully. In order for them to enter the dungeon, they first need to go to the Hunters Guild. Ifer noted that their level has just increased and they need to update their hunter certificates. Henry and Kiwi noticed that in this place Ether had completely lost her head. But they reassured themselves that it was because of her young age. From the outside, it seemed that Eris and Ether were very close. Perhaps this is because they are both of the dragon family. Henry noted that there was a special bond between them. The boy drew attention to the fact that their feet are still creaking. Kiwi replied that this city was built on the ruins of the tomb robbers' ancient buildings, so they built it quickly. But 35 years ago, a dungeon appeared there, and they could no longer engage in their production. Then hunters appeared in this place, and a city was formed. Kiwi read this information in a local brochure. Meanwhile, Henry realized that they were at the very top of the ruins. And below is an ancient city that has turned into a dungeon, one of the 4 forbidden zones, the Labyrinth of Kalen. Wrecker added that there is no end to it. It is very deep and confusing. And they are marauders, they continue the work of tomb robbers and help hunters. In this way, he brought them to pay for the fact that he gave them a ride. While Henry tolerantly explained to Wrecker that he promised to do it for free, Ether called everyone and said that there were people there. First of all, she noticed familiar faces there. It was Martin and the witches who were on the same team with him, and Brad. The brochure said that in the central part there is the deepest vertical cave. It was a local attraction, but if you look at it from the perspective of exploring the maze, it would be nice to go there together. Kiwi made this offer to them, and if everyone agreed, they could go. But they ignored her and everyone went about their business. Only Wrecker listened to her and said that it was impossible to go there at all. As a result, they set out on the road. They only had to take a detour, so I was afraid of a large crowd of people to Kiwi. Kiwi asked if Henry knew those hunters that Ether met. He answered that he met them in the village where he lived before meeting her. Then the girl realized that these were the hunters who killed Sean. Kiwi reassured Henry and said that she would also be very, very angry if Leon was killed. This is a completely normal feeling, and Henry should not avoid meeting them. But the boy asked Kiwi to stop because she will not understand his feelings and it will be difficult to explain. This does not affect their task in any way, so Henry asked the girl not to think about it. This was his individual problem. As they walked around the very noisy places filled with people, they heard a woman's voice in the alley. The robbers stopped the woman and tried to harm her. But she was not easy and asked them to pass it on to her boss. If they don't want to turn into corpses, then they should behave much more quietly. The criminals mocked her. They believed that she did not quite understand what the situation was at the moment. Moreover, the boys planned to resolve everything peacefully. The woman began to undress and asked to try to kill her. But if they do not succeed, then they will become ordinary stinking corpses. They could not allow her to humiliate themselves and therefore began to attack. However, she didn't even have to strain, because Kiwi came to the rescue and hit the bully from behind. The rest of the boys began to ask the girl who she was and where she came from. They thought that it was her security. And because of this, they began to blame each other for not being able to develop a high-quality plan. When Henry appeared in front of them, they began to hide like offended ants. These criminals heard very well and knew who the Walterian warrior was. The girl immediately thanked the heroes for their help and asked who they were. But Kiwi was still having fun with one criminal. Henry asked to let him go because he could die that way. As a result, they all gathered at one table to eat deliciously and get to know each other better. Ether was happy because she hadn't eaten normal food in a long time. But Eris assumed that in a world so remote from civilization, water and other resources were in short supply, and prices would be very high. The girl asked them not to refuse. Because if her saviors eat cheap food, the owner of the inn in the oasis will be called greedy. As it turned out, they saved a very respectable person in this place. Her name was Syria. The waiter said that Syria is very famous. She runs a tavern, a hotel and a looting business. And she is also being hunted by guys from other gangs, judging by the situation. Kiwi noticed that she was pretending to be a victim, but if she was running an honest business, then it would be more correct in her situation to report it to the guard corps. She was sorry, but this village was not in such a position. There is not even a guild of hunters here who could monitor the entrance to the dungeon. Everyone has to take care of themselves. Therefore, for such simple inhabitants as them, connections with strong hunters were important. And even on a personal level, Syria began to flirt with Henry right at the table. Kiwi didn't like that, so she stood up and said that they were just wasting their time. But she overdid it with alcohol, so she needed a comfortable place to rest before going to the dungeons. Henry asked where she had gone. As it turned out, they did not know that there was alcohol in the glasses. She was already very drunk and said that she would go to the dungeon herself, and they could stay and have fun. Henry followed her, but she continued to promise that she would find Bao-old herself. Syria heard all this. He tried to explain to the girl that she would get lost there, and wouldn't be able to do anything without a map. Syria overheard their conversation and said that she had a map of the place where Bao-old could be hiding. Everyone was warily watching what this girl would say next. If she also knew about Bao-old. But they didn't hear any nonsense from her anymore, and she just smiled. All the information of this village reaches her. It is necessary for the work of looters. These were mainly eyewitness accounts, so it may not be completely reliable. But Syria can check the place where he is most likely to be. She also wanted to give them a fragment of the chain. If the comrades find themselves in danger, then this artifact will inform them. The hunters were convinced that good deeds should be done. They got information about Bao-old quite easily. Eris added that they also managed to eat for free. And the food was very tasty indeed. Henry noted that their prophet still couldn't recover from the free booze. He mocked her and repeated the funny phrases she said yesterday. How she would take over the dungeons and find Bao-old herself. Kiwi was very angry and asked them to erase this information from her memory forever. Henry accidentally fell out of the elevator, and it started to wobble a lot, and they could fall down. Wrecker told Syria that these hunters were most likely going to the labyrinth. She knew about it, but the fact was that even they themselves could not find the place indicated on the map. But the girl was fully aware of this. She didn't know how they found out about Bao-old, but his battle was already over. In this dungeon, they had to face monsters high enough even for Henry. They were attacked by a whole bunch of monsters with 70 levels. But Kiwi thought that he drew their attention to himself. Besides, most of them were alive. Henry still admitted that he really did it on purpose. There were still strong monsters there, which started from the middle level. Moreover, without artifacts, they do not give anything for them. That is why the hunters did not reach this place. But the girls still did not understand what this had to do with the task. Then they saw with their own eyes how energy began to emanate from the monsters. Eris said that they lack level, and if they happen upon a dungeon without people, Henry sometimes feeds it to them. Ether also took over from Eris the method of controlling the dragon core. Absorption and digestion takes some time, but the level rises immediately. Henry asked them to check if there were any monsters left. Kiwi didn't know that Ether also had a dragon core. Ether emphasized that Eris in the form of a dragon looked very courageous and attractive. Henry said that in a human form he was popular. Kiwi decided to check on the map for now if they were moving correctly. Ether praised Eris and said that he was a very young dragon, and she wondered what kind of handsome boy he would become in the future. Kiwi replied that they live an average of 500 years and can grow up to 36 meters in height, and up to 80 meters in length. Henry was surprised how much she knew about dragons. It was because she was a prophet of the goddess who created these dragons. Ether asked how big she could grow. Kiwi said she was a wyvern and her maturation period was over. In other words, there is a very large difference in size between her and Eris, so most likely mating will be difficult. While they were talking, Eris came back and asked him to tell him too. But Ether immediately blushed and said that they were just talking about the characteristics of dragons and their capabilities. After that, they continued their continuous search in the labyrinth. They explored the places marked on the map by the innkeeper. In some places, traces of other people were noticed, but no traces of Baold were found. The last point remained. Kiwi was preparing food and said that tomorrow they would reach their final destination. But she thought that Eris and Ether were still uncomfortable with her presence. Ether ran up to the girl and said that she wanted to help. And she suggested that Kiwi go to rest. She replied that she would definitely be able to handle the cooking, because it was her purpose from the very beginning. Ether said that now she has an assistant and she wants to help. But Kiwi waved it off and accidentally cut Ether's finger. Kiwi was afraid that if she left Ether to work and rested herself, the goddess would be displeased and punish her. The girl asked to call Eris to heat the water. Meanwhile, Eris was looking at one of Kalen's 4 forbidden areas. Before, he couldn't afford to admire such views because he was always hiding. But now he has the opportunity thanks to Henry. The boy noticed a pattern of ancient relics on the walls, but it was not complete. Perhaps it is a trace of something that happened here. At first glance, these traces appeared recently. I did not see them on the upper floors. Kiwi came up behind him and started talking. But it scared him so much that he couldn't stay on his feet. She came to say that they had a changing of the guard. Eris said she didn't have to. She asked him to start a campfire. The girl asked him to listen to her. And she said that she had lost the gift of the prophet and was now just one of the hunters, so she asked him to treat her more simply. As they lit the fire, Henry asked his friends if they thought Kiwi was strange enough lately. She looked like a robot sometimes. Eris had thought about it before. But it seemed to him that he was behaving very rudely. After all, she is the prophet of the goddess. Eris read about them only in books. They appear at critical moments for Ratna, guide the heroes to the true path, and then disappear. This meant that when it was all over she would return to the goddess. Ether was happy and offered to eat goodies and go for a walk when this mission was over. Kiwi could hear their entire conversation because she wanted to give Eris the staff that he forgot during the guard. They began to discuss the village where they first met Eris, to return to when it was all over. The girl left the stick at the entrance and went back. When Ether said that she hoped the goddess would allow Kiwi to spend time with them, the girl had not heard it. Henry supported the idea of having fun together when it was all over. They continued to hunt monsters. It was very familiar to Henry. But Kiwi came and killed all the monsters, although Henry specially left them alive. The girl reminded them of the terms of their contract. The most important thing is to find Baold. But Henry believed that it would only be better if they became stronger. Kiwi replied that it did not make sense. Because the monsters here were on average level 70. Even if they become a little stronger, it won't help them. Eris and Ether did not understand what caused Kiwi to act this way. Henry couldn't stand it and asked why she became so defiant, because before everything was different and everything suited her. Ether added that although they are weak, if they can raise their level, it will definitely help them in the future. The girl replied that when they find Baold and she disappears, then everyone can do what they want. Henry didn't understand why she was in such a negative mood. They heard a strange sound and began to examine the surroundings to prevent a surprise attack by monsters. In this way, they found a lot of weapons and money of dead hunters. But everything was not so simple. That's why the robbers who attacked the series lived here and discussed that according to their plan it is possible to reach the middle level without meeting a single monster. However, some of them were worried that those hunters of the owner of the inn were walking around their points and clearing them. They thought that they had already been killed, but just at that moment Henry and his team appeared in front of them. But they did not run to destroy them. On the contrary, they wanted to protect them from the monster that lived in the dungeon. The guy ordered them to find a safe place if they didn't want to die. According to the criminal's plan, there should be no monsters here at all. Eris now understood whose footprints he had found on the walls while guarding the camp. It was a huge monster that was determined to eat everyone around it. The goddess was packed by Garhan and Zenobia. She caught the moment so they wouldn't notice and created a new kiwi organism. But her physical and emotional state, which is necessary to complete the task, was not complete. The goddess did not have enough strength to complete it completely. Therefore, as soon as it is ready, it will be necessary to join Henry's team and complete the mission. His strength will be enough to complete the task. But there is a high probability that the dragon and the wyvern will interfere with this. However, this had a low probability, although it still made sense to eliminate them to play it safe. Henry said that he would not use the aura because then they would risk staying here forever. But he also understood that without an aura, he would not be able to cause damage. The armor was very thick and his sword would not go through it. In that case, Kiwi said that the only option is to run away. Moreover, their goal is to find Baold, not to kill more monsters. There was no need to compete with him, because none of them will be able to fight with him on the same level. Kiwi said that they should use the moment, while this creature is just warning them and run away from this place one by one. But Henry asked to wait, and he will find a way to defeat him. Eris assumed that it was necessary to simply stop these rotations. But acting recklessly is very dangerous. They were lucky that there were a lot of swords left over from the hunters. But they were far from them, and Ether decided to test her new abilities and ran to get them. She got to this place, but by this she drew attention to herself. The criminals hiding there were outraged by her act. Kiwi understood that the ether level would not be enough and was ready to help her. But Eris got ahead of her and got the pistol and a set of weapons that the Dwarven King Bran had given him. Even Henry's sword was ineffective in this situation, and Kiwi was sure that this weapon would definitely not work against him. In reality, the explosions created by the magical fire were pushed by the projectile. Of course, the power of the projectile was not enough to break through the strong carapace of the monster. But this weapon does not shoot ordinary bullets, but magic crystals. The hooligans watched as the monster approached them and noticed that ice appeared on its shell. And because of this, he began to slide on the ground and could not control his body to attack the enemy. But the problem was that he was flying straight towards Ether and the criminals. But the girl was not going to run away and wanted to take this blow. She managed to transport this monster to Henry with her ability. Since he was already powerless, it was enough for the boy to make a vertical sword strike, without using aura, to cut him in two. Kiwi immediately felt ashamed because she had said before this that killing the monsters would not help them. Henry praised Ether and said that it jumped out very unexpectedly. But Eris pointed out that if Henry could use magic, they would have dealt with him much faster. Kiwi stood completely in the slime of this monster. When Henry destroyed it, she stood behind. He immediately apologized and said that he did not think that it would turn out like this. She approached the bandits, and with a very aggressive look began to ask them where to find Baold. Henry was surprised by the way Kiwi behaved, because she had never treated people like this before. They began to decide which of them would go first to find out what happened to her. Perhaps there was a reason for this. Ether and Eris asked Henry to do it, but he replied that even killing a monster was 100 times easier than doing it. The boy asked Eris to show the map that the owner of the inn had given them, but he did not understand what Henry was talking about. Kiwi tried to find out at least some information. One of those guys admitted that he really didn't know where that place was. He thought that the owner had ordered to catch them and destroy them. But this was the first time Kiwi had heard of it, and said they had not received any orders. Meanwhile, Baold visited Syria and said that he was in eternal debt to her. She, in turn, got him the food and potions he asked for and reminded her of her request to deal with the robbers. The girl assumed that he forgot to do it again. Therefore, she asked other hunters to deal with this issue. She heard that someone was trying to break into her office, that even the guards could not stop him. Therefore, she ordered Baold to quickly hide in the next room. Syria didn't expect them to make it so quickly, but Henry said that there was a shortcut that led directly to the top floor, and one of the bullies showed them the way. She hoped that his team had found what they were looking for. But the boy asked not to pretend, because the map she gave them turned out to be a repository of those scum. Syria said that the dungeon was certainly a nice place, but they could get a good enough reward in their days. Moreover, she provided free service if something happened to them. Thanks to her, they could search the dungeon as much as they wanted. The guards pointed their weapons at them, and Syria said that now they had no reason to stay in this place. Henry put the sword to her neck. Syria told him not to move, because what he will do there will only harm her. That is, when she lied to people, it was normal, but when a knife was put to her throat, she immediately got scared. But the girl replied that she didn't talk to him at all. At that moment, Baold jumped out of the closet and grabbed Henry's face with his hand. After that, he hit him so hard that the boy flew out of the fortress and flew to the bottom. Henry landed on the upper levels of the dungeon, but he didn't have time to see who attacked him. But then he raised his head and saw before him the Sword King Baold. Finally he found him. His level was above 200, and he said that for a thief Henry is very strong. He began to ask why he came, and why he wanted to kill Syria. But the boy asked to listen to him, because it is he who should speak about injustice. Henry hid his sword and said he had no reason to fight. He said his name was Henry, and he was a Walterian warrior. At the same time as his last sentence, Bao delivered a clear blow to his stomach, after which he began to fall even lower. He begged him to stop, but the Sword King didn't care. Bao heard that there was a Walterian warrior in front of him, and there was no point in listening any further. The boy thought that he had guessed that Henry was not a true Walterian warrior, and he had no choice but to attack as well. However, he had no chance against this giant. Bao simply hammered him into the ground like a whistle. His shots were fast, but the swing was very large, and it was immediately obvious where he wanted to hit. Leon's continuous strikes, while very difficult to stop, were much more difficult and dangerous. But even if he catches the moment to strike back, Baold will simply use his defense. The Sword King noted again that this guy was strong enough, but he wanted to see more of his weapon attacks, not just his defenses. Bao demanded that Henry take out his sword and fight with it, but the boy refused. And finally he managed to pick a good moment after his defense and hit the enemy. But his blow looked so terrible. Baold's head didn't even move. The Sword King grasped an ordinary trumpet in his hands, and with the help of his hands, in front of Henry's eyes, he began to make a dagger. In this way, he wanted to force the boy to take out his weapon and compete with him in an even match. Henry had no other choice, and so he drew his sword and wanted to block the blow with it. But nothing worked, and he simply cut the sword in two and wounded Henry very badly. Maybe even fatally. And he fell from the platform directly to the very bottom. Blood flowed out of his body in large quantities. Baold thought he was bluffing, but he was strong enough that the king believed he would not die. However, this was not the end, and Henry still decided to use his aura. Baold said that it wasn't a bad aura, but if he had laid still, he would have been able to save his life and walk away with minor injuries. But he's probably dumb because he doesn't understand the difference in their powers. The boy replied that he had to go through a lot to find him. That's why he couldn't let Baold go so easily. This made the king laugh very much, and he did not rush to attack, but just laughed for a while. Because for a long time he had not met such brave men who were ready to compete with him, knowing that he was the king of the sword. Bao agreed to face him like a true sword king, and the atmosphere around him completely changed. Henry had a hair-raising feeling. He wouldn't even be surprised if he could die from this alone. However, this feeling haunted him constantly, and he was ready to accept this challenge again. Before the very beginning of the battle of the century, a huge stone fell between them and prevented the start of the battle. It was Syria, and she started yelling at Bao that he would blow up the whole city at this rate. Bao dropped the dagger and said that Syria had ruined all the fun for him. He just turned and left. Henry shouted after him and tried to stop him. Kiwi also joined him and ordered him to stop in the name of the goddess of darkness Ariel. She demanded that he respond to the goddess's call. That phrase made him stop and give meaning to all the words these hunters would say. This individual was created as a prophet of the goddess to represent and act on her behalf in this world. In order to effectively perform tasks, she received a suitable physical body, as well as the necessary information. But in the real world, she encountered many things that were unknown to her. And then she wanted to know more about people. About Eris, about Ether, about Henry. But it is possible that only she wanted it. Before they had to go talk to Bao, Kiwi wanted to tell them something. They agreed to find the Sword King, and this task is accomplished. In fact, their contract is over. But Henry couldn't listen to the end of Kiwi's speech because his wound hurt much more than he expected. Eris and Ether said that while they tended to Henry's wound, Kiwi could talk to Bao for now. Syria tried to prove to Bao that this girl was crazy. But he knew that Kiwi was actually a prophet of the goddess. Because he felt a divine presence in her. Kiwi was ready to get down to business. But the problem was that she was not ready to speak in front of strangers and hinted at the series. The girl began to get angry and said that they did not know the reason why she had been hiding Bao all this time. Bao assured Kiwi that Syria could be trusted and asked him to explain the reason for the visit. She agreed and said that the whole world will soon find out about it anyway. And what she will say will be difficult for him to accept. The series was shocked by the fact that 3 of Bao's former comrades from the 4 heroes betrayed the goddess. And because of this, the whole world will be destroyed. If it was Zenobia who started it, then he is not surprised. But he did not expect this from Garhan at all. Bao assumed that Holian could simply be used. Kiwi said that Bao always fought the stronger ones, and she thought that was a good offer. Because they really were the strongest in the world, not including him. Bao sensed that the girl was trying to make a point about the moral duty to compete. And he really considered it a good decision, and was ready to solve this problem. But Syria was surprised by such a decision. She didn't understand why it was Bao who had to do it. Because even 4 heroes couldn't defeat the entire Ratna. And Henry was also strong enough. They agreed only to find Bao. Since their task is completed, they have the right to return to their former lives. They probably want it themselves. Kiwi is the prophet of the goddess, and therefore it is important for her to fulfill her order and keep Ratna safe. And for this she needs Bao's help. They needed to leave right now, and she promised to talk about the details later. But he refused this offer at the last moment. Although she told about the seriousness of the situation, Kiwi was sure that he did not care that chaos would begin in Ratna and many people would die. An aura began to emanate from his body, and he repeated once more that he refused to obey this order of the goddess. The girl went out into the city after the negotiations and saw how happy Eris and Ether were in ordinary life. Syria asked what didn't suit Bao about her offer, that he refused. She thought he was upset because he couldn't fully deal with the Walterian. But he replied that his confrontation with this dog can be considered complete. He was unable to inflict a single scratch on either him or Garkhan. The series began to convince him that the only thing left to do was personally interfere in this matter. Bao assured Syria that this world would not collapse as long as the Sword King walked in it. So many years have passed, but the girl still could not fully understand his pronunciation. Syria found Kalen's map that Kiwi had forgotten, but immediately hid it because there was a knock on the door. It was Henry, and he saw that there was no one in the office except the owner of the restaurant. He came in and said that he had destroyed everything around Bao, but she was the one who lied to them from the beginning. Syria replied that Bao was in the dungeon maze because he was trying to hide from people. So she wasn't lying when she said he was in the dungeon. She also admitted that she really wanted to use them for her own purposes, but it was still their own fault. The boy decided to close the matter because they found Bao. He asked how Kiwi's meeting with him went. The series didn't want to get into their trouble, but they needed to find the Kiwis quickly because it was dangerous out there. They went in search of Kiwi, and could not understand why she suddenly left them. No one knew this and had to ask her personally. Ether guessed that Bao could refuse to complete the task. Most likely, she is very upset and needs to be found as soon as possible. Henry divided the places that each of them should check separately so as not to waste time. As a result, they split up and began to look for Kiwis in the vicinity. Her task had failed and another way had to be found, but there was none. Henry found the place where she had gone. It was the deepest vertical cave. It was connected to Kaylin's deep dungeon, so its depth could not be measured. It was good that he found this place, but he was late and Kiwi was already gone. She thought long and hard about her situation and took a step forward into this abyss. But Henry did not lose hope and rushed to save her. And as a result, his efforts were not in vain. He was able to grab her by the leg at the last moment and pull her out. She turned to him and did not utter a single word. Only tears and blood from her nose were visible on her face. Then Henry learned that everything did not go according to the goddess's plan, and Bao decided to refuse to complete the task. Now it was necessary to inform Ariel about this, but she was packed, so it was impossible to do it with Kiwi's prayers. And according to Kiwi, the only solution was to die and return to the goddess. But Henry was not at all satisfied with such an answer, and he began to shout very loudly at the girl. She replied that it was impossible to understand from a human point of view, but Kiwi was an outsider in this world from the beginning, and accordingly should turn back. But Henry asked not to make him laugh, because in this way he should have killed himself long ago. Since it was not possible to come to an agreement with him, we will have to convince him by force. Kiwi grabbed Henry's clothes and said that if Bao starts fighting with maximum power, it will be impossible to deal with him. Even so, if Kiwi disappears, there will be no one to show the way to save Ratna. Her return to the goddess means the return of all her memories and experience. In this case, she will come up with a new solution using this information, and then a new Kiwi will appear and continue the task. Henry grabbed her hand and said that in that case she would also disappear. The guy tried to prove that there is no difference where she came from and how she was born. They are not gods, but ordinary people. And until they had a serious talk with the other person, they wouldn't be able to know what he was thinking. Where was the truth, and where was the lie? That's why she should have discussed it with them first before giving up. He also asked her to stop talking about the end of the contract. Eris and Ether also approached them. They were sure that they could definitely find a way out. Kiwi admitted that she never perceived them as colleagues. Although Eris is a dragon, he learns new things quickly enough. He must like the structure of the vertical cave. Ether is very inquisitive, she likes miniature and cute things. It would be nice to visit the fabric street with her after visiting the vertical cave. These were Kiwi's records. She wrote about Henry that she was afraid that he would fall. Now he definitely won't believe that she thought they were strangers. Because they don't plan where to go with strangers. The girl began to ask for it to be returned to her and not to touch other people's things without permission. He joked with her, and said that they were not even colleagues and their contract was fulfilled, so he should not comply with her request. He invited Eris and Ether to get acquainted with the information as well. Kiwi couldn't stand it, and shouted that they themselves expected the end of this task. And they themselves said that they would return to the place where they lived before and would walk there when she disappeared. She admitted that she had heard their conversation in the cave. They started laughing non-stop. Their stomachs even started to hurt from laughing. Ether said that somehow everything worked out by itself, but first they planned to smash the fallen heroes. And they wanted to raise the level to at least help in some way, otherwise why would they spend so much energy? And since they tried to save Ratna, they wanted to have fun together. Henry proposed a new treaty with them. Kiwi was embarrassed, and said that she did not intend to create her own team. Therefore, this will not be a new contract, but a continuation of the old one. Ether then said that now in honor of them finding the Sword King, Henry would treat them. While they were deciding who would sponsor the festive table, Kiwi was happy that her questions were resolved. Henry asked Kiwi how much longer she was going to cover her face with the card. And Ether wanted to know what she wrote about Henry. The trade caravan held a festival twice a year in honor of crossing the desert. Among the silence of the sands, the sounds of music, dances and songs were heard. People lit a fire, shared food and spent the last night in the desert. This is how the night passes in thanks to the goddess of fire. A man came to the middle and said that his son would soon get married and asked to bless his bride. During his address, a group of unknown people approached them. The merchants immediately prepared their weapons and asked them to leave if they were robbers. But they asked them to calm down and introduced themselves as investigators from the Union of Fairies. And they said that they were looking for a criminal. He has a special appearance, and they were sure that one of the humans could remember him. He quickly joined this caravan to escape from the Elven Kingdom. His name is Henry, he is the leader of the gang, and it was he who killed the king of the elves. There was a signature of a representative of the Fairy Union, which meant that the information was reliable. This man could never have thought that Henry was capable of such a thing. Moreover, he had nothing to do with their trading caravan. They understood that the merchants were not related to him in any way, and it was good that this guy did not harm them. The merchant paid attention to the man who was in their company, and noticed that something was wrong with him. Their commander replied that while they were searching the desert they had no opportunity to eat normally, and he was simply hungry. The traders said that he and his friends had gone to Kalen, so there was no longer any need for them to linger in their camp. His companions could barely hold on because they wanted to eat so much. But before they went away, a little boy ran up to them. He heard that the man was very hungry, and therefore decided to bring him a plate of signature soup. The man thanked him and took the plate from him. The boy's name was Roy. He ran to his mother very happy, because he was sure that this act was very benevolent. But when he ran closer, his mother saw a wound on his hand that looked like a poisoned cut. Roy fell to the ground, and the boy to whom he offered food threw the plate on the ground and hid the dagger behind his back. Although his brother asked him to behave discreetly and not to touch the surrounding merchants, he did not hold back on his promise. Richard asked to keep his identity hidden and focus only on finding their goal. But this boy did not understand why they should listen to this traitor and follow his orders. A healer from their group tried to heal Roy, but his fingers stopped moving and he began to rot. Their leader realized that they had already been exposed and that the instincts of these boys were more important than the task. Therefore, they decided to destroy all the merchants and tell Richard that a Walterian did it, to keep their secret and remain innocent. Meanwhile, Henry and his friends had a great time celebrating the completion of the goddess's task. They drank a lot of alcohol and fell asleep at the table. But Baold came to them while they were sleeping, and he believed that such behavior was not acceptable within the walls of this city. So he grabbed the leader of their gang and threw him outside right through the wall. But Bao threw it aimed. That Henry landed near the vertical cave. Baold threw his backpack over the boy and began to lower the rope to the bottom. And he added that they needed to go. But Henry had just woken up and did not understand what was happening and what Bao had planned. Eris and the girls also ran to the place. Kiwi asked what Baold was producing. Sirius said she was making kiwi yesterday at the bar. And Bao is doing his job. She drank a lot of alcohol, then cried and screamed. Because of this, complaints even began to come from the neighboring tables. And those who tried to stop them, as a result, also got drunk and created chaos with songs, as if they were being paid for them. It was because of them that Ceres had to close its business for a while. Eris assumed that because of this, Syria wanted to send Henry to the dungeon to make money and pay off the debt. But the girl replied that she would never allow herself to do such things. All this happened because Bautbold still decided to fulfill the goddess's request. Kiwi was surprised, because even yesterday he refused very aggressively, and made it clear that he would not accept for any money. The problem was that he couldn't start the mission because he needed to finish one thing. And in order to finish it, he decided to take the bearer Henry. Bautbold was going to clean the dungeon completely. Kiwi said they would go with them. Bao believed that they wouldn't be able to help. But maybe they would. He didn't know for sure. Kiwi believed in the percentage of probability that the goddess spoke about. And they are the same assistants in the performance of this mission as Bao. Syria thanked them for their words of encouragement, but thought they should abandon the idea and cut their rope. Because Kalen's labyrinth was level 4 for a reason. Many hunters from the guild tried to clear it, but they all failed. Even the army of a neighboring state was mobilized, but they did not last long, and that country failed. Most of the elite troops turned into a snack for the monster. The watcher of the lowest tier in Kalen's labyrinth was a divine animal. Bautbold also tried to fight him several times, but for 15 years everything was unsuccessful. Maybe Henry will be able to hold on there for a little while, but all the rest will only get in the way. And if you don't kill this monster, it's impossible to clear the dungeon. It was a monster that even the Sword King couldn't handle, meaning there was no guarantee of success this time either. Syria herself did not know what to do and who would be able to stop this stubborn Bao. But she had already resigned. Henry said that he would rather clear the dungeon than answer this guy. He added that once they started the goddess mission, they would be very busy, and Henry advised his friends to have a good rest for now. Kiwi cut off her hair and gave it to Henry. They contained divine power that will be useful. And she hugged Henry and kissed him goodbye. Eris and Ether did not expect such a development, and were shocked by such an act. She asked Henry to be careless. Because Bautbold is a hero who destroyed a great land. And they were all foreigners. After they said their goodbyes, the boys started to descend inside the vertical cave. In situations like this, Eris was always sad that he had such a low level. But Kiwi saw it differently. She saw it as a good chance to level up with the energy they had gained while searching for Bautbold. Then they agreed to train while waiting for them. They started to plan their routine, but Syria interrupted their sweet conversation. She said that the rescue will be done by those two big guys. And they need to settle and work off the booze. Syria was very grateful to Kiwi that she drank so much expensive alcohol. Ether replied that they don't have that kind of money. But she was ready for such an answer, and said that they would have to practice. The situation looked very funny when Syria led them with the help of a rope to work off debts. Leon knew that Henry had gone to the desert. That's why Chan and the company also went there. But the boys were already tired of thirst. Chan dreamed of a portion of ice. But Laud sharply answered him that it was impossible to find ice in the desert, and asked him to think before speaking. Leon ordered them to shut up and not waste their moisture. Chan assumed that they wouldn't be able to find Henry if they just wandered in the desert. After some time, they came across a camp of traders who were holding an annual festival. But when they went inside, they saw a mountain of corpses among which there was not a single living soul. Chan did not even know who could do such a thing. Even robbers are not capable of such cruelty. The option with the robbers immediately disappears, because their things were in place. People from this caravan did not even have time to do anything and died. Leon guessed that some crazy criminals had been here before them. He found a piece of paper on the floor with a picture of Henry on it. Suddenly, a woman with a knife in her hands pounced on Laud. She threw him on the floor and wanted to kill him. Leon immediately rushed to help and stopped this crazy woman. He asked her to calm down and said that they were from the Order of Darkness. After that, he asked what happened to their camp. There were a lot of wounds on her body and they need to be healed. But the woman asked to first examine and help her son who was attacked. The day before, the monsters conducted experiments on the boy's body. One of them proved to the other that his poison was stronger than the healing of the other. But it all depended on how long this guy's body could hold out. His mother was put on her knees and abused. She begged to let her son go and not abuse him at least. Their leader promised to let the boy go if after her death his sword would be satisfied. But he didn't have time to strike because Richard appeared and cut off his hand. Because their task was to scout the area and turn back. After much instruction, he began to sew his arm back together. A girl peeked out from behind Richard and said that they didn't have the conscience to have fun without them. And if it wasn't for Richard, she would have already smashed his head. The girl that Richard hired said that they don't have time for a senseless fight. There was enough information that they went to Kalen. As a result, they forced Richard to clean up and asked him to finally decide whose side he was on. He closed the eyes of the woman who was being abused, because he thought that she was already dead. Laud could not understand why the investigators from the Union of Fairies did such a thing, and why only she was left alive. Chan said that leaving with such injuries was tantamount to murder. Only a demon could commit such a terrible crime. Leon said that they were the demons of Ampelos. They were aliens. Loda was shocked that the investigators from the Union of Fairies were aliens. It was hard to believe, but it was true. Even 15 years ago. When the inhabitants of the village found out that he was a foreigner, they brutally killed his entire family. And then he killed all the inhabitants of that village no less brutally. Chan was very sorry for all the people and especially this woman. What she endured. The guy promised that he would definitely take revenge for her. Leon asked him to be more reserved. But Chan was surprised that he was not angry at all about this situation. But he said that even if he felt guilty for the affairs of others, it would not change anything. Besides, they were nothing more than puppets. And most likely there are forces that control them from above. It is no coincidence that they are chasing Henry. Therefore, they needed to find these monsters and not kill them, but interrogate them personally. Leon repeatedly repeated that this was his job. At the bottom of the vertical cave there were many channels that lead to Kalen's dungeon. If you wish, you can go down below. But most of the hunters who decided to do it did not turn back. Sword King Baold used to be in the same team as the heroes who betrayed the goddess. That is, even the goddess was betrayed by those whom she trusted. It seemed to Henry that he guessed that he was not a Walterian warrior. But there was a possibility that he really did not know about it. But he still couldn't know if he could be trusted. Baold said that as soon as he saw that Henry was of no use, he promised to leave him at once. They came to the first checkpoint. A point in the dungeon. At first, Henry thought that it was just some ordinary cover. Baold asked him to demonstrate his strength, and then a new path would open for them. Henry could not be ashamed and must show his true qualities as a warrior, and began to lift this cover. But his stitches broke in the wound and it began to bleed. Bao was unpleasantly surprised that he still hadn't healed the wound. Bao took out a knife and asked him to look at it carefully. He cut his hand and said that his enemies will not wait for him to heal. After that, he found a spider nearby and grabbed it. His web was very thin, but elastic enough. He wrapped his hand in it, and believed that this way the wound would not spread. But Henry said that there was poison in her. And he doubted that Baold did not know about it. He squeezed his hand tightly, and when he opened it, there was no wound or poison. Henry was shocked. Bao could control his muscles with his aura as well as control his blood circulation. It was clear that he had poisoned himself on purpose, but the poison awakened his survival instinct and activated his healing ability. But Baold himself did not know such details about his skills. He simply did it because he knew how it worked. He wanted Henry to try to do the same, but nothing worked. They didn't have time to deal with it, so Bao just gave him a potion. On the lid it was written that forced opening is prohibited, and force must be used. A girl ran into their room and began to ask for help to her friend. When Henry looked at her, he immediately recognized her. She was a girl from Martin and Brad's team. He was trying to face one of the monsters of this dungeon. Although his partners helped him, they still asked him to stop and climb up to them. They were sure that with their abilities they wouldn't be able to deal with this monster. The girls noticed that it didn't attack first unless they got very close to it. He asked them to run and said that if he keeps hiding from monsters, he will never be able to become stronger. While he was thinking only of himself, his partners were attacked by a monster, and their shield could not withstand such a blow. Although they were not injured, the passage to the room was blocked, and there was no way to get there. And then they heard a voice and decided to use this opportunity. Meanwhile, Martin could no longer withstand and repel the attacks of this monster. His strength was not enough even for defense. At that moment, a man with a spear and an extremely powerful aura just flew through the blocked passage. There was no need to ask his name. He had reddened hair due to his aura and looked like a lion. Any warrior would be able to feel his aura coming from him. Every Rentnian heard stories about this living legend. It was the Sword King Bauthold. Now Martin owed him his life, but he still wanted to become stronger. He fell to his knees and began to beg Bao to teach him how to use aura. But he immediately replied that it was impossible, because aura is not something that can be learned. He also added that if he wants to get stronger, there are many other ways to do it. His girlfriend asked him to calm down and heal his wounds first. You can't just suddenly turn to this person. Henry said that they also did not come here because they were bored. Moreover, this is not the dungeon they should enter. Even if he thoughtlessly asked to be taught how to use aura, Martin would simply risk dying. The boy replied that he wouldn't understand because he was a Walterian warrior, and he didn't know how terrible it was to be weak. Brad sincerely respected his strength. He promised that one day he would become stronger and try to break into the Forbidden Zone. But he died because he was weak, although he could have been much stronger. Martin began to shout that if someone had been able to stop the stranger then, he would have survived. But Henry grabbed him and pulled him to him. Henry said that he had already avenged him and now he should calm down, because there is nothing else to do in this situation. Baold asked to see who he was going to compete with, and then make a decision. Bao said he stunned him and asked the girls to find a wound-healing potion in their bag. The girls said that he wasn't really that bad. It's just that he lost a friend recently. Henry was just wandering in his thoughts all the time and trying to calm down. Henry then said that he would lead these people to the exit and return back to him, because it will be more difficult for them if they stay with them and go down. In any case, this door can be opened by force, as it is written there. Therefore, you need to catch the monster who used this force. The girls were surprised that Henry was able to decipher this inscription in an ancient language. After all, it wasn't even Walterian language, and Baold asked Henry to stop and turn back. When the boy tried to leave the door, there were already a lot of monsters there. They were surrounded on all sides, and to get out it was necessary to destroy them. Henry assumed that maybe they matched on the smell of blood. If he and Baold were together, they would be able to cope, but he cannot guarantee that he will protect them on his own. Meanwhile, Bathold opened a passage to the lower floor and called everyone down. He grabbed the girls and told them if they stayed there, they would have endless competition with these monsters. Henry barely had time to jump into this passage and closed the lid behind him. The guy didn't understand why he was arranging the test if he was going to open the passage on his own anyway. Bao said that this passage led them to the lowest floor of his quarters. They flew for a long time through the sewers and were finally thrown somewhere with the help of a stream of water. And then they all saw where Baold the Sword King resided. Thanks to Baold, the girls managed to solve an urgent problem. If Martin's physical strength is restored, then he will definitely be cured. But the problem was that when he came to his senses, he would most likely go hunting again. Mr. Bao would not always be able to magically help them. From the local interior, the girls had goosebumps. It was very creepy there. The ceiling was made of ribs, and the pillars were made of leg bones. Henry guessed that he had soaked all the bones in water, drained all the blood, and smeared it all with fat. Bao noted that Henry still understood something about building a shelter for monster bones. He said that he did not have moss lamps on the ceiling and a flower garden, but he also tried to build a monster house. But Bao said that monsters did not appear in this place. Henry called this place a paradise under the earth. Bao led him to the door and told him that only they separate heaven from the real hell in this place. The boy thought that the final boss of this dungeon was behind them. Henry was clairvoyant enough to guess that they needed to open that door. According to the owner of the inn, Bao competed with the sacred beasts several times. And he probably already used them, but judging by the fact that they are closed, there is something unusual here. In this case, he needed to use his maximum strength. But after the blow, Bao said his sword felt more like a back brush. He ordered him to focus on his aura and try to land another blow. At first, this door was hard, but as soon as Henry's sword touched it, it immediately became soft, and it became impossible to cut it. The boy wanted to try another blow, but Bao pushed him away and said that was enough. He was surprised that this boy didn't even know how to use an aura blade. The girls came up to them together with Martin. Their supply of provisions would be enough for a month. And since there were 5 of them, this period was halved. Bao said that during this time he should teach him how to use aura properly. But Henry said that they didn't have time to train. The more Kiwi said that they needed to do it faster. At that moment, Bao took the bone of the monster in his hands and filled it with aura. After that, he cut open the door. Aura could not be called a great power that exists by itself. It needs to be sharpened like a sword blade to achieve true strength. And since Henry couldn't even use an aura blade, it could be assumed that the monster's skin would be the same. The boy with huge eyes looked at the Sword King and asked how he did it. He also wanted to learn it endlessly because he really likes the laser sword. Henry cried because at level 5 he didn't have cool weapons or cool skills, but here he can use a laser sword. Bao asked Martin to come back to them because it was about him. Because they didn't know when the aura would manifest, but there was nothing wrong with learning how to use it beforehand. Martin fell on his knees and said that he would be devoted to him until death, and even after death. Spirit, which is the source of life, is divided into 4 main elements: aura, force, mana and prana. Most people have an aura, but it doesn't manifest. And even if it does, you need to choose the right approach to manage it. This concerned not only the personal aura, but even small manifestations of the elements that are around. In order not to miss them, you need to develop and use your aura. Henry said that he was ready and asked the girls to hit him so that he dodged. Their blows were not felt by the boy. But then he was hit by Bao and couldn't dodge it. While the girls were treating his wound, Bao said that even a pig could feel the 4 elements better. Henry began to argue that the Sword King was just mocking him. But he paid attention to Martin and he did very well. He said that this is the first thing that novice hunters learn: the ability to feel the 4 elements. After 3 days of training, nothing had changed and Henry asked to be taught something more practical. Bao didn't like his attitude to training because he only knew how to talk a lot. But he still agreed to change the type of training for him, and talked about releasing aura. It is necessary to concentrate the swab aura on the tip of the finger. After that, tense up. Bao delivered a very powerful blow with no weapon other than his aura. He said that the power was not very great, but it was suitable for deterring the enemy. Although the boys were shocked and asked to start with something simpler. But Martin's aura has not yet appeared at all, so he cannot perform exercises where it is needed. Bao asked Henry to share his aura with this weakling. But he didn't know how to do it. The king said it was like putting aura into a sword. You have to reach out and strain. Henry didn't like that he had only one explanation, and that was to tense up. The guy started trying. And he really managed to do it. Now Martin can train and perform exercises with an aura, although he did not have his own. Bao said that Henry still had some aura control abilities. But the problem was that they were very difficult to find. Inexplicable crystals appeared on his hand, as if from an aura. And Henry began to run throughout the territory and wave his hand. Martin turned to Bauthold. Although he said that Henry did not have any abilities, he still envied him. He believed that it was impossible for a simple person like him to reach Henry's level. When he received his aura, he felt its power. Bao replied that that guy also had an aura just recently. And judging by its amount, he is not one of the common ones. He even suggested that if he was trained, Henry would be able to match Bao at some point. The amount of aura increases every time the owner crosses the threshold of life and death. It is something like adjusting the body in order to survive. Henry completely lacked the ability to wield a sword, so the level of aura content increased greatly. Martin knew that this boy had become stronger in order to survive in extreme conditions. However, Ball considered Martin talented. Because before that, everyone who wanted to become his student ran away. And even if they held on, they still died in the end. You can become a real warrior only in the face of death. The boys were grilling meat and talking. Bao learned that Henry had been competing with monsters far above him for 20 years in a row. This is indeed a long time, but it is not enough to put himself on the edge. The boy had certain circumstances and he did it not because he liked it. Henry apologized for being the only one to eat so much and urged the others to join. Bauthold got up and called everyone after him, because they were waiting for a real training. The king took Henry's sword and said that it has a good balance, because it cannot cut bones. But it is made of world wood, and it can be used. Henry said that it was given to him by the elf king. Bao replied that the ability to absorb aura is not so easy to find. He was good for someone like Henry, who can't control her. After some machinations by Bauthold, his sword became an aura blade. You just need to apply aura to the tips of the sword. You should use some kind of strong metal as the base. It seems that Henry has begun to understand how to make an aura as hard and sharp as a sword. But Bauthold pushed him and said it was nonsense. The king threw his sword into the pit, and told him that he didn't have the talent to use the aura blade. And if he wants to survive, he needs to learn to feel her. Although he cannot use the aura blade, he already had it. Bauthold left him on the other side of the door so he could learn how to control the aura. Henry understood why he got so much food. He believed that it was possible to just force him to practice. But in addition to this door, there was also a monster of this dungeon. He didn't waste a moment to attack the boy. Bauthold didn't just want to force him to train. He wants Henry to realize the truth. It was the hand of an angel. And the boy cannot attack it, because the system forbade and gave the task to strive for eternal life. If you look closely, it was standing still to guard the gate. And Henry thought that it might be Bauthold's creation. And he used it as a sandbag without even knowing what it was. Of course he felt sorry for the angel who was captured by Bao, but for him it was the worst thing that could happen. Henry immediately thought of Kiwi's hair. With it, he could break the landmark and try to fight. But no one could have known that such a situation would happen to him, and they remained in the bag. Meanwhile, Bao and Martin practiced the aura sensing skill inside the room. Although the boy could not feel so clearly that the battle was going on inside, Henry had a completely different level of training, probably due to the fact that he is a Walterian warrior. But Bao replied that there are no Walterian warriors except him in the world. Martin thought that he just hadn't yet managed to win the recognition of the Sword King. One could think anything, but he didn't really have any aura control skills and his movements were kind of flimsy. Since Bauthold could fully see what was happening behind the door, it was unclear to him why Henry did not attack the monster. The boy understood that before he learned how to control this aura blade through the system, he would not be able to attack. It was very strange that he activated at such moments. At that moment he could not cause any harm to the monster. And then Henry realized that he had been living with this system for so long and didn't notice that it was receiving information based on what he was seeing. This means that if Henry closes his eyes, the system will not perceive the presence of the angel. Besides, this opponent could not move. So he began to attack this creature with his eyes closed. But the boy was surprised that he was not affected by a cross blow. And he dodged absolutely all blows. And after that he successfully attacked using the force of recoil. Martin felt 4 great powers and some other energy emitted by the monster. Bao said that he is fighting a tasteless monster. Although his skin is not bad, so he made a door out of it. This means that Henry will not be able to defeat him. But the goal of the task is for him to learn how to use the aura blade and defeat him. And he asked the weakling Martin to continue training, because he should develop his senses enough to see how he competes. Martin calmed down and continued. The more he worried for nothing because Henry was strong enough and training for his level couldn't be easy. And then Henry continued to fight. Martin silently watched him, that he did not even get tired and did not fall asleep. The battle continued for at least a day. On the second day, he realized what kind of fighting style Henry used. The monster was much bigger than one could imagine. The problem was that there was no blind spot in that cave where one could hide from the monster. On the 4th day, he tried to break down the door, but then resumed the battle, as if he realized that he would not be able to escape. It was noticeable that his aura had decreased, and it seemed impossible to continue the battle. However, Bao only continued to observe. And Henry was busy running away from the monster. So the 5th day came. Henry did not remember the last time he slept, drank water and ate. My head was empty and everything was double in front of my eyes, but this monster didn't even get tired. From the very beginning, it was clear that a long battle would not bring anything good, and it was impossible to drag out time. And then he finally came up with a plan to accomplish the task. Bao noticed that it looked like he had connected his head. His attacks were not working. It was like being unable to cut silk with a wooden stick. Such light silk requires a sharp blade. If he couldn't use the aura blade, it means he has to make a big hole. Martin was surprised that even in such a situation he was able to find a way out. He roughly understood the situation, but he could not see what was in the depths. Henry did not run away from chasing the monster, but specifically ran in a circle to make the monster move more. This was to widen the gap created by Bao. Despite the fact that he does not have an aura blade, he tried to use aura in a weak spot. But he received a message that there is not enough aura in the body, and he needs to replenish the balance with the help of a full rest. Then Martin began to panic. He was convinced that Henry couldn't take it anymore and needed to open the door, because he had run out of aura. But this did not bother Bao. The boy began to shout that he did not have enough aura to protect himself. Moreover, without aura, he could not even theoretically create an aura blade. That is, there was no point in this training. However, Bao didn't care. From the very beginning, he did not expect that he would be able to activate this skill. Because an aura blade is the ability to compress a large amount of aura and create a sharp blade from it. And if he was not consciously able to make aura crystals in his hand, then he should be able to invoke this skill in the same way. But he didn't succeed. And it was strange that for some reason he had no abilities. It seemed as if he had a spell on him that prevented him from using the aura. In fact, the activation of the skill was rejected due to his low level. In this state, he will not be able to deal with a stronger enemy. And if he cannot use his power, he will die sooner or later. However, no matter what, this bitch manages to survive. And what Bao hopes for is the essence of Henry. When there is no place left to run, when you are in the face of death, that is when the human essence is revealed. But Martin did not understand how he could continue to fight such a senseless battle. when his defeat is already destined by fate. To kill the enemy that is in front of him, and not to think about anything except survival. This is the essence of Henry. This is the desire for survival, which knows no doubts. Bao didn't expect that he would begin to feel the four great powers just when he had used up almost all of his aura. After awakening his aura, he could not sense the external energy due to the large amount, but now that he had no aura left, he began to see everything very clearly. And also he felt something very familiar to him. It was his aura. The roots of the world tree absorb the aura. A high concentration of life force and energy turns into red crystals from which blood crystals are obtained. Blood crystals are aura crystals. Although he cannot use an aura blade, he already had something that absorbs it and can create a blade. It was his sword from the world tree. And when the boy realized this, he pounced on the door and cut it into small pieces. The whole company watched what was happening in surprise except for Baold. For him, this was the expected end. After a few seconds, Henry himself appeared in front of them. A powerful aura radiated from him. He tried to blame Baold for his abuse. But his body was so exhausted that he collapsed and could no longer move. An interesting guest appeared in the restored facility of Syria. He was told about an oasis in the desert, so she expected to see something similar, but something completely different turned out. There were many sweaty, smelly hunters who had just come out of the dungeon. Rarely were there female visitors among them. Fortunately, Kaylin's famous attraction, the tears of the oasis, really tasted as good as they said it would. But the girl said that it would be better if it were served cold. She rated this establishment at level D. Eris appeared before her. He was responsible for receiving guests. Recently, they introduced a service for personal communication with visitors to improve the quality of service. The girl was shocked and immediately rated the service at the level of SS class. Many girls came to this establishment to meet Eris. But when they saw that he was talking to another girl, they continued to drink alcohol. The men could not understand what they found in him. After all, it was difficult for them to determine whether it was a boy or a girl. Someone is sweating at work and drinking cheap beer. And this major earned money by entertaining girls. Ether immediately flew to their table and said that this is also work. And he amuses them clearly not because he likes it. Moreover, this establishment did not become popular just like that, and suddenly regular customers appeared in it. They fell in love with the inn because their problems are listened to here. The broadcast advised the men to contact Syria and asked them to take them to work. Meanwhile, Syria held a meeting with a merchant. He assured her that he would do everything for the best. He hugged her and asked her to close the topic about work. Because while he was getting here through the desert, he was very tired. She was very annoyed by such behavior, but besides this old pervert, other traders in the desert were difficult to find. Then he said that there was no future in Kaylin. He appreciated her abilities that she was able to turn the tavern into such a ditch. But he was sure that she was not going to spend her whole life communicating with misfits. While he was talking, Syria took a bottle in her hand and wanted to smash it on his head. But at that moment, the cleaning lady came up and knocked the glass out of the man's hands. She also accused him of this, and said that she would not clean up after him all the time. Syria asked Kiwi what she was doing here. The girl answered that from 6 to 7 o'clock she cleans the second floor. They had an important conversation, but Kiwi assured her that she was already finishing the cleaning. As soon as the girl finished cleaning and left, the man began to shout and demand that she return. Because her upbringing outraged him. He raised his leg and ordered her to wipe. She had no choice but to pay for it, so he forced her to kneel and wipe. For the sake of the future, she must make every effort, not in the image of a prophet, but in the image of an ordinary person. She put his foot in the bucket, and he started to fall. And because of that, he fell from the second floor right behind Eris's table. Kiwi already understood that she had sinned a lot in front of Syria. Therefore, she expected an appropriate punishment. She trusted her to serve people. so she dumped food directly on the visitors. Then she ordered her to wash the dishes. As a result, she broke all the plates. Since she couldn't do anything, she forced her to wash the floor. But even here she was able to create problems. She gave her a job, and their debts only grew. Although Syria knew that this man was mean. Eris tried to justify her, and said that thanks to Kiwi, it was possible to expel him. Syria said that she was not like them. She was not interested in justice. She only wanted money. For the sake of money, she endured humiliation and worse. She used others, that's why she was able to survive. There are many bad people in the world, but there is no such thing as bad money. Justice will not feed her. Ether agreed with her, but she had done so much for the village. People say that life in Kalana continues only because of the oasis and because of her. The series did not believe in such nonsense. But Ether said that she heard it from visitors. She specially bought products at a high price, which are grown by the inhabitants of the village. And she created a landmark for them. Eris added that thanks to Baold the village was safe. And if she hadn't done all this, then this peak of the forbidden territory could not have become such a peaceful place. Maybe that's why she was so angry when they were going to take Baold with them. But even if they understood it, Bao still has to leave this place to save the world. It was logical that the world could not be saved without him. But Kiwi was not sure that this salvation was for all of them. And the girl asked to talk about them with Baold. When Henry woke up, he asked to open the door, because he believed that he was still in the cave with the monster. But in fact he was already lying in bed in Bao's house. He managed to survive, and that is the most important thing. His broken bones also healed. Martin and the girl stayed with him while Henry slept. He decided to go outside to get some fresh air, and there he saw a burning fire. Baold was sitting there. He said that Henry slept for 2 whole days and finally woke up. He planned to throw it in the trash if he didn't wake up tomorrow. Henry admitted that thanks to him he slept very well, but if he did this kind of training again, he would risk falling asleep forever. Bao gave him the liquid to drink. Henry immediately started grimacing. But he said it was a warrior's alcohol made by the Walterians. It was made from the bones and blood of very strong monsters. It was the best way to restore vitality. Baold noted that perhaps he, as a foreigner, would not like this drink. The guy suddenly drank all of it. It was really very strange alcohol. It felt like 70 degrees. Henry then asked how he knew he was a foreigner. It's actually very easy, because he didn't even mind. In general, foreigners have a habit of staring into the void when studying monsters or items. It's also a habit to check the level, although Henry didn't do it very often. But it was strange for Baold, because he thought that Henry would attack him. Because now he has an aura blade. The boy replied that he didn't need it. Moreover, Bao knew that he could not use the aura blade now. Henry gained a new power, although it has no limitations. It was surprising that he wasn't happy about it, because his goal had always been to become stronger. The boy replied that he never thought he wanted to become stronger. Then Baold asked why he was constantly participating in various battles. He replied that he just wanted to survive and live a peaceful life. But he realized that this was not enough when he saw Martin, who had lost his comrades. Henry competed alone for 20 years in a row. And somehow he appeared in Ratna. And as a result, he realized that a foreigner would not be at peace anywhere. He was never able to adapt, and then he met others. A dragon that hides its essence. And a wyvern who was falsely accused of murdering the king. And later, the prophet of the goddess, who was born in absolute blindness. They are all very strange, and that is why they were able to accept him. And if they remain alive after all the battles, then that will be enough for him to be happy. But there are those who prevent this. And because of this, he competes. Baold thought that he was fighting with the whole world for the sake of relations. But it was not so. Then Henry asked Bao why he keeps fighting. because those who betrayed the goddess were his comrades. And no one can force him to go against them by force, if he himself does not want it. Bao replied that 80 years ago he wanted to become the strongest. First there was one weak Walterian boy. Mainland Ratna 70 years ago. Due to dungeons and monsters that appeared unexpectedly, he had great difficulties. At that time, there were no such organizations of hunters' guilds in Ratna. The inhabitants of the mainland could only hope for mercenaries. These were foreigners who moved from the barren islands. It was a Walterian race. They have been mercenaries since ancient times. As a child, Baold also performed small duties and went on raids with the rest. These should be simple tasks. But during one such raid, he alone managed to survive the battle. The merchant told him that even if the goods were fine, as long as the monster was alive, there might be problems with the next shipment. He threw the boy a coin and asked him to return to his island. It was not difficult to deceive such simple people as their race. There were many cases when the Walterians did not receive their fee even for fulfilling the contract. To the inhabitants of the mainland, they were nothing but savages. That time, Baold put a weapon in the merchant's face and demanded money for the work done. But when he returned home, he was kicked by his father. Because mainlanders like to spread rumors. And he threatened their client and ruined the trust of the Walterians. The island where they lived became more and more deserted. They lacked provisions. Without orders from the mainland, they risked extinction as a race. Although Bao tried to explain to the elder that these people behaved terribly towards them, but he did not even want to listen to him. He said that it was not the fault of the clients that their task had failed. And he ordered him to go and rest. The food he brought was bought with the lives of his parents. He was disgusted to look at it. He was disgusted by his weakness. But he forced himself to eat everything to the end. To grow up and become stronger. To grow up and become the strongest in the world. Several years passed, and he was initiated into adult life. He was 21 years old then. And there were no more strong monsters left in his homeland. The elder called him to him, and said that Baold had become a great warrior, and he allowed him to marry his daughter. But he was not impressed by the elder's recognition, and he was going to Ratna in order to become stronger. That's why he went through the ceremony. His daughter was persistent, and she was ready to let him go only if he won her over. He took a boat and headed straight to Ratna to become even stronger. But Henry began to demand details of what had happened to his bride. Baold replied that he had defeated her by his own strength. This was only possible if he had no feelings for her. But Bao said that he liked her. But he didn't want to make her wait. To wait for a person who is so close to death for the status of the strongest. So he continued the endless battles. He wandered around all corners of Ratna and entered all the dungeons that came his way. He knew no other way but to push himself to the limit. Bao destroyed a large number of monsters. But every time he was supposed to die, he survived. And thanks to this, he became stronger. After 4 years of constant traveling and training, he met his old friend. It was a monster that left Baold fatherless and motherless one day. But then a sword master from the Hunters Guild appeared next to him. He was tasked with killing this monster. He asked Bao to tell his name and guild. But he wasn't going to listen to anyone and rushed at the monster. Sometimes he encountered such annoying hunters as this one. You shouldn't be on ceremony with them at all, so that they don't get bored. But he was very fast for a hunter. It's just that everyone who was not registered as a hunter was not allowed to enter the dungeon. Then, in addition to killing the monster, they also had to fight among themselves. It was the first time that he could not suppress an opponent weaker than him. And that his sword did not even touch him. This guy thought that Baold was a foreigner, and he just wanted to stun him. But he turned out to be more dangerous than a monster. Bao began to use his aura to further counter such an opponent. But then he just fell down, and his wound started to bleed profusely. This guy couldn't understand where it came from, and thought that he suffered from his aura. As it turned out, this guy was a descendant of the Andrews clan. He was met by a servant and did not understand why he went hunting and what the consequences would be if the authorities found out about it. The boy understood that in this case all agreements with him would be broken, but he believed that being close to ordinary people, helping them personally, this is what he could do at that moment. This boy's name was Garkon. The servant was also worried that he had brought a wounded savage with him. He considered him very dangerous, because he was fighting with a wound from which an ordinary person would not even be able to breathe normally, even with his bare hands against a magical sword master. Garhan considered him a very good find, but the assistant insisted that he was still a savage. He expected that Bao would not be able to get out of bed for at least a month. But when they were walking along the corridor, they saw this savage who had broken the wall and was looking for a way out. Bao himself did not yet understand what kind of fire was on his body. Then he thought that it was Garkon who had done something to him. The guy was shocked that he started moving after only 2 days. Maybe he instinctively activated the aura and accelerated the healing rate. Garhan said that he was the one who healed him, and this power, one of the 4 great ones, he summoned himself. The boy asked him to follow him and promised to show him a way to use his power correctly. All the more he needed to get a fee for the monster he was attacking. Because in the Guild of Hunters, they usually give a fee for completing the task. Therefore, he needs to register in the guild first to get his money. Since he became a member of Garkon's team, they had to share the money among themselves. But Bao was not satisfied with such conditions. At that time, all the inhabitants of the mainland seemed to him to be very skilled swindlers. But his opponent was an aristocrat who hid his identity. It was clear that he did not need money, and Bao was interested in what he was up to. The manager said if he wants to join their guild, he needs to measure his level. Bao grabbed it and asked what it was. Garhan replied that it was a new magical device they invented recently. It can accurately measure the level, and it warns against questionable raids. But Bao refused and threw this stone to Garkon. Garhan assumed that he refused because this device was created based on the magic of the demon god. But he said he didn't know any demonic gods, and he didn't see any point in finding out his level. He didn't want to join the group of cowardly hunters who can't do anything until they know their level. Garkon said that not everyone is ready to risk their lives like him. On the contrary, those who do not have strength can suffer from monsters and thieves. And the Hunters Guild was created to protect the weak. Hunters were the most fair way to use their powers. Then Bao said that the master hero spoke very well, who hid his face. He added that the weak always die, and the strong survive. There was no point in talking about justice, because the reality is different. Gahan agreed that there was some truth in his words. But he was sure that reality could be changed, if they had enough power. If he really wanted to become the strongest, then Garhan suggested that he follow him. He was ready to give him the opportunity to compete with strong opponents until he was bored. It was not just a hero's game. In his words, sincerity was felt. He then joined Garhan's team as an escort knight without measuring levels. But Bao warned that if he got bored of fighting, he would kill him first. Garhan asked him to get dressed, because if rumors spread that the Walturians don't wear clothes, it would all be because of him. Although Henry was dressed, he constantly had to hide his breasts. After this incident, Garkon's family broke all relations with him, so they were able to go on a long trip. Garhan turned out to be different than Henry thought. He really stood for justice, but then why did everything happen like this? Henry was shocked by his story and these false rumors that he didn't want to measure the level because he didn't like the Demon King. He was also interested in why he didn't use the artifacts. They did the work that other hunters didn't want to do, and it turned out that it was mostly clearing dungeons. At that time, there weren't many people who could do it. That's why they even became famous. They managed to get a lot of artifacts, but Baold immediately broke them when he used the aura. Moreover, at that time, Identifying and evaluating artifacts was not an easy task, so it was difficult for Garhan to use them. The only one who bought artifacts from them was Zenobia, who studied the magic of the demon god. As a result, she joined their team to personally enter the dungeons and study them. Most likely, she was the first to do the work of hunters, while being an intellectual sorcerer. They became even more famous and took on tasks among the nymphs. Their duties included punishing runaway slaves who attacked the aristocrats. However, the aristocrats who disliked him and Garhan betrayed the nymph race and set the slaves free. Among them was Holian. She also joined their team and told the world about the crimes of the nymph elite. In the world they were called hunters who help the weak and create justice. One day when he turned back, he saw that a large number of hunters were following them. They just had to look forward and keep going because this was just the beginning. Baold fought without stopping. He could have died 1,000 times, but he continued to cling to every opportunity. And all this was just to become the strongest in the world. Garhan was already beginning to doubt whether he was really human. But the problem was that only one can be the strongest. And the day will come when they will have to fight each other. At some point, Garhan invented his own sword technique and achieved great success in it. He had no equal in the skill, but it was impossible to admit it. Because the real victory is when one of the two fighters dies. From time to time, they held demonstrative fights among themselves to amuse the audience. But Baold did not like this circus. Compared to monsters and Ratney, there were few hunters so far. And the expansion of the Hunters Guild requires investment from outsiders. They hoped for interest in the Hunters Guild. If they wanted to support the research of magic, they had to approach Zenobia. The heroes assured that with the help of the guild they would be able to save more people. Baold didn't like to rush, so he decided to focus on the other strong warriors for now and then return to Garhan. Then he met his father and asked him to wait a few days and went to his homeland. However, while he was gone, the season had changed. They were sitting at the same table, and judging by the way Garhan dodged the blow, it was not a ghost, but the real Garhan. He admitted that things really turned out to be more than he expected. They were interested in why he returned only now. Each of them had a lot of questions for Garhan. Then he said that his father had died. He had been suffering from a serious illness for a long time. Plus, because of his duties as a ruler, he was very overtired. That day, he came here to see each other for the last time and ask for forgiveness. Everyone started apologizing for the accusation because no one knew about it. Garhan remembered that Holian wanted to save money for an orphanage, in order to protect people like her. And Zenobia said that better equipment was needed for deeper research into the demon god. And Baold said that he wanted to leave the Hunters Guild. They had all heard about aliens from another world. So far it was unknown whether they were human or not. Maybe they were monsters in human bodies. Baold did not see any problem in this. If they are monsters, then their task does not change. Holian assumed that these could be people who accidentally got into this world. Therefore, it might be worth treating them like ordinary people. This can only increase the excitement of the local residents. Therefore, Garhan needed to become the ruler to stop the chaos. But the problem was that the ruler cannot be a hunter. He said that he was leaving the guild and it was a closed matter. Bao offered him a battle. Beatold's goal was preserved for many years. He wanted only one thing, to become the strongest. The girls were very worried about them. But they could not do anything. Zenobia said that she had put up a barrier so that the people of the village could not hear. Garhan said that while they were hunters, they cleared most of the dangerous dungeons. And now their job as hunters is over. Bao replied that he was born into an aristocratic family, and that everything had always been very easy for him. Garhan agreed that the world is unfair. Therefore, force alone cannot solve all problems. He wanted to prove to Baold that he would be able to balance this balance when he became the ruler. They fought for justice with the help of a sword. But it is impossible to create this justice. For the sake of balance, Ratna had to be just a ruler. Therefore, he will rule the entire empire. He said that the work of his sword was complete, and offered Bao to be his assistant. It was a very good offer, but he pushed Garhan away, and said that he offered to fight. Garhan objectively became stronger, and Bao could not allow a person who could become stronger than him to leave the sword. This was his last chance to fight him. Holian begged Bao to stop because he needed to heal his wound first. Garhan said that he would be able to cut him down if it was a real fight, and he, in turn, could use the moment and chop off his head. But in reality, all he could cut off was his hand. Bao said that he should speak if he survives to be involved in politics. Holian continued to persuade them to stop, as they were partners. Zenobia asked her to open a protective dome over the entire battle area. As soon as Bao took a step closer, swords rained down on him. It was the perfect defense. Garhan couldn't stop Bao's power with his own strength, but he could direct as many swords as he needed to hold back his onslaught. Garhan was convinced that his power would not save him. But Bao believed that if force cannot help, then greater force must be achieved. Bao complained that he could only run away. Meanwhile, Garhan struck him. Garhan asked if he was going to fight him until his body was torn to pieces. He used a sword technique that allows lightning to be sent between swords. Magical swordsmen usually don't do this, but Garhan used this skill like any other. Then Bao simply scattered all the earth around and his swords flew in different directions. Garhan could understand how he managed to blow up all the earth around him, but he couldn't understand how he was able to stop the magic swords. This allowed Bao to gather his strength and attack him unexpectedly with his abilities. But something happened that Bao did not expect. Garhan blocked the opponent's leg with the help of his swords. Since Bao was motionless, Garhan began to prepare his attack and said that the force is just a tool. He had accumulated enough energy to use the Thunder Siege ability. After this attack, Bao flew far away from the epicenter. His sword shattered into a bunch of small pieces. But this still did not convince him that power is just a tool. With a sword in his hands, he continued to defend himself and defend his opinion, because he left everything for the sake of becoming the strongest. He turned his back on his loved ones, paid no attention to anything. He put his whole life on the line. If he throws it all away, he will have nothing left. He had nothing else but a strong desire to achieve his goal and prove himself. Holian did not allow Bao to finish off Garhan, although she was always grateful to him for saving her. She could not do anything on her own. She always respected him for trying to become stronger. However, he lost his mind and began to show his anger on his friends. He began to quarrel with everyone in the team for the sake of battle. Was this the strongest he wanted to become? The stronger he became, the easier his sword broke. No matter how strong it was, it always broke as a result. But Garhan's sword never broke. He could barely speak and asked Bao to listen to him. He achieved all this only thanks to him. He forced himself to follow Bao. He could not change anything with his truth. He replied that Garhan was already strong enough and his ambitions were not an empty dream. However, Beatol's sword was very light. He was interested in the question of what the strongest sword is. So he left the team and went in search of an answer to his question. Henry asked if he still thought he had defeated Garhan. He replied that he didn't even know. He was a sorcerer swordsman from the very beginning who competed one-on-one. In a different situation, the result would have been different. Henry assumed that Garhan had taken the wrong path after Bao left. But Bao replied that this guy was not one to change so easily because of it. Conversely, if Bao had followed him then, he might have betrayed the goddess. He couldn't understand Garhan then, but now that he thinks about it, it wasn't necessary to end it like that. Henry seemed to understand what Bao meant. He was not a stranger like Henry. But Walterian warriors are perceived as strangers on the mainland. Moreover, there was no one near him who could support him in his quest to become stronger. But he still met comrades who follow the same path. and his adventures came to an end. The reason was that he did not want to admit it. But he thought that Henry simply did not understand anything, because he is a kid. But the boy noted that if you count his age correctly, he is already 40 years old. With age, there are more and more meaningless conversations. He was already tired of these conversations, so he offered to end them. But Henry asked to wait. If he left the team, how could he compete against foreigners during the war? After all, they fought together anyway. Henry asked to tell only this and then end the conversation. Bao met the person for the first time after Syria, with whom he has been talking for so long. He agreed to tell only this. About 20 years have passed since they broke up. He was still searching for true strength. And he was trying to find out what the strongest sword is. However, he could not understand this in any way. And he fell more and more into the abyss. It was a critical moment for him. Ruler Garhan from the 1,000-year-old kingdom of Kaldras took part in the war. He said that mercy is the position of the goddess, and his job is to turn foreigners into dust. On the 20th, Ruler Garhan openly declared that he would destroy the great land. Chaos was brewing in the world. Within the country, 3,000 people have already died because of these foreigners. If rumors are to be believed, they still have a level above 80, and killing people increases it. Due to this war, mercenaries passed through their settlement. The sailors were glad that the sea was too far to launch military operations here. But no one could know for sure, because foreigners could also be hiding there. A certain man went fishing and did not return for a very long time. He rented a boat from them and had to return it until the water rose. But one of the men said that it was strange, because he borrowed an anchor from him. And he asked another for the thickest rope he had. They thought he would sail on a big ship. They couldn't figure out how he went fishing if he didn't even take the bait. But then they saw something strange in the sea. Their bodies were completely covered by the shadow of the shark. They could not understand what this man was up to. He ordered all the inhabitants of the village to flee to the mountains, because there is a 200-meter monster in the sea. And he could easily swallow a whole ship. Such a big monster was difficult to meet underground. Garkan's sword was heavy and strong. Bautol did not understand why his sword was so weak. He wanted to become even stronger. A girl was waiting for him on the shore, who almost died while waiting for him. He was so motivated after seeing this girl that he just couldn't give up and had to defeat the monster. They hadn't seen each other for 40 years, so they started asking each other. He was shocked by the news about his homeland, which he hadn't heard anything about for 30 years. His struggle and his life. They left their mark, which raised many hunters. In their shadow were the Walturians, who continued to exist and were mercenaries. Due to the increase in hunter guilds on the mainland, there was less work. The opinion of the radicals, who engaged in brigandage to survive, and the neutral party, who wanted to preserve the military unit and pride, differed greatly. Faced with the extinction of an entire race, internal disputes were inevitable. It is even possible that the source of this was Bao. For the sake of becoming stronger, that nothing held him back, he betrayed his race. But she didn't blame him. She said that when you live on a small island, you don't notice how time changes. As a result, everything ended with the victory of the neutral party. But after the death of the father, the race lost its integrity. Bao assumed that she became the leader, because he noticed on her shoulders the sword that was given to the head of the Walturian race. But the foreigners were not weak enough to fight them, holding in their hands a piece of iron that represented nothing of itself. He figured it out. If they take part in this war, they will have provisions for the next 5 years. Moreover, this is the last chance for their race to become famous. At the same time, if they lose all their warriors, the extinction of the Walturians will be inevitable. And as the head, she must protect her race to the very end. Her voice trembled a little. It was not because of the fear of battle and war. Those things that he gave up to become stronger pressed on her feminine fragile body. She invited Baul to face the enemy with them. But he refused. She noted that he had not changed at all. For the sake of strength, he rejected all weaknesses. A boy who was afraid of weakness from the very beginning of his journey. Bao was disappointed. He expected more from the young guys. And they can't beat some old guy. He made a condition that if they couldn't beat him, they couldn't even think about getting off this ship. The girl ran out onto the deck and asked Bao what he was doing with the boys. He said that for these rats, who do not even have normal muscles due to lack of food, the war will be very difficult. Therefore, he asked them to go back to their homeland. But with these words he forced them to abandon the restoration of their race. To begin with, she offered to kill her. She was right. He thought he would become stronger if he let go of everything that was holding him back. But that only made his sword light. But he knew very well that the sword must be heavy. The warriors had no chance against the warriors from the Great Land. They said that they were fighting for the soldiers in order to enlighten those who believed in some goddess. They tried to find out from them where they had called for help. And they threatened to cut off the hand. But the warrior said that the stranger was trying in vain, he had better kill him and not waste his time. He said that he would love to do it. But he needs to collect people like him, who are level 30, and take them to the boss so that they can increase their experience points. And with everyone whose level is lower than 30, he can do whatever he wants. He can play with them as he wants. But at some point the gate opened and everyone stopped. A human silhouette appeared in front of them. It was Bao along with the giant sword that belonged to the main representative of the Walterian race. Meanwhile, the Walterians, whom Bao had sent back home, complained to the queen that she had given the symbol of their race to someone unknown. They did not understand what they should do if the sword never returned to their race. But the queen assumed that it would. But the fact is that he carried on himself not a giant, but the greatness of their race. It is impossible to remove the burden from oneself in order to become stronger. If so, then this sword will no longer be the symbol of a Walterian warrior, it will be the symbol of the strongest in the entire world. The last foreigner couldn't understand how Bao's level could reach 190. After he dealt with him, Bao asked the knight to tell Garkon that reinforcements had arrived. But he said that he did not see any reinforcements, because Bao was completely alone. He introduced himself as the Waltherian warrior Bao and said that he was the reinforcement. It was not so difficult to meet with Garhan, the problem was different. But when Bao returned to Henry, he saw that he was already fast asleep and had not listened to his story for a long time. While he was telling all this, it was as if he himself once again lived this life anew. He believed that Henry didn't need any more training, his sword was already heavy enough. From the next day, Bao was going to show him a real fight. Meanwhile, the guide escorted the people who hunted Henry to Kalen. He said that this oasis has absolutely everything. He generally charged for his services, but today it was a special offer for them. And he agreed to conduct them and provide a special discount. The next day, Bao said that he and baby Henry would go to kill angels. So he asked to ask questions now before they left. Henry had one question. He wondered when the decision was made that he would also go. After all, the task was simply to clear the dungeon. However, it was very difficult. If you clear the dungeon, then everything inside will come out. If something goes wrong, then the gate will also move to areas where ordinary people live. The more the door that Bao made is destroyed, you need to deal with it as soon as possible. Bao pointed out that idiot Henry did it. But the boy began to deny it because he was the one who ordered him to do it. But even if they blocked the door, it wouldn't be for long. So they promised to clean up the house for now, and Martin was going to continue training. Bao asked if they knew that Henry was a foreigner. But the boy said no. He wouldn't want such nice people to know about it. Bao brought the boy to a special place. He wasn't even against this trip, because he was bored. But he thought that they came there to kill the sacred beast and close the dungeon. This giant boy was stronger than steel, and the lightning that flew out of his horn was much stronger than Garhan's magic skills. It was very difficult to fight him. It was still a sacred animal. Even Bao did not get it easily. He replied that it was really not easy, and from the very beginning he broke his horn. That way it was much easier to kill him. Henry was shocked by the fact that he killed him. After all, the boy did not know about it. Bao said that you can understand this from his house. It is made of the bones of a sacred animal. And Henry hoped that he could kill him and raise his level. And Syria thinks that the sacred beast is still alive. The boy was interested in whether he lied on purpose. Bao thought that he asked him too many questions and pushed him into the portal. Meanwhile, Syria felt very bad and did not get up from her bed all morning. Kiwi gave her a glass of water and said that it would help with dehydration during a hangover. She also asked how long. Kiwi answered that today is a day off at the inn. Eris and Ether went to get groceries. Syria felt as if someone had hit her on the head with a hammer. She remembered that yesterday the girls started asking about Bao. She said that without alcohol it would be difficult for her to tell anything. However, she looked cheerful enough when she talked about him. Syria felt embarrassed about it. The conclusion that Kiwi was able to draw from her story is that Bao, although strange, is a good person. It was obvious to Syria because he was chosen by the goddess herself. You don't even have to listen to her stories to understand him. Although perhaps she wanted to know not about Bao, but about what kind of person is next to Henry. The girl did not say anything in response, but smiled. Everything was clear from her facial expression, and without words. Ether didn't think that such a strong person as Bao could seriously think about many things. Eris noted that he looked a bit like Henry. Therefore, it is likely that they became friends. If you look closely, Henry constantly finds himself in some strange situations. Sometimes he ends up in prison, then he becomes a father. But thanks to this, they always remain on the sidelines. Because they are weaker than Henry. Eris pointed out that Ether grew very fast, and at such rates she could soon overtake him. But the girl replied that it was all thanks to the fact that he helped her make the core of the dragon. But she was well done for being able to do it. He was just happy for her. Ether looked at him and blushed. She was very happy that such a guy was next to her. To lighten the mood, the girl said that they are both dragons, so they understand each other half a word and have a lot in common. But inside she had a lot of different emotions that she barely managed to hide. Ether consoled herself with the fact that there were no other dragons around, except for Eris. She was just thinking about him a little more than usual. They won't be able to be together. Last time Kiwi just blurted out some nonsense at their expense. Although if you think about it, there were also successful examples. There were cases of crossing a wyvern and a dragon, because they are both dragon races. She could not say that it was absolutely impossible. Eris asked her what she thought about. Ether said that there are simply very nice elastics for hair, and that's why she. Eris then let her choose one for herself so he could give her a present. And at that moment some girl from the crowd jumped on Eris, saying that she had finally found him. Eris asked who she was. The girl replied that she was looking for him in the oasis, but as a result they met here. A conversation started between them and the girl complimented him on his beauty. She asked him to help with the bags because they were too heavy for her. This conversation really annoyed Ether. But the boy tried to tell her that he was at work. Moreover, he was not alone. Ether could no longer endure their flattery, and decided that it would be better to leave them alone. She was annoyed that he could help any girl, although she understood that he might need it for his reputation. But Ether started saying this because she thought that Eris would immediately run after her. But they continued to stand. The guy was standing on the roof and controlling the situation. It was their plan to send the girl to Eris. So far everything was according to their plan. It even seemed to him that it was they who fell into some kind of trap, and not him. But Richard asked not to talk nonsense. And the target did not even know that they were chasing him. He asked him to be more careful not to reveal it until further instructions were given. The guy said that they can solve this issue much faster and kill everyone who is there. But Richard noted that the customers asked them to deal with it quietly. Then he contacted Bella and asked if she managed to find the target. She replied jokingly that she didn't even know how to answer, because she will be able to understand it only when she goes inside. He asked her to be very careful. Then he needed to contact Cheryl, but for some reason she did not respond to his inquiries. One of the thieves believed that this girl could have already forgotten about their plan. She was probably already busy with something else. Although the probability that she will not succeed in anything simply cannot be. In this case, they agreed to follow Henry, as they had planned from the beginning, until they wait for a good opportunity. From this moment, each of them must kill their personal target. The boy heard these instructions and fired a shot from his bow. After he hit the ether, he reported that the first target was destroyed. Meanwhile, Eris was helping a new acquaintance with her bags. He asked if they were going down too deep and wondered where her sleeping place was, because it was time for him to go back. But the girl said that she did not have a place to sleep and she lied to him. She pressed him against the wall and said that she had not met such a man as him for a long time. The girl asked what was most valuable to him. She looked dangerous, and she shouldn't have acted like that. Two men noticed them and asked what they were doing in broad daylight. One of them noticed that Mr. Eris was there, and said that strangers usually don't enter this alley. Eris had time to examine her bag and what was inside it before she left to join the men. She came closer to them. But the men asked them to leave this place because it could be dangerous. Eris found a paper in her bag with a picture of Henry, and the inscription that he killed the king of the elves. But it was impossible, because when they left the kingdom of elves, he was still alive. Moreover, Loudel saw it all with his own eyes. In the kingdom of elves, they cannot be suspected. Therefore, someone else was involved. Cheryl said she didn't like muscular men, and after that she killed them both in front of Eris. The boy asked who she was. The girl answered that she was the witch Cheryl, and she was 14 years old. Then she began to remember what else needs to be said during the introduction, and added that she is an investigator of the Union of Fairies. Eris knew that it was the same Union of Fairies that Holian ruled. He realized that the answer to his question came by itself. Therefore, he used his fiery power to avoid contact with her. He started running very fast after that. Eris seemed much smarter than she expected. The boy knew that only one who belongs to the four great heroes could do such a thing. The king of the elves figured out their plans, so they killed him. And now they want to blame Henry for everything and prevent them from escaping. In this case, they can only have one goal. The first is to capture the prophet of the Kiwi goddess or simply destroy her. Cheryl said that now it was Eris' turn to catch up with her. It was just a game to her. But the fact is that the bubbles it emitted were capable of destroying a person. They make holes in a living person. It was a trap, and Eris should have quickly called Kiwi and run away from this place to avoid death. Cheryl continued to play her game and found more and more people to make her victims. But Eris asked her to stop and used an ice arrow to do so. She easily defended herself from the arrow and said that she could stop only if he caught up with her. The guy noticed that she was even able to block his magic. He wondered what kind of magic she used. He wanted to take a gun that shoots crystals, but it was not behind his back. It seems he lost it somewhere. It was in a package that remained in ether. The girl was surrounded by people. They only noticed how she fell to the ground after something got into her. Then local residents recognized ether and said that she should be taken to the oasis urgently. But her killer came and told her not to be touched or he would have to deal with him. He said that in reality this girl is a dangerous criminal. He asked them to pretend that they did not see anything and move on. No one believed him that she could be a criminal. But the boy showed them a photo with Henry. It was written there that it was Henry who killed the king of the elves. And she was in his team, so she is also a criminal. Because of him, he had to part with his brother to complete the task. He thought that these people were in the same gang as her, and decided that there should be a fair punishment for them for supporting criminals. But the girl came to her senses, and when she understood the situation, she quickly jumped out to run away. It was unexpected. He needed to interrogate her, so he specifically did not aim at the heart. He did not think at all that she would pretend to be dead and wait for the moment of a counterattack. But he was completely calm and even let her move away, because with her 52 level, she will not be able to escape from his arrow. Ether understood that if the king of the elves was really killed, then it was most likely done by that stranger Richard. But now the most important thing for her was to hide and observe the situation for a while. She saw construction nearby and decided she could hide there. Then she saw the arrows in the sky, with which she was also shot. They were so carelessly released that they could very easily have aimed at ordinary residents. But then she saw that the arrows did not fly past, but turned in her direction, although there was no wind to blow them like that. One of them still hit the girl in the leg and left behind a mark, as if it was some kind of sign. The mark is a target created by the power of this thief. It directed his arrows. The bigger the picture, the more accurate the hit. He was amused by the fact that she would not be able to escape from him in any case, and would die as a result, no matter how much she wanted it. But the girl said that he underestimated her. She just needed to dodge the arrows. The boy admitted that she was as fast and agile as an arrow, but everything was not so simple. The faster she ran, the faster the arrows chasing her became. Ether was not going to constantly run away from her. Therefore, she predicted the direction of her flight and destroyed her. When she was hiding in the forest, she had to face such shooters as him more than once. All the more, she warned him not to underestimate such a beauty. And now it was time to strike back. But he replied that she also underestimated him, because a real hunter is always ready for the unexpected. After these words, he attacked her with an arrow that wounded her from the very beginning. He had already said goodbye to her. When the animal is hungry, it does not know where to go and is ready to eat everything that can fill its stomach. He has neither bad nor good intentions. He tried to survive without thinking about justice. And because he was such a beast among people, a young dragon who does not know human language, he had very small wings, so he could not go after his flock. One of two things awaited him: to be chased away by humans or killed by a monster. Eris didn't understand why he lost his crystal thrower at such a moment. He could block the blow with his magic. He started shouting to people to run away from that place. There was a market on the street, and his fire magic could be a big loss if he didn't find it quickly. He managed to spot Cheryl among the people, who was playing with her child with her bubbles. But Eris managed to save him before he caught them with his own hands and was injured. He then delivered a powerful blow to Cheryl, at such an angle that only she would be hurt by him. But ordinary people did not let him do it. They grabbed him and held him from all sides. They took his gun and Cheryl said he was following her, and now he's trying to start a fire here. People also confirmed that dead bodies were found in the alley from where he came out. They will all feel an inexplicable fear, and when they have nowhere to run, their fear will turn into violence. If the situation does not stop at some point, they will feel this aggression, and they will turn into monsters that destroy everything in their path. This is exactly what he saw while he lived in the form of a dragon. Therefore, he cannot show his true account for anything. But he did not understand why he was chosen, and why he was raised as a person. If he had died like an animal, he would not have known these feelings of abuse. He did not understand why this curse was only on her. Time is limited for a person. 40 years have passed since they first met. Although he was a young dragon, it was easy for him to tear a person apart by mistake. However, those he attacked received only minor injuries. At that moment, she saw in his gaze the courage that other dragons did not have. Therefore, she realized that she would be able to teach him, as well as compassion for those who fear him. That's why she worried about him. Eris turned into his true self in front of a bunch of people. People were very scared and started running in different directions. A very big push and chaos began. Eris turned to them and asked them to take their time and evacuate carefully. Cheryl hadn't heard that the dragon was also their target. That is, he constantly hid his essence, but now so easily revealed it in front of everyone. It was all for the sake of protecting people. And because of that, Cheryl thought he was an idiot. With the help of bubbles, she could defend herself from attacks. But she managed to use this magic very quickly. She was sure that these people would not even be grateful to them for saving him, and would soon come to kill him themselves. But until they did, Cheryl wanted to be the first to do it. So she didn't hesitate, and started using her bubbles to attack the dragon. However, for him they were really bubbles and he was able to disperse them thanks to his wings and without any abilities. At that moment, the floor began to crumble under Cheryl's feet, so she had to run quickly. Eris said that even though people fear him, that's why he has to be on their side and protect them. That is, it meant that this is the reason that he is a dragon. Therefore, he gathered his strength and attacked his enemy with fire. Meanwhile, the criminal tried to deal with her and kill her. She could not resist him and therefore simply covered her face with her hand and was ready to accept her defeat. But Ether started calling Eris and felt something strange. The girl found the strength to push him away from her. The guy said that he did not want to make her a hedgehog and asked her to die peacefully. But he himself said that a hunter always has a backup option. Then he needs to be more careful with what is below. He did not understand what nonsense she was talking about, and said that there was nothing there. But then his eyes were blinded by the bright light from the fire of Eris. He almost fried the ether with his scum. It was the true breath of Eris. He just burned through the entire building. Thanks to the miss at Cheryl, he hit another enemy, thanks to the large area of attack. As his mother had said, no matter how hard he tried for the people, the dragon would always be a symbol of destruction for them. Because a dragon is just such a creature. However, they live long enough. The people realized this time that they were saved by a dragon who was the man working in the oasis. He dreamed that, as a result of many accidents, he managed to make friends with people at least once. He was in debt to Syria. He had hope. The people standing there sincerely thanked him for saving him. But alas, these were their last words before death. Cheryl was a merciless animal. She said that they cannot be trusted. They say thank you now, and then they will spread rumors about him, that dragons are very scary after all. So until they hated him, Cheryl thought it best to kill them all. Eris was very angry with her and started using even more fire power. But its dimensions allowed it to deftly move around the entire perimeter and effectively dodge any dragon attacks. Eris said that these people were not guilty of anything and he could not forgive her for this. Cheryl noted that he was much better than he was. She wished she had seen his face in human form. She began to attack Eris with soap bubbles, but this time they caused severe damage to the dragon's body. He was very surprised because Cheryl's magic level had increased dramatically. She liked the look on Eris' face. He was confused because he hadn't expected such a turn of events. He thought he would be able to overcome her. That he would find a way, if only the people were safe. And he hoped that he would be able to defeat her if he turned into his true self. But she was level 93, when Eris was only 80. Cheryl considered him just a lizard. She wrapped her bubble around his neck and planned to strangle him that way. His mother asked him why he was so stubborn. Eris answered that he took it from her. But she advised him not to adopt stubbornness, and asked him to promise her something. She asked him to go on a trip and see the world. To meet new people, not be lazy and learn something new. She also asked him to try to find someone who would be on his side no matter what. His mother asked him to find a friend who would truly support him. Ether thought he was very kind and said that now he will definitely understand that you can't go after strange girls. Bella came to the inn and found the owner of the oasis. she knew that she received all the local information. Because that guy told her everything. But she asked not to worry because she didn't kill him. She asked why Kiwi was watching her so closely. Syria smiled and said that it was a dangerous enough area. It was her security. The hostess apologized if it offended the guests. Because security in this place is a common thing. Syria guessed that they wanted information about Henry. Bella replied that her friends were already looking for him. And she came to her to find out where a girl named Kiwi is. She is their main target. Syria replied that in their lands information has power. Therefore, she wanted to be offered something. Bella apologized and said that she did not take the money with her, but she believed that it would be enough for her to keep Syria alive. The landlady agreed and specified the name of the girl they were looking for. Syria turned to her bodyguard and asked to find Kiwi and bring him to her. She also asked to bring the rest of their gang. She promised to give her a special reward for this. The girl agreed and left. Bella noted that they have excellent service here and Syria settled in very well. Judging by everything, they were objectively sent by Garkhan and Zenobia. They are careful enough. If they were sent, then they are definitely not weak. She needed to find the rest quickly so that they could go back to the oasis as soon as possible. Bella admitted that it was not easy to search for Kiwi and her friends. And if they had other assistants, it would only add extra headache. And they had no way to find out who was helping them. Thanks to the series, everything was very easy to find out by itself. Bella turned her hand into a dagger and cut Syria's throat with one movement. Ether was caught by Eris when he turned back into a human and was powerless. The girl roughly understood what the problem was, and asked who this girl really was and what he knew about her. Eris said that her name is Cheryl, and she is a killer. She was sent by the great heroes. Eris' body was covered in wounds, and he definitely couldn't continue this fight on an equal footing. This would definitely lead to death. Ether asked what kind of wounds he had. Eris replied that Cheryl had wounded him when he was in the form of a dragon. Cheryl said that she was so good with Eris that she insisted that she not disturb them. Eris finally found her crystal gun and shot it right at her to freeze her right in the bubble. Eris ordered Ether to run away, and he would detain her. However, the girl was not going to run away alone and leave him. Cheryl did not understand what Eris was up to, because they had such a good time together. They had become quite close. Eris said she was level 92 and this thing wouldn't last long. He gave her the task of finding Henry and Kiwi and telling them everything. Eris apologized for asking her such a thing. But only she can do it thanks to her nimble feet. Cheryl guessed that this girl wanted to play hide and seek. But the fact is that she liked hide and seek more. She set up a barrier so they couldn't go beyond it, and it would be much easier to find and destroy them. While Ether was trying to break through the barrier, Eris said that they couldn't handle her. She wouldn't be able to break this bubble on her own. If he distracted her, it would cause a gap in it. And then he wanted her to get out of him. But Ether shouted that she didn't want that. She ran away very often. Good people died because of her, and every time only she survived. But now Eris actually asked to leave him to die here. She has to lose loved ones again. Eris remembered his mom dying and said he hated that feeling too, but they had no choice. Cheryl, meanwhile, had already started playing and looking for Eris. She was simply destroying all the buildings within the barrier. If he's still alive, she's asking him to come out because she can't find him. She started threatening to destroy this bubble right now. That is, everything inside the barrier will be destroyed. Ether understood that sooner or later she would find them anyway, and it was necessary to invent something. Eris took her hand and remembered her saying that she felt his breath and was able to dodge. She is level 92 and Eris is 80 when he transforms into a dragon. They can take chances, but a slow and large dragon is a very easy target for a wizard. They cannot defeat it with their own strength now. But Ether was not going to agree to his proposal, no matter how he persuaded her. He didn't want to use this method, but maybe it might work. After all, Ether had the same dragon's heart as he did. Therefore, he wanted to transfer his energy to her. Cheryl was happy because she finally found them. Dragons live long enough, so it takes 20 times more time to level up than wyverns. He gave her all the energy he had stored up to raise her level. Cheryl noticed that her level had risen a bit. It was certainly unusual that it had happened so suddenly. But she felt that she needed to try harder as she leveled up. The ether became even faster, and Cheryl wanted to see what she would do next. While ether dodged Cheryl's attacks, her level increased thanks to her speed. She gained 1 level per minute. When she reached level 70, she began to take the initiative and also attack Cheryl. She thought that maybe she had just misdiagnosed her level. But most likely it was really increasing in real time. She didn't know what they'd done to Eris there, but she knew they'd gone overboard. But Cheryl convinced the girl that it would not change anything and would just delay their death. Was this guy really worth it for her to fight not for life but for death? Eris opened his eyes and saw that the ether was not beating as it should. After all, the power must be used correctly. But it's clear that she didn't hear Eris' words and attacked Cheryl intuitively, just using all the power she has. The girl called her a naive child. Because men quickly get bored of those who run after them. Cheryl began to prepare a counterattack. Ether understood that she would not be able to dodge in the air, and in order to turn into a wyvern, she needed time. However, Cheryl was convinced that if Ether died, Eris would definitely turn her attention. But if Fur did not listen to her and simply continued to fight, because she understood that not only her life depended on her now. Cheryl was very annoyed because her level continued to rise. After some time, Ether's level became 85. She replied that she was not fighting so that Eris would pay attention to her. She competes because she wants to be always by his side and is ready to do anything for that. Cheryl could no longer control her emotions. It was funny, Ether was very annoying. The criminal continued to confuse her. She said that she was being used and that she had given everything she had, but she would not receive mutual love. And in the end, everyone will abandon her and betray her closest people, whom she considered her protection and support. Ether attacked the girl and tried to cut her bubble with her swords. She said that this is her story. Cheryl admitted that it was really about her. And there was definitely no happy ending in her story. Therefore, she believed that she had nothing to lose and that she could not be defeated. The girl said that with her level it is really difficult, but she is not alone. All this time, Eris had been waiting for a good opportunity to shoot Cheryl with a special weapon, and finally he did. It was a clear hit. Cheryl said she was now convinced that all normal men were already busy. Those were her last words. Eris understood that it was not for nothing that he learned to shoot from Henry. There was a smile on his face. But at the same moment, he simply fell to the ground and did not notice himself losing consciousness. Ether tried to pick him up and said they needed to go back so he could drink the potion. But this battle also greatly exhausted Ether. She gave herself completely to save herself and Eris. She repeated that they had managed and they needed to go tell everything to Henry and Kiwi. Ether apologized to him. As a result, Ether also lost consciousness and a man approached them. Meanwhile, Syria was sitting in the inn with a cut neck. Fortunately, she managed to survive, but the bleeding did not stop. She could barely open her eyes and saw Kiwi competing with Bella in front of her. Bella thought that the prophet of the goddess would be much stronger. But since she was only level 80, it is not interesting. Kiwi wanted to know if she was a foreigner, but received a kick in return. However, she said that compared to what happened 20 years ago, the situation has changed dramatically. If she kills Kiwi, the mission will be considered a failure. So she had the idea to cut off one of Kiwi's legs so that she couldn't escape. But an unforeseen situation occurred and Bella could no longer use her skills because her system failed. It was unknown how the Kiwi managed to do this, but she took advantage of the opportunity and began to take the lead in the match. Kiwi said that her power is very weak. Before the power of the goddess, false powers lose their light. But Bella believed that she had just reset her skill and nothing more. Therefore, she tried to attack the girl once more. Although Kiwi remembered that this scheme did not work only with Henry. Foreigners who rely only on a reference point are ordinary people with a high level. Bella realized that she had simply made it impossible for her to use her system. And she herself behaved like children with those whose level was higher. This was the essence of the prophet of the goddess. Syria saw the danger on the other side and tried to warn the Kiwi about it. The girl barely had time to turn around and defend herself from the blow. If it weren't for Syria, then most likely she would have already been eliminated. Another stranger appeared, but he was hitting with such precision, even though Kiwi was using divine power. Although Bella was wounded, she did not understand why he had come here. After all, she was sure that she would be able to capture this prophet of the goddess on her own. Richard only now found out that a prophet was standing in front of him, and he immediately rushed to her. Kiwi noticed that he didn't use any system, but could still use aura. It looked like he gained strength through training, just like Henry. Richard said that she shouldn't try so hard to help Ratna. But Bella shouted and ordered them to stop. Everyone immediately turned their attention to her. She grabbed Syria and said that even without skills she could crush her throat. Therefore, she ordered Kiwi to surrender. The girl could only be stopped by her skills, which she used thanks to the landmark. Their abilities are achieved through training, or the level remains the same. But if she is captured, then everything will go according to Garhan's plan. Kiwi saw the signal in Syria's hands that she had been giving Henry as he walked into the dungeon. Garhan's goal is to capture her alive. Henry just needs to get back to Kaelin before Garhan has time to leave this place. Kiwi threw down her weapon and said if they didn't touch Syria, she would submit to them. Bella did not even think that the prophet of the goddess would threaten her. But she had to answer her questions. Bella could have killed her if she resisted. She wondered why Garhan and Zenobia wanted to capture her alive. Bella replied that they did not trust her enough to tell such things. But Richard gladly told. The prophet of the goddess is an avatar that possesses her power. And if Garhan kills her personally, he will be able to get her power. And then his plan to become a god will be fulfilled successfully. This meant that Garhan wants to become a god instead of a goddess of darkness. But now Ratna can barely hold back the dungeons and the outsiders. If the goddess of darkness also disappears, then no one will be able to stop the invasion of the Demon King. Once Kiwi falls into the hands of Garhan, the end of Ratna will come. Richard said that everything will be just like that. But he asked not to worry. Because if she dies, then his plan will fail. And it looks like he was going to do just that. Richard probably didn't want Garhan to become a god either. Ether ran up to this man and said that they urgently needed to help Eris. But the boy noted that they both needed treatment. Ether was very grateful for the help, but Kiwi was in danger and needed help. It was Chan and he said he didn't know who Kiwi was, but assured her that the criminal wouldn't be able to lay a finger on her. Just before Richard's punch, a protective barrier appeared around Kiwi, preventing him from killing Kiwi. Torture and murder of 35 people from a caravan of nomads. Numerous victims among the population of Kaelin. Suspicions of many crimes in Ratna and terrorist activities. Leon promised that he would be punished for all this. Richard assured him that he was wrong. They were a special squad of investigators from the Union of Fairies. And this woman is the killer of the King of Elves. If there was a special squad working here, then Leon decided that they could be trusted. But if the special investigator is a foreigner who was the only one of the leaders of a large land, then here is another conversation. Thus, it turns out that Holian is working behind the back of the Order of Darkness. Kiwi added that she is not the only one. They attacked the goddess of darkness and took away her divine power and wanted to become gods themselves. These are Garhan and Zenobia. Leon was surprised that one of the four great heroes attacked the goddess. He asked who she was. The girl replied that her name is Kiwi, and she was created to stop their crimes. She is a prophet of the goddess. Leon concluded that she was a very strange girl. But Kiwi did not understand why. Because if she was really a prophet of the goddess, she would not have chosen such helpers. Bella was very naive and tried to attack Leon from behind, but Kiwi warned him against it. The Inquisitor calmed this girl down with just one blow, although he could have handled her very easily without Kiwi's prompting. They believed that no one would believe that someone ruled a large land, attacked a goddess, and decided to become a god himself. However, Leon said that it is entirely possible for the four big heroes. Richard found no better way out than to attack the strongest wizard in the world. Aliens cannot attack angels. To be precise, one who has a point of reference cannot attack an angel. But it was strange, because angels and foreigners were sent to Ratna by the demon King Ampelas. But then why should foreigners die at the hands of angels? During the battle in the dungeon, Henry's sword broke once again. It was created from an aura blade and it shattered as a result. It actually lasted for a long time, but Henry can't summon it by himself compared to Baotold. Bao said that he hunted so much that he broke his sword. But Henry didn't see the point in that, because he didn't even get points for it. Bao said that the real points are not numbers, but experience. This is proof that now he is suitable for at least something. Henry finally understood why Baotold still had no students at all. Bao suggested that the next step was to concentrate on the aura in the whole body. Henry demanded at least some rest, because he didn't even remember how many angels they had killed here. Bao said if he doesn't want to, then let him quit this matter. He was going to teach him a technique to raise his level temporarily. Then Henry said that he still had a lot of energy. Henry had forgotten that regardless of his abilities and strength, his level was always 5. Compared to him, Baotold was level 200. If you remember that the rest of the heroes are about the same level, then he didn't need to get stronger anymore. But for some reason, Baotold's level was visible in the reference point. He asked to stop thinking about unnecessary things, but better to feel the aura and tense up. He felt as if he was squeezing out aura with his whole body. Then he asked Bao to explain to him in more detail. He said to strain to squeeze out the strength and gather it together. It was kind of a terrible explanation, but he could feel his insides getting hot. As a result, there was an explosion of aura from Henry's body. The boy just fell, and Baotold said that he thought he wouldn't make it. It seemed to Henry that it was a self-destruction skill. Bao said if it wasn't blown to pieces, it meant it was working, so he ordered it to continue. The guy just thought that they wanted to kill him. At that moment, his alarm went off. He did not immediately notice it. This was the signal that Syria gave him. The girls started cleaning all over Baotold's house and decided to decorate it a bit, although they were only there for a short time. A woman's hand was definitely needed in such a place. When Henry and Baotold return, they will be very surprised. They even sometimes thought that they might have gone too far with the decoration. They heard a strange sound and immediately went downstairs to check if anything had happened to Martin. But he looked very happy. Therefore, after thousands of attempts, he finally managed to activate his own aura. He almost cried because he was doing it all for Brad, whom he promised to become stronger. Just that day, Henry returned from Bao and the girls were sure that the boys would appreciate his efforts. But behind the door stood not them, but a man in dark glasses. Bao immediately wondered what this signal meant and why she gave it to him. Henry said if she used it, it means something very serious happened there. It was like the angels sensed the blood and flew to one point. Henry asked how much more they needed to kill them. Bao replied that a Walterian warrior was allowed to kill on 3 occasions. The first, if there is a monster in front of him, because a Walterian warrior is not a member of the Order of Assassins. Second, as an exception, he can kill those who sincerely want to die. Henry was surprised that such people exist. Therefore, such a person should be asked 3 times whether he really wants to die. He should be given a chance to look back on his life. Henry asked if he was given 3 chances and then attacked, would it be considered suicide? Bao understood that it was confusing, but it was the principle of the strongest. While Henry was preparing to attack, Bao destroyed the angels in a few seconds. After that, he ordered Henry to go back to help his comrades and look after Syria. Henry wanted to know more about the 3rd case, but Bao promised to tell him later. They agreed and Henry headed headlong to the oasis. And Bao continued to kill angels. The sisters tried to heal Martin and heal his wounds, which he received in a duel with a stranger. The man noted that if he could somehow beat him with his level 50, then he and his friends will quietly go away. But one of his friends said that this is all a lie and they will not go anywhere, because his girlfriend fried his brother to a crispy crust. But he was able to immediately return to his brother. The monster said it was nothing compared to his healing. The bespectacled man was asked to find out where Henry was. These idiots were just mocking them, and it really annoyed Martin, but he still couldn't do anything about it, because they were much stronger. Although his friends told him not to even think of giving up, and they promised to heal him as long as it takes. He could fully count on them, and now he simply had to defeat this stranger. But one of them fired an arrow at one of the girls. Immediately blood poured out, and they did not even immediately understand what had happened. They arranged a game for themselves for fun and started shooting at targets. Each of them received a minus point if they hit not the girls, but the bearded man. The girl fell to the ground and her sister immediately began to heal her. She was in a panic. Martin was as angry as ever and immediately rushed to attack the boy. But he asked him to try better. Otherwise, it will look as if he is mocking him and does not let him die peacefully. Martin was already badly injured as well and could not understand how they could do such a thing if they themselves looked like humans. He did not understand how they could be so careless about human life. And this criminal, on the contrary, did not understand him. He had a low level, he couldn't even fight back. And the guy had a high level and he could make Martin kneel before him. He believed that it was very simple to understand which of them was stronger. Therefore, it was not logical not to use his strength. But he said that scumbags like them wouldn't understand it, because he was a hunter. In his understanding, this power is needed to protect friends or to fight monsters. In this case, he believed that Martin needed to raise his level to make his dreams come true. Weaknesses are the worst thing in the world. He asked them to heal him again, but it was time to teach them a lesson. It was obvious that the weak should bow their heads to the strong, and they are trying to change something. The boy said that it was very boring and asked the girl not to listen to this nonsense, and rather heal this bearded man. After all, she still won't be able to save too with her reserve of skills. And if he dies, then she must die too. She asked to kill her because she would rather die than be a toy in their hands. Because even if they die, Mr. Baold will still kill them. They couldn't understand what Baold had to do with them. Most likely, this girl was just talking nonsense before she died. He said he could have just asked her to be killed without any of that nonsense, and he would have gladly done it. The boy shot his arrow at the girl, but at the last moment she was protected by Henry's wooden sword. He returned. The girl turned her head and saw Henry there. Thanks to his return, she survived. They started laughing at her for calling Henry Mr. They were surprised by the fact that he was level 5, and this created doubts about whether he was really a Walterian warrior. But the boy replied that there was nothing to tell him and suggested that it would be better to check it on his own. Henry asked Foal to continue healing, but she said she couldn't do it anymore. Her healing isn't perfect, and if there's a lot of power in the wound, she can heal it. With her level, it's impossible. He asked how much longer they would last in this world. Foal answered that 10 more minutes, or maybe even 5. He smiled and said that this would be enough, and asked her to be patient a little. Foal continued to support the condition of her comrades while Henry went to deal with these criminals. They were very skeptical of Henry and believed that it would be even easier than with that bearded man. They decided that they had better find other hunters and follow them into the dungeons. But the guy with the glasses was not too upset because Henry was only level 5. Although it was insulting for him to compete with such a low level, he had no other choice, so he was going to face him. His friends didn't even notice at first that their commander was simply swept from this earth in one move. As it turned out, they left because they believed that the reward for level 5 would be very low and it was not worth wasting time on it. They thought that Richard just wanted to have fun and sent them to the dungeons for that purpose. But Henry stopped them and said that he did not allow them to go away and ordered them to stop. His comrades could not understand what was happening behind them and how their leader was destroyed in a minute. Then Henry pointed to the healer and ordered to heal his friends. But he did not understand why he should do this. First, he must heal them, and then face the floor and ask for their forgiveness on his knees. And only then, if they forgive them, then he will not beat them with full force. But he replied that he would not do this and began to heal his commander. And the two brothers began to attack Henry from different sides. Henry used his favorite skill, which is to destroy the ground cover. They tried to attack him further, but to Henry it was like being tickled by ants. They could not believe that such movements could be performed by a level 5 hunter. This simply cannot be. Then the boy decided to choose a different path. He fired a powerful falcon arrow at Foal and his wounded friends. But Henry didn't like it and said that you need to know the measure of your actions and threw a stone at his arrow. Thanks to this throw, he not only prevented the arrow from hitting, but also simultaneously attacked the thief himself. His brother could not allow his own man to be abused like this, and joined the battle as well. Henry almost destroyed him, but he used the shadow attack skill and came from behind. But Henry anticipated this blow and took it directly with his hand. The boy felt very helpless and did not understand how he was able to repel such a high-level blow. After all, he used a secret skill. Henry grabbed his arm in spite of his injury and broke it. Then he offered to end it there because they had no chance. He knew that the Ratnians hated foreigners, although he obviously did not fully realize it. After all, with the 5th level, he managed to avoid suspicion. But everything could have turned out differently, and he would have had to kill someone as well. And then he would either kill the soldier of his own free will, or die himself. He would have to choose. Or even worse, it would be used for its own purposes and it would be associated with various crimes. Henry told the boy that Gahan was just using them and said that it was enough to be his dogs. If there was a banning spell on them, then he could remove it with the help of a sorcerer. It cannot be that all this will end only when one of the parties is destroyed. The boy asked if Henry would kill him if he surrendered. But then he smiled and said that 20 years ago he would have believed in it. But it was too late. The guy shot poison on Henry's body. He couldn't move and his body seemed to be unable to move. It was a paralyzing poison that causes muscles to harden. It works on any creature that has blood flowing through it. And especially on such pumped-up monsters. His offer was not bad, but he made the boy very angry. Because the traitor Richard said the same thing. Henry knew that Richard was the head of a large land. But it made them laugh. That great land he created was a fake. These puppets move because they cannot overcome the magic of the ban. If Richard had not betrayed them, they were sure that they would not have lost to the 4 heroes of Ratna. That is, they were the same foreigners who started the war 20 years ago. The boy shouted that it was them and blood suddenly poured out of his mouth. This meant that it was because of them that Henry had to hide his true face. They killed soldiers for fun. Henry suppressed his poison with his aura. And now his own poison had entered his body. It was so dangerous that it was even difficult to find words. His brother ran up and cut off his hand to prevent the poison from spreading further throughout his body. They could not leave him alive. They had one last chance while his sword was bound and chained to the ground. but Henry simply released his sword with ease and destroyed their last hope right before their eyes. He reminded them very much of a warrior who asked them if they really wanted to die. But Henry said that they had already used up all their chances and more, so he just took one hit that destroyed them both. Compared to the guy with the glasses, they are inferior to him in strength, but they are not weaklings at all. And with his aura blade, he pierced both of them with one blow. It was some kind of unusual power. It was impossible to measure his level. It was not even a shame to fight with such an opponent. The boy took his sword and pierced himself with an aura blade specially. It is characteristic of people to show supernatural power before death. He forcefully forced the aura blade into his body. He would absorb it again, and it would keep reappearing. It was a level 110 skill called Walking Dead. He wasn't used to this power yet. But he attacked Henry and asked to show him how to kill. However, he could not get close to Henry and his sword pierced his whole body. The healer just saw how his commander's glasses flew apart. He began to make excuses and said that he was not even from a large land. They simply offered him. Henry swung, but he didn't kill him. Because there was a very good reason. He pointed to his comrades and said that they urgently needed strength and help. But the problem was that he refused to help them a little earlier. But now the situation has completely changed, and he said that he will do everything to save them, and they survived. Laud stood in front of the baby and tried to find out if he had any adult relatives in this village. He believed that he was left with everything that he did not want to deal with himself. Laud did not understand where he went and left him with this little one who does not even know how to talk. Then he felt that something was happening nearby in the tower, and it was felt by force that Inquisitor Leon was definitely there. He hasn't seen foreigners in a long time who, at the sight of his level, don't even try to run away. Richard had no idea what he was talking about, but he was definitely in no position to compare levels. Laud was annoyed. He demanded that they go fight somewhere else. The kid watched how people began to run in different directions because of what was happening in the tower. But the memories did not leave his head, and before his eyes were foreigners who destroyed all their people in the caravan. Bella knew that this was the end. Richard's level is 125, and this Inquisitor's level is 140. Then it was unclear to her why he started to resist at all. Livia realized that her friend's name was Richard. She asked why he decided to betray Garhan to save Ratna. But it was also unclear to her, because he had betrayed them as well. It was said that he had already signed an agreement with Garkhan on the condition that he would treat fellow soldiers and foreigners equally. If they surrender, they can be recognized as hostages and released. After all, not all foreigners want war, and they believed his words. But then they envied those who fought to the end. In the Sky Dungeon Acterin, Richard said that he did not want this, but they rotted in that place for 20 years. Then he said that he made such a decision because the soldiers killed his entire family. But now Bella did not understand at all what was in his mind and what goals he was pursuing. Compared to the aliens' misdeeds, the series felt that it was very generous to confine themselves to the dungeon. Bella said that they had no choice because the goddesses said that the demon aliens had built the dungeons, and the soldiers wanted to destroy them. Kiwi interrupted her and said that this was not true. The goddess would never have given such an order, and it was the other way around. If they breathed and ate like a warrior, she should have seen them. The goddess wanted to receive them. But Bella asked not to lie to her and asked where the Inquisitor Leon came from then. Inquisitor Leon existed to ease the friction between the Ratnians and the outsiders. Otherwise, a battle would start, and someone would definitely die. It is necessary to arrest them and separate them before the matter goes too far. And it is necessary to punish only foreigners who committed these terrible crimes. Then Syria began to wonder why the war had started in the first place, perhaps because of some rumors. But Kiwi believed that it is impossible to think that these rumors arose out of nowhere. They began to spread them specifically. Garkhan was the source of these rumors. His plan began 20 years ago. There was nothing easier to organize the incitement of ordinary citizens. After all, hatred spreads like an epidemic. On Earth, this has happened all the time in history. Even in the Order, they were not able to calm down these rumors right away. So it was purposeful propaganda. Even if he was telling the truth, Leon didn't see how that had anything to do with him. The fact is that he knew perfectly well this pain, as if grinding your bones. And the hell that follows after that. Artificial hatred killed his family, and so he sought revenge. And if the prophet of the goddess dies, then Garkan's plans will turn into soap bubbles. And as a result, peace will come to the world. If Leon really wants to stop the victims and wants peace for Ratna, he needs to get out of his way and let the plan go through. But Leon said that he did not understand his position. If the prophet of the goddess appeared, then his calling is to protect her and follow her orders. Therefore, he is not going to conduct any negotiations. Richard concluded that he, for the sake of his goal, did not take into account the soldiers. That is, he was no different from Garkan. But it sounded like an insult to him. He is an inquisitor from the Order of Darkness. And no situation, even if it is a mistake, should spoil the name of Ariel. He was fighting and building the city wall at the same time. It was an unreal power that could not be compared with anyone in this world. No matter how many reasons and excuses Richard invents, his crime will not go away. He cast a containment spell and activated the sin fence. In the future, he will be guided by the goddess of darkness, and in the name of Ariel, his sins will be forgiven by death. Kiwi asked to stop, because Garhan and Zenobia will find out about his death right away. You can inform them about the situation that is happening here. It is better to grab and learn more information. This condition was proposed by Richard's colleague Bella. He has committed a heinous crime in an attempt to harm Ratna and the prophet of the goddess, but she suggests that at this moment it would be more profitable to cooperate and not take into account the gravity of the crime. Therefore, she asked him to think about what choice would be reasonable. But Leon seemed not to listen to her and continued to carry out the death sentence for Richard. Kiwi covered him with her body and asked him to hear her. This is the order of the prophet of the goddess of darkness. But he could not be completely sure that the prophet of the goddess of darkness was really standing before him. At that moment, Henry appeared and, along with a kick, asked what he was doing here. He was a little late and asked if Kiwi was hurt. There was also chaos in the dungeon, and Henry asked to entrust him with this matter. But Kiwi said that the problem here is not who to entrust with the matter. Henry turned to Leon and asked what he was doing in front of the prophet of the goddess, because he was an inquisitor. He couldn't believe that someone like him had been chosen as a supporter of the goddess. But in any case, he had no right to threaten the mercenary of the goddess. Now Henry saw that he was not an inquisitor, but just a passer-by hunting for ordinary people. And he promised to defeat him for sure this time. Chan tried to calm them down. It seemed to him that in the last battle he was not much inferior to him. Now Leon was offended because he was not chosen by the goddess. But they began to shut his mouth, and Henry proved that he did not lose then. Henry suddenly calmed down and looked closely at this guy with an iron hand. He definitely reminded him of someone. Ether and Eris also came with him. They were sure that Henry would be very surprised at the meeting. Leon said that it was simply necessary to pretend that he was killing him in front of the soldiers. Henry was very happy and rushed to hug Chan. He said that he should have at least called him, but the fact is that Ratna has no means of communication. Martin was very angry and did not understand why this stranger was still alive. Henry knelt down and asked him to stop and began to apologize. But Martin believed that he should not apologize. After all, he himself knows that these scumbag foreigners have nothing human about them. He said he had to apologize to everyone and said he was also a foreigner. He didn't ask him to forgive him for lying to them, and he wasn't going to ask him not to blame him for Brad's death. But he asked to believe that Chan was simply being used then, and he was not himself. Not all foreigners are scum and criminals. Martin, with tears in his eyes, dropped his weapon and walked away. Cham was very upset that Henry was behaving this way because of him and his mistakes. But Henry remembered his words that he wanted to create a world where foreigners and warriors would live together, and he promised to help him in this. Laud sat not far from them and heard everything they were talking about. It was news to him that he was a stranger. Ether decided to show off that she and Eris destroyed a level 80 alien. Henry said that they became stronger, and it was not for nothing that he fed them energy. Kiwi said that she also beat the alien one-on-one. Henry replied that it was cheating for Kiwi to fight the alien. As a result, a joint conversation was formed between all the participants. It looked very friendly. The healer said if Richard could untie his hands, then he would be able to cast the spell. But he replied that this was enough. There was no point in fighting them anymore, and he was ready to receive his punishment. Then he did not understand why he got out of Acterin, only to be captured by the Inquisitor as a result. The kid who was hiding with Laud approached the healer and stuck a knife right into his neck. Richard was supposed to be next, but Laud managed to take him away and prevent that. The healer regretted not killing him when they destroyed the entire merchant caravan, and he was left breathing. It seems that these animals from Acterin are finished. If most of them are injured, then there is a high probability that their plans have failed. But nothing else could be expected from them. However, they found out their location. They were going to punish them and over the tower where all Henry's friends were. Foal approached Martin and asked if everything was fine with him. But the boy considered himself miserable. This means that Henry knew that he was the one who threw that spear at Chan that day. He knew that Martin had killed his friend, but despite that, he had gotten him out of trouble so many times. And he still could not forgive him. If he saved his life, then he was in debt to him. No matter what anyone says, debts must be paid. That's exactly what Brad would say. He could not betray his savior, even if he was a stranger. A body came down to the ground and said that it would be right if he took this life that Henry had saved. It was a heavenly punishment. This monster headed towards Henry very quickly. Why did this thought not occur to him? They hid their true face and even deceived the deity. They were very cautious and could not trust anyone else. In order to get the last most important card, they chose a precise method. It was obvious. Leon couldn't even determine the level of the enemy that appeared from the sky. It was just a silent desire to kill that made his body tremble. It was impossible to imagine who he would attack first. In such a situation, Leon thought quickly and soberly. It was necessary to use all his strength to create a shield for each of them, and push them away with the force of the blow. As a result, his decision turned out to be correct. However, he drove himself into a dead end. His opponent was one of the four great heroes. Garkon turned out to be them, and Leon guessed about it. He didn't want Leon to reveal his true nature, but he wasn't going to kill him either. Losing a level 140 caster will be a big and tangible loss for Ratna. Leon asked if he was using an artificial system. Then he noticed that Kiwi was not around. Garhan asked not to worry about the prophet of the goddess. He left her alive because he still needs her. The problem is what will happen when the prophet disappears. If he became the new god of darkness, he wondered if he would agree to faithfully serve him as he had served the goddess. Leon said that he is an inquisitor who serves the goddess of darkness Ariel. As long as the prophet of the goddess lives, he will carry out her orders. It was the same with Henry. That's why the two of them, as a team, began to attack Garkon. Although it was a very bad idea, they had no other option. Leon was asked why he killed those who had nothing to do with him. Garkon understood that the goddess had chosen a stranger as her ally. He considered Henry pathetic and didn't even waste his time on him. Therefore, he just gave a background blow. But even after that, Henry was not sure that he would be able to continue the fight. They were of a completely different level and he could not be defeated. Garhan and Zenobia were most likely hiding somewhere, so Kiwi sprung into action. She was sure that the last resort remained to be found by her. But Garkon appeared before them himself. It meant that he wanted to end everything at once. But she couldn't allow that, even if she had to give her life. Henry told Kiwi that he would be able to pass the time, and reminded her why they had come to Kalen. To get inside the dungeon, you need to go down there. Kiwi gave the order not to die until she returns. Only Baold can stop Garhan, and that is why he had to be brought here. But first he must be found. But Garhan teleported and grabbed Kiwi. He said that they can drag out time as much as they want, but nothing will change. Although they will not succeed. Henry and Leon just lay unconscious on the ground. It surprised him that even at such a moment, she was more worried about them than about herself. If he closed the goddess of darkness and absorbed her divine power, then now he will not be able to return to his world. It was just that everything was over and he was ready to become a god. Kiwi was shocked that he was able to absorb divine powers so quickly. She was strong and it impressed Garhan. The Ampla's blessing that Zenobia had planned. He did not think that the power of the goddess would be so easy to understand. However, the power that he had absorbed was missing something. Knowledge and information on how to control this great power. Ariel closed this knowledge to the person who escaped. Therefore, his task was to take the key to this knowledge in Kiwi. Suddenly night came, and it was a very bad sign. This is a harbinger of trouble. This uncontrolled darkness was not created by the goddess. As Leon thought, something happened to the goddess. This has never happened in the history of Ratna. Ratna is kept on the balance of 5 goddesses. As soon as the power of merciless darkness disturbs this balance, a crack will appear in Ratna through which demonic creatures can crawl. Then all the monsters will move to their world and the end of Ratna will come very quickly. It will take only a few hours. Kiwi begged him to stop. Because a human could never control the power of a goddess. If the crack becomes even bigger, then the situation will no longer be salvageable. Is this exactly what he wanted for Ratna? He perfectly heard the cries of innocent people. So the goddess heard them too. The breaths of dying Christians who lacked the ability to fight monsters. The despair of foreigners who lost their families. And also the anger of those who were ready to take revenge. All these desperate cries were the reason why he became a god. Suffering and pain now is just preparation. Kiwi said that even if he stole the power of the goddess, and even if he could control it, it still wouldn't be his. Then Baold appeared in front of Garkon. He knew that Bao would drag the prophet of the goddess to his side. He thought that something had happened there, that so many gates for monsters had appeared. But it turned out that all familiar faces were there. But judging by Garhan's appearance, he didn't come to them just to say hello. Kiwi saw this aura and immediately felt relief and peace in her soul. He offered Baold to get into the same boat with him. He knew that he had no more than 4 months left to live. Bao asked why he remembered all the nonsense. It was an honor for him. If this continues, then all his experience, techniques, strength and everything he has accumulated all his life will simply disappear. Then what is the point in this world? Zenobia was against it, but he was ready to share divine power with him. He offered him to save Ratna together, and they would be able to change reality. Baold said that it would be possible if he had enough strength. But it was a big question. But Henry said that this is all nonsense, because people die because of Garkon. And he talks about it as about some kind of sacrifice. This is a scumbag suffering from a transitional age, which he is there to save. In this world there are not only those who sacrifice others, but also those who first sacrifice themselves. They are forced to hide all their lives, but even they try to protect people. But there are those who, although they can protect, always make every effort to do so with a smile. There are many great people in this world who are 100 times better than him and his followers. Garkon considered him just a stupid foreigner who did not see anything in front of him. Baold struck him so that he could not act so thoughtlessly against such a strong opponent. he ran and didn't look around if someone he didn't like appeared. It reminded Bao of them and Garkhan in their youth. Garhan did not understand what he wanted to say by this. After all, Henry was a stranger sent by Ampelas. Only in words. He did not feel any strength in him. However, he was still wary all this time because of his aura. As it turned out, only Henry's aura was used all this time, because Bao had not released his aura yet. Henry was upset because he wanted to reveal the secret himself to see Garhan's surprise. Meanwhile, Chan used the incognito skill. Temporarily hides traces of presence. Cancels when touching other people. But it could not work with Garhan, who had already become a god with 1 foot. There was only one person who could stop this monster so far. It was Bao, and he stopped his attack meant for Chan, who wanted to save Kiwi from this hell. Bao asked what interest he had in competing with half-dead opponents. He was ready to play with him to the last. Henry asked Leon to let him go because he had to kill him. But Leon told him to shut up. Because he could not even protect the prophet. He was defeated before he could do anything. Leon would also like to teach that Garhan very much. But it was necessary to think carefully with his head. Bao ordered him not to interfere and to hand over the baby to Henry so that he could carefully look at the real Walter. At the power of the King of the Sword. The moment has come when he must show all his abilities, which he has achieved throughout time in order to become the strongest in the world. The body is a bull. The amount of aura that one body can contain is limited. But if you constantly let it out, it is possible to contain more aura than the bull allows. 1,000 times more. In order to release an aura once, concentration is required. It can be compared to trying to collect sand on the beach without dropping a single grain of sand. No one dared to make any unnecessary movement in front of him. Even Garkhan stood and silently observed this miracle. Like graphite, which under the influence of high temperature and pressure turns into a diamond. The infinitesimal particles of aura that are gathered together have changed into something else. A higher energy beyond the aura, the emergence of a new divine power. The fighting spirit of a Walterian. Garhan began to laugh uncontrollably and said that Bao always surprised him. He was amused by the fact that he himself created divine power. Compared to his dark power, it is not yet perfected, but it just so happened that he created it by accident. Garhan couldn't believe that he had reached semi-divine status so easily. They faced each other in battle after such a long period of time. Everyone watched from the shelter for the hidden weapon of the goddess. However, it will be difficult for them to wait for the end of the battle. Garhan believed that this was definitely not the power he had dreamed of all his life after losing his parents. Therefore, he asked him to fight and use his full power. If he doesn't manage, he will have to listen to grumbling for another month. Garhan did not understand what he was talking about. Bao did not answer anything and simply began to change the shape of the aura. Garhan thought he had managed to dodge his attack, but Bao was one step ahead and snuck up behind him. He had time to build up his aura and use his signature cross punch. In the dungeon where people who survived were hiding, sand started pouring from the ceiling. The whole building shook. Eris tried to reassure them that they were completely safe in this place. Bella said that if they don't shut up, she will throw them all outside to feed the angels. Although she herself recently narrowly escaped from an angel. The series heard something from Bao earlier. He said that the earthquake is not the end yet. When there will be a low tide on the shore and the bottom will appear which was not visible before. Then they will all be covered by a huge wave that will be bigger than any building in the city. Leon tried to catch Henry and prevent him from interfering in the battle. Moreover, his hand was not yet so strengthened. But he couldn't just stand and watch Bao fight. But there was nothing to be done about it. They had already gone beyond human capabilities. As a result of great efforts and training, his strength acquired a divine character. This is a person who has approached the level of a god. Another, with the help of deception, stole the power from the deities and also reached the level of a god. Henry understood that he could not deal with Garhan alone, but he needed to clean up all the dirt that Garhan had spread. Because he doesn't want to listen to Beatold's grumbling later. After a while, Garhan seemed to understand how to use this divine power. He believed that he had a completely different level than his lowly divinity. Was there really a real deity sword in front of him, or even if so, it was just a piece of iron? What was more important was who controls these techniques. Moreover, the Sword King could not be killed with a sword. No matter how hard Garkan tried, he could not succeed. If all swords belong to him, then all darkness belongs to Garkan. And darkness is in every corner of this world. Garkan wondered why Baold could not understand a simple thing. Why among the 6 goddesses he chose the goddess of darkness. Light and darkness are fundamental forces. However, if light can be seen, darkness cannot. Therefore, no divinity can exceed the divinity of darkness. Baold said, no matter how hard he tried, he was not a god of darkness. He was just wallowing in the swamp of life. Garhan said the same goes for Baold. He can say the same about him. Only those who have reached the end of the world can feel this wall. An absurdity that cannot be changed by human forces. They managed to reach the pinnacle of humanity, improving themselves in each of the spheres, as well as resisting the invasion of foreigners and making a great contribution to ensuring the safety of Ratna. In this regard, the 6 goddesses of Ratna awarded them the title of heroes. This gave them back their former strength and helped them become loyal. They will learn about the end of their lives and will be able to reach a higher level. Baold did not listen to how long he had left to live. Because he lived such a life that he could die tomorrow. Even if they tell him that he has 20 years left, his behavior will not change. However, 20 years was a very short time for Garhan. One day they met on the roof and Baold said that he thought he liked such activities. He was surprised that he always walks around bare-chested. But Bao said that aristocratic rags don't suit him. Although this appearance of Bao inspires more confidence in Garhan. He most likely received many offers from aristocrats. They wanted to build another sea route between the islands and the mainland. There should be no harm to the Walturians. On the contrary, he was worried about whether they had something in mind. For the aristocrats, it would be beneficial to cooperate with the Sword King's tribe to maintain peace. Only if it would be done to maintain peace. If this is true, then their role as saviors of the world is over. But Garkan disagreed. He believed that his unusual strength was a deterrent to the support of the world. Without him, the war would have continued for another 5 years at least. And not only thanks to him, but also thanks to Holian, fairies could fight for people. If it weren't for Zenovia's magic and her magical tools, the warriors would be unable to resist the foreigners. Garhan was also preparing to battle them, so he was able to compete. While the goddesses did not interfere in the affairs of foreigners. Therefore the goddesses, knowing about these efforts, gave them the title of 4 great heroes. Despite what they knew, they sentenced them to death. On the contrary, they were going to accept the foreigners in Ratna. As a result, 3 of them would die and only Holian would remain. And then the foreigners would start the war again. For 20 years, no way has been found to resist this. Without them, there will be no peace in this world. He knew absolutely nothing about the sufferings Garkan had to go through. It is not easy to drag yourself through life, but Garhan had to lead Bao and other comrades. He also led the Guild of Hunters, and then the inhabitants of the kingdom, and, as a result, the entire empire. He had a lot of promises, with which he was headed to heaven. On his shoulders was the responsibility for the lives of many people. However, at the end of his life, he saw the infinity of the path. He was gripped by a feeling of despair, too great for one person. Garkan realized the illogicality of what was happening, which cannot be overcome by human forces. Baold sent his people to their homeland. They did not need to go outside the island, because Bao sent them large supplies of food. They were so happy to see the Sword King that they held a feast. Because of all these coincidences, which were not related to each other, The strongest nation died in such a terrible way. What kind of sword king is he after that? How is he the strongest in the whole world after that? The reward for saving the world is despair. This is exactly what the real world wanted. Silently watching the troubles. This meant that the goddesses were powerless, but no matter what, regretting the past, knowing how much pain this despair carries, he still wanted to stop Garhan. He replied that he wanted to do it because he knows the taste of this pain. Because he regretted that he hadn't been able to offer a drink to his friend that night. But they no longer had a way back and there was no room for pity. Because they fought not only for themselves, but each for his own idea. If the Walterian warriors are rumored to be walking around naked, it will all be because of Bao. Mainlanders like to spread rumors. From their youth, they fought for the place of leader, but always found a compromise. Because their friendship was stronger than malicious principles. Henry said that the angels just didn't stop and he asked Leon to help him. But Leon replied that it was already very difficult for him, so he refused and told to figure it out on his own. This time it was more difficult for him than when he closed it last time. The divine forces of darkness are not able to cope with their task. Maybe that is why the ability of the whole world to recover has been shaken. Henry asked what happened. He thought that Leon was able to do it with just one punch. But the boy replied that he didn't do it. Then they were blinded by the light from Beatold's crosscut. It seemed that with his help he simply cut the sky into 4 parts. After so many years, they have not managed to find out which of them is stronger, and will be able to take the place of leader deservedly. But Garhan sat down on the ground and said that Baold won. Because he only used his own strength. Bao replied that there are no fair confrontations in the world and there is no one way. He asked how Baold managed to persevere and not despair when his race perished. Bao laughed and said that he was no different from other people. He, like Garhan, blamed the whole world. Despair brought him to his knees. If we talk about the difference between them, the light just appeared in the darkness of Baold. Although his race is extinct, but its history will remain, if there is someone who will preserve this history. Nothing in this world is eternal, but also nothing disappears forever. Perhaps he was able to gain strength when he understood this simple truth. Bao believed that Garhan is not like that, he himself knows about it. Darkness is just a shadow. But in reality there is only light. But Garhan asked if he had the right to believe in this. Some voice answered that he did not. He should have thought about those who died because of him. If he surrenders, their sacrifices will lose their meaning. This world needed him. Zenobia appeared out of nowhere and stuck a knife in Beatold's back. Divine powers appeared not only in Garhan. She said that it would be better to wait until Baold died. Her magical powers were exhausted. And he continued to receive numerous wounds. Now she will only be able to give him first aid. He grabbed her hand and reminded her that he had ordered her to stay out of the Baold problem. He had almost no strength. He collapsed on Zenobia and she told him to think soberly. To begin with, they needed to return and regain their strength. If the deity exists, then such emotions do not make any sense. But then she fell to the ground and saw that she no longer had legs and could not stand. Baold considered it a meeting of graduates. And he will be very sad if they leave so early. She called him a monster and said he should have been killed from the start. Zenobia used her magic to destroy Baold once and for all. But her magic was broken. Baold never thought that his life would change so much that someone would save him from death. Leon said that they might not hope to repel Zenovia's magic a second time. Eris said that at that distance there was no way to stop her. But someone replied that there was one way. Baold was dealt a fatal blow. Kiwi called Henry and told him that this was their last chance. Zenobia was amused by the fact that some warrior with an aura wanted to attack the sorcerer from a long distance. She said that they didn't attack them. And she promised to turn them into steam, because she is Archmage Zenobia. A rite that interferes with the activation of magic. Dispelling the spell allows you to block magic that outweighs the power of the caster 2 to 3 times. But Zenovia's magic outweighed Eris's magic by 300 times. Dispelling is not eternal, Zenobia knew that, and she wasn't going to stop. However, she didn't take into account the strengthening of the spell with her aura. And as a result of her underestimation, he was able to break her magic. Zenobia had already used up most of her magic while moving between dimensions and was now unable to withstand physical attacks, so Garhan urged her to retreat. But Henry was not going to let them go and was determined to take revenge on all of them. This was to be expected from a foreigner. He specifically expected when they would become weaker and lose strength. But Henry did not pay attention to his words, because they fought against Baold 2 against 1. Now it was time to fight him. Zenobia wanted to help Garhan, but her head turned into flames. Eris was still testing the weapon that was given to him in the City of Elves. He was very good at using it. Garhan said that they would win if they left now, because there was no more time to waste. She activated the magic of moving between dimensions, thanks to the mirror doors. Kiwi and Ether grabbed her hand and were not going to let her go into their dimension for rescue. But Zenobia told Kiwi not to worry because she would tear her apart next time. Garhan could not understand Henry's skill, the attack method without using a great sword. His calmness in this narrow space, that is, in close combat. No matter what, he instinctively tried to exploit his weak point like some kind of beast. But no matter how hard he tried, he remained just a wild animal. Henry instinctively attacked and instinctively defended against all attacks. As expected, Garkan's punches were just a diversionary maneuver for his victory. If he came back and regained his divine power, he would be able to handle him with ease. But Henry said that they were not done yet. He promised to fight to the victorious end. Henry held him and thanks to the aura blade cut off Garkan's hand. He saw that the restoration of Baold would soon end and then they would definitely not win this battle. So he kicked away from Henry and asked him to prove that Baold was right. As a result, he missed the chance for which Baold risked his life. He hated himself for this more than anyone else in the world. Henry just screamed as hard as he could. Baold stood up and said that if he had been his opponent, he would have died 60 times over. He said that nothing was over yet. Leon had already stopped because Baold didn't have a heart left to heal. He was just hanging on to the remains of his aura to support his blood circulation. And there wasn't much left either. Baold said there is another problem. Garhan and Zenobia and the power they use. Similar to the alien system. And they wanted to use his points after death. This was completely possible. If it really worked out, then Zenobia and Garhan would level up. Now they barely managed to force them to retreat, and if the level rises, they won't be able to cope at all. However, his last blow before death should be an attack on them. He asked Henry to quickly grab the sword. The third kill allowed to a Walterian warrior. But Kiwi got between them and said she couldn't let that happen. Baold replied that this is the only chance to save Ratna. And Kiwi understood this perfectly, like no one else. But even if it is so, he did not know how much Henry was punishing himself, and how much he was in pain. And now he is going to hang his own death on him.